Hey there! My story is a little different from the stories you might have seen on MSA. Want to know why? 'Cause it has a ghost in it. I'm Beatrix, and unlike other kids who are born crying, I was born smiling. Yep, and that sort of freaked out my mom and the doctors. Come on, little angel, it's time to cry. But instead, I cooed and laughed. Mom had so much fun playing with me and making me beatbox. That's the reason she named me Beatrix. Needless to say, growing up, I had a great life, and my parents absolutely adored me. They made me feel like I was the center of their universe, especially Dad. We were like two birds of a feather. He was an amazing singer and owned a studio. He often took me there, and I was always in awe of the place.
Daddy, can I be a singer too when I grow up?
You already are, kiddo. In fact, you're so good, you even make crying sound like a melody. I always thought that nothing would ever break us apart, and our family would stay together forever. I was so wrong. One day, Dad told Mom he had taken on some debt and was unable to pay it back. From that day on, they started fighting over the smallest of things and soon ended up getting divorced. Dad left the city and never looked back. I was heartbroken and hoped he'd come back for me, but he didn't come, even on my birthday. I felt shattered.
Mommy, why didn't Daddy come? He promised he'd come for my birthday. Please call him.
I did, sweetheart. He must be busy. You have me. Come on, let's cut the cake.
No, I want Daddy, or else I don't want this cake at all.
After that day, I was asking Mom for Dad all the time, but he changed his number. And then to make things even worse, she married again. I was nervous at first when I met my stepdad, but it turned out he was an absolute gem. Not only did he paint my room in the exact color I wanted, but he also treated me to ice cream every day and spoiled me with all the things I asked for. Every night when Mom used to tuck me in bed and sing me a lullaby, he'd come too. Life was finally good again. And then my half-sister Jennifer was born. Mom and my stepdad only had eyes for her, and it seemed like it was all Jennifer all the time. I started to get jealous of her, but one time when she was crying and Mom and my stepdad weren't around, she gave me the most beautiful smile ever, and I melted.
Aw, aren't you the cutest thing in the world?
I tried to lift her, but Jennifer ended up crying again, and right then my stepdad stomped into the room. He looked really pissed. I just put her to sleep. Did you wake her up? Did you make her cry?
What? No, I was just...
Don't yell at her. She's just a kid. Then they started fighting over me all the time. When my stepdad said I was always causing trouble and should be sent away to live with my real dad, I felt like someone punched me in the gut. That's when I felt like I wasn't a part of my own family. But I kept quiet and didn't complain. And since no one even knew where my real dad was, I wasn't sent away. But then I noticed something strange was happening. I couldn't go outside anymore. Mom even had to homeschool me for a month. Thankfully, I grew out of it eventually with Mom's help. And as Jennifer grew up, she loved being around me. We were pretty close, even though she was competitive and wanted Mom's attention all the time. Like, when I'd come home from school and run to hug Mom, she'd jump in and hug her first, then talk to her and keep her busy until I gave up and would go to my room. I didn't mind because she was still very small. But one day, she broke Dad's phone by accident when we were playing with it.
Beatrix, please don't let them know it was me. It was an accident. Please, please, please. I don't want them to be mad at me.
I couldn't see my baby sister that way, so when Mom entered the room and saw Jennifer crying, she assumed I had done something. Mom, we were playing, and I accidentally broke Dad's phone. Why can't you be more careful, Beatrix? Why are you two in his office anyway? Don't you know how angry? At that exact moment, Dad rushed in and turned as red as a fire truck. He began yelling at me and Mom. Look at what your daughter did. I told you she's only trouble. Your daughter? Oh, wow, that hurt. After that fight, I began distancing and avoiding my stepdad every time I saw him. Since at home I had so many problems, school was a relief. There I was part of the music club, and singing always felt like a joy. One time when I was in 12th grade, I was performing in a school play, and the lead had to sing a lullaby but forgot the words. I didn't know them either, but I jumped up and sang the same lullaby Mom used to sing me when I was little. When I was done, there was silence. Oh, shoot, I must have sounded bad. But then, all of a sudden, there was a thunder of applause, and I was stunned.
Oh my God, Beatrix, you sounded so amazing!
Oh, stop. You're just being nice. Wait, who are you?
I'm an ad producer, and I'd like to work with you.
But before I could even finish my sentence, the man handed me his card. I called him a couple of days later, and then I found out he wanted me to sing a jingle for a Christmas ad. It was so much fun. When I got paid, I went to Mom and told her I wanted to take her out for dinner, but she seemed so occupied.
That's very nice, honey, but I have to go out with your sister tonight. She got 15th position in her class in the exams.
Oh, wonderful. Okay, I'll come too.
Well, you know how she is. She said it's a mom-daughter thing only. We'll go out some other time. I hope that's all right.
Sure. It was pretty clear that Jennifer was more important to her than me. Mom never made the time to go out with me, even as I finished high school and moved out to my own apartment. After a few years, I started to get lots of attention for my singing, and people were totally loving it. I worked hard, and eventually I got a huge show in New York. I was so psyched about it and invited Mom and Jennifer, but minutes before I was supposed to start, Mom said they couldn't come. When I got on stage and saw the crowd and the 2 empty seats in the front row, I suddenly got really nervous and forgot the lyrics. My brain went blank, and since I was on the stage for so long and still hadn't performed, the audience started booing me. I felt my heart sinking, and then everything went dark. When I woke up, I found myself in the hospital.
That was supposed to be my big break. Everything is ruined now. It's not, Beatrix. You just need to take it slow. Trust me, you'll be on the stage again soon. Everything will be okay.
I wanted to believe her, but right when I was about to step out of my hospital room, I froze at the door and couldn't move.
Honey, what's the matter?
I don't know. I'm too scared to leave. I hurried back to the bed and refused to move. After talking to the doctor, I was diagnosed with a condition called agoraphobia. It was just like when my dad left. The stage incident triggered the condition I already had but forgot about. It meant I had trouble being in crowds and open spaces. It had been months since I left my home, and Mom was worried sick for me. She suggested I move into the house next to hers. It had been empty for years because the owners had left town. I was fine with it, as long as it was kept locked and I could stay inside. Mom and Jennifer were the only ones allowed in. My stepdad never visited. Jennifer was incredibly understanding, and we grew even closer. Mom came over every day, always spending time and taking care of me. One day, after she left and I was alone, I heard the sound of a door creaking open. I got up to check all the doors in the house and found the back door completely open.
That was weird. I remember locking it.
Soon after that, weird things started happening. Like, once I noticed the stove was on, even after I was sure I had turned it off. And then my shoes went missing. What was happening? Was I going crazy on top of everything else? I told Jennifer, and she thought the unthinkable. Maybe my house was haunted. I didn't want to believe it, but I couldn't explain it. One day, Jennifer brought over a Ouija board. Why did you bring this?
Well, if there is some ghost here, we need to communicate with it and ask what it wants so we can go away.
I wasn't too sold on the idea, but I thought I might as well try. Yeah, just like those stupid kids in horror movies. In just a few minutes, it turned out to be a very bad idea. I thought Jennifer was moving the pointer, but she swore it wasn't her, and it definitely wasn't me. It spelled out, "Get out." Awesome! I was even more scared now, and I couldn't move or even leave the house. I was stuck. Things died down for a little while,
But one day, while I was watching TV, the volume got super loud and the channel changed by itself. I was terrified and ran out of the house without thinking and immediately ran into the most beautiful delivery guy I ever saw. "Are you okay, miss? I thought maybe someone was in your house. I can check if you want." I just nodded and followed him into the house, and after 10 minutes, he assured me that no one was around and nothing was wrong. "I work around here a lot. If you have any problem, let me know and I'll help you, okay? I'm Easton." From then on, Easton came to visit me every once in a while. We would sit near my door and talk. I told him about my agoraphobia, and he would bring me things that I couldn't get for myself. He was so thoughtful and sweet. One day, when Easton and I were talking, Jennifer came to visit me. The three of us had a good time. Once he left, I could not stop talking about him. He's so kind and sweet. You know, we like the same pizza, and we both love the Marvel movies and
Be an Easton sitting in a tree. Kissing.
No, what are you talking about?
You have a crush on him. It's so obvious.
Oh no, it's true. The day Mom was supposed to meet him, I invited her and Jennifer, but he called and said he had to work late. Mom seemed disappointed. I went to get them some snacks, and when I got back, I overheard Mom and Jennifer talking, and Mom was crying. I don't know how I can help her. I've never seen her this happy.
But Mom, you should know about it. That Easton does not exist. She's maybe hallucinating, going crazy.
What in the chocolate fudge? Beatrix, honey, what do you mean he doesn't exist? Jen, you saw him.
Bea, I'm sorry, but I didn't. I was pretending for your sake. There was no one there that day.
If Easton wasn't real, then who was I texting a while back?
That was me. I put in my number when you weren't looking.
Could it be true? After everything, I thought maybe she was right. Maybe I really was losing my mind. Mom consoled me for hours until I finally calmed down. Then we made an appointment to meet the doctor the next day to see if I really was going cuckoo. Just a week later, I was trying to get ready when a diary fell out of my cupboard. I went pale when I saw what was written. Easton used to live here all those years ago? This freaked me out so much that when the doorbell rang, I screamed. I was shaking as I opened the door. But the minute I did, I went pale with fear. It was Easton, standing right in front of me. Beatrix, I'm sorry for not showing up last week. Stay away from me. Why are you haunting me? What do you mean? What's going on? You're not real. You're my imagination. Or a ghost. That explains all the weird things that's been happening. The stove, the TV, the weird... What? Of course I'm real. I don't know what you mean. I began screaming and yelling for Mom. And pretty soon she rushed to me with Jennifer and stepdad following behind her. The minute they saw my frantic state, they went pale, especially Jennifer. Mom, I can see Easton, and I'm scared. I think he's a ghost. Honey, I can see him too. Of course you can. I'm a real human. What's going on here? I don't understand. Jennifer, we met too. What's going on? We all turned towards Jennifer, and as if on cue, she began crying and wailing. It was all about Beatrix. She's my mom, too. Ever since she got that condition, she's been with you, not me. I've done things to try to make her angry at you and happy with me, but it never works. Jennifer, how could you do this to your sister? You made her think her house was haunted? It ain't my fault she's so dumb. Believing there was some ghost. Stupid Beatrix. How dare you do all of this? All I've been is nice to you. And you're so ungrateful. But Mom, Dad, I did this all because I love you and want you to myself. Enough. I can't believe you could stoop down to this level, Jennifer. You're the one who has a problem. And this is all my fault. I'm sorry, Beatrix. If I had never behaved that way towards you as a child, Jennifer wouldn't have grown up hating you this way. Easton just stood there, shocked at the entire situation. After talking to him later, we continued to stay friends. Mom and Dad helped me get through my agoraphobia and get better. Jennifer was sent away for therapy and treatment. With my parents' support, I was able to turn my focus back to music. It took a lot of hard work and dedication, but eventually I was able to start performing again.
Mom, stepdad, and Easton were all there in the front row when I went on stage again. And when the show was over, Jennifer surprised me with flowers. She was finally better.
I'm sorry for everything. You were always a great sister. I was selfish.
No more ghost stuff?
Never.
Good. Let's go to my not haunted house and celebrate.
Hi, I'm Grace from Vermont. Before I continue, hit the like and subscribe button. If you do, you'll meet the love of your life while on vacation near a pool. My parents were billionaires, so I got whatever I wanted growing up. Dad was the head of a huge fashion company that my mom helped him run. Dad was ruthless in the boardroom, like an ancient warrior. But when it came to me and my mom, he was a total pushover. He gave us everything we could ever want. Just one island? Anything for my girls. I'd give you the moon if you asked for it. Even though my life was practically perfect, I had a bad stutter, which made me a laughing stock at school.
Wow, that's a pretty skirt. Where did you get it from?
Shouldn't it? It's cool. I'll just check some stores. It was awkward, and my parents took me to the best doctors, tried speech therapy, medication, and even hypnotism, but nothing helped. I started to lose confidence, but my parents were always supportive and inspired me to accept myself, just as I am. It doesn't matter if it takes you 1 try or 100. Never stop speaking your mind. Your voice is just as important as anyone else's. As I grew older, I became more comfortable with my condition and even made friends at school. But my favorite thing in the world was being the princess of my house. Life was good, till I turned 13 and everything changed. My parents told me they were adopting from the orphanage, but it wasn't just 1 girl, but 5. I wasn't as thrilled as they were, but I didn't show it to my parents. Besides, it could be fun to have so many sisters. So I got on board. The day they were supposed to come home, I decked up the whole place and must have tried 100 dresses before finding the perfect one. I wanted to make a good impression. The oldest one, Olivia, was my age, and from the looks of it, she loved fashion just as much as I did. I'm Grace. Pleased to meet you. Olivia was so busy sizing up my outfit, I don't think she even heard me.
I like your dress, but the ribbons are so tacky. And what's with those shoes? You know what? You look so cute with braids in this outfit, even though it's a little, weird. I think she looks nice. Ignore Olivia. She's just jealous.
It was clear from the beginning that Olivia had an issue with me for some odd reason, but at least the other 4 were gentle. Margot and Beatrice didn't care about fashion, but they were easy to talk to. We became friends in no time, gossiping about boys and school and fighting over the best spot by the pool. Harper and Quinn were younger and stuck to themselves. Harper was obsessed with insects and was always collecting ladybugs and other creepy crawlies. Quinn was like her sister's shadow, silently following her everywhere. A week after my sister's arrival, my parents took us on a shopping spree so they wouldn't have to wear the same clothes from the orphanage. And Olivia bought everything I did. At first, she just wore the same belt or hat, but soon she was copying my whole outfit. Why are you copying me? I think you're copying me, but it's cool. I know I have a great eye for fashion, so it's a compliment. Oh my God, the new Gucci bag! I didn't care if Olivia wanted to dress like me. It just bugged me that she was lying about it. So one day, I pretended I was going to wear the ugliest outfit, but then I changed at the last second. Olivia showed up to breakfast looking like a clown. Wow, Olivia, you look so good. Yeah, right? I saw Gummy Hadid wearing this. You mean Gigi? And I don't think that she would ever wear something this funny. The only thing funny here is the way you talk. Olivia, apologize this minute. Why? It's just harmless jokes between sisters, Dad. Whatever. Sorry, Grace. Please don't cry now. After that day, Olivia stopped copying my outfits, but we just couldn't see eye to eye. I tried to be friendly, but she was just a mean witch. So after a while, I stopped being nice and just ignored her. While Olivia was a pain in my butt at home, in school, I had Pearl. She was the head cheerleader and a total bully. One day, my sisters and I were eating in the food court at the mall when Pearl swooped in like a vulture. How are you doing, Grace? Just leave me alone. What? I didn't quite catch that. were you trying to say something? Zip it, moron. Don't you have something else to do? Like bore people with your dumb cheerleading moves? Oh, but I'm getting bored. And you're so entertaining. Did I do that right? That was perfect. Before I could say anything, Harper pulled out a jar of ladybugs from her backpack and dumped them on Pearl's hair. What have you done, you moron? Pearl screamed and ran off. Instead of staying with us, Olivia took off to help her. Thanks for sticking up for me, you guys. Of course, we sisters need to have each other's backs. I just wish Olivia wasn't such a blind duck. Oh, she'll come around. Only she didn't. She started getting weird around me. And then one day, something unbelievable happened. Pearl turned into Olivia's evil minion. She followed her around like a shadow. If Olivia made a dumb joke, Pearl laughed. If Olivia wanted a cookie, Pearl brought her one. Pearl would have helped Olivia make a monster in a lab if she asked. This was so weird and fishy. I tried to find out what Pearl's deal was, but then I got busy with school assignments and forgot all about it. They were a match made in hell anyway. A week later, Mom and Dad called us into the study for a big announcement.
It's my dream that my girls join the family business one day. And with Fashion Week coming up, I want all my girls to help with their brilliant ideas. The best ones will end up on the ramp, so give it your best shot.
Oh, my God, Dad. This is such an amazing opportunity. I won't let you down. Yes, Dad. You'll love our designs. Olivia smiled at me, but the moment Mom and Dad left, she went back to her devilish smirk. Ugh, dramatic much? This opportunity is mine, and I will own it. You can relax and watch me work if you'd like. Think of it as a learning experience. Say what you want, but I know Dad will pick my designs, so watch out. I stayed up late every night working on my dress. My other sisters made their own dresses for fun, but everyone knew Olivia and I were the only ones taking it seriously. We both really wanted to impress Dad. The night before Dad judged the dresses, Olivia snuck into the studio and destroyed my dress. Luckily for me, Harper and Quinn saw her sneaking out and told me what happened. I knew she was jealous of me, but this was an all-new low. How was I supposed to make a new dress overnight? That's when an idea struck me. If I couldn't beat Olivia fair and square, I'd just have to play tricks with her. So, I swapped her dress for my ruined one. The next day, when Dad walked into the studio to judge our dresses, we both took the sheets off of our mannequins, and Olivia's mouth dropped open in shock to see what I'd done. But obviously, she couldn't tell Dad that the dress was really hers without admitting that she'd destroyed mine.
Grace, I pick you. This isn't your usual style, but it's certainly beautiful. Olivia, it's a shame you gave up on your dress. It looks like it could have been something special.
I know, Dad. Wonder what happened. Oh, don't be a sore loser, Ollie. I'm sure you'll do just as good as the next time, if there is a next time. I wasn't one to gloat usually, but the look on Olivia's face was so satisfying. A few days later, we were all on a flight to Paris for Fashion Week, and Olivia couldn't stop glaring at me. That's my dress that's about to go down the runway. You shouldn't steal credit, and you shouldn't sabotage people. Olivia, why can't we leave this stupid fight and just be friends? Friends? With you? No, thank you. And I know you hate me, so please stop pretending. I don't. Stop talking. You're giving me a headache. Olivia then got up, and for the rest of Fashion Week, she totally ignored me. Pin that hem. Olivia, hand me that hat. Olivia! What? Can't you see I'm on the phone? Can you help? Who are you even talking to? Ugh, just leave me alone. This girl was so weird. Even when we got back, she wouldn't talk to me, not even rudely. She'd either stay in her room or hang out with Pearl. And worse was that she'd started inviting Pearl to our place, which really annoyed me. Oops, I got to that first. Ugh. After a successful show at Fashion Week, Dad started getting a lot of orders. He worked for months on a new line, and all the designs were kept under lock and key in his studio, and nobody was allowed inside. But in less than 2 weeks before his runway show, someone leaked pictures of the new collection all over the internet. The tabloids went wild guessing who it could be. I can't believe someone would do this.
All my hard work is gone. Nobody has access to my study except you girls. If anyone knows something, tell me now.
I took a quick look at everyone, and all of us were equally shocked.
Fine. If that's what you want, you're all grounded with no phone privilege or allowance.
But we didn't do anything. That's not fair. But Dad simply frowned and left. We all know you did it, Olivia. Just admit it. It wasn't me. I would never do that to Dad. Relax, guys. This is not the time to turn on each other. Dad didn't talk to us for days, and it really hurt me to watch all my sisters so sad and depressed. But Olivia looked extra worried. She would stay in her room, refusing to talk to anyone. One day, I was taking an evening stroll in the garden when I noticed Olivia slipping out of the house, and she looked really anxious. I wanted to stop her, but then I decided to follow her, and she stopped in front of Pearl's house. Ugh, what do you want now? I know you're the one who stole my keycard and then stole Dad's designs and leaked them, Pearl. I should have never taken you into the study that day. Yeah, that was kinda dumb, especially since you know my mom's company is your #1 competitor. You made it so easy to steal your designs. And now we'll be on top, while you guys will eat dirt. In your dreams, you sick psycho. No, not when the whole world would know what big fat cheaters you all are. Olivia looked at me in shock as I pulled out the phone and started playing back the recording with Pearl's confession. Give me that. Not so easy. Besides, I've already uploaded it, so there's nothing you can do. Pearl was at a loss for words, and suddenly her phone started ringing. Must be your mom. If I were you, I'd think of going underground for a few days. Pearl ran away crying, and Olivia turned to me. I'm so sorry, Grace. I should have been smarter. You should have. But right now, we need to figure out how to help Dad. We don't have much time before the show. So are you with me? Yes, of course I am. My sisters and I locked ourselves in the mansion for a week straight, staying up late every night, altering his designs. Harper and Quinn did all the sketching, and Margot and Beatrice gathered all the fabrics and accessories Dad would need. Then Olivia and I helped Dad put everything together. When the day of the fashion show arrived, we were ready. The paparazzi and critics were waiting for the curtains to rise, expecting the show to be a disaster with all the leaked designs. But when the curtain rose and the spotlights came on, the entire audience gasped. The new designs were even more beautiful, and the show was a massive success. And Dad was super proud.
You set aside your differences, and you worked hard. You pulled together as a family. I'm so proud of all of you.
It was Grace. She's the one who brought us together on this. Team effort. That's what sisters are for. Olivia and I smiled at each other as the rest of my sisters hugged me. I just knew everything would always be fine, as long as we stuck together. I was in my room catching up on MSA when my parents had their 100th argument of the day.
You bought a neck cream for $1,000?
Yeah, so? You know how delicate the skin around the neck is? Staying in this stupid village stresses me out. I have wrinkles now. I'm officially unlovable.
I still love you.
Like that matters.
Outer beauty is just a lie, Mother. It's what's inside that counts. If you really want to be loved, you need to fix your personality. And while you're at it, please fix your posture too, or you'll have a hunchback soon.
Mom stared at me before bursting into tears and running away. Okay, maybe it was a bit harsh, but hey, that was me trying to help Mom become lovable. It was a good deed. Hi, I'm Julia, and I'm about to tell you how my parents ruined my life. But before I do, please hit like and subscribe. I knew very early on that I wasn't an ordinary kid. By 3, I could use a knife and a fork to cut apples to perfection. By 10, I could recite Shakespeare word for word. By 13, I could bake pastries that could give a French baker a run for his money. I've always wondered how I turned out to be so amazing. Maybe my great-great-grandma or grandpa was an extremely responsible, talented, sophisticated person, and I got my unique genes from there because my parents were a total mess. Dad owned a vineyard, and every year he would struggle to create a new wine variety, and every year he'd fail. Mom was a self-involved ex-beauty queen who kept complaining about how she gave up everything for her marriage. Now her only talent was blowing up money we didn't even have on makeup and skincare. Like this one time time when I was 16. Mom bought some anti-aging cream off the internet that gave her a bad reaction, and Dad had to pay a lot for her skin treatment.
My face looks like a swollen monkey's butt. This is all your fault. If only you were rich and I could afford plastic surgery. If only you were smart enough to read the label, darling.
Did you just call me dumb? If you keep screeching like a banshee, Mom, we'll have to get you new vocal cords, too. But before I could finish, she picked up a tray next to her bed and flung it at Dad. Dad ducked, the tray hit the TV screen on the wall, and he ended up paying more to the hospital. Even though Dad was pissed, he went home early and arranged a surprise welcome home party for Mom. But she decided to surprise him instead by packing her bags and leaving for good, and divorce papers soon followed.
How could she leave me like that? I've done nothing but love her.
Please compose yourself, Dad, and let's not cry over spilled milk.
What?
You'll get over it. I'm not some stone-hearted witch, trust me. I missed my mom too, but I wasn't gonna bawl my eyes out like a silly baby with no self-control. One of those in the house is enough. Dad threw himself into work after that, while I focused on school and picked up baking full-time. By 18, I got a job at a small cafe, and life went back to normal. Then one evening, Dad told me excitedly that he'd finally found an investor, Mr. Sharman, for his new wine batch, and he had invited us over for dinner to talk further. That evening, we were welcomed warmly by Mr. Sharman. He was showing us around his mansion when suddenly my world kind of stopped. This really gorgeous guy walked in, sadly with the prettiest girl on his arm. Apparently, he was Mr. Sharman's nephew and financial manager, Darren, and it was hard to keep my eyes off of him. At one point, he was feeding her grapes when one fell down. He bent to pick it up, and I saw the girl staring at me, staring at his butt. I got so flustered that I stepped back and knocked over a huge bowl of punch, getting plenty all over myself. So humiliating. As I cleaned myself up and walked out of the bathroom, I crashed into Darren in the hallway.
Wow, are you always this clumsy? Or do I have this effect on you?
I am not clumsy. I am the very picture of grace, and you have no effect on me.
My date said you were staring at my butt when the accident happened.
That's a false accusation, a blatant lie. Why would I be staring at your rear end?
It's okay. I don't blame you. I work out a lot.
Yes, it shows, and your behind is perfectly sculpted like a Georgia peach. But what does that have to do with me? Your girlfriend sounds like an insecure lady just making up nonsense.
I doubt that you would make her insecure. She's a model and you look and talk like you're Mary Poppins' daughter. No offense.
With that, he grinned and just walked off. I loved Mary Poppins, but it didn't feel like a compliment coming from him. I joined Dad and Mr. Sharman, but minutes later, someone tapped on my shoulder, and I nearly passed out when I saw, Mom?
Surprise! What? What is happening?
Mom told us how she'd met Mr. Sharman on a cruise and they'd fallen in love. They'd been dating for a few months, and she only recently moved back to the city.
I went to the house and saw that your dad was still poor as a street rat, so I thought of investing in his business and helping him out. Am I not the best ex-wife ever?
This is certainly unexpected, but calling yourself the best ex-wife is an exaggeration, Mother. My father and I have something called self-respect, and we'd like to keep it, so please excuse us. I grabbed Dad's hand and we left. We were still reeling from the shock of meeting Mom, but the next evening she showed up at our door begging us to hear her out. I wanted to turn her away, but Dad gave her a chance.
I know I left you too abruptly and hurt you, and I'm really sorry. But despite everything, you're still my family. I have a chance to make things right by getting your father the break he deserves, and I'd love to reconnect with my only daughter too.
I wanted to be less cynical and believe this was an unselfish act, but I wasn't convinced. Dad, however, was staring at her with stars in his eyes, and he agreed to take Mr. Sharman's investment. After she left, I turned to Dad. I know you want to succeed, but is this really a good idea?
Trust me, I know it is. Also, I think your mother's still in love with me, and I have another shot.
What? Dad, no, she's happy with her rich boyfriend.
We'll see.
Good Lord, was this gonna end up with Dad as a weeping disaster again, and I'd be picking up the pieces again? But I couldn't do anything to stop it. Soon, Dad and Mr. Sharman were meeting regularly and getting to know each other before making the deal, while Mom wanted me to hang out with her so we could bond, which meant I had to see a lot more of Darren every time I went over to their house, or when Mom took me to some fancy party. And to my dismay, he even started visiting the coffee shop I was working at every time with a new girl. Can't you find another cafe as your saliva-exchanging rendezvous spot?
Your mom told me you're the baker here, and I thought I was doing you a favor by bringing you business. But I get it. Seeing me with all those girls makes you jealous. Do you wish you were one of them, Julia? You can be, you know. I've got 20 minutes before my date turns up.
As if I'd ever want to date an insufferable Neanderthal who thinks he's God's gift to women.
One kiss from me, and you think I'm God's gift to women too. I'm curious, have you ever kissed anyone? I mean a boy, not your cat or your grandma.
Of course I have. I have a very steady boyfriend of 2 years, and I'm wildly in love with him.
Wow, does he also talk like he has a stick up his butt? I'm dying to meet him now. Let's have a double date tomorrow. How about a movie and dinner? I'll text you the details.
Just then, his date of the day turned up, and I walked off. I had to find myself a boyfriend by tomorrow. I asked one of the newest interns at the cafe to be my date, and showed up at the movie theater the next evening. After I'd introduced my boyfriend happily, we took our seats and the movie started. But Darren and his date kept giggling and whispering like teenagers. Sorry to disturb you guys, but my boyfriend Billy—
Actually, it's Bobby.
Billy, Bobby, tomato. Anyway, Barry and I are trying to watch the movie and would appreciate it if you guys could keep it down. Darren simply smirked and looked away, but minutes later he started making out with his date. You're still noisy.
You're still annoying.
Cut it out.
Bite me.
I grabbed Darren's soda and spilled it on his head. He got angry and knocked down my tub of popcorn, and we got into a huge argument. Soon enough, we were thrown out by security.
Wow, this was a terrible date.
I'm so sorry. Let's part ways with these two and grab some burgers?
Sure, if you can tell me my name.
You're so funny. Baby.
It's Bobby.
My date stormed off angrily, and I caught one look at Darren's smug face and fled the scene. But the next morning, as I was walking to school, a car slowed down by me, and I saw it was Darren.
Hop in. I'll drop you.
No, thank you. I do not need you to rub last night in my face.
You're clearly troubled if you can't manage to have a real boyfriend. But I don't have time for that right now. I need to talk to you about your mom.
That caught my attention, and reluctantly, I got in.
I've been working with my uncle for years, but ever since he started dating your mom, things have been a mess. The business is running in losses, and the accounts are all over the place. I can't help thinking she's stealing from my uncle.
How are you so sure?
Call it a hunch. She has really expensive taste, and she's not really rich, so...
So, just because she doesn't have your kind of money, you think she's a thief? Have you ever thought that maybe your accounts are a mess because you're too distracted with your girlfriends and you're bad at your job?
Julia,
This conversation is over. Stop the car. He did, and I got off. I was so annoyed at Darren for accusing Mom, but I couldn't shake off the nagging feeling that he might be right. Mom had always valued money more than relationships. Could it be true? I didn't have to wait too long for an answer, because late that night, I woke up from my sleep when I heard a car pull up in my driveway. I looked outside and spotted Mom and Dad talking in the garden. I went out the back door and crawled behind a bush close to them.
Darling, I was a fool to let you go, but now everything will be perfect. Once we have the money, we can leave this place and go anywhere. But what if we get caught? My boyfriend's an idiot. I've been stealing money from him for months now, and he has no idea. By the time he realizes it's me, we'll be long gone. And baby, don't you want Julia to have a better life?
Dad nodded, and then they kissed. Mom left, and as soon as Dad walked in, I cornered him. Hello, Dad.
Oh my God, Julia, you scared me.
You can't cheat Darren's uncle. He's willing to invest in your business, and you're just gonna take off with his money? Why are you ruining this amazing business opportunity?
Because your mother and I love each other, and that matters more than anything else. Once we have the money, we can start over and be together anywhere we want.
It's still illegal and criminal. This isn't who you are, Dad. And what makes you so sure she won't leave you again?
Because she's changed, and I know things will be different this time. She really loves me.
The only two things Mom loves are money and herself.
I have a big day tomorrow, Julia, and I would like you to stay out of it.
I tried talking to Dad again the next day, but he just blew me off. So I went to Darren's place and told him everything. We needed proof, and I started with searching Mom's room. I was going through her stuff when I found a bunch of fake passports and IDs at the back of the drawer. I shoved everything into my pocket and was leaving when my foot got caught in the carpet and I fell flat on my face. Just then, Mom walked in.
Julia, what are you doing in my room?
I came to see you, and I was just admiring this carpet. The thread count is amazing. The embroidery is exquisite. So elegant. Your taste is so chic, and you passed it all to me. I am so thankful to you for making me the lady I am today. I kissed Mom's hands, hugged her tight, and ran out. Right outside the room, I caught Darren snickering and pulled him into an empty room.
Admiring the carpet? How'd you come up with that?
Quick thinking, and I found something. But before I give anything against my mom, promise me that Dad will not face any criminal charges. I know he's at fault too, and I'm asking a lot here, but he's just an innocent man who is blindly in love with the wrong woman, and he's the only family I have left. Darren touched my cheek gently, and suddenly I felt hot tears rolling down my face.
I get it, Julia. My dad left when I was really young, and it's not easy dealing with something like that. I promise you, I'll keep your dad safe.
You really mean it? Darren nodded and pulled me into a hug, and it felt amazing. He dropped me home, and that night, I slept with Darren in mind. The next morning, Darren called me up and told me that he was chasing some lead and would meet his uncle at a golf event to tell him everything. I wanted to talk to Dad one last time before Darren exposed Mom, but he wasn't around. That's when I noticed an invite to the same golf event on Dad's table. I quickly took a cab and reached the venue. The place was huge, and I was running out of time, and that's when I spotted an old lady climbing onto a golf cart. "Excuse me, ma'am. I'm really sorry for what I'm about to do, but it's an emergency." With that, I shoved the lady aside, slid inside the cart, and zoomed off, despite her screams and protests. Please ignore my driving skills here. I'm actually a very safe driver. You can ask my friends. They say I drive like a grandma, and that's a compliment. Anyway, after crushing a bunch of feet and getting chased by a mad golfer, I finally spotted Dad and Mom in a corner talking to Mr. Sharman. Dad pulled out some papers, and Mr. Sharman was about to sign them when I got out of the cart, lunged at him, snatched the pen, and threw it away. "Julia, what are you doing?" "Sorry, where are my manners? I apologize for the outburst, Mr. Sharman, but your girlfriend, and unfortunately, my mother, has been stealing from you. And now she wants you to sign over money for Dad's business so she can steal that too and leave forever." "What is this rubbish? Darling, don't believe her. She's lying."
Oh, no, she's not.
I turned around and saw Darren walk in with all the evidence we'd collected and some papers. He told everyone how Mom was actually a con woman who'd been running around conning millionaires the last couple of years, and her latest target was Mr. Sharman.
I always had my doubts about you, but I had no proof. But then, you booked this one-way flight leaving for Ibiza tonight, and I chased that transaction to find out about the secret account where you've been stashing away my uncle's money. Wait, you were gonna leave for Ibiza without me? You just bought one ticket? Julia was right. You were gonna take the money and just leave me.
I tried to warn you, Dad, but why did you come back, Mom? You could have conned anyone. Why Dad? Suddenly, Mom looked like a raging mad woman. Because he was such an easy target. Your dad needed money, and I wanted an exit from this miserable relationship with his old hag Sharman. So I decided to use him to get the money and leave the country. I would have been successful if you hadn't butt in, Julia. Seriously, why do you hate me so much? I don't hate you, Mom. I feel sorry for you because you're doomed to stay alone. Have fun in jail. Mom got arrested that day, and I never saw her again. Darren convinced Mr. Sharman to not press charges against Dad, and it took some pleading, but thankfully he agreed. Dad and I were on our way out when suddenly I heard Darren calling my name. Dad left to wait in the car as Darren caught up with me.
I just wanted to say thank you. That can't have been easy for you, watching your mom being taken away.
Honestly, it wasn't that hard, and thank you for not sending Dad to jail.
Actually, I wanted to tell you that I like you, Julia. I kinda have from the first moment we met. Do you think you could go out for a movie and dinner with me as my date?
So I can be another trophy in your Playboy Hall of Fame? I politely decline.
Will you listen for a minute? All those girls you saw me with are blind dates my mom set up. She's dying for me to find a girl I can settle down with. I clearly don't like her choices because I've had eyes for you only.
Oh, well, that's flattering. But you'll have to woo me and treat me like a lady and work your way to my heart. Darren's still trying his best to impress me, and I'm almost in love with him. Okay, fine, I am in love with him. We're getting engaged soon, and all of you are invited to the party.
I'd just settled into the couch with my snacks and my movie when suddenly the doorbell rang. Flippity flippin' flamingo. Can't a woman have a moment of peace in her own house? Why is someone here at midnight? I was marching towards the door when I stopped short. Ow. Why is someone here at midnight? Hello? Who is it? There was only silence. Are you a robber? Dude, I just took my kids to the dentist today, so I'm broke. Try your luck with the big house down the street. Again, no reply, but I could see a weird shadow against the door. Are you an alien who's accidentally landed on planet Earth? Run away while you still can. It's too late for the rest of us. Still, no answer, but I heard a muffled laugh. Look, I've been having a rough time lately, and I am so not in the mood for this. So I'm warning you, I'm coming out with an axe, and I am not afraid to use it. I flung the door open and jumped back, half expecting to be attacked. But when the porch light fell on the face under the weird hat, I recognized someone I thought I'd never see again. Milo? Not a phone call or text for 12 years, and now you just show up at my door at midnight? Did someone die?
Hi, long time no see. Yeah, here's the thing, Jen. Thousands of people across the globe will die soon if you and I don't travel back in time and fix a tiny mistake you made in high school. Can I come in?
I was hoping this was the part I'd wake up and realize it was just a stupid dream that made no sense. Yeah, no such luck. Hi, I'm Jennifer, the oldest MC of My Story Animated. By the way, Mr. Director, I don't appreciate how everyone on set has been telling me I look very good for my age. That's something you'd say to someone in their 60s. I'm just a hot 35-year-old.
Sorry, I think I'm catching something from one of my kids. Nasty buggers. Anyway,
I'm old enough to be your mom, so y'all better show some respect and strap in for my story because it's gonna be da bomb. Okay, no one says that anymore? Whatever. Now, before I continue, please like and subscribe to MSA. I'll give you a quick walkthrough of my past. It's kinda important. I was born on December 27th, 1983, a cute lump of fat weighing 10 pounds, 8 ounces. I was an only kid, so my childhood was carefully documented by my adoring parents. Cute, still cute. Then, yikes! Puberty hit, and that was just ugly, hella ugly. I had it all. The braces, the unibrow, the baby fats still holding on tight. I didn't think I'd recover from that phase. So I worked hard on being smart and funny. Then, boom! I turned 16 and had a big crush on a boy. Lost the weight, lost the braces, and people started using a word for me that I hadn't heard before. Pretty. I was class valedictorian, voted most likely to succeed, and the girlfriend of the football team captain. Alex was an absolute dreamboat. You just had to see him in action once and you knew this guy was gonna be a star. We dated all through university and got married after graduation. Alex's career was on the rise. I was about to start my PhD. Life was peachy, blah, blah, blah. But then one day, Alex had a terrible injury during a game. And soon after, the doctors told him he could never play professionally again. It was a huge blow. And with a kid on the way, I had to quit my PhD program and get a job as a high school science teacher. Alex was depressed and bedridden for months. But when he got back on his feet, he was even worse.
Babe, I've got an amazing idea. We're opening a ramen place.
We don't know the first thing about making ramen.
I'm 1/8 Japanese. It's gotta be in my blood.
It wasn't. We filed for bankruptcy 6 months later.
I bought a flock of sheep, babe. It's a great investment. We'll double our money in 6 months.
We didn't. Unless we're talking about losses. Yeah, we doubled those.
I'm growing mushrooms in the garage. I'm growing avocados in the garden. I'm investing in a video game for bored 70-year-olds.
I tried to be supportive, knowing that he'd lost his big dream career. But the debts were piling, the fights were becoming more frequent, and we were drifting further apart. 10 years later, we decided to separate and see how we felt about it. But the one true joy of my life was becoming a mom to my daughter Stella, followed 5 years later by her twin brothers, David and Beckham. No matter what happened, this love I had for my kids was forever.
So were sleepless nights, piles of laundry, cleaning, doctor visits, viruses, diapers, more piles of laundry, cleaning, homework, tantrums, crying, more crying, bawling like a baby in the bathroom. Yeah, okay, the last one is me. Why are you telling me this morning that you need cupcakes for your entire class today?
I put it on the fridge schedule a month ago, left sticky notes all over the house a week ago, and set a reminder on your watch for yesterday.
Your brother stuck my watch in a jar of Nutella. David Beckham, why do you keep taking your clothes off? That's the opposite of getting dressed.
I'll be the only kid who didn't get anything for the class picnic.
No, sweetie, wait. Let's see what we got. Here's a jar of peanut butter and some cookies. Ew, no, those are stale. You want to take some prunes? They're great for constipation.
Mom, I'll tell the teacher you forgot. It happens.
Oh, no, you won't. I know how judgy those teachers are. We're stopping at a bakery. Boys, I swear if you don't stop running this second, I'll call an elf who will call Santa and tell him not to get you any Christmas presents.
You don't know an elf? Yeah, we don't believe you.
I'm your mother, and mothers never lie to their children. Now get dressed before I call the goblin who eats twins for...
Hey, lady, can you control your kids? One of them took my cookie.
Oh, God, so sorry. I'll get you another one.
A coffee, too. The other brat stuck his gross finger in it.
Okay, sure. But you don't have to be so angry. They're just kids.
Yeah, I'm angry at you. Clearly you suck as a mom and didn't teach them any manners.
Excuse me? You want to say that again to my face?
Did you think I said it to your butt the first time?
Oh, you want a piece of me, buddy?
Mom, please don't.
You're crazy. I'm out of here.
I need to pee. I need to pee too.
For the last time, you don't need to take your shoes off to pee. After we returned from the bathroom, I turned to the lady at the counter. How many cupcakes do you have here?
2 dozen.
I'll take them all, please.
I can't sell them all to you.
Why not?
What if someone else comes around for a cupcake?
What do you care if one person buys them or 10 people do? You just want sales, right?
No, I want to make people happy.
Then go be a party clown in your free time. But right now, I need you to sell me those cupcakes. I'll pay you $10 extra.
No.
Give me it! I jumped behind the counter and started taking out the cupcakes. The lady started wrestling with me and screaming for security. I pushed her, she pushed me back, and I went flying straight into a baker walking out of the kitchen with someone's wedding cake. I'll never forget that moment. Me, covered head to toe in white frosting, the salesperson still screaming, everyone in the cafe, including my children, looking absolutely terrified, and in the doorway stood Alex, looking as handsome as ever, holding hands with a leggy redhead who looked like she'd stepped out of a magazine.
Mom, are you okay?
Yes, sweetie. I'm fine. I'm not fine. I feel like I'm one of those hamsters on a wheel, and the wheel never stops, and I'm running and running, but somehow I've gained weight. How did that happen?
You had 3 kids, honey, and you're an amazing mom.
No, I'm not. The twins are adorable, but they're maniacs. And Stella is so smart, and I'm constantly disappointing her. She knew Alex was dating someone for months, and she didn't tell me to protect my feelings. A 10-year-old shouldn't have to do that.
How do you feel about Alex having a girlfriend?
I know the marriage has long been over, but I just wasn't expecting him to get over it so quickly, you know?
I know.
So, yeah, we got a divorce with shared custody of the kids. I became kinda friends with Cassie or Katie or whatever that dumb redhead's name is, and life went on. Now it was Alex's turn to keep the kids overnight, and I had big plans for myself, which were rudely interrupted. You have white hair now.
You have a bigger butt now.
You checked out my butt?
Don't sound so excited. I just made a logical guess.
Milo, you want to tell me where you've been for 12 years? You just suddenly left town without so much as a goodbye? Oh, wait, what day was that? Yeah, my wedding day. And you were the best man.
I told you I had a brainwave related to my research. Also, you know I hate people and weddings and happiness in general.
You left me a text, and I haven't heard from you since. Why come and see me now?
Because we have to travel back. Okay, sit down and I'll set up a PowerPoint presentation.
Use your words and make them make sense.
Okay. So, do you remember what we were doing on the night of 15th December 2000?
Sometimes I'm in the shower and can't remember if I just shampooed my hair. So no.
Do you remember that you were a nosy person and you suspected something shady was happening in the abandoned warehouse in our town and you dragged me there one night to find out more?
Oh yeah, I remember that. And I was right. It was some super freaky science lab. But then we went back a week later and it was gone.
Yeah. Have you heard about the xenovirox virus?
I recently read about some cases in the news.
Soon it'll be a lot more, all over the world. Apparently the virus was created in that shady science lab by some people in government as biological warfare.
What? No way!
Do you remember that when we were in the lab, you accidentally bumped into some things on a countertop?
Did I?
You knocked over a vial and the liquid in it got mixed with fluid in another beaker. That was the vaccine. Because of your mishap, the scientist working on it got the wrong result, and he concluded that the vaccine was impossible to make. The project was shut down because it was too risky having a virus from which no one could be protected.
So it looks like I did a good thing?
You'd think so, but there's no way to really destroy a virus. It was kept in a secure facility all these years, and I don't know how and when exactly, but it escaped, and it's spreading like wildfire now. And because of your accident, the vaccine for it was never made.
Oh my god. Well, someone will make it now, won't they?
Not fast enough. Jen, it's really serious and we gotta go back and fix this.
What do you mean, go back?
Didn't I already mention the time travel thing? Yeah, so I stumbled upon a rip in the space-time continuum, which helped me to discover the way to open portals whenever I want and travel to the past. That's what I've been working on for almost 2 decades now.
Oh, no. Jennifer, please wake up from this terrible dream.
Is it that bad meeting me after all this time?
Yes, because not a single thing you've said has been good or made sense. How do you even know all this about the vaccine and the virus?
Time travel. I just told you. You used to be a lot smarter, Jen.
You actually expect me to believe you're a time traveler?
If there's anyone who'll believe me, I expect it to be you.
I looked into his sharp blue eyes and knew he wasn't kidding. Okay. If you've traveled back in time, why didn't you just fix the problem yourself?
Believe me, I tried. But I can't seem to do it alone, and I can't ask anyone else. Come on, we gotta go now.
I have this night to myself, Milo, and I don't want to be some hero and save the world. I just want to watch a movie and fall asleep 5 minutes after it starts and have pancakes in the morning. And no, I won't have to make 3 dozen pancakes or eat the cold ones. Fresh, hot pancakes just for me, and coffee, and peace. Let me have this, please.
Jen, everyone you love is at great risk. Do it for your kids.
No, that's just emotional blackmail.
Is it working?
Yeah, fine. It's working. Let's go, you weirdo.
You're gonna go like this?
Yeah? What's wrong with this?
Oh, nothing. You look lovely. Is that mustard or barf on your coat?
Shut up.
Put this hat on, please.
Yay! I get a funky hat too. Next, Milo took out a cube, placed it on the ground, and it sprang up into a tent. Hey, I need one of those collapsible things for camping with the kids.
That's the astral tent. It's my time machine. Now, I just need a minute to set up the temporal destination.
I'd followed Milo here, curious to know what he was going on about. But it just hit me then. Milo was actually mental. He'd really lost it. Oh, you poor baby.
What's going on?
Nothing, sweetie. It's all okay. I'm here for you, but you need help. Professional help. Do you understand what I'm saying, Milo?
No. Can you get your hands off my face?
I hear there's really nice places now for people like you, and you'll get the help you need, and I'll come visit you, I promise.
Are you talking about a mental institution? I'm not crazy.
Of course not, sweetie. You're special.
Cut it out. If you think I'm crazy, why did you come with me?
I don't know, Milo. Maybe I just came along because I'm actually really happy to see you, even though I've been pretending otherwise. And maybe a small part of me thought, hey, he's a genius. Maybe he really did invent time travel, and you're in for an adventure, Jen, which would be a nice change from your mundane life. But you just pitched up a tent in a field and gave me a stupid hat, and this is also ridiculous. I'm going home. Just as I turned to leave, I heard a buzzing sound from behind me, and I gasped. The tent was glowing.
It makes that sound when it's warming up. You want to put that hat back on?
Okay, then. As we stood outside the tent, I could feel my heart racing with excitement. Was this really happening?
Before we go in, you gotta remember 3 rules of time travel. Number 1, and the most important, don't change anything in the past. You have no idea what happens when we pull out a single thread in the fabric of time. It can have a butterfly effect and change many outcomes, possibly for the worse.
Aren't we going back to change something?
We already know that has a really bad outcome, so we're gonna risk it. Change nothing else, okay?
Got it.
Number 2, you can't get recognized by anyone. Tell no one who you are under any circumstances.
Done.
Number 3. Okay, I think I don't have a number 3. So just 2 important rules of time travel. Also, I gotta warn you, as we travel, you will experience nausea, headaches, dizziness, stomach cramps, palpitations, sweats, and feel like someone kicked you in the back.
Sounds like 9 months of pregnancy. Been there, done that.
Okay then. You ready?
This is insane. Yes, okay. I'm ready.
It's good to see you too, by the way. Now, 1, 2, 3, go.
Oh my god. That was amazing. I feel so alive. Woohoo!
I'm gonna barf!
I followed Milo out of the tent, and my heart caught in my throat. I knew this place. It was the football field in our high school.
I'm fine. Thanks for asking. Uh-oh. I think I kind of made a small mistake.
How big is small when we're talking about time travel?
I just got us here a little earlier than planned. But don't worry, you'll be back at your house the same night I visited you. We just got a couple of extra days here.
As long as I get back on time. Where's my cell phone?
Jen, the iPhone wasn't released till 2007. It doesn't exist right now. Welcome to the winter of 2000.
Man, this is so freaky and so dope. You must be so impressed with yourself.
Who wouldn't be?
Milo said we'd be staying at his place where no one would notice us, and I knew why, of course. He'd been adopted as a kid by an eccentric businessman who loved him dearly, but was away on business a lot, and growing up, Milo was often home alone in a huge mansion. We climbed over the wall, walked across the garden, and slipped through a half-opened window. I still couldn't get over how weird it was to sneak through these familiar hallways. We slipped into a room in the unused wing of the mansion and settled in to sleep for the night.
You still awake?
Of course I'm still awake. I'm so excited to be here, Milo. I can't wait to go around town, visit our school, see my parents. You know what this means, right? My mom is still around.
Jen, you can't be out and about.
I just want to see.
Can you imagine how freaked out your parents would be if they saw and recognized the older you, or if you bumped into your younger self? We don't know what your past self would do if she saw her future self, and it could have serious consequences for your present. We have to stay low, do what we came to do, and go home. You got it?
Yeah, of course. Of course I wasn't staying in. I'd be careful. But how many times does one get to travel back to their frickin' past? So the next morning, I woke up early, locked Milo in the room so he wouldn't follow me too soon, and sneaked out of the house. I knew my parents would have left for work by now, so I'd see them later. That meant I was going to visit the most important place in my teenage life, high school. No one even asked me who I was as I entered the premises, and it looked like I'd walked onto the set of Mean Girls. The really low-rise jeans, fitted crop tops, butterfly clips, tattoo chokers, and everything with sequins looked like crimes against fashion to me now. I walked out into the main courtyard, and my heart skipped a beat as I caught sight of a young Milo on a bench, lost in a book on quantum physics. I'd always thought he was cute in his careless, genius way, and he had a bit of a fan following.
Hey, Milo, I was wondering if you could help me with my math assignment.
I could, but I won't.
Okay, who cares about stupid math anyway? I just came to ask if you'd go to the spring dance with me.
Is it spring already? I hadn't noticed.
So, is that a yes or no?
A yes or no to what?
The dance, Milo?
Oh yeah, that. Nope, nada. Hard pass. Never gonna happen.
Why not? Am I that unattractive?
To me, yes. Objectively speaking, you're an above-average specimen of the female species.
Come on, stop pining for Jennifer and just say yes.
Are you sure you know the meaning of pining? Can you even spell it?
I don't understand quantity science, but I know when a guy wants a girl. But she's with Golden Boy now, so you should move on. With me.
The only thing I'm pining for is peace. So fine, give me that math assignment. Jeez, were you raised by wolves with underdeveloped brains? It's all wrong, literally all of it. I'll solve it in my lunch break and you leave me alone. Deal?
As Milo walked away without waiting for an answer, I saw a troubled look across his face. I'd sometimes thought Milo and I had a spark, but he'd never said anything, and I always assumed he didn't want to be more than friends. I made my way to the football field next, knowing exactly what to expect. Alex bunking his classes to practice football. But as I got closer, it nearly took my breath away seeing him playing and looking so vibrant, and my heart broke a little knowing how that dream had ended.
Hey lady, who are you? And why are you staring at that boy?
Hey, it's not a crime to stare at your husband. And by that I mean the coach. Beautiful man. Can't keep my eyes off him.
Coach Jackson is your husband? I didn't know he was married.
Husband-to-be. Hopefully, if I can put a ring on it. Okay, I gotta pee. Be right back. I ran off in the direction where I remembered the bathrooms were and decided to wait it out in case the janitor was still outside. But as I was wandering through the hallway, I suddenly saw Alex walk in with his ex-girlfriend, Bianca. Oh God, I couldn't risk being seen by them. I slipped through the first door close to me and realized it was the boys' locker room. I heard footsteps coming closer, so I jumped into an empty closet seconds before Alex and Bianca came in. And then they started kissing. What the actual heck? Alex was cheating on me in high school?
Bianca, we can't keep seeing each other. I have a girlfriend I really like.
So, I have a boyfriend I really like too. Why can't we have some fun on the side? Yeah, we fought a lot when we were together, but we always had great chemistry.
That witch!
No, I can't. Look, this is too stressful and it's giving me an ulcer. And I need my head in the game before the big championship. We're not seeing each other again, okay?
Okay, if you say so. Now give me one last.
Alex, are you in there? Can I come in? That was me. That was my 17-year-old voice.
Oh my God, it's Jen. I'm changing. Give me a minute.
A minute? What'll happen in a minute? Are you gonna do some magic trick to make me invisible?
And suddenly, without warning, Alex shoved Bianca in the closet I was hiding in, and I barely managed to press myself to one side and hold my breath.
You can come in, Jen.
Seeing myself look so young and beautiful made me want to cry. I was a goddess. Hey, babe, missed you in class again. You're gonna flunk chemistry at this rate.
No one's gonna care when I'll be a rich, famous football player.
And then he pulled me in for a kiss. How could he kiss me with that same stupid mouth he'd used to kiss stupid Bianca, who I wanted to strangle? I just wanted to check if you wanted to go with me and Milo to this science exhibit at the museum after school. His dad got special passes.
Gross. I'd rather be hit by a car.
Seriously, it's by this really cool scientist who's worked on a quantum entanglement. You're not even listening anymore, are you?
Of course I'm listening. You said blah blah something, blah blah blah. Why you're even friends with Milo, I'll never understand.
He's my best friend, and he's really cool.
He's a dork, and he acts like I'm some dumb jock. You guys have fun, babe. I've got a thing with a friend anyway.
As the two walked out hand in hand, I could see Bianca smirking.
Yeah, the thing with a friend is a makeout session with me. Stupid Jen.
Gosh, you slimy little...
Ah!
Bianca jumped out of the closet like she'd been electrocuted, staring at me in shock. I was so close to getting out unnoticed. Stupid me.
Who are you, you pervert? How long have you been hiding here and spying on boys half your age?
What? No, I can explain.
Go ahead then.
Okay. Yeah, so I do have an explanation, and it's a really good one, too. And suddenly, Bianca let out an earth-shattering scream. I shoved her back in the closet and ran for my life. Apparently, not fast enough for a teenager.
Someone catch that woman! She was hiding in the boys' locker room! She attacked me!
And before I knew it, I had half the school running after me as I was headed for the gates. I'd never be able to outrun these kids. And if I got recognized, I was done for. Milo would kill me. And then suddenly, I saw him approaching me fast on some old bicycle.
Hop on, quick!
Milo pedaled away furiously, but we still had people after us. Can you go a little faster?
I'm trying, but you're kind of... I don't cycle professionally, you know?
I'm kinda what, Milo?
Well, a little chunkier than I remember.
Did you just call me chunky?
No, I said chunkier. There's a subtle difference. Stop distracting me.
Milo swerved into some street, after which we ditched the bike, ran down several narrow alleyways, crossed a main road, and finally ran into a park where we collapsed behind a huge tree.
What were you thinking?
I'm sorry. I know I should have listened to you, but I just couldn't help myself. Thank you for coming in time.
You're not welcome.
Milo, it was so cool. I saw you and my younger self, and I was hot. I don't remember being that hot. Do you remember that?
I really don't.
Also, I caught Alex making out with his frickin' ex, Bianca. Can you imagine? Milo just stared at me quietly. Why don't you look shocked? Wait, did you know back then?
I'd heard some rumors.
And you never told me?
Ow! I wasn't sure if they were true, okay? And it's not like you would have listened to me back then. I told you he was too stupid for you. A dimwit, a moron, a buffoon. But did you ever listen? No!
You thought everyone was stupid.
You wouldn't have taken me seriously no matter what I'd said, Jen. You had stars in your eyes for that guy. He was perfect.
Apparently not. So what, our entire relationship was a lie? And Alex never really loved me?
I hate siding with Alex, but I don't think that's true. I think he did really love you, the best he knew how.
I guess. If only I'd known, though, maybe my life would have been totally different.
No use dwelling on the past, right? Now, listen, we have to stay inside, especially since we've got people looking for us.
I just have one tiny favor to ask.
No.
Hear me out.
No.
Milo, I want to see my parents once, okay? Mom just left without a word. 2 weeks from this date, actually. And I haven't seen her in 18 years. I won't interact with anyone, and I'll just see them through the window having dinner. It'll be nighttime, so no one will notice me.
Fine, just one look through the window, and I'm coming with you.
And later that evening, as we crept up to my house, my heart almost exploded. There was Mom, as lovely as I remembered, and Dad laughing and looking like a completely different person from now. Milo had joined us for dinner, and we were picture perfect.
I loved how you guys always made me feel like I was a part of the family.
I still don't understand why she left us. Just like that. It broke Dad's heart. Well, it broke mine too. I felt Milo slip his fingers through mine, and we watched for a few more minutes before we left.
How about we get pizza from our favorite spot and talk tonight? We've got a lot of catching up to do.
Sounds like a plan. And God, I've missed Gianni's pizza. Best in the world. This is the worst pizza in the world. Why does the marinara sauce taste like wet socks?
The pepperoni is like rubber. How come we didn't notice this before?
I don't know, man. This is inedible, and I'm starving. Can we explore your kitchen, please? Your dad's a millionaire. Why do you only have eggs in the fridge?
Because he wasn't around much and I wasn't interested? I don't mind you boiling some eggs.
Why should I do it? It's your house. Or is it my job because I'm a woman? I didn't know we'd traveled back to 1950.
Jeez, it's not a feminist issue. I'll boil them.
Do you even know how to boil eggs?
I'm a scientist. Of course I know.
The stove turns on the other way, genius. God, men are such useless babies. Give me that. I'll do it.
I can handle boiling an egg, woman.
I don't have the energy to bicker like an old married couple. Just let me do it. As we both pulled at the saucepan, it went flying out of our hands and landed with a loud clunk on the floor. Milo immediately pulled me into the tiny pantry, and we waited with bated breath, expecting some servant to come running in. I think no one heard us. We can go out now.
Let's give it a few more minutes. We can't risk getting caught.
I felt acutely aware of how close Milo was and how he seemed to be analyzing my face.
You haven't changed much since high school, you know?
Liar. Just earlier today you said I'm chunkier.
I just meant you're not a skinny teenager anymore. And you look great. I'm sure you get asked out all the time.
Oh no. I'm probably known as the lunatic mom of 3 kids in my town. I attacked a salesperson and destroyed a wedding cake at a bakery not too long ago.
Oh, God. I wish I'd been there to see it.
I don't like that crazy, angry side of me at all. And yeah, that would make anyone run away if they were interested in the first place, which I highly doubt.
I doubt the opposite.
Suddenly, Milo was even closer and tucking away hair behind my ear, and my arms were going around his neck, and I could feel his breath on my face. And just as I leaned in, the door burst open, and we stared in complete horror at a younger Milo who was staring back at us.
Don't move. Don't breathe.
He's literally staring at us.
I think he's sleepwalking. I used to do that. I'm not sleepwalking. Are you? Me? From the future? No. And that's older Jen. This is just a dream, Milo. You'll wake up from it soon. Well, that's disappointing. For a minute, I got excited thinking you'd come from the future to tell me time travel is possible, and Jen and I ended up together. It's not. And we didn't. Oh, okay. Good to know. Can I grab those cookies? Thanks.
And then, young Milo just walked away. Oh my God, what just happened? Do you have any memory of this encounter since you met your future self in your past?
I hadn't thought about this in years. But yeah, now I remember having this weird, vivid dream as a teenager about meeting our future selves. I thought that's all it was. A dream. This is insanely cool.
Also, let me get this straight. 17-year-old you wanted us to end up together? Milo's face flushed.
I thought you always knew I liked you, but deliberately ignored it. So I assumed you just wanted to be friends.
I suspected it sometimes, but you never said or did anything.
There was never a good time.
We only saw each other every day.
You had a crush on someone first, and then there was someone else, and then there was Alex.
Alex was the first serious relationship. The rest were just crushes, Milo. I may have even lied about one of them to get some reaction out of you.
Wait. Hold on. Back up. So that means you liked me too?
Maybe. Okay, yes. There were times when I thought we could be more than friends, but you were always so inexpressive and in your head. I never knew what you really wanted.
So this is my fault?
Looks like it. Also, is this why you disappeared from my wedding?
I really was making groundbreaking progress on my time travel work. I was totally consumed by it and didn't need any distractions. But yeah, I thought seeing you actually walk down the aisle with that dumb jock would be a bit hard.
Maybe if you said something, it would have turned out differently. Things with Alex weren't always perfect, even when it looked like they were. But I guess this is how it was meant to be. You know what? I'm exhausted. I'm gonna call it a night. The next morning, we decided just to focus on what we had to do that night to make sure the scientists' vaccine experiment didn't get messed up. Can't we go to the lab earlier today and remove the equipment so I never bump into it?
That place is guarded at all times. The only opportunity we have is what our younger selves have discovered all those years ago. There's a half-hour gap between guards changing shifts at night.
Which is also the time our younger selves will be breaking in, and we can't be seen by them.
Exactly. We can only follow them carefully and actually prevent the accident from happening at the time it happens. When you bump into the equipment, there's a 3-second window between the liquid falling from the vial and going into the beaker. We have to be hiding behind that counter already so we can stop that. I've tried it a few times, but I can never do it fast enough.
When you have 3 kids, you have superhuman reflexes. It'll be a piece of cake for me. It felt surreal as we hid in the bushes outside the warehouse, observing young Jen and Milo ahead of us, and we waited for 5 minutes before we climbed through the window they used to get in. Milo, I'm stuck. Push the window up a bit more.
It seems to be jammed. How are you stuck? I just came through this too.
I guess my butt is just bigger than yours, isn't it? Just do something. Milo pulled hard at my arms, and I finally got through and landed on him with a soft thud. We waited breathlessly for a few seconds to see if someone had heard us, then went down the passageways that led to the lab. We slipped in quietly behind young Milo and Jen, then crouched on the floor and crawled over behind the counter. What the heck is going on in this place?
I don't know. Half of this stuff has biohazard signs on it. I really think we shouldn't have come here. I told you so.
Shut up.
It's gonna happen in 10 seconds. Are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
We counted down the seconds, my heart pounding in my ears, and the second we heard young Jen crash into the equipment, I leapt up, reached for the beaker, and pulled it away just before the liquid from the vial fell into it. And I felt a strange ripple in the air, like something major had changed.
Hey, are you okay? Look, we gotta get out of here before someone finds us.
As the two ran out, Milo and I slowly got up, my hands still shaking as they were clutching onto the beaker. I actually did it!
Oh my God, Jen. We've just averted a huge future catastrophe. Now, let's get out of here before we cause another one.
We ran out the way we'd come, climbed out the window, and saw young Jen and Milo sneaking off ahead of us. We decided to take a breath and give them a head start. But just a few minutes later, several black cars came at full speed and halted in front of the warehouse. Milo and I quickly ducked behind a bush. And then I saw something which made my heart drop. As the car doors opened, several people in lab coats and black suits stepped out, and one of them was my mom. Without even realizing, I let out a loud cry, and Milo clamped a hand over my mouth. Mom looked around sharply, and for a second, I thought she was staring right at me.
Did someone else hear that?
No, what did you hear, ma'am?
Just a strange sound. Maybe it was an animal.
As she was about to walk into the building, she suddenly turned to a bodyguard.
Search the premises to make sure we don't have any unwanted visitors. And if you find someone, you know what to do.
As the men started spreading out, Milo quietly dragged me backwards towards the fence. He lifted a plank to let us through, and then we ran as fast as we could. Milo, stop. I can't breathe. My mother. She's somehow a part of this horrible virus project? Did you know she was involved?
I swear I didn't. The last few times I went into the lab, I escaped before these cars got here. It's my first time seeing her, too.
This is ridiculous. My mom was known for the best freaking apple pies in this town. That's what she was known for. How can that cold, scary person be my mom? How could she be part of creating a weapon?
I'm so sorry, Jen.
Milo hugged me tight as I sobbed into his chest. I want to go home, to my present. Can we just go now?
Yeah, I just need to get my briefcase from my house. Then we're going home.
I was still in shock as we made it back to Milo's. He told me to wait in the garden while he got his briefcase. But moments later, I saw young Jen and Milo come out of the house, and I immediately hid. I saw them walking down the driveway. But then suddenly, he took my arm.
Jennifer, there's something I need to say to you.
You never call me Jennifer. This sounds serious.
It is, and it isn't. I mean, it is, but it's not that big a deal. Like, either way, I'm gonna be fine. Like, I'm cool. You get me?
Are you having a stroke?
No, I'm trying to say something here, okay? And I have to do it tonight or I'll lose courage and never say it.
I didn't remember having this conversation with Milo before, and suddenly, I felt that weird ripple in the air that I'd felt in the lab, like something big was changing.
You know you can say anything to me. I'm your best friend.
Yeah, of course. Well, that's the thing, actually. How long have we known each other now? 4 years, I guess. So in that time, the thing is, Jennifer, I have to confess that
What the heck?
I think I'm in...
And suddenly, I desperately started making sounds like a crow.
Oh, God, what is that? Sounds like a bird being murdered.
It doesn't sound like a bird from this planet.
The car is ready to drop Miss Jennifer home, sir.
I gotta go. It's late. Let me know if you find that poor, tortured creature.
Young Jen left in the car, and young Milo stood there looking after her, then went back to the house with his head hanging. And I was still reeling with shock when I heard Milo behind me.
Hey, we're good to go.
I turned around and pounced on him. What did you do?
What? Why are you attacking me?
What did you do?
Ow! Get off of me and stop pulling my hair! What is the matter with you?
You did something, Milo. I know you did. I don't remember you ever coming close to telling me that you were in love with me. So why did I just witness your younger version about to say that to my younger version?
Oh, God, I didn't know he'd do it here and you'd see it.
Tell me what you did!
All right. Remember how last night you were blaming me for never having the courage to say anything? And you have been saying you have a mundane life and you wish things could have been different? So, yesterday when you went to bed, I slipped into Milo's room. I used to write notes to myself as reminders all the time, so I left a note saying that I had to tell you how I felt tonight. I just tried giving my younger self a little push, that's all.
That's all? Are you kidding me? You tried to change a major event, Milo. After all the rules of time travel and your lectures not to change a thing, you actually tried to change our destiny?
I thought that's what you wanted.
That's not what I want now. You should have said something in the past.
That's exactly what I was doing. Why are women so confusing?
No. If your past self had just told my past self how you felt, and if after that I'd decided to break up with Alex, it would have changed the rest of my timeline forever. So when I return to my present, it wouldn't even be the same present.
Would that be so bad? I thought we missed our chance and I could fix it. And it's not like things with Alex turned out great.
I have kids with Alex, and they are the best thing that ever happened to me. If Alex and I never ended up together, I would never have my kids. You almost erased them from existence.
Okay, listen. I know that sounds bad, but if the timeline changed, you would have no memory of your kids in your present. You wouldn't even have ever met them. It would all be different.
And that very thought is making me sick to the stomach. In this moment, I know they exist, and they mean everything to me, and I would choose the same life over and over again just because I got to have them. And you nearly destroyed all of that, and I will never, ever forgive you for this. Take me back home, now.
Jen, I'm sorry. I didn't think it through.
Don't talk to me. I can't even look at you. When we made it back to the present, Milo just said,
I'm sorry,
and disappeared into the night, and my heart felt heavy with anger and knowing I'd probably never see him again. I hugged my kids extra tight when I met them, and over the next few days, we all watched news of the xenovirus virus spreading like wildfire. But the government reassured the public that a vaccine would be made available as soon as the following week, and I breathed a sigh of relief knowing we'd all be safe. And soon after, I took a trip to see my dad. He had become a recluse over the years, and I'd kind of resented him because I always felt he knew the truth about why Mom left and kept it from me. Dad, don't ask me how, but I know Mom was involved in a shady government project related to the xenovirus virus. I deserve some answers. So if you know more about it, please just tell me now. And finally, he did.
I knew your mother was a government official, but her work was always confidential. The night she left us, she told me that she was part of an illegal project involving the creation of a virus as biological warfare, which had been shut down and everyone involved in it was considered a criminal. So she had to go on the run and leave the country immediately. I was just trying to protect you. I didn't want you to think she was a monster. Honestly, I haven't heard a word from her since.
I'm really sorry you had to carry that burden alone. I wish you'd told me.
No, I wish I had too, and we wouldn't have drifted apart.
We can still fix that, Dad. The truth about Mom was a bitter pill to swallow, but it was better to have some closure, and I got close to Dad again. I even felt more at peace with my decision to divorce Alex. Well, sort of. You know, Alex, I really am sorry that you didn't get to live your football dream. I know it meant everything to you.
Wow. Thank you. Yeah, it was really hard. Ow! Why did you just kick me?
That's for cheating on me. Don't even deny it. I know you did.
What? When?
Think long and hard, Alex. It'll come back to you. And try to be a better man now. And seeing my younger self just made me think about the dreams I once had. I decided to apply for PhD programs again. And yeah, it was hard studying while juggling the mom gig, but I was happier than I'd been in years. My anger at Milo faded as months passed by, and I wanted to talk, but I had no way to track him down. But then, as fate would have it, I was running after a bus one day when I bumped straight into him. Literally bumped into him.
Ow! Please don't punch me! I'm already hurting! What, is your skull made of iron?
It's not like I bumped into a feather pillow, and you made me miss my bus.
I don't think you were going to catch that anyway. Any chance we can get coffee and talk?
Sure, but not this cafe. I'm banned from here.
Look, just let me say my piece first, okay? What I did was beyond stupid. It was so reckless even trying to alter our timelines, and no one knows that better than me. There wasn't even any guarantee that you'd have broken up with Alex and ended up with me, or that we would have lasted in a relationship. Maybe I would have never continued working on time travel, and then we'd have never gone back to fix the vaccine. I can't even fathom the repercussions of such an action. I guess I was just really curious about the what if. But I'm so glad you stopped it in time. I know it's a lot to ask for, but is there any chance we can agree that I was a complete moron and you can forgive me one day?
I'm curious about the what ifs too. And I did sounds like I wanted a different life. But I've realized that maybe everything that happened, however it happened, had the best possible outcomes for all of us. I want to believe that. And I guess we were supposed to meet again now after all these years. So why don't we just pick it up from here?
Hi, I'm Milo, a whack job scientist and time traveler. I'm emotionally stunted, but I'm working on it.
Hello, I'm Jen, mom of 3, science teacher and PhD student, also taking therapy for anger management.
Cool. I just really want to know one more thing.
What's that?
What are you doing for the rest of your life?
Musical sensation Cameron Cassie has gone bananas. She's turned the stage into a scene from Jumanji.
And if you don't stop talking, I'll turn you into a scene from The Walking Dead.
Yep, that's me, crazy old Cameron. But I wasn't always like this. There was a time when I was the most patient, quietest person around. Want to know what happened? Then stick around. And yeah, like and subscribe to MSA. I grew up in a big family. And by big, I mean I was the oldest one among 10 siblings. You don't believe me?
Okay, team, let's go.
This is Lana, this is Rose. These are my twin brothers, Brad and Pitt. My twin sister, Hala and Lala. Another sister, Ava, and that's Thanos. Don't ask me why. My parents are huge Avengers fans, and they thought this might be a good idea. Of course it's not. You forgot about me. Again. Just like you forgot me in that park last year. I didn't forget you, Liam. You pooped your pants, so I asked you to stay where you were while I looked for an extra pair of diapers. You were the one who ran behind the squirrel. She was cute. And why didn't you just carry an extra pair of diapers? You were 7. You were supposed to be potty trained by then. My parents worked as hospital nurses, so they didn't have a lot of time, and I had to step up and look after the house and my siblings. They also didn't make much money, so whatever little we had was shared between everyone, and because I was the oldest, I was made to sacrifice the most. I didn't mind that, though. My parents were already working hard enough, so I did what I could to help them out. But sometimes, I wish I could just get a little space of my own, where I could play my guitar in peace. It was a rusty old thing, but I loved it. In this world so big, give me a place oh so tiny, with nobody screaming or acting whiny.
Ah! What the heck was that, guys?
Sorry, Pitt started it. No, I didn't. Brad threw his lunch in my face. I didn't throw it at you. I was just throwing it away.
Why?
Because it's tasteless. I want pizza. I want pizza too.
Did someone say pizza? No one's getting pizza. Go inside and finish your veggies or no TV for a whole week.
So, yeah, things weren't peachy at home, but school was worse. Between house chores and studies, I had no time to make friends and grew up to be an introvert, which somehow made me the perfect target for bullies like Bailey. We'd been classmates all our lives, but ever since her family struck it rich, she became this mean, hostile person with a personal vendetta against me. It didn't make sense. She was the lead drummer of the school band, really popular, and even had her own YouTube channel where she did covers of famous songs. So I just never understood why she was so obsessed with me. Like this one time in high school, I was casually singing my favorite songs when Bailey barged in.
Hi, everyone. So in this episode of Off-Key Talents, we have Cameron Cassie. She thinks she sings well, but she sounds like someone stepping on a squeaky toy. Maybe it's because she's always screaming at her horrible siblings. How many are there again? Can you get that off my face? I'm not comfortable, and I don't care. Anyway, I got what I wanted. You can go back to whiny singing now.
You're not gonna post that, are you?
Bailey just gave me an evil grin and left.
I wanted to scream in her face, but I knew she'd only make my life more difficult, so I kept my head low and went on with my day. But the next morning, I was still in bed when my sister Lana came running
running into my room and told me that the video Bailey posted had gone viral. What? Why would she post that? That's it. I will bite Bailey's head off and then use her hair to mop floors. What are you talking about? People are loving you. You're famous. Lana shoved her phone in my face, and I was shocked to see that she was right. People were calling me inspiring, adorable, amazing, and all sorts of great things. Within a few hours, it had more than 1 million views, and I was famous.
You got pipes, girl. Would love to take you out sometime. You have the most beautiful voice in the world. Will you sign my pizza?
Sure. Bailey sat in a corner, looking totally humiliated, and it was the best day of my life. I was debating whether to thank her or kill her for posting my video without asking me, when suddenly my phone rang. It was some lady who told me that Tucker Wayne, owner of one of the biggest talent agencies in the world, wanted to see me. Apparently, he was assembling an all-girls band and wanted me as the lead singer. The money was great, and he'd even sent me a first-class ticket to New York for the same night. I was pretty excited, but my parents weren't happy.
Who's gonna look after the house?
Maybe we could hire some help?
Don't be ridiculous, Cameron. We don't have that kind of money. Millions of people go to New York every day because they think they can change their lives. What makes you think you're any different? You'll only become disappointed.
And what if I'm successful? This opportunity could change our lives.
Fine, do what you want, but don't come sulking back to me when you fail at this stupid music thing.
I was hurt that my parents didn't support me, but I knew this was my one chance to turn things around. So I packed my bags and left for New York that night. When I arrived, a limo whisked me away to the most stunning building I'd ever seen. Mr. Tucker greeted me warmly and gave me a tour of the studio. The first day of recording was an absolute blast. Everything seemed to be falling into place until a few days later, I was chilling in my hotel room when the door flung open and Bailey walked in. Ah! Bailey? What are you doing here? Your drummer had to drop out because of personal reasons. So Tucker called me in. Why? What do you mean, why? Because I'm talented, you butt face? Talented in making my life miserable. Ooh, someone grew a tongue while I was away. Relax, that was school. But this is real life. I won't bully my own teammate. You can take my word for it. As soon as Bailey left, I spoke to Tucker, and he confirmed Bailey's story. He asked me if I was okay with it, and I wanted to say no, but Bailey was insanely talented, so I let it slide. But the next day, I regretted every bit of my decision. Not only was Bailey somehow more annoying, she was also really controlling. She gave me notes on my singing and would stop the recording every 2 seconds because she wasn't feeling the music. Then one time, in the middle of a performance, she changed the notes to my solo on the spot. What are you doing? Improvising? No, you're messing up my solo. And what are you gonna do about it? Bailey just laughed, and at that moment, something snapped inside me. I closed my eyes, focused on the notes, and sang. When I opened my eyes, the crowd stood still, and then they burst into a massive applause. Everyone was chanting my name, and Bailey looked like someone had pulled her kidneys out. From that moment forward, my life was an absolute whirlwind. We were getting more live shows, doing interviews, talk shows, and I was truly famous. I even got the first ever call from my mom, but it wasn't what I expected. Hey, Mom, I'm so glad you called.
Your sister plays the oboe, you know.
Lana? Yeah, I know.
So let her in your band.
But I thought you hated the idea of getting into music.
I do. But Lana will be going to college soon, and playing oboe professionally will look good on her application. Now, will you help her or not?
I wanted to say no, but Mom was talking to me after weeks, and I didn't want to disappoint her. So I agreed, and a week later, Lana joined me. But I had no idea how to fit an oboe in the band. And Lana didn't seem too interested either. All she did was sleep or order room service all the time, and I barely had any cash left for myself. To make things worse, we were a month away from the album launch, and I still had a bunch of songs to write. In this world so big.
Stop! This is not working out. We need something edgier.
Could we try a different note?
No, I want more emotion. Was there ever a time when you were angry?
Not that I can recall, but maybe when Bailey posted that video of mine without asking me, or the time she dipped my books into spaghetti sauce, or when she tried to spoil my solo on stage.
Darling, you can't let people walk all over you like that. Stand up for yourself. Dig into that rage and come to me tomorrow with a new song.
I spent the entire night replaying the conversation with Mr. Tucker, and when I calmed down, I realized he was right. I was a pushover. Bailey had tormented me for years, and I'd never stood up for myself. My own parents had treated me like a pushover, but not once did they pay attention to what I wanted. And when I finally did something for myself, they tried to snuff that spark out too. Heavy with with rage. I picked up the phone and dialed in. Bailey? Yeah, you're out. You're a bully, and no bullies are allowed in my band. And I cut the call before she had a chance to scream. On a high, I called my mom next. Hey, Mom, Lana doesn't want to be here, and oboe doesn't make sense in this band. I'm sending her home. Finally! I couldn't believe I just stood up to my mom, and to be honest, I felt pretty proud of myself. The next day, I walked up to Mr. Tucker and told him the conversation I had with Bailey. I thought he'd be mad, but instead, he smiled.
Good for you, darling. And don't worry, we'll find a new drummer. Let me hear that new song.
I poured my heart into my song, and Mr. Tucker was so impressed, he sent it straight for recording. He even set up auditions, and within no time, we had a new drummer in our band. A week later, when the song was released, it got more popular than all our live shows combined. We rose to the top of every chart, got invitations to every celebrity show, and Mr. Tucker even extended my contract. I was making more money than ever, and life was pretty good. But the more I leaned into my emotions, the angrier I got, and pretty soon, I was lashing out at everyone. I ordered this salad with ranch. This is blue cheese. What are you doing? Trying to make me fat?
I'm sorry, ma'am. I forgot.
Did you forget to brush your teeth? Did you forget to take a bath? Did you forget to sleep? No? Then how can you forget to follow simple instructions? The waiter ran away crying, and I felt a bit bad. But with the amount of money I was spending, I deserved better service. But the next day, I was making waves on social media for being rude and mean. Apparently, someone from the restaurant posted a video of me screaming at the waiter, and now everyone was out there to get me, including the paparazzi.
Have you always been this spoiled, or has success gotten to your head?
Have you always been this stupid, or did you fall on your way here and damage your brain?
That's inappropriate.
Your face is inappropriate, Jane. You are a terrible interviewer. You should switch jobs because I don't think this one's gonna last that long. I was mad with power, and no matter how much people called me out for it, I just didn't care. I partied like there was no tomorrow, shopped like a crazy person. I was finally living my life the way I wanted to. I didn't even care about showing up at work, and my bandmates tried to warn me, but I was the star of the show. No one would replace me. I thought I was untouchable until one day I walked into the studio and saw Bailey in the recording room. What is she doing here?
Oh no, this is awkward. I was gonna tell you, but you're off the band, Cameron.
Since when? And why?
Because you're a loose cannon, and I can't let you tarnish my reputation anymore.
But I did what you asked me to do, and now you're kicking me out? I'm the star of the band. You can't replace me.
Honey, everyone is replaceable in showbiz. Now, bye-bye. Have a nice life.
I was stunned. Just like Bailey and my mom, Tucker had manipulated and used me. I felt betrayed, but I had no time to sulk. I wanted to show these suckers what I was made of. So I tapped into my network to find a new label, but no one was ready to take me on, thanks to my negative image. And while I struggled to find work, Bailey rose to fame. She was having her first ever solo concert, and it was completely sold out. I couldn't let her win this time, so I crashed her concert, sneaked my way to the stage, and right before Bailey was about to sit down for her performance, I pushed her away. What are you doing? Stealing your thunder, just like you stole mine for years. Cameron's back, baby! I kicked over her drums, and in a moment of pure rage, I grabbed the guitar and smashed it to pieces. Some of the things went flying into the crowd, and everyone started panicking. Show was canceled, security was called in, and I was thrown out of the venue. Tucker even threw me out of the hotel, and thanks to my crazy party expenses, I couldn't afford another place. Eventually, I had to move back home, but I was so messed up in the head, I hardly ever came out of my room. All day, I would watch TV and see Bailey's rise to fame, and it only made me realize the things I'd lost. Then one day, I was sitting in my room when Mom walked in.
You know you can't stay cooped up in here all day, right?
I don't know what else to do. It's not like anyone needs me anymore.
That's not true, Cameron. I was angry at you for moving out and then sending Lana back home. Then I realized that we'd been really tough on you. You were just a teenager, and you deserved to have a life of your own.
So you're not angry at me now?
Of course not, sweetie. We love you. We always will.
My mom hugged me tight, and I felt better than I had in days. With my family by my side, I slowly started picking up my life again. I got back to music and even joined my old high school again. I had to repeat a year, but that was okay. At least I had something to look forward to. One day, while playing in the backyard, one of my sisters recorded a video of me and posted it on YouTube. It went viral again. People were amazed by my transformation and started requesting my old songs. So I played them. Soon, I started getting calls from agencies. One of them asked me if I could perform my singles at their show. The pay was good, the venue was close to home, so I agreed. As I got ready backstage, some
someone tapped on my shoulder. Mr. Tucker.
Great to see you, kid. You've been doing well. Ever thought about coming back?
Aren't you working with Bailey now?
Yes, but she's boring. You're so much better. I will double your pay if you want. Think about it.
As tempting as it was, there was one thing I'd learned in my time in New York. Never let anyone walk over you. So I immediately called Bailey and gave her a rundown of what had happened. Why should I believe you? Because Tucker is a manipulative worm, and I don't want him to ruin your career like you ruined mine. You don't have to believe me, but just watch your back. Wait, thanks for letting me know. It's no excuse, but I'm an only child, you know? And my parents put this insane amount of pressure on me, and your family just seems so big and fun, and I was just jealous. Life's not always as it seems, but we can be a bit kinder to each other. Anyway, glad we had this talk. Same. You know, I really did like your new album. Bailey and I never stayed in touch after that, but I heard she quit and started her own band. As for me, I'm still singing in the backyard and making my own music. That's the best kind.
I stole my dad's car and went with my friend Josh to our town's sketchy hidden gambling place. So, did you find a job yet, or is your dad kicking you out soon? Josh, no one kicks me out, not even my own father. I don't care if he's rich and locally famous and super respected and he's kicking you out. Then I'll go live with my mom. She doesn't want you. She never said that. She's in Spain with husband number 3 and his kids. William, you're gonna be homeless. Then I'll live with you. Huh. My dad hates you. Thinks you're a loser. Man, you studied preschool education. He goes, "What kind of guy studies 4 years to be a nanny?" Serious question. Do you ever correct him? Tell him it's a preschool teacher and not a nanny? Nope. Why would I? He's kind of right. You are the worst friend I've ever had. And yet, here we are. Why? 'Cause you're a loser and can't find a better friend. Man, I don't get it. You're the smartest person I've ever met. A freaking genius with perfect memory. So how are you still such a moron? You know why? It's my stupid sleep schedule. I haven't slept in 4 days, man. I've tried everything. Wherever I go, they hook me up to all these creepy wires for hours. And then they go, "Well, we found nothing. Your brain seems perfect." And yet, here I am, sleepless, tired, all the time. Just then, the police barged in. Turns out the place was illegal and unlicensed. They arrested the owner and kicked the rest of us out. We got in the car. I started the engine, then one of the cops started yelling. "This guy again? What a loser! 4th time we've shut this dump down. And you losers, go home! Stop blowing your money like idiot losers." That's a lot of losers in one sentence, sir. William, shut up. License and registration. He looked at the papers, and something twitched in his expression. He grabbed his walkie. "Yeah, I need the driver out of the vehicle." "What? Why? What did I do?" I was genuinely confused, so I tapped his shoulder to get his attention. Ooh, bad mood. He spun around lightning fast, flipped me over, and slammed me to the ground. "This car was reported stolen." "It's my dad's. It's flagged by mistake, sir. Dad just sold the old plate 5 days ago. Transfer still pending in the DMV backlog. Section 1573B. Clerical mismatch isn't arrest worthy." "You a lawyer, kid?" "Yeah, preschool teacher major. I just read the entire traffic code last month. Insomnia perks." "Nah, he stole it. His dad reported it because he's done with him, man. Told you, you're homeless." "Brilliant. A homeless idiot. And look at this. Expired license, unpaid fines. If you're gonna steal a car, at least try not to be a walking violation. Can't wait to see how you survive on the streets, you spoiled little brat." "Don't call me that. You don't know anything about my life. I've suffered." He hasn't. Don't fall for it, officer. Oh wait, there was that one girl who broke his heart. Shattered it. Every piece smaller than a lentil seed. Well, you'll have plenty of time to think about her in jail. Actually, officer, if he starts crying and sniffling in the holding cell, can you record it for me? I'll give you my number. I do miss her a lot. Hi there, my name is William. People around me think I'm a genius. I'd humbly say I'm above average smart. With one of those stupidly sharp memories that's more annoying than useful most days. You think that means I've got perfect grades, a bright future, a life all wrapped up in shiny potential. Nope. I have severe insomnia. I can go days without sleep, which sounds cool until your brain starts short-circuiting and you start crying over spilled cereal. And yeah, it wrecks my productivity, my focus, my everything. Instead of building empires or curing diseases, I spend my nights playing weird indie video games. And that's why, well, some people think I'm a loser. Until I got recruited by a secret research program, one that experiments on people like me, trying to create humans who don't need sleep. Yeah, things escalated. But let me start from the beginning. I got dragged to a cold cell. The officer shoved me inside. You could be gentle, you know? Or what? You gonna call your mama? Oh wait, she's in Spain with husband number 3. I'm gonna kill Josh. Later, as I sat in the cell, staring at the floor and regretting every decision I'd ever made, my mind wandered back to her. Diana, my high school sweetheart. We were together for 5 years. Even though we were young, we had it all planned out. Finish med school, get married, live a perfect life. We both studied medicine. Well, she studied. I skipped lectures, stayed up playing video games, failed out, and switched majors. I loved her, but I never showed it right. I was immature, selfish, constantly brushing her off. We fought more and more until one day, after forgiving me for the millionth time, she dumped me. I was a fool, and there hasn't been a single day I haven't regretted it. You look so pathetic. Ah! Who said that? A man emerged from the shadows. Apparently, he'd been sitting beside me the whole time. I can't believe they chose you. Choose me? For what? Who's they? Yes, boss. I'm looking at him now. He definitely looks like an idiot, so it's him. Confirmed. Excuse me? You can't just talk about me like that. Don't worry, boss. It's all an act. He was literally curled up 5 seconds ago, sobbing with snot on his face. That was a private moment. Everyone has those. Without warning, the man pressed his hand against a section of the wall. It looked like any other brick until it creaked slightly and swung open from a hidden hinge. There was a narrow, dark tunnel behind it. Before I could react, he grabbed my arm and dragged me inside. My dad will end you when he hears about this. He literally had you arrested. We walked into a massive soccer field. I was never into soccer, only ever saw it in Mr. Beast videos. Then suddenly, the floodlights snapped on. It was blinding. Man, that's too bright. My eyes are too sensitive. I can't even open them. Oh, wow. Who's that goddess? My lord. Wow. Now your eyes work? Weren't they just too sensitive 2 seconds ago? A stunning girl walked toward us, surrounded by bodyguards and assistants. She moved like someone who didn't walk. She arrived. One of the younger assistants accidentally dropped a clipboard while adjusting her earpiece.
Easy. You're doing fine. Don't stress. We're just changing the world.
The assistant nodded, clearly starstruck. Arya turned to a girl with dark glasses and a tight ponytail, standing off to the side with a scowl.
Hey, dear, relax that jaw before it breaks. You're not on trial.
She then finally looked in my direction.
Rex?
I can be a Rex for you? Shut up, man. She's talking to me.
Oh, it's him. No need to double check.
Wait, before you talk, I just want to say, you are the most beautiful girl I've ever seen. And I'm not just saying that because you're surrounded by average, boring-looking girls that make you pop by comparison. No, you're beautiful as a standalone piece.
Mr. William, this is a test. You'll be accompanying me to a high-level event. Think of it as a soft infiltration. Your job is to look sharp, stay quiet, and observe everything.
I have no idea what that means, but I'm in. So I'll be your undercover date. Fake dating is my thing. I've done it like 1,000 times.
No. What date? Ugh, why are men so dumb? Okay, fine. Yes, like my date. Good boy. Me and you, William and Arya, are going to a party. Be ready tonight, okay, dear Willie? Your salary will be $50,000.
Yeah, I can live with that. Wait, 50,000 US dollars or Zimbabwean dollars?
Why would we pay you in Zimbabwean currency?
Great, love that for me. Now, can you move aside so I can pass out comfortably?
Dear God, why am I always stuck with absolute clowns? Rex, get him a proper suit. Not like last time. Those suits look like they were pulled from a thrift store. I know you're pocketing the budget and dressing people in outfits that cost 50 cents.
50 cents? My favorite of all time.
You listen to that kind of music?
Music? What music? I'm talking about 50 cents the second, ma'am. To the candy shop. I take you. To buy the lollipop. I let you. Brilliant stuff. Shut up, man. That night, I was in a limousine with Arya, headed to some fancy party where everyone wore suits, like in Inglourious Bastards. Arya gave off good vibes, confident, sharp, the kind of woman who probably ran a secret feminist book club and didn't tolerate nonsense from men, especially men like me. Arya introduced me to some rich-looking men. One of them had just bumped into the butler and let out a painful yelp. So when he came over to shake my hand, I was still stuck between two sentences in my head. It's my pleasure to meet you, and I'm sorry you're hurt. So when he extended his hand, I blurted out, it's my pleasure to hurt you.
Excuse me?
Oh, pardon him. This is William. He has a perfect sleeping schedule.
Perfect? No, I barely sleep. I once stayed up 3 straight days playing a game where I raised goats on a haunted farm.
Even better. That's exactly what we're looking for. You, kid, are going to be a huge contribution to our research.
What research? Oh, Arya didn't tell you?
I didn't think you'd understand. It's complicated.
That wasn't very nice, but I didn't say anything. Maybe it really was some top secret genius level thing, but I could tell it was about people with messed up sleeping schedules.
So, with that brain of yours, do you speak, I don't know, code, secret language, do puzzles for fun?
Code? Not really. Unless you count that time I decoded the serial killer Unabomber's manifesto at age 13. Just for fun.
You what?
I mean, it was already decoded. I just read it all on Wikipedia during one of my sleepless spirals. He got caught April 3rd, 1996, right? His brother recognized the writing. Everyone blinked at me. I wanted to clarify that I don't try to be weird. It just leaks out when I'm under social pressure. I also know all the US vice presidents in order. It's not a cry for help, I swear. George Washington, John Adams, Thomas Jefferson, and...
I need to go to the bathroom. Come with me, Willie.
Why would I go into the bathroom with you, Ariana?
It's Arya.
She gave me a look. Oh, right. Maybe she just wanted to talk privately, so I followed.
He's perfect. He's a gem. He'll make us rich.
But she really did have to pee. Wait, you actually want me to go into the bathroom with you?
No, you creep. Just stand outside and make sure no one goes in after me.
Goes in to do what?
Kidnap me!
I stood guard. A few minutes later, a very large woman approached. She had a huge coat, big sunglasses, and a wig that looked suspicious. Like movie disguise level suspense. Sorry, ma'am. You can enter once my boss/date is out.
Are you out of your mind, freak?
Oh, no. I've seen this trick before. You yell, I get embarrassed. You get inside and kidnap her? Not happening.
Move aside!
Your heels, red stilettos, size 11. Pretty rare in the women's section, bro. She ignored me and tried to shove past me. I didn't budge. I grabbed the wig and tugged and tugged and tugged. Nothing. She screamed. I panicked. So naturally, I lifted her dress to double check.
This psycho's attacking me! Help!
Yeah, the legs, the body, everything said definitely a woman. I froze. My stomach dropped. Oops. A second later, someone punched me in the face. Security threw me out like a piece of garbage.
I couldn't tell if she was a woman. It was ambiguous.
I sat on the curb outside, humiliated. Then the same woman walked out of the building, her coat bulging like she'd stuff a small mattress under it. She reached the van parked by the curb, glanced around, and casually unfastened her coat. And that's when I realized Ariana was inside it. The woman dropped her into the back of the van. Then she turned to me, paused, and slowly peeled off her wig. Underneath was a bald head, a cold stare, and a smile that made my blood ice cold. Idiot. They kidnapped one of the most important people in this organization right in front of you. It was either that or I got thrown out for attacking a woman who turned out to be a man, but still, Rex snapped. He lunged forward and grabbed me by the collar. Do you even realize what you've done, you stupid piece of dirt? Suddenly, one of the assistants from earlier, huge glasses, sleek black hair, in a perfect silk ponytail, stepped in and pulled Rex back. She raised her eyes in that sharp way Bella Hadid does in photos. She actually looked really pretty. I don't know why I called her average and boring earlier. Darn me sometimes.
Rex, this isn't helping. We need to get her back. I'll handle it, and I'll take him with me.
Him? He's a moron.
A valuable one. Maybe I can convince them to trade her for him. He's a treasure.
Yeah, tell him, lady. Wait, why am I so valuable again?
We're part of a private organization that runs off-the-record research on human subjects. I know how that sounds, but it's for the greater good. Right now, we're studying people who can naturally stay awake for days. The government won't touch human trials. Too much red tape, too much fear, even when the outcome could help millions. We're working to fight chronic fatigue, insomnia, and neurological burnout. Imagine what that could mean for soldiers, doctors, firefighters, people who can't afford to shut down.
Oh, that's amazing! I should tell my online friend to volunteer. His name is Ming Hao. We once stayed up for 4 days straight building a castle in Minecraft. He's in China, or Korea, I don't know, but he's committed. He cried when I accidentally set the sheep farm on fire. I cried too. It was emotional.
Get ready, William. We leave in half an hour. Rex, you'll be on comms. We'll talk through the earpieces. You're our eyes. If anything happens to Arya, I swear I'll never forgive myself. She's the reason I got out of bed some days.
Wait, who kidnapped her?
Our competitor. They're another organization. But unlike us, they run purely on illegal human experimentation. Arya's a genius in the field, and they've been trying to recruit her for months. She kept refusing. So now, they've taken her. They're going to force her to work for them.
You say that so casually. That's horrifying.
It is. That's why we do this ourselves. No backup.
So, secret agents, rogue labs, sleepless experiments, kidnapping, and you're bringing me into this?
Yeah, well, time to be useful for once. Prove you're not just a loser. You're a loser with dreams.
Thank you, I think.
We have to get Arya back. Our idol. Our hero. Our queen.
Our leader. Our guardian. The rest of the team suddenly joined in, forming a weepy group hug. I swear, it looked like a cult.
Our beloved. Our heart and soul.
She's not your god too? The entire circle froze and turned to glare at me like they were ready to commit murder. Soon, we were in some fancy sports car. Arya's assistant was driving. It was a long, tense, weirdly silent ride. The kind where you could practically hear the awkward. So, I didn't quite catch your name when you told me.
I didn't tell you my name.
Okay, so...
So what?
Your name!
Don't yell at me.
I'm not yelling, girl.
Don't call me girl.
Fine, sorry. I'm sorry.
You can call me D.
D. I like that. Sounds like a baby trying to talk. D-do-gee-goo. Come on, don't frown. I'm messing with you.
Why are you messing with me? We're on a mission. Did you mess with Arya like this? Huh? Did you?
Oh, her? Heck no. She's a total snob.
Yeah, that's what you guys do. The second a woman is competent, confident, and knows her job, you call her a snob.
Oh, God.
Arrogant, annoying, selfish, stupid.
I'm not listening to your rant. Be-do-gee-goo-bee-boo. Ba-ba-ma-moo. Just then, someone slammed into us from behind. A loud honk, honk, honk followed. Whoa! Someone's after us! Dee's face went serious. Her jaw clenched. She slapped my thigh twice and snapped.
I'm not burying you today, dummy.
Then she floored it, swerving left and right to lose whoever was behind us. You think they're armed? Want to switch seats? I drive, you shoot with your rifle?
Rifle? You know what? Yes, let's switch. Just drive straight. Got it?
We tried to swap seats, but we hit our heads hard. Ouch! Oh, it's okay. I got you. I slid down awkwardly, tucking my legs under the steering wheel and gently helped her climb over me. My hand steadied her back and her hair brushed my face. For a second, it felt like the world paused.
Now swing around and block their path.
Excuse me? You said drive straight! She didn't answer. Instead, she grabbed the wheel and whipped the car around to face the other vehicle. She pulled out a gun and aimed. The car stopped. A goth-looking teenager stepped out of the car, and a moment later, her blonde mother climbed out of the passenger side as well, wearing oversized sunglasses, clutching her purse, and speaking in a thick, southern accent as she rushed toward us.
Oh my goodness, I'm so sorry, y'all. She just got her license a week ago. I swear she drives like she's in the Fast and Furious movie. We were chasing after you to say sorry.
You could've just yelled sorry and leave us alone?
Oh, bless your heart. I could never do that. There's a little diner just over there. They've got the best pancakes. Come on now, let me treat y'all.
They got ice cream with it?
William!
What? I'm starving! Guys, it's on me. I mean, I don't have money, but I do have my credit card and a salary of $50,000, so no problem.
Oh, hun, come on, pull over.
Just so you know, it's 50,000 Zimbabwean dollars.
Seriously?
What? What if they're actually thieves? You can never be too careful.
Yeah, just like when they kidnapped Arya.
God, this is gonna be a long trip. We sat in a retro-looking diner with neon signs flickering like they were trying to die quietly. Pancakes, fries, and coffee smelled better than any five-star restaurant I've never been to. The southern lady insisted on treating us, and Dee and I were too exhausted to argue. Her goth daughter, still sulking in silence, sat across from me next to Dee, messing with her black nail polish. The mom kept scolding her like we weren't just in a car chase 5 minutes ago.
Ugh, can you stop already? You're embarrassing. No wonder Dad left you for someone my age.
Hey, young lady, don't talk back to your mom.
Shut up. This is all your fault.
How is it my fault?
Mom and I saw you bickering in the car with Dee, and she goes, "See, every mother and daughter fight. It's totally normal. You don't have to act like it's the end of the world."
Wait, why would she think I was the daughter?
Well, I thought you were the mom. But then she said, no, it's two girlfriends. She wanted to prove me wrong, so we got closer to check. Then boom.
Wait, why would you think I was the female from behind? I don't have long hair or like big dangly earrings you can spot from a mile away or a mom cardigan.
See, Mom, cardigans are for moms. Stop buying them for me.
Oh, wow. So that's what I get for buying you things. Not a thank you, just a sass and insults. When was the last time you got me a present?
Literally yesterday.
Telling me you're pregnant ain't a present.
Why not? It makes you a grandma. Maybe then you'll finally stop throwing tantrums every 3 hours.
Guys, let's breathe. First, congrats on the baby. What flavor is it?
What?
I mean, what gender? Sorry, I'm eating. My brain used the wrong word.
Ugh, whatever. You're just some rando we almost rear-ended.
Random? I memorized your license plate while you were tailgating us. Florida tag QX51P9, cracked left headlight, and the We Don't Dial 911 bumper sticker peeling at the corner. So, when are you due?
Who cares? I'm miscarriaging.
Ah, God forbid. Okay, listen. Both of you need to learn how to shut up and actually hear each other. You clearly love each other. You just suck at showing it. Don't be like me. Don't lose the person who truly cared.
Oh, honey.
I rested my head lightly on her shoulder for a second. I've been the idiot who didn't listen. I had someone once, loved me for more than I deserve, but I kept messing up, sleeping in, making excuses, wasting time. She warned me 1,000,000 times, and then she walked away. And every day since, I've blamed myself. I tell myself she's still cheering me on somewhere. It keeps me going. That, and caffeine, and Call of Duty, but mostly her.
Oh, sweetie.
You know, Dee, earlier, when you slapped my thigh and said, "I'm not burying you today," that hit something, because only one person ever said that to me, my ex. Dee finally looked up. Her lips were pressed tight, and she was gripping her coffee like it was keeping her steady. She blinked fast, like maybe if she did it quickly enough, the tears wouldn't come out. Wait, I leaned in and reached for her sunglasses. She didn't stop me. I slipped them off. The moment stretched. Diana? She looked at me, her eyes full, shining, saying everything she wasn't. You've gotta be kidding me. Her face softened, just slightly, and a tiny smile tugged at the corner of her mouth. What happened to your face? She picked up a piece of pancake and threw it at me.
That's what you say? After all this time? Oh, wait. I'm just a boring, average-looking girl, right?
I'm sorry, okay? I really am. I looked at you again later, really looked, and I swear, I was like, darn, she's beautiful.
And yet, you didn't even remember me.
In my defense, you changed everything, including your voice. New hair, thick glasses, colored contacts. Your eyes used to be bright blue. Now they're dark green. I think you got a nose job and a ponytail surgery and maybe chin filler, some cheek filler, possibly some temple work, also buccal fat removal, though that might just be weight loss. I'm not sure.
Wow. And he was mad we thought he was a female?
Hey, he's more of a man than most guys I've met.
Yeah, tell him, boss.
Yes, he's a lazy, reckless, stupid loser, but he's got a good heart. William, why didn't you come after me?
I tried. You shut me down, remember? I was ashamed, Diana. I'd been letting you down for years. I kept thinking if I worked on myself, fixed things, I'd be worthy again, that I'd show up with something to offer.
How's that working out for you?
I did study something, but yeah, the sleeping issues are wrecking me. I'm trying. I really am. I'm sorry, Diana. Please, let's just be friends. That's all I'm asking.
Oh, come on, hun. Give him a chance.
Diana looked at me. She tilted her head, as if considering it, her eyes softening just a little. Then she grabbed the nearest juice cup and threw it in my face, and just walked out. Diana, wait! Ladies, it was lovely meeting you. Here's my card. Let's stay in touch. And if the baby's a boy, can you name him William?
No way.
Cool. Drive safe.
I'm sorry, hun.
I'm sorry, Mama. Why does the card say he's a babysitter?
Our car ride was painfully quiet. Awkward, too. I didn't dare say anything that might upset Diana, so I kept my mouth shut. At least, until I couldn't anymore. Hey.
Shut up.
I just want to say I'm sorry.
Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. What more do you have to say? Sorry? Sorry you forgot the so-called love of your life? Her face? Her voice? Sorry you never came back for me? Sorry you didn't work harder on yourself? Even though you knew I was in pain without you? But I did the right thing. I moved on. Look at me. Moving on so well, right? I'm doing great. So don't you dare say sorry to me now.
I was actually going to tell you to turn your headlights on, but yeah, that too.
What is wrong with you?
She started hitting me. I mean, actually hitting. Then she let go of the steering wheel just to hit me harder. Whoa, eyes on the road! She didn't care. She kept throwing punches and random objects at me until, thud, we hit something. What did you just do? Switch seats. I'll drive in case someone needs to take the blame.
Good idea. It's your fault anyway.
We scrambled to switch places, and just as I opened the driver's door, someone stepped into view. It was dark, but I could make out the shape. Tall, broad-shouldered, built like Thor on a bad day. Then he hit us with a flashlight, straight to the face, just like in a horror movie. The guy looked about 60, with wild hair, a patchy beard, and maybe 4 teeth total. Oh, and he was holding a hammer the size of Thor's.
You hit my animal.
I understand, sir. Let me check on your animal.
Why? Are you a vet?
No, but I am, sir.
You are? Oh, yes, she is, definitely. We got out and walked toward the creature. It turned out to be a horse, and honestly, it looked completely fine. Still, the man gave me the creeps. Kept staring like he was trying to read my soul with his good eye. I stayed close to Diana and slid my hand into my inner pocket, where I kept the gun Rex gave me, just in case.
I've had this horse since he was a foal. That was 10 years ago. If anything happens to him, you'll regret it for the rest of your life.
He's got baby teeth. No way he's 10, unless he's aging backward.
Are you calling me a liar?
Well...
Sir, his condition's stable. He'll need a shot, but he'll be okay. I'll write you a check to cover the costs.
Who are you?
Someone you'll need 100 years to become half of.
Ouch, Dee Dee. Okay then, all settled. Nice to meet you, sir. Have a great night. The Thor man didn't respond. We headed back to the car. I turned the key. Nothing. It didn't start.
It was working just fine. You're a jinx.
You can spend the night in my cottage, not far from here.
That's so generous of you, sir. But we really have to keep going.
I'm coming.
No, wait a second. We stepped into his cottage, and to my surprise, it was actually kind of cozy. Rustic wood everywhere, a roaring fireplace, and a giant creepy picture frame of him with a woman, presumably his wife, and a young boy. Just then, Thorman was carrying 2 bowls of soup.
Eat.
Oh, no thanks. I'm good.
I said eat.
Yes, sir. Soup is great. Love soup. I pretended to eat, but I wasn't swallowing. Diana, meanwhile, was going at it like she hadn't eaten in 3 days. Psst, what if he's poisoned? What if he's a serial killer?
I'm always ready for death.
Would you want to spend your last few minutes with me?
Good point. But for your peace of mind, don't worry. Rex has our location. Anyway, I have protein bars. Want one?
Yes, please.
Then go get one yourself.
Meanie.
You two bicker like you've been married forever. Got any kids?
Oh, no, sir. We're not married. I mean, I wish we were. Well, we were together. I screwed it up. And she'll probably stay mad at me until the end of my life, which might be tonight.
Don't make my mistake. Me and my wife, we were high school sweethearts. Married young. Found out we couldn't have kids. And we were fine with that. Didn't even want any. Then one day, 12 years in, she tells me she's pregnant. I was stunned. So I got myself checked. Turns out I couldn't have kids. And I got mad. Really mad. One night, she was sitting right there in front of that fireplace, her back to me. I walked up behind her.
And shot her?
What? Why would you say that?
Then strangled her?
Do I look like a murderer to you?
You want the honest answer or the one that might spare my life?
If you said yes, do you think I'd kill you?
Again, the honest answer or the one that keeps me breathing?
Oh my God! Stop it, William! Sir, if this is some emotional metaphor about not giving up on love, great, message received. But honestly, I'm exhausted. I saw there's a bed inside. Do you mind if I use it? We'll pay for the stay. You and William can bond out here by the fire.
No, I'm coming with you. Don't leave me alone with him.
He's not gonna bite you.
It's not the biting I'm worried about.
Man up. You don't sleep anyway, so you're fine. Not everything is a conspiracy. Sometimes things just work. Arya taught me that. She made me feel like I wasn't a screw-up, like I had a purpose.
And just like that, she disappeared into the other room. It stung, knowing she needed someone to make her feel seen. And it wasn't me. I never gave her the appreciation she deserved. Maybe I was even jealous of Arya for giving her what I didn't. But really, I had no one to blame but myself.
So you came up behind your wife and I killed her.
2 seconds of silence. I nearly passed out.
Ooh, look at your face. Nah, she lived and gave birth to a baby boy. I forgave her. We stayed together, happily ever after. She's actually out doing some shopping. She'll be back any moment. Anyway, I gotta return nature's call. It's poop time.
Just then, we heard Diana scream. I rushed inside and found her backed into a corner, frozen. A cobra was slithering just a few feet in front of her, hood spread, eyes locked on her like it had a grudge. I didn't think. I just moved. I grabbed the snake to throw it away, but then I felt a sharp sting in my arm.
William!
Ow! Okay, that was painful. The Thorn Man burst in alarmed. He took one look at the scene and calmly scooped up the snake.
Whoa there, that's Mini Snake. She's not venomous, just dramatic.
He tucked her under his arm, and I collapsed against the wall, clutching my arm. Ah, she bit me. I saved your life and got bit. That's gotta say something. And just like that, for the first time since I met her again, she smiled, and that made me happy.
Why are you smiling like an idiot? Come on, we've still got a mission to finish.
Just as we were getting ready to leave, Thorman's wife and kid showed up. So, yeah, he wasn't a serial killer, allegedly. Just a strange man with a soft spot for reptiles. He helped us get the car started and waved goodbye like we were old friends. On the car ride, I felt lighter, even though we were getting closer to our mission, which should have made us nervous, but it didn't. So when exactly did you stop wanting to be a doctor and join this weird organization?
After you left, I couldn't feel anything for a long time. So I picked something that didn't ask me to feel. Just perform, fix, solve.
She paused, then added,
Arya was the only one who saw potential in me when everyone else saw a quitter. She personally selected me from hundreds of applicants, spent nights helping me understand the research when I was ready to give up. They were doing real work. Quiet, off the grid, but meaningful. That's why they chose you. And yes, I recommended you. Someone who never sleeps, has a near-perfect memory, a high IQ, and the emotional awareness of a toaster.
You just called me a genius and a toaster in the same sentence.
Because both can overheat and explode if left alone too long.
Just then, my stomach growled loudly. Diana pulled a protein bar from her pocket and handed it over. Oh, you're the best.
Oh, glad you finally noticed.
Right then, a familiar song came on the radio. I reached over and turned it up. It's our song!
No, it's not. Why would our song be Smack That by Akon? With your perfect memory, you forgot our song?
Come on, I'm messing with you. Of course I remember. It's Shape of You. We were in 11th grade. You were crying because you hadn't studied for the history exam. So we made a deal. Anytime you needed help, you'd sing, I'm in love with the 2 shapes of you, which meant question number 2. And I'd cough once for A, twice for B, and so on.
Yeah. That worked until Mr. Clever kicked us out. Ugh, that old bitter man. I always thought he had a crush on me.
Wait, what? If that guy really had a crush on you, there's no way he would have failed us.
Well, speak for yourself.
No way! He passed you? And I failed? Now I'm mad all over again. Ah, whatever. I forgive you. Still wish you'd studied harder though. Just saying.
Hey, you knew how things were at home. Dad was always sick. Mom worked nonstop. I was basically raising my siblings. If I hadn't gotten that scholarship, I wouldn't have even made it to college.
Yeah, things were rough. You had so much riding on your shoulders. More than any kid should have. I'm sorry. She gave me a little nodding smile. And for the first time in a long time, I felt safe. We reached a quiet suburban neighborhood. Peaceful, almost too peaceful. We parked at the start of the street and walked a few blocks until we reached the daycare.
She's here.
In the daycare?
It's just a front. No real daycare. This is where our competitor's main facility is. All we have to do is go in and negotiate. Civilly.
We rang the bell. A woman opened the door, skeletally thin, with cheekbones so sharp they could cut glass. Her face was tight and hollow, and honestly, kinda terrifying. But I held my expression in front of Diana, who stood calm and professional. She searched us and took everything. Our weapons, our earbuds, even the tiny snack I was hiding. Then she let us in. The entrance looked like a cozy indoor play area, complete with fake toys and posters of smiling cartoon animals. Real baby photos lined the walls too. Those babies better be from Pinterest. If that's their research group, I'm jumping out a window. She led us to an elevator, which carried us 4 levels underground. It was slow, uncomfortably quiet. Okay, so just putting it out there, I once peed in a ball pit. I was 6. I still think about it.
You also peed in the sink when you were 22.
That was one time. The bathroom bowl was clogged, and I wasn't feeling great, and my medication was out of whack, and why are you like this, man? Right then, the elevator doors opened with a ding. We stepped into a cold, open space, warehouse style, and followed her through a maze of metal doors and narrow hallways, one after the other. This is so creepy, Diana. If I had $1 for every time I've said creepy since this started, I'd be a millionaire.
I know. Just hold on. It's almost over.
At the end of the maze was one final door. Behind it, a massive, blindingly white lab, giant machines, blinking lights, wires hanging like robotic vines. With bodyguards all around, I recognized one of them who kidnapped Arya. He looked at me and winked. I saw him mouthing the word idiot like he said before. Then an elevator platform rose slowly from the floor, and standing on it was a man. A very hairy man. Hair everywhere. Head, arms, chest. Even his eyebrows were so thick, they looked like they could support a falcon. He didn't greet us, just walked to his desk and began typing on a laptop. I was staring at him, at his hands, at the ridiculousness of his brows, trying to guess what he was even browsing. It came out wrong. Sir, please talk to us and stop eyebrowsing. Diana elbowed me in the ribs.
Let's cut to the chase. Arya is ours.
She's not some object. Let her go. Tell us what you want. We'll do it.
I'm afraid you're too late.
Why do villains always say that? Can't you say something nice like, would you like a mint, before traumatizing us? He clicked a button on the remote in his hand. A panel slid down behind him, revealing a thick glass window. Behind it, Arya was unconscious on a mechanical bed, suspended midair by wires like some sci-fi puppet.
Oh my god, Arya! Please, don't hurt her.
We gave her a generous offer. She refused, said her principles couldn't be bought. Well, I imagine her principles are laughing at her now, from the corner of her dying brain.
We'll do anything. Just let her go.
What we want is William. He's the final piece, our most valuable candidate, the one who completes our collection.
Diana hesitated. Her eyes turned to me, full of panic. It's fine, I'll go. Either way, I was getting poked and prodded. Might as well get it over with. She nodded, sadly. I stepped toward the man, until my stomach turned. Oh, wait, all this chemical air is making me nauseous. I feel like puking.
No, William, no!
Too late. I threw up all over the floor. And there it was, the tiny metal flask, the size of a peanut I'd swallowed earlier as Diana and I planned. She didn't miss a beat. She snatched it up, bit it open, and grabbed Eyebrow Guy, locking her arm around his neck with the open flask right under his nose. Guards nearby started to move.
Don't even think about it. This flask contains a contact agent. One drop on your skin, and you're gone in seconds.
Everyone, stay back! Stay back!
Let Arya go, now.
Understood. Assistant, release her. Diana, she's fine, I swear. She's just sedated. We didn't harm her. You'll see.
A few assistants appeared, unhooked Arya, and helped her walk toward us, weak but alive.
Oh my god, Arya, you're safe. We were worried sick.
Now, let me go.
Not until William and Arya are safe. Get them out first.
No, I'll stay. Just get Diana and Arya out of here.
Aww. What a noble little sacrifice.
And then, bam! Arya snatched the flask from Diana and shoved her away.
What are you doing?
What do you think I'm doing?
Oh my god, she's a double agent! She's with them!
He's not them. He's my husband.
The look on Diana's face. I'd never seen her like that. Stunned, shattered. And it hit me, right then, how much pain I'd once caused her. But there wasn't time for guilt. I had to move. You just want me, right? Your precious lab rat? Then take me! Let her go!
Let her go? Oh no. She's our puppet. She worshipped me, did everything I asked, trusted me like an idiot.
I cherished you. I believed in you. I'd have given my life for you. I modeled my whole career after you.
Exactly. That's why you were so easy to control. Desperate for purpose, clinging to the first place that made you feel seen. That good organization? Criminals, just like us. There's no noble mission here. We want humans who don't sleep, who don't stop, who don't question. Soldiers, spies, servants, engineered for obedience. Minds sharper than AI, bodies that don't break, and loyalty so deep they'll do anything we say. Whatever the world needs and the law won't allow, that's the future. And we're not asking permission to build it. The difference is, we're going to win. We'll wipe your organization out, dominate the field, and make billions.
You used me.
Oh, Diana, sweetie, I needed you here. I knew you wouldn't join me if you knew the whole truth. So I gave you a mission, a crisis, a little emotional blackmail to save me.
She glanced at me, then tossed a folder toward Diana.
If you want your little lover boy to stay alive, sign these papers.
Diana didn't move. She was still processing everything.
Relax. They just make you the official owner of our newest facility. Unregulated, covert, and completely in your name.
So, if this all blows up, if the authorities come knocking, you would take the fall, not me.
And not me either, darling. Where are you taking me again when this all works out?
Some island with no extradition laws, 5 jacuzzis, and unlimited shrimp.
Ugh, shrimp makes you fart.
Aw, I thought you didn't mind mine. Just like I don't mind yours. Your farts are my perfume.
Oh, you're disgusting. I love it.
I know you'd love it.
They both cackled like cartoon villains, but I wasn't done. I pulled a second metal flask from my mouth, hidden under my tongue when I puked earlier. I cracked it open, grabbed Diana's hand, and ran. We sprinted toward the exit. As we ran, I punched in the passcode I'd memorized earlier, and before the door closed behind us, I dumped the serum all over the handle. Hey, idiots! I just covered the whole doorknob with that poison! Go ahead! Touch it! I dare you! Then I grabbed Diana's hand, and we bolted.
Do you even know where we're going?
Don't worry. I remembered every turn in that maze, and now that the doorknob's covered in that stuff, they're not getting through anytime soon. Just then, 2 guards rounded the corner. That was fast. Don't worry, Diana. This way. I led Diana down a different path, a narrow side hall. When the guards followed, I quickly shut the steel door behind us and yanked a release lever I'd spotted earlier. That should keep them busy. If not, we better run faster. 4 hours later, Diana and I sat on a bench outside the FBI building. Diana had told them everything. Turns out the FBI already had some clues about the illegal labs, but they didn't know how deep it went until Diana came clean. Everyone involved got arrested, except Diana, because she told the truth and saved lives. I glanced over at her. She looked tired, like me, but a little lighter. She wasn't hiding behind her glasses or her ponytail. She looked like Diana. They said they'll probably clear your name completely, might even offer you a job.
I'm not sure I want it.
You should. You're amazing at this stuff, but only if you want it, not because you need to prove anything.
Thanks.
I think we broke each other a little back then, and I think maybe now we could help each other rebuild. Better this time. Smarter.
You're still an idiot.
And you're still scary, but I like scary, especially when she brings snacks. That made her laugh, for real.
All right, genius. One condition. We don't fix each other. We just support each other while we figure out how to fix ourselves.
Deal. Oh, wanna hear a joke? An octopus once said to its girlfriend, "Give me your hand, give me your hand, give me your hand, give me your hand, give me your hand." She chuckled and gave me her hand to hold. And in that quiet moment, I didn't feel like a loser. I felt like someone who could start over and have a life that was worth staying awake for.
Will love you for it all. Yeah, I will love you for it all.
Hi, I'm Allison from a small village in France. Please like and subscribe. I lived in a small cottage with my single mother who worked as an artist. Life was tough since we had little money, so when I turned 5, Mom decided to move back to her home city. And it had a freaking palace.
Whoa, is that a real palace, Mommy? I want to see what it looks like from the inside. I want to meet
The king.
The king doesn't live there, Allie. Only his sister, the Duchess, does. And only those who work in the palace can go there. Soon after, Mom got a job as a royal portrait artist, and I would beg her to take me along someday. But she always said I was too clumsy and the palace was full of delicate things.
I'll be careful, I promise.
Oh, I forgot to tell you. There's also a ghost who has lived in this palace for decades.
Was the ghost there when you were a kid?
Yep.
Then it must be old by now. I can easily outrun it.
Of course, I didn't believe her. If anything, it made me more curious about the palace. When I was 9, Mom was called by the Duchess to make her portrait, and this time, I followed her. Somehow, I managed to sneak inside without getting noticed. And boy, was it pretty! As I wandered around, I slipped into a nearby room full of toys and blingy things. I'd never seen anything like that before, and it was so fascinating that I grabbed a few of them. But when I reached home, I felt guilty and scared. If anyone at the palace found out, Mom could lose her job, and this was stealing.
I'll bring you guys back someday when I work at the palace. Till then, you can hide here.
My passion for working in the palace grew stronger as time passed. I begged Mom to teach me how to paint so I could become a royal painter just like her. And by the time I was 17, I was better than her. One day while I was painting, Mom came home with some big news. The king is coming to town after 17 years, and they want paintings for the whole palace. We started working day and night, finishing all 20 paintings in under a week. But a day before the delivery, Mom slipped and sprained her ankle. I'll ask someone from the palace to pick them up. No, I can take them. I promise. I won't break a thing. Whoa! Are you sure? We can't lose the job. Yes, Mom. You can count on me. I managed to convince Mom and then left for the palace. I also took the stuff I'd taken all those years back. I could finally put that back. When I entered the palace, it was exactly as I'd remembered. Wow. How dull. This place could really use some color. I was so lost looking around that I tripped over a giant statue's foot, and the paintings flew in the air. Just then, I heard someone scream, and when I looked back and saw a girl, I almost passed out. It was like I was looking in a mirror. I touched her to make sure she was real, and she slapped my hand away. Don't you touch me, you peasant. Don't you know who I am? My doppelganger? We look exactly the same.
No, we don't. I'm a princess, and you look like a street rat.
If I look like a street rat, so do you, because we have the same face.
Wait a minute. Is that gold? Oh my God, you're a thief.
The girl started screaming again, and I was surrounded by palace security within seconds. Just as they held me, I bit one of the guards and ran till I reached home. When I told Mom what had happened, she looked at me in shock, and minutes later, the king arrived with the Duchess. Oh, my sweet daughter, it is you.
You're what?
Mom, what's happening? My mind went blank when the king told me how years ago the nanny had taken me out for a walk, but we both never returned. Your mother and I searched everywhere for you, but we failed. She was heartbroken and no longer wanted to be here, so we left the palace. But today, when the security guards told me of an intruder who looks just like the princess, I just had to come and see for myself. Mom, is that true? I'm not your daughter? It's true, Allie. I found you on my doorstep with a note and some money, but I had no idea you were a princess. Why didn't you ever tell me I'm not yours? Because I fell in love with you the moment I saw you. Now you were my daughter. I am so sorry, Allie. It was just all too much to process, and I ran off. I was a princess, and I had a twin sister. I was living a lie for 17 years? I was walking along the road trying to clear my head when a big sports car pulled up next to me, and a handsome guy got out. Cherry, what are you doing here? It's not safe. Cherry? Do I look like a stupid fruit? Leave me alone. I called you pumpkin before, but you hated that too. What the heck's your problem, dude? This is not a good time. I was saving this as a surprise. But here, will this make you come with me? Holy moly! That diamond was bigger than my fist! Calm down, Allie. Okay, you've got the wrong girl. Whoa! Sorry. I'll have to carry you back home if you don't listen. I punched him in the nose as the guy screamed like a little boy and then ran for my life. This was officially the worst day ever. The next day, the royal staff packed all my stuff and I was moved to the castle. My royal chambers were bigger than my whole house, and everything was beautiful, except it didn't feel like home. Mom wasn't there, and even though I was mad at her, I missed her. I was unpacking when my sister walked in.
I know you think you're suddenly a princess now, too, but don't let this get to your head. Remember, I rule.
Charlotte, dear, don't be so rude to your sister. You should be happy she's back. Okay, Amber.
Allison.
Allison, darling, we're starting with your royal lessons from tomorrow. Be ready at 4 a.m. sharp.
Good luck with that. It's not easy being a princess.
She wasn't kidding. It was a mad schedule. Mornings were for horse riding, then music in the afternoon, and martial arts in the evening. My body was super sore, and I was exhausted. But within a few weeks, I'd grown tougher and learned a lot. One evening during martial arts practice, someone walked up to me. It was the diamond guy.
I thought they were just rumors, but you are prettier than Charlotte.
We look exactly the same, like identical. Can't you see that, or did the punch make you blind?
Feisty. I'm Prince Arnold, by the way, Charlotte's fiancé.
Isn't she too young to get married?
Are you jealous?
What? Move along, dude, unless you want another punch. But the guy just winked and left. What a flirt! Later that evening at dinner, Dad announced that he'd be holding an official coming out party for his daughters, and the entire village would be invited. What's a coming out party? Lame question. It's your official introduction. So why are you having one? Don't people know you already? That's when Dad told me that Charlotte had always been sick all her life. She had a rare genetic heart condition that didn't allow her to roam around too much. It was only recently that she'd gotten better. But I'm still better than you. What's your problem? My problem is that you're here to take my crown away from me, and I won't let that happen.
Enough. That's for me to decide. Now eat your dinner. I'd root for you.
I kicked that butt-face under the table, and he turned red. Much deserved. The coming out party had sent the whole town into a frenzy, and Mom was called to make our official portraits. Seeing her made me feel so much better. So, how do I look?
Like a princess. Have you forgiven me?
Maybe. I mean, you're still my mom.
Of course I am.
The party was a huge success, and I could see the king's pride in introducing his daughters.
You should see Allison fight. She's a natural. Her paintings are so good. I think I should send her to Paris to become a professional.
Dad, I wanted to become a chef, and you didn't allow that.
That's because you weren't well, Charlotte. Now, don't interrupt me while I'm talking, darling.
I was a little embarrassed with all the praise, and it clearly bothered Charlotte. So I excused myself and went out for some fresh air, only to find that jerk, Arnold, making out with a maid. What the heck, dude?
Oh, hey, Allie. Don't worry, this isn't serious. And you're next.
I felt furious and turned around to leave, but he blocked me.
Oh, don't be so mad. Come here.
Arnold pulled me in and was about to kiss me when I pushed him hard, but Charlotte walked in just then. What's happening?
Wait, I knew it wasn't you. My darling Charlotte, this imposter tried to take advantage of me. She tried to kiss me while pretending to be you.
What? That's not true. This guy's been flirting with me ever since I came here. Charlotte, he's a jerk. I just caught him making out with a maid. Enough. First, you try to steal my life, then my dad, and now you have your eyes on my fiancé? I won't let you get away with it. With that, Charlotte went inside and got on stage as everyone stared at her in confusion. Attention! My twin sister is a manipulative witch. She's a thief and a liar, and so is her mom, that lady. Tell me, Allison, did she teach you how to be a lowlife? Because you surely weren't born one. Say what you want about me, but keep my mom out of it. I feel sorry for you, Charlotte. How could you be so bitter? It's so... Before I could finish, Charlotte jumped on me and we got into a crazy fight. As the king pulled us apart, Charlotte started shaking and fell to the ground. We rushed her to the hospital, and the doctors informed us that she had fainted because of stress and needed rest. I wanted to visit her, but the Duchess stopped me.
I think it's best that you stay away. You've done enough damage. Brother, she's not good for Charlotte's health.
We might not get along, but she's my sister.
She's right, Allison. I think it's best if you give each other some space. Maybe you can stay with your mom for some time. It will only be temporary, love, and I'll have you back as soon as possible. I think we dumped too much on Charlotte, and she needs to get better.
Of course, I understood. but I was actually happy to get away from everything for a while, especially since Charlotte and I were on the front page of every newspaper the next day. People called us the Crazy Royals. We were a joke. I was packing my stuff when the Duchess walked in.
You're finally going back to where you belong. I knew you'd never fit in here, and it was a mistake to bring filth into the palace.
I know I didn't grow up here, but I'm still a princess by birth. So please, mind your manners and never talk to me this way again.
Don't forget your place.
That's exactly what I'm doing. I pushed her aside and left for my old home. Mom was ecstatic to see me, and to be honest, I felt happier than I'd been in weeks. A few days later, once Charlotte was better, the king announced her engagement to Arnold to give people something else to talk about. Dad invited me, but I decided not to go to the ceremony. I just wanted to stay away and avoid any more drama. On the engagement day, Mom had gone out for something when Charlotte came over. What are you doing here? Don't you have an engagement to get to? I can't marry him, Allison. He's a snake. I should have trusted you. Good time to say I told you so. But what do you want from me? After our fight, we can't have another media blowout. Dad will never allow me to call off the engagement at the last minute. Please, come with me. Maybe we could convince him together. Please help me. Charlotte was crying like a baby now, and I didn't want her to have another fainting episode, so I agreed. But just as we entered the palace, Charlotte stopped. I need to fix my makeup. The entire town is in there. Wow, priorities. Thanks for doing this. I'll be right back. I started to walk around when I spotted Charlotte. She's here. I've done everything you asked me to do, including the fake fainting. Now do your part and make her leave forever before Dad decides to bring her back here again.
Leave it to me now, princess. I have the perfect plan to make sure you get the crown.
Oh my God, these people were crazy. I had no idea what her plan was, but it sounded dangerous. So I ran straight to Dad, and seconds later Charlotte followed.
Allison, I thought you weren't coming, but I'm so glad you did.
Of course she had to come. She had to ruin my engagement. She just can't see me happy. Oh my God, Arnold, hold me, please. Oh, shut up already. Don't you guys get tired of manipulating? King, Dad, whatever, you should see this. I played the video for the entire hall to see, and Charlotte turned pale.
Charlotte?
Dad, I'm sorry, but you seem to like her more because she's tougher than me. And when Auntie told me that she was after Arnold and my crown, I couldn't take it anymore. But this was all Aunt's idea.
Sister, what were you planning to do and why?
Suddenly, the Duchess turned into a mad person and started screaming.
I'm tired of being your servant. I'm the older sister and the crown was mine, but these girls took that away from me, and I would have gotten away with everything if this one hadn't shown up. What do you mean? You knew she was alive?
Whoopsie, you did a boo-boo. The Duchess confessed how she'd paid the nanny to take me away and drop me in the jungle, but the nanny had dropped me at Mom's doorstep instead.
Charlotte was so sick as a kid, I didn't think she'd survive for so long. With both of you gone, I'd be a queen, but
Karma's a witch. The king gave orders to take the Duchess away to the dungeons for treason, and Charlotte turned to me. I was horrible to you, and I probably don't deserve your forgiveness. But could you try? It might take some time, but I'll get there.
What about me?
You can chew your shoes and get lost. Yeah, I always knew you were a jerk. I was called back to the palace, and I took Mom along this time. Charlotte and I changed history by taking over the crown together. We were both queens in our own way. And I learned that those who love you will always stick by your side.
I used to think silence was peaceful. Then my mom fell into a coma, and silence became the loudest sound in the world. Everything just kept piling up. And worse, it was just the two of us. No rich dad, no secret inheritance, no billionaire auntie waiting to adopt me and fix my life. I tried to stay strong, but when the nurse gently reminded me again that we still had unpaid bills, something inside me finally cracked. I just nodded, locked myself inside the restroom, and finally broke down. I had already sold almost everything I loved. My iPad, my sweatshirts, even the tiny cute things that used to make me happy. What else was I supposed to give? My hair, both of my kidneys? I had almost lost hope. Please. I'll do anything. I'll study harder. I'll stop complaining about homework. Okay, maybe not completely, but I'll try. I won't even call the mean girls at school ugly goblins anymore. Just, please. I need a miracle. Just then, I heard a calm woman's voice speak. If you want a miracle, then look up. Wait, like treasure? You are reading it right. A special treasure awaits you. Is this a prank or something? Hello? I slowly turned around, expecting a hidden speaker or a hospital ghost with good acoustics. But there was nothing. I did not just hear a bathroom wall answer me. The wall did not answer you. I did. This is stress. People cry too hard and start hearing things, so this is totally normal, right? Just then, an arrow beneath the message suddenly started glowing. First I'm hearing things, and now I'm seeing things. What's happening? Believe your own eyes. Only that which you see is true. What is unseen is but an illusion. Okay. Let's say I believe you for 3 seconds. So, are we talking about gold? Money? Something that I could sell for millions? Because I don't need some riddles right now. I need some miracle, or at least some actual cash. Or some treasure valuable enough to change your fate. Whether it becomes salvation or disaster depends on who finds it first. And right now, you're already running out of time. Out of desperation to save my mom, I eventually gave in. I followed her out of the restroom, through the hallway, and toward the exit while she narrated every tiny step like a freaking GPS. Continue forward, and please do not look suspicious. Proceed to the exit. Step over the small crack. Avoid the wet spot. Lift your foot slightly higher. There is an unpleasant object 2 centimeters ahead. I stepped down, and my whole body froze. Oh, my apologies. I meant there was an unpleasant object 2 centimeters ahead. Too late. Soon, we reached a narrow alley between 2 old buildings. Miss, are you sure this is the right way? The path continues forward. Though I understand your hesitation, narrow passages often awaken the mind's instinct for danger. However, if treasure were always placed in bright, comfortable places, far few people would learn anything from searching for it. So, that's a yes? Oh, that pretty summarizes what I've said. So, yes. I finally stepped into the alley, and thankfully it was only normal scary and not dangerous and life-threatening scary. Just then, everything went silent all at once. Even the dramatic pigeon on the street shut up. Miss Lady Voice? Hello? Are you still here with me? Don't worry. I'm here. Just keep walking. Do not turn back yet. Step back and just breathe slowly. I only asked if you were there, and I answered with additional guidance. The alley stretched longer than it should have. Soon warm wind rushed past me, and when I looked back, the alley was gone, and I was now standing in an open field under a bright blue sky. Holy yummy cheese balls! Did I just teleport to another place? I also noticed a small glowing orb floating in front of me, shining softly like a tiny star. Yes, you have arrived in Mondstadt, the city of freedom, a land of wind, songs, nights, and many stories carried through time. I realized that the glowing orb pulsed when the voice lady continued yapping. So that meant her voice now had some sort of a body? So you mean I'm not somewhere in Europe and not dreaming? Yes. This is not Europe, nor is it a dream. A world with its own laws, gods, stories, wounds, and miracles. Why am I exactly in this unfamiliar land? I just want my mom to wake up. Then keep walking, Sabrina. The treasure hunt begins here. Fine. If this treasure can really give me a miracle, then lead the way. Watch out! Explosive encounter highly likely nearby. Explosive what? Just then, a loud boom suddenly echoed from somewhere near the trees, and a tiny red figure then burst out from behind a bush.
Ta-da! Clee is here!
Spark Knight of the Knights of Favonius. She is known throughout for her enthusiasm, remarkable explosive talent, and a long history of incidents that are best described as energetic.
Sorry about that. Clee was only doing a little fish blasting. Well, maybe not a little, but the fish tastes so good, so Clee thinks being grounded for a day is worth it. Anyway, are you here for the treasure hunt?
You know about that?
Uh-huh.
Miss Nicole told Clee. She said a dear traveler named Sabrina would arrive.
Wait, you can hear her too? And she actually has a name?
Of course, Miss Nicole is the best. And she talks inside heads because she can't talk with her mouth. Mom says she's very smart and very nice, but also talks a lot.
Alice said that?
Yep.
I see.
Clee skipped closer and grabbed my hand like we'd been friends for 10 years.
Can Clee come play with her today, Miss Nicole? Please?
Yes, you are allowed. As far as Alice is concerned, nothing is more important than a request from her beloved daughter.
Yay! But why does Sabrina look so sad? Did someone make you cry? Was it a bad guy? Clee can blow them up! Only a little. Well, maybe not a little, but Clee will try.
I'm not sad.
You are. I know crying faces. Jean makes that face when Clee accidentally causes big disasters.
My mom is really sick. She's in a coma right now. That's why I need to find the treasure so I can buy her medicines and pay the bills. Clee gave me a soft smile and squeezed my hand.
Mom always says love can travel very far, even farther than my best bombs. So your mom's love must still be with you too, even if she's sleeping.
Thanks, Clee.
You're welcome. And don't worry, we're going to find that treasure, help your mom, and only blow up the bad guys.
Maybe we can do the first two without the third one?
Clee will try very hard.
Just then, Nicole's panicked voice suddenly filled my head.
Watch out! Hilly Churls incoming!
Hilly what? Literally 6 seconds later, masked monsters burst out of the bushes, and Clee pulled out her bombs like this was a normal Tuesday.
Jumpy, jumpy, go! Boing, boing, boom!
Yeah! Oh my god, am I gonna die?
Stay calm. Step back. Duck! Now!
Before I could fully lose it, golden light bloomed beneath us.
Moment of birth.
A glowing flower platform rose from the ground, blocking the monsters just in time. Then a calm boy appeared above us and landed lightly.
Mr. Albedo, you came! Clee knew you would.
I heard explosions nearby and thought it would be wise to investigate. Finding Clee here confirms my hypothesis.
Sabrina, this is Mr. Albedo. He's like my big brother, and he's super smart.
Nicole quickly explained that Albedo was the chief alchemist of the Knights of Favonius, and that his knowledge of ancient mechanisms would be very useful for our treasure hunt.
Clee is my little spark knight. I need to keep her safe and sound. Besides, investigating the unknown is certainly my thing, so count me in.
Well, I guess the more the merrier. After that, Nicole led us to Thousand Winds Temple, an ancient ruin full of broken pillars, weird symbols, traps, slimes, and things that clearly wanted me flattened. But somehow, because of Nicole's directions, Albedo's magic, and Clee's little bombs, we made it through. I thought you were just going to lead me to the treasure. You did not warn me about all this. Seriously, did I get transported into a video game world or what?
A world is only called a game by those watching safely from the outside. To those inside it, every path, every danger, every choice is real.
Wow, that was beautiful, but also very unhelpful.
Then allow me to be more direct. Keep moving. Something larger is approaching.
Larger? Just then the ground shook. From the dark corners of the ruin, 2 giant metal monsters slowly woke up. Please tell me those are statues. Please?
Unfortunately, no. Those are ruin guards. Ancient machines built for battle. And judging by the glow in their eyes, they have already identified us as a threat.
Before I could pee my pants, someone crashed down from a broken wall and stood between us and the machines like a walking shield. One swing sent a ruin guard flying back like a stupid little tin can. Whoa, this guy looked like he could punch a mountain and the mountain would apologize.
Uncle Varka, you came! Clee knew you would. Now the big metal meanies are in trouble.
Ah, the almighty Knight of Favonius to the rescue. How timely.
Ha! Miss Nicole! Didn't expect to find you leading children into ancient ruins.
And I didn't expect you to enter by jumping from a wall. Yet, here you are.
Fair enough.
When the coast was finally clear, Albedo calmly stepped toward the broken machines and found a small glowing fragment inside them. The moment he lifted it, the air around us shimmered.
The first clue has awakened.
First clue?
Nicole's glowing orb rose into the air, stretched like a flower opening, and became a beautiful woman.
Well, there you are. I was wondering how long you planned to stay as a floating light.
Wait, you're Miss Voice Lady? You actually had a physical form this whole time? Nicole looked at me, and even though her lips did not move, her voice gently entered my head again.
My apologies. Until the first clue awakened, I could only guide you through a small projection of my presence. Now that the path has opened, I can take this form before you. However, for certain reasons, I am unable to speak. This is the only way I can communicate with you. Now then.
She continued yapping for 8 more minutes straight. And from what I understood, she was an angel called N from the Hexen Circle, a circle of powerful witches. She then explained that the glowing fragment was a piece of the treasure's scattered light and could lead us to the traces left across Tevat.
The treasure you seek was broken long ago. Its light scattered across Tevat, leaving traces behind. This fragment will reach those traces. The brighter it shines, the closer we are to the treasure.
Across Tevat? As in, this whole world of yours?
Several regions, yes.
That means a long trip, but don't worry. With Miss Nicole's incredible sense of direction, we'd never have to worry about getting lost.
Yay! More big adventures!
Wait, no, not yay. I need to go back. I have classes tomorrow and a sick mom in the hospital. Nobody told me this treasure hunt came with a lot of obstacles and a whole world tour.
I understand. Your fear is not unreasonable, but the treasure you seek cannot be reached by standing still. Each clue will bring us closer, and each step will return you to the wish that brought you here.
Fine. For Mom, I would continue this crazy mission. After that, everything turned into the fastest, weirdest world tour of my life. The mute angel continued her directions like an unmutable treasure hunt navigation guide, dragging us across a giant magical map, jumping from one region to another, while I tried my best to stay alive and understand what was actually happening. In Inazuma, the sea was angry, the sky was angrier, and my stomach was fighting for its life.
Storms often remind mortals that control is an illusion, and yet...
Miss Nicole, respectfully, I'm about to throw up into the ocean.
I suggest you give the kid the short version, Miss Nicole.
Very well. Storms pass.
Thank you. That one helped. In Sumeru, we finally got one peaceful break near a waterfall. Albedo sketched the view. Klee showed me Dodoko, and when she said her mom gave it to her so she would never feel lonely, my chest hurt in the softest way. After our little break, Nicole led us to Natlan, where we were nearly roasted alive. Fiery creatures chased us through rocky paths while she calmly yelled directions. And at one point, Varka carried Klee and me like luggage.
This is fun! Uncle Varka is the best!
Hold on tighter!
Every trace we followed made the fragment shine brighter. And by the time we reached Fontaine, it was full-on glowing, like it had finally remembered where the real treasure was hidden. Nicole led us beneath the water to hidden ruins, where the fragment pointed us toward the final trace, the one hiding the real treasure. Freaking finally! Soon, we found a mysterious sealed door, and Albedo figured it out like a puzzle in minutes, using one of Fontaine's underwater mechanisms like it was nothing. The sealed door opened, and I thought we had finally reached the treasure. Behind it were more passages, hidden compartments, and even more puzzles. I swear to God, is the treasure shy or what?
Ancient civilizations valued protection.
Finally, we reached a chamber where a small chest waited on a pedestal. I opened it with shaking hands, but there was no gold, no money, no jewels, nothing I could sell. Inside was just a small, broken, flower-shaped relic. No, we traveled across Tevat for this? For a broken thing?
It is indeed damaged.
We can fix this, right?
Yes, but not with gold, not with force, not even with knowledge alone.
Then how?
This relic is a vessel of hope. It reflects the heart's deepest wish. It was never meant to make someone rich. It was meant to answer the part of a person who refuses to give up.
I stared at the tiny broken flower and slowly understood. The treasure was never something I could sell to fix my life overnight. It was hope. The one thing I had almost lost in that hospital restroom. Nicole said every region had left something inside me. Courage, endurance, wisdom, strength, and truth. I held the broken relic and thought of Mom's smile, her warm hugs, and the little things she did whenever I was sad. I wish for my mom to wake up. I don't need gold or anything. I just want more time with her. Please. Just then, the relic started glowing. Golden light filled the cracks, and the broken petals slowly repaired themselves until the flower became whole again.
You fixed it!
The restoration is complete. The way home can now be opened.
A portal appeared behind us, and my chest hurt when I realized I was really leaving them. They were supposed to be just my treasure hunting team, but somehow they had become my friends. Klee hugged me first and gave me a tiny Dodoco charm.
So you won't forget Klee.
Fear doesn't mean you're weak. It means what you're fighting for matters. Always remember that, kid. If fate allows us to meet again, perhaps we could continue this conversation over dessert.
You asked for a miracle, but you were the one who kept walking toward it. Remember that, too.
After a tearful goodbye with them, I finally stepped into the light. When I opened my eyes again, I was back in the hospital restroom. I thought it had all been a dream until I felt Klee's Dodoco charm in my pocket. So it was real. Everything was real. I ran back to Mom's room. The bills were still there. Mom was still sleeping. But I felt different. Scared, yes, but not empty and hopeless anymore. One day, my seatmate was secretly playing some online game called Genshin Impact. And the second I saw her screen, my soul almost left my body. The characters looked way too familiar. And then it hit me. So I was in a game? That night, I downloaded the game beside Mom's hospital bed. And when Nicole's banner finally appeared, I pulled for her. Not gonna lie, I really miss her voice and her endless yapping about lore and random facts. Step into the world of Genshin Impact, the open-world action RPG where you explore, battle, and uncover the secrets of Tivat across PC, mobile, and console, all seamlessly connected. Experience exciting new adventures in Luna 7 Truth Amongst the Pages of Piranha, featuring powerful new weapons, fun minigames, and exciting rewards to enjoy. Uncover a brand new story chapter in Sumeru. Meet new Wishbanner characters like Nicole, Prune, and Lowen. One afternoon while I was studying beside Mom, her fingers finally moved. Mom?
Hey, sweetie.
Mommy, you're awake. You're really awake. I missed you so much. And for the first time in a long time, the silence in the room did not feel scary. It felt peaceful at last.
Hi, I'm Blair, and I'm about to tell you a crazy story. Before we continue, please like and subscribe to MSA. Growing up, my parents fought constantly over money. Dad was a struggling sculptor, and Mom, who was a waitress, cursed the day she met him because we constantly had money problems. She always said dropping out of school was her biggest mistake, so she made sure I studied hard. That's how I earned a full scholarship to one of the city's top schools. But my true passion was painting. I fell in love with it at 5, taught myself through YouTube, and by 13, I was winning major school competitions. Dad was proud, but Mom didn't like it one bit.
Art's a hobby, Blair. You can't make a career out of it. Definitely not a successful one.
It was my dream to become a world-famous artist. Well, mine and my best friend Ashley's. She was an artist just like me, and we'd been best friends since middle school. Ashley was rich, so she got to go to amazing art classes and shared everything she'd learned with me. And whenever my parents argued, I'd sneak over to her mansion. Life was just better with Ashley around, except for her annoying twin brother Dexter. He mocked our art, hid our supplies, and chased us with his paintball gun. Whenever we complained to Ashley's parents, Dexter would just put on his innocent face and get away with it. Even at school, everyone adored him for his sense of humor. Ashley absolutely hated him, and I could see why. Like on their 15th birthday, Ashley spent hours getting ready, and she looked beautiful. But the moment Dexter walked in, everyone gathered around him, completely ignoring Ashley.
Look at him, smiling like he owns the world. I will never understand what people see in him.
Probably his athletic body. I mean, if you look at it from an artistic point of view, Dexter's pretty much perfect for a portrait.
What?
I mean, so what if he's good looking? You've got a great personality.
That's what you tell ugly people, Blair.
You're also so much more creative and way smarter. People would notice that someday.
Notice what someday?
That you're a total jerk.
Aw, are you jealous because no one's paying you attention?
Go away, Dex. It's her birthday too. Don't make things worse.
Fine, I'm sorry. Here, I got you a flower, little sis. Happy birthday.
But as soon as Ashley took it, the flower squirted water all over her face, ruining her makeup, and Dexter ran away laughing. As we grew older, Dexter just got more annoying. At 17, he joined the football team, became the most popular guy in school, and a serial heartbreaker. Every day, some girl would be crying over him, and it was nauseating. As for me, my parents were fighting a lot more lately, and one day, Dad just packed his stuff and left. Shortly after, he filed for divorce, and Mom went bonkers. She refused to shower or step out of the house, and a week later, she came home and told me she'd quit her job. Between rent and expenses, we soon ran out of our savings and didn't even have enough money for food.
Do you have cash?
Sure, let me just grab some from the secret trust fund your dad left me. No, I don't have cash, you moron. Just run the card again.
I've already tried 3 times. It's not working. Pay or leave.
Mom just started yelling at the cashier like a madwoman. He called security, but as they approached, Mom grabbed a bunch of stuff and bolted in the other direction. She went round and round in circles before the security guys finally caught her and dragged her out. Since Mom was acting all kinds of crazy, I took up a part-time job at a cafe to help out. But between work and school, my life was miserable, and Ashley wasn't helping.
What do you mean you're not coming for the concert? We booked this months ago.
Things were different back then. Now I have to work.
Ask someone to cover your shift.
We're short-staffed, and I need the money.
But Hank's gonna be there, and I need your help talking to him. You're not getting out of this.
Ashley kept pushing me, but I kept refusing, and eventually she gave up. The next morning, she told me Hank had asked her out, and I was happy for her. College applications were looming, and I desperately wanted to get into NYU's art program, where Ashley was applying to. It was expensive, and I needed a strong portfolio for a scholarship. I couldn't risk my mom finding out, so I stayed late after my shifts at the cafe to work on my portfolio. One day, while I was heading back home, it started raining heavily. It was already late, so I couldn't get the bus, and was waiting for a cab when someone walked up to me with an umbrella. Dexter, what are you doing here?
I was just across the road running some errands, and by errands, I mean date that didn't go too well. Anyway, I saw and I thought I'd help.
Dexter led me to his car, and on our way, we got talking. He asked me how I was doing, and I don't know why I ended up telling him everything about Mom and how things were really tough at home.
Ashley told me about your parents' divorce, but I didn't know things were so bad. If you need anyone to talk to, I'm here.
Something about the way he said it made my heart melt. And after that day, Dexter and I got closer. He would wait for me at the cafe and then walk me home. We'd debate over classic movies, argue over music, and bond over our favorite MSA videos. The more time we spent together, the more I saw a different side of Dexter. One that was kind, funny, and surprisingly thoughtful. And before long, I started having feelings for him.
You know, I've always had a bit of a crush on you.
Really? Why?
You're kind, beautiful, smart, creative, and you're probably the toughest person I know.
Wow, thanks. I always thought you're kind of annoying.
Gee, thanks. What a compliment.
Let me finish. But now I think you're the only person who gets me. You've shown me what it's like to really connect with someone, Dex. I guess what I'm saying is...
That you like me? I like you too.
And then Dexter kissed me, and it was perfect. I wasn't sure how Ashley would take it, but before we can even gather the courage to tell her, we found her crying in the school garden the next day.
Hank dumped me. He says my nostrils are too big and that my face reminds him of his dead cat. What kind of reason is that?
The kind that's a lie. Hank's a total player. Why would you ever fall for him, you dumb... Ow! I mean, I'm sorry you're hurting, but don't weep over that idiot. You're stronger than that. Be a man, woman, girl, be a girl.
Did you hit your head or something? Why are you even talking to me? Blair, I need a hug.
The next few days were a mess. Ashley was hung up on Hank and dragged me along for endless shopping sprees and salon visits to distract herself, and I didn't think it was a good time to tell her about me and Dex, who I wasn't even getting to spend any time with. She was also home all the time, so Dexter started sneaking into my room late at night.
This is not fair. You're totally ignoring me.
I know, but she's miserable, and she needs me.
Hey, Han, remember when you needed her, but she was too busy falling in love? Anyway, my football team's having a party tomorrow night, and I'd love for you to come. It's low-key, just close friends.
How close are we talking?
Close enough to do this.
Dexter leaned in to kiss me, But before he could, someone knocked on my door. Ashley! He hid under the bed as I opened the door.
Who are you talking to?
No one. I was just humming to myself. La la la. See? You tell me, what's up? No time long see.
You're being weird. Anywho, I need your help. I've heard the football team is having a party tomorrow and Hank's gonna be there. I need him to know that I've moved on and this party is perfect for that. I have the invites. You're coming with me. No excuses.
But I have to work on my portfolio.
I promise I'll help you after the party. Please say yes.
Ashley looked desperate that I couldn't refuse. Dexter was furious, though. He didn't answer my calls or reply to my texts. Even at the party, he ignored me. But I could see he kept looking my way. Ashley had hired some guy to be her fake boyfriend, so she left for the dance floor with him while I waited for Dexter. I was near the pool when I almost slipped, but someone held on to me.
Careful there, sweet cakes. You'll hurt yourself. Blair, right? I'm Hank.
I know.
Great. Then let's skip the introductions and dance.
I don't want to.
Come on.
She said no.
I turned around and saw Dexter looking furious.
And who are you? Her boyfriend?
Yes, now back off.
Or what? You'll hit me, pretty boy?
You bet I will.
Dexter punched Hank right in his face and he stumbled backward. Hank charged at Dexter and the two got into a fight. Everyone gathered around and I caught sight of Ashley's face in the crowd. She looked furious. I ran over to her, but I slipped and fell in the pool. I don't remember much after that, but when I opened my eyes, I was in a room with Dexter and Ashley staring at me. What happened?
You passed out. You don't know how to swim?
I didn't exactly grow up with a pool in my backyard, so no, I don't. You're bleeding.
That's no big deal.
Yeah, no big deal. Just like it's not a big deal to hide from your best friend that you're dating her idiot brother. How could you not tell me?
I don't know, okay? I freaked out. You've always hated Dexter, and then you'd just broken up with Hank, so I didn't want to rub my relationship in your face.
You don't have to treat me like I'm a child who doesn't have a handle on her emotions. Anyway, you've chosen Dexter. Although I can't understand why him out of all the boys on the planet. But you did, and you're my best friend. So I'll accept it on one condition. Never, never make out in front of me, or I'll projectile vomit all over you. Deal?
Deal. After that, things went smoothly. Dexter and I could now date openly, which made me really popular. One of his friends asked me to create a portrait for her dad. He loved it so much that he gave me a lot of commissioned work. Soon, I was making enough to quit my job at the cafe, and life became a lot easier. I even finished my art portfolio and was working on some last-minute changes one night when Mom barged in.
You're applying to an art college? Why didn't you tell me?
Who told you?
Doesn't matter. Have you forgotten how much we've struggled because of Dad? And who will even pay for this college? I don't have that kind of money.
I'll get a scholarship, Mom. I made a portfolio. Look.
No, art school is too expensive and not worth it. You'll join a community college and stay close to me. Now give me that.
Mom snatched the portfolio from me and left. I followed her, but she locked herself in her room. No matter how much I begged, she wouldn't open the door. Mom didn't get out of her room the whole day. And since submission was only 2 days away, I had no choice but to give up on my dream. I was talking to Ashley and Dexter about it when he came up with a brilliant idea.
Dad knows the dean personally. How about I talk to him and get you a personal interview? And we can ask my friend whose dad bought paintings from you to let us borrow those. It could be your portfolio.
That'll work.
It should. I'm not letting you give up on your dreams, Blair.
What about Mom?
She just has to make peace with it. I know you love her, but what she's asking of you is not fair. She's acting like the kid in this relationship.
The interview was scheduled for 2 days later, and I spent every second preparing. On the big day, I felt really confident. But as I was on my way, I got a call from the admissions office saying that my interview was canceled. Apparently, I had called and canceled my interview, claiming my mom was unwell, even sending medical reports as proof and withdrawing my application because I needed to take care of her. I tried telling them so many times that it wasn't me, but they just cut the call. I had no idea how Mom had found out about my interview, but I was furious that she'd done this. I went back home to confront her, but to my shock, I found her passed out on the floor. I called 911 and immediately rushed her to the hospital. On my way, I messaged Dad, and by the time we reached, he was already there. And what he told me next shocked me.
A month ago, your mom fainted at work and was diagnosed with a rare heart disease. She needs a transplant, but since she couldn't afford it, she turned to me for help.
But why didn't you tell me?
We're trying to arrange money, and we wanted to wait till then to tell you. She didn't want to worry you.
And here I thought she was lying when she submitted those documents.
What documents?
I explained about NYU in my interview with the dean.
I don't think your mom's behind this. She was skeptical, but after seeing your portfolio, she was impressed. She told me she was changing her mind about you pursuing an art degree.
I thought she threw my portfolio away.
No, sweetie. She was proud of you.
But Dad, if Mom didn't call them, then who did? Does anyone else know that she's sick?
Yeah, Ashley's dad knows. We needed money for tests, so I asked him for a loan and sent pictures of your mom's report to prove it. I told him to keep it a secret so you wouldn't find out.
I immediately understood who might have done this. But just to be sure, I called the admissions office and asked them for the number they received the call and reports from. And when I saw who it was, my mind exploded with anger. I took a cab, reached Ashley's place, and barged into her house. You called the admission office and told them that my mom was sick and I won't be attending the interview? Don't even try to lie to me. I have proof. My mom was sick, Ashley. You could have told me that at least. Instead, you used that against me.
Hold on, I think there's some confusion. Why would Ashley do that?
Ask her. And suddenly, Ashley's face twisted into rage.
Yes, ask me. Ask me why I'd go out of my way to make your life miserable, Blair. It's 'cause I hate you. There, I said it. I hate you. First, you were my best friend, and you chose to date the person I hate most, my doofus brother. It was bad enough my parents always chose him over me, but even you? Also, I couldn't stand how perfect your life was. You have a football jock boyfriend. Everybody loves your art. Everybody loves everything about you. Heck, even the boy I likes you more. I didn't want to go to college and be second to you again. So I told your mom about your art school plans, hoping she'd stop you. And when she failed, I used the pictures and did what I had to.
I can't believe I trusted you. I thought you were my best friend. How can you do this to me? You've shattered everything we had. I never want to see you again. We're done.
Don't think I'll cry over it. I'm going to NYU, Blair. I'll make new friends.
You disgust me.
Whatever.
I never saw Ashley's face again, and Dexter told me that his parents heard her entire confession and ended up grounding her big time. She didn't even get through NYU, but I did, thanks to Dexter's dad who got me a second interview. Mom stayed in the hospital for a few more weeks before coming home. A month later, we found a donor. It was tough to get the money for the surgery, but we managed, and Mom made a full recovery. Today is my first day in college, and I couldn't be happier.
I'd just settled into the couch with my snacks and my movie when suddenly the doorbell rang. Flippity-flippin' flamingo. Can't a woman have a moment of peace in her own house? Why is someone here at midnight? I was marching towards the door when I stopped short. Ow. Why is someone here at midnight? Hello? Who is it? There was only silence. Are you a robber? Dude, I just took my kids to the dentist today, so I'm broke. Try your luck with the big house down the street. Again, no reply. But I could see a weird shadow against the door. Are you an alien who's accidentally landed on planet Earth? Run away while you still can. It's too late for the rest of us. Still, no answer, but I heard a muffled laugh. Look, I've been having a rough time lately, and I am so not in the mood for this. So I'm warning you, I'm coming out with an axe, and I am not afraid to use it. I flung the door open and jumped back, half expecting to be attacked. But when the porch light fell on the face under the weird hat, I recognized someone I thought I'd never see again. Milo? Not a phone call or text for 12 years, and now you just show up at my door at midnight? Did someone die?
Hi, long time no see. Yeah, here's the thing, Jen. Thousands of people across the globe will die soon if you and I don't travel back in time and fix a tiny mistake you made in high school. Can I come in?
I was hoping this was the part I'd wake up and realize it was just a stupid dream that made no sense. Yeah, no such luck. Hi, I'm Jennifer, the oldest MC of My Story Animated. By the way, Mr. Director, I don't appreciate how everyone on set has been telling me I look very good for my age. That's something you'd say to someone in their 60s. I'm just a hot 35-year-old. Sorry, I think I'm catching something from one of my kids. Nasty buggers. Anyway, I'm old enough to be your mom, so y'all better show some respect and strap in for my story because it's gonna be da bomb. Okay, no one says that anymore? Whatever. Now, before I continue, please like and subscribe to MSA. I'll give you a quick walkthrough of my past. It's kinda important. I was born on December 27th, 1983, a cute lump of fat weighing 10 pounds, 8 ounces. I was an only kid, so my childhood was carefully documented by my adoring parents. Cute, still cute, then yikes! Puberty hit, and that was just ugly, hella ugly. I had it all. The braces, the unibrow, the baby fats still holding on tight. I didn't think I'd recover from that phase. So I worked hard on being smart and funny. Then, boom! I turned 16 and had a big crush on a boy. Lost the weight, lost the braces, and people started using a word for me that I hadn't heard before. Pretty. I was class valedictorian, voted most likely to succeed, and the girlfriend of the football team captain. Alex was an absolute dreamboat. You just had to see him in action once and you knew this guy was gonna be a star. We dated all through university and got married after graduation. Alex's career was on the rise. I was about to start my PhD. Life was peachy, blah, blah, blah. But then one day, Alex had a terrible injury during a game. And soon after, the doctors told him he could never play professionally again. It was a huge blow. And with a kid on the way, I had to quit my PhD program and get a job as a high school science teacher. Alex was depressed and bedridden for months. But when he got back on his feet, he was even worse.
Babe, I've got an amazing idea. We're opening a ramen place.
We don't know the first thing about making ramen.
I'm 1/8 Japanese. It's gotta be in my blood.
It wasn't. We filed for bankruptcy 6 months later.
I bought a flock of sheep, babe. It's a great investment. We'll double our money in 6 months.
We didn't. Unless we're talking about losses. Yeah, we doubled those.
I'm growing mushrooms in the garage. I'm growing avocados in the garden. I'm investing in a video game for bored 70-year-olds.
I tried to be supportive, knowing that he'd lost his big dream career. But the debts were piling, the fights were becoming more frequent, and we were drifting further apart. 10 years later, we decided to separate and see how we felt about it. But the one true joy of my life was becoming a mom to my daughter Stella, followed 5 years later by her twin brothers, David and Beckham. No matter what happened, this love I had for my kids was forever.
So were sleepless nights, piles of laundry, cleaning, doctor visits, viruses, diapers, more piles of laundry, cleaning, homework, tantrums, crying, more crying, bawling like a baby in the bathroom. Yeah, okay, the last one is me.
Why are you telling me this morning that you need cupcakes for your entire class today?
I put it on the fridge schedule a month ago, left sticky notes all over the house a week ago, and set a reminder on your watch for yesterday.
Your brother stuck my watch in a jar of Nutella. David, Beckham, why do you keep taking your clothes off? That's the opposite of getting dressed.
I'll be the only kid who didn't get anything for the class picnic.
No, sweetie, wait. Let's see what we got. Here's a jar of peanut butter and some cookies. Ew, no, those are stale. You want to take some prunes? They're great for constipation.
Mom, I'll tell the teacher you forgot. It happens.
Oh, no, you won't. I know how judgy those teachers are. We're stopping at a bakery. Boys, I swear if you don't stop running this second, I'll call an elf who will call Santa and tell him not to get you any Christmas presents.
You don't know an elf? Yeah, we don't believe you.
I'm your mother, and mothers never lie to their children. Now get dressed before I call the goblin who eats twins for...
Hey, lady, can you control your kids? One of them took my cookie.
Oh, God, so sorry. I'll get you another one.
A coffee, too. The other brat stuck his gross finger in it.
Okay, sure. But you don't have to be so angry. They're just kids.
Yeah, I'm angry at you. Clearly you suck as a mom and didn't teach them any manners.
Excuse me? You want to say that again to my face?
Did you think I said it to your butt the first time?
Oh, you want a piece of me, buddy?
Mom, please don't.
You're crazy. I'm out of here.
I need to pee. I need to pee too.
For the last time, you don't need to take your shoes off to pee.
After we returned from the bathroom, I turned to the lady at the counter. How many cupcakes do you have here?
2 dozen.
I'll take them all, please.
I can't sell them all to you.
Why not?
What if someone else comes around for a cupcake?
What do you care if one person buys them or 10 people do? You just want sales, right?
No, I want to make people happy.
Then go be a party clown in your free time. But right now, I need you to sell me those cupcakes. I'll pay you $10 extra.
No!
Gimme it! I jumped behind the counter and started taking out the cupcakes. The lady started wrestling with me and screaming for security. I pushed her, she pushed me back, and I went flying straight into a baker walking out of the kitchen with someone's wedding cake. I'll never forget that moment. Me, covered head to toe in white frosting, the salesperson still screaming, everyone in the cafe, including my children, looking absolutely terrified, and in the doorway stood Alex, looking as handsome as ever, holding hands with a leggy redhead who looked like she'd stepped out of a magazine.
Mom, are you okay?
Yes, sweetie. I'm fine. I'm not fine. I feel like I'm one of those hamsters on a wheel, and the wheel never stops, and I'm running and running, but somehow I've gained weight. How did that happen?
You had 3 kids, honey, and you're an amazing mom.
No, I'm not. The twins are adorable, but they're maniacs. And Stella is so smart, and I'm constantly disappointing her. She knew Alex was dating someone for months, and she didn't tell me to protect my feelings. A 10-year-old shouldn't have to do that.
How do you feel about Alex having a girlfriend?
I know the marriage has long been over, but I just wasn't expecting him to get over it so quickly, you know?
I know.
So, yeah, we got a divorce with shared custody of the kids. I became kind of friends with Cassie or Katie or whatever that dumb redhead's name is, and life went on. Now it was Alex's turn to keep the kids overnight, and I had big plans for myself, which were rudely interrupted. You have white hair now.
You have a bigger butt now.
You checked out my butt?
Don't sound so excited. I just made a logical guess.
Milo, you want to tell me where you've been for 12 years? You just suddenly left town without so much as a goodbye? Oh, wait, what day was that? Yeah, my wedding day. And you were the best man.
I told you I had a brainwave related to my research. Also, you know I hate people and weddings and happiness in general.
You left me a text, and I haven't heard from you since. Why come and see me now?
Because we have to travel back. Okay, sit down and I'll set up a PowerPoint presentation.
Use your words and make them make sense.
Okay. So, do you remember what we were doing on the night of 15th December 2000?
Sometimes I'm in the shower and can't remember if I just shampooed my hair. So no.
Do you remember that you were a nosy person and you suspected something shady was happening in the abandoned warehouse in our town and you dragged me there one night to find out more?
Oh yeah, I remember that. And I was right. It was some super freaky science lab. But then we went back a week later and it was gone.
Yeah. Have you heard about the xenovirox virus?
I recently read about some cases in the news.
Soon it'll be a lot more, all over the world. Apparently the virus was created in that shady science lab by some people in government as biological warfare.
What? No way!
Do you remember that when we were in the lab, you accidentally bumped into some things on a countertop?
Did I?
You knocked over a vial and the liquid in it got mixed with fluid in another beaker. That was the vaccine. Because of your mishap, the scientist working on it got the wrong result, and he concluded that the vaccine was impossible to make. The project was shut down because it was too risky having a virus from which no one could be protected.
So it looks like I did a good thing?
You'd think so, but there's no way to really destroy a virus. It was kept in a secure facility all these years, and I don't know how and when exactly, but it escaped, and it's spreading like wildfire now. And because of your accident, the vaccine for it was never made.
Oh my God. Well, someone will make it now, won't they?
Not fast enough. Jen, it's really serious and we gotta go back and fix this.
What do you mean, go back?
Didn't I already mention the time travel thing? Yeah, so I stumbled upon a rip in the space-time continuum, which helped me to discover the way to open portals whenever I want and travel to the past. That's what I've been working on for almost 2 decades now.
Oh, no. Jennifer, please wake up from this terrible dream.
Is it that bad meeting me after all this time?
Yes, because not a single thing you've said has been good or made sense. How do you even know all this about the vaccine and the virus?
Time travel. I just told you. You used to be a lot smarter, Jen.
You actually expect me to believe you're a time traveler?
If there's anyone who'll believe me, I expect it to be you.
I looked into his sharp blue eyes and knew he wasn't kidding. Okay. If you've traveled back in time, why didn't you just fix the problem yourself?
Believe me, I tried. But I can't seem to do it alone, and I can't ask anyone else. Come on, we gotta go now.
I have this night to myself, Milo, and I don't want to be some hero and save the world. I just want to watch a movie and fall asleep 5 minutes after it starts, and have pancakes in the morning. And no, I won't have to make 36 pancakes or eat the cold ones. Fresh, hot pancakes just for me, and coffee, and peace. Let me have this, please.
Jen, everyone you love is at great risk. Do it for your kids.
No, that's just emotional blackmail.
Is it working?
Yeah, fine, it's working. Let's go, you weirdo.
You're gonna go like this?
Yeah? What's wrong with this?
Oh, nothing. You look lovely. Is that mustard or barf on your coat?
Shut up.
Put this hat on, please.
Yay! I get a funky hat too. Next, Milo took out a cube, placed it on the ground, and it sprang up into a tent. Hey, I need one of those collapsible things for camping with the kids.
That's the astral tent. It's my time machine. Now, I just need a minute to set up the temporal destination.
I'd followed Milo here, curious to know what he was going on about. But it just hit me then. Milo was actually mental. He'd really lost it. Oh, you poor baby.
What's going on?
Nothing, sweetie. It's all okay. I'm here for you, but you need help. Professional help. Do you understand what I'm saying, Milo?
No. Can you get your hands off my face?
I hear there's really nice places now for people like you, and you'll get the help you need, and I'll come visit you, I promise.
Are you talking about a mental institution? I'm not crazy.
Of course not, sweetie. You're special.
Cut it out. If you think I'm crazy, why did you come with me?
I don't know, Milo. Maybe I just came along because I'm actually really happy to see you, even though I've been pretending otherwise. And maybe a small part of me thought, hey, he's a genius. Maybe he really did invent time travel, and you're in for an adventure, Jen, which would be a nice change from your mundane life. But you just pitched up a tent in a field and gave me a stupid hat, and this is also ridiculous. I'm going home. Just as I turned to leave, I heard a buzzing sound from behind me, and I gasped. The tent was glowing.
It makes that sound when it's warming up. You want to put that hat back on?
Okay, then. As we stood outside the tent, I could feel my heart racing with excitement. Was this really happening?
Before we go in, you gotta remember 3 rules of time travel. Number 1, and the most important, don't change anything in the past. We have no idea what happens when we pull out a single thread in the fabric of time. It can have a butterfly effect and change many outcomes, possibly for the worse.
Aren't we going back to change something?
We already know that has a really bad outcome, so we're gonna risk it. Change nothing else, okay?
Got it.
Number 2, you can't get recognized by anyone. Tell no one who you are under any circumstances.
Done.
Number 3. Okay, I think I don't have a number 3. So just 2 important rules of time travel. Also, I gotta warn you, as we travel, you will experience nausea, headaches, dizziness, stomach cramps, palpitations, sweats, and feel like someone kicked you in the back.
Sounds like 9 months of pregnancy. Been there, done that.
Okay then. You ready?
This is insane. Yes, okay. I'm ready.
It's good to see you too, by the way. Now, 1, 2, 3, go.
Oh my god. That was amazing. I feel so alive. Woohoo!
I'm gonna barf.
I followed Milo out of the tent, and my heart caught in my throat. I knew this place. It was the football field in our high school.
I'm fine. Thanks for asking. Uh-oh. I think I kind of made a small mistake.
How big is small when we're talking about time travel?
I just got us here a little earlier than planned. But don't worry, you'll be back at your house the same night I visited you. We just got a couple of extra days here.
As long as I get back on time. Where's my cell phone?
Jen, the iPhone wasn't released till 2007. It doesn't exist right now. Welcome to the winter of 2000.
Man, this is so freaky and so dope. You must be so impressed with yourself.
Who wouldn't be?
Milo said we'd be staying at his place where no one would notice us, and I knew why, of course. He'd been adopted as a kid by an eccentric businessman who loved him dearly, but was away on business a lot, and growing up, Milo was often home alone in a huge mansion. We climbed over the wall, walked across the garden, and slipped through a half-opened window. I still couldn't get over how weird it was to sneak through these familiar hallways. We slipped into a room in the unused wing of the mansion and settled in to sleep for the night.
You still awake?
Of course I'm still awake. I'm so excited to be here, Milo. I can't wait to go around town, visit our school, see my parents. You know what this means, right? My mom is still around.
Jen, you can't be out and about.
I just want to see.
Can you imagine how freaked out your parents would be if they saw and recognized the older you, or if you bumped into your younger self? We don't know what your past self would do if she saw her future self, and it could have serious consequences for your present. We have to stay low, do what we came to do, and go home. You got it?
Yeah, of course. Of course I wasn't staying in. I'd be careful. But how many times does one get to travel back to their frickin' past? So the next morning, I woke up early, locked Milo in the room so he wouldn't follow me too soon, and sneaked out of the house. I knew my parents would have left for work by now, so I'd see them later. That meant I was going to visit the most important place in my teenage life, high school. No one even asked me who I was as I entered the premises, and it looked like I'd walked onto the set of Mean Girls. The really low-rise jeans, fitted crop tops, butterfly clips, tattoo chokers, and everything with sequins looked like crimes against fashion to me now. I walked out into the main courtyard, and my heart skipped a beat as I caught sight of a young Milo on a bench, lost in a book on quantum physics. I'd always thought he was cute in his careless, genius way, and he had a bit of a fan following.
Hey, Milo, I was wondering if you could help me with my math assignment.
I could, but I won't.
Okay, who cares about stupid math anyway? I just came to ask if you'd go to the spring dance with me.
Is it spring already? I hadn't noticed.
So, is that a yes or no?
A yes or no to what?
The dance, Milo.
Oh, yeah, that. Nope, nada. Hard pass. Never gonna happen.
Why not? Am I that unattractive?
To me, yes. Objectively speaking, you're an above-average specimen of the female species.
Come on, stop pining for Jennifer and just say yes.
Are you sure you know the meaning of pining? Can you even spell it?
I don't understand quantity science, but I know when a guy wants a girl. But she's with Golden Boy now, so you should move on. With me.
The only thing I'm pining for is peace. So fine, give me that math assignment. Jeez, were you raised by wolves with underdeveloped brains? It's all wrong, literally all of it. I'll solve it in my lunch break and you leave me alone. Deal?
As Milo walked away without waiting for an answer, I saw a troubled look across his face. I'd sometimes thought Milo and I had a spark, but he'd never said anything, and I always assumed he didn't want to be more than friends. I made my way to the football field next, knowing exactly what to expect. Alex bunking his classes to practice football. But as I got closer, it nearly took my breath away seeing him playing and looking so vibrant, and my heart broke a little knowing how that dream had ended.
Hey lady, who are you? And why are you staring at that boy?
Hey, it's not a crime to stare at your husband. And by that I mean the coach. Beautiful man. Can't keep my eyes off him.
Coach Jackson is your husband? I didn't know he was married.
Husband-to-be. Hopefully, if I can put a ring on it. Okay, I gotta pee. Be right back. I ran off in the direction where I remembered the bathrooms were and decided to wait it out in case the janitor was still outside. But as I was wandering through the hallway, I suddenly saw Alex walk in with his ex-girlfriend, Bianca. Oh God, I couldn't risk being seen by them. I slipped through the first door close to me and realized it was the boys' locker room. I heard footsteps coming closer, so I jumped into an empty closet seconds before Alex and Bianca came in. And then they started kissing. What the actual heck? Alex was cheating on me in high school?
Bianca, we can't keep seeing each other. I have a girlfriend I really like.
So, I have a boyfriend I really like too. Why can't we have some fun on the side? Yeah, we fought a lot when we were together, but we always had great chemistry.
That witch!
No, I can't. Look, this is too stressful and it's giving me an ulcer. And I need my head in the game before the big championship. We're not seeing each other again, okay?
Okay, if you say so. Now give me one last.
Alex, are you in there? Can I come in? That was me. That was my 17-year-old voice.
Oh my God, it's Jen. Hey, yeah, I'm changing. Give me a minute.
A minute? What'll happen in a minute? Are you gonna do some magic trick to make me invisible?
And suddenly, without warning, Alex shoved Bianca in the closet I was hiding in, and I barely managed to press myself to one side and hold my breath.
You can come in, Jen.
Seeing myself look so young and beautiful made me want to cry. I was a goddess. Hey, babe, missed you in class again. You're gonna flunk chemistry at this rate.
No one's gonna care when I'll be a rich, famous football player.
And then he pulled me in for a kiss. How could he kiss me with that same stupid mouth he'd used to kiss stupid Bianca, who I wanted to strangle? I just wanted to check if you wanted to go with me and Milo to this science exhibit at the museum after school. His dad got special passes.
Gross. I'd rather be hit by a car.
Seriously, it's by this really cool scientist who's worked on a quantum entanglement. You're not even listening anymore, are you?
Of course I'm listening. You said blah blah something, blah blah blah. Why you're even friends with Milo, I'll never understand.
He's my best friend, and he's really cool.
He's a dork, and he acts like I'm some dumb jock. You guys have fun, babe. I've got a thing with a friend anyway.
As the two walked out hand in hand, I could see Bianca smirking.
Yeah, the thing with a friend is a makeout session with me. Stupid Jen.
Gosh, you slimy little...
Ah!
Bianca jumped out of the closet like she'd been electrocuted, staring at me in shock. I was so close to getting out unnoticed. Stupid, stupid me.
Who are you, you pervert? How long have you been hiding here and spying on boys half your age?
What? No, I can explain.
Go ahead then.
Okay. Yeah, so I do have an explanation, and it's a really good one, too. And suddenly, Bianca let out an earth-shattering scream. I shoved her back in the closet and ran for my life. Apparently, not fast enough for a teenager.
Someone catch that woman! She was hiding in the boys' locker room! She attacked me!
And before I knew it, I had half the school running after me as I was headed for the gates. I'd never be able to outrun these kids. And if I got recognized, I was done for. Milo would kill me. And then suddenly, I saw him approaching me fast on some old bicycle.
Hop on, quick!
Milo pedaled away furiously, but we still had people after us. Can you go a little faster?
I'm trying, but you're I don't cycle professionally, you know?
I'm kinda what, Milo?
Well, a little chunkier than I remember.
Did you just call me chunky?
No, I said chunkier. There's a subtle difference. Stop distracting me.
Milo swerved into some street, after which we ditched the bike, ran down several narrow alleyways, crossed a main road, and finally ran into a park where we collapsed behind a huge tree.
What were you thinking?
I'm sorry. I know I should have listened to you, but I just couldn't help myself. Thank you for coming in time.
You're not welcome.
Milo, it was so cool. I saw you and my younger self, and I was hot. I don't remember being that hot. Do you remember that?
I really don't.
Also, I caught Alex making out with his frickin' ex, Bianca. Can you imagine? Milo just stared at me quietly. Why don't you look shocked? Wait, did you know back then?
I'd heard some rumors.
And you never told me?
Ow! I wasn't sure if they were true, okay? And it's not like you would have listened to me back then. I told you he was too stupid for you. A dimwit, a moron, a buffoon. But did you ever listen? No!
You thought everyone was stupid.
You wouldn't have taken me seriously no matter what I'd said, Jen. You had stars in your eyes for that guy. He was perfect.
Apparently not. So what, our entire relationship was a lie? And Alex never really loved me?
I hate siding with Alex, but I don't think that's true. I think he did really love you. The best he knew how.
I guess. If only I'd known, though, maybe my life would have been totally different.
No use dwelling on the past, right? Now, listen. We have to stay inside, especially since we've got people looking for us.
I just have one tiny favor to ask.
No.
Hear me out.
No.
Milo, I want to see my parents once, okay? Mom just left without a word. 2 weeks from this date, actually. And I haven't seen her in 18 years. I won't interact with anyone, and I'll just see them through the window having dinner. It'll be nighttime, so no one will notice me.
Fine, just one look through the window, and I'm coming with you.
And later that evening, as we crept up to my house, my heart almost exploded. There was Mom, as lovely as I remembered, and Dad laughing and looking like a completely different person from now. Milo had joined us for dinner, and we were picture perfect.
I loved how you guys always made me feel like I was a part of the family.
I still don't understand why she left us, just like that. It broke Dad's heart. Well, it broke mine too. I felt Milo slip his fingers through mine, and we watched for a few more minutes before we left.
How about we get pizza from our favorite spot and talk tonight? We've got a lot of catching up to do.
Sounds like a plan. And God, I've missed Gianni's pizza. Best in the world. This is the worst pizza in the world. Why does the marinara sauce taste like wet socks?
The pepperoni is like rubber. How come we didn't notice this before?
I don't know, man. This is inedible, and I'm starving. Can we explore your kitchen, please? Your dad's a millionaire. Why do you only have eggs in the fridge?
Because he wasn't around much and I wasn't interested? I don't mind you boiling some eggs.
Why should I do it? It's your house. Or is it my job because I'm a woman? I didn't know we'd traveled back to 1950.
Jeez, it's not a feminist issue. I'll boil them.
Do you even know how to boil eggs?
I'm a scientist. Of course I know.
The stove turns on the other way, genius. God, men are such useless babies. Give me that. I'll do it.
I can handle boiling an egg, woman.
I don't have the energy to bicker like an old married couple. Just let me do it. As we both pulled at the saucepan, it went flying out of our hands and landed with a loud clunk on the floor. Milo immediately pulled me into the tiny pantry, and we waited with bated breath, expecting some servant to come running in. I think no one heard us. We can go out now.
Let's give it a few more minutes. We can't risk getting caught.
I felt acutely aware of how close Milo was and how he seemed to be analyzing my face.
You haven't changed much since high school, you know?
Liar. Just earlier today, you said I'm chunkier.
I just meant you're not a skinny teenager anymore. And you look great. I'm sure you get asked out all the time.
Oh, no. I'm probably known as the lunatic mom of 3 kids in my town. I attacked a salesperson and destroyed a wedding cake at a bakery not too long ago.
Oh, God. I wish I'd been there to see it.
I don't like that crazy, angry side of me at all. And yeah, that would make anyone run away if they were interested in the first place, which I highly doubt.
I doubt the opposite.
Suddenly, Milo was even closer and tucking away hair behind my ear, and my arms were going around his neck, and I could feel his breath on my face. And just as I leaned in, the door burst open, and we stared in complete horror at a younger Milo who was staring back at us.
Hi, I'm Serena, and I know what you're thinking. She looks nothing like her family. That's because I was adopted when I was a baby. I was born in Romania, and I might have taken that small piece of trivia a little too seriously. Oh, I can't water the plants. Romanians are allergic to the sun. Does this broccoli have garlic on it? Romanians don't eat garlic, Mommy. But I have to sleep inside this cardboard box. It's a Romanian thing. You won't get it. That's a vampire thing, doofus. Now sleep in a bed like a proper human child. God, you're so dumb. I wasn't dumb. I was quirky and cute. But Fred was right. I just never seemed to make the smartest choices. Fred wasn't only my brother. He was also my best bud growing up. He was super smart and solved math equations in his sleep, but he was really awkward and hated outdoor activities. Come out, Fred! Look at all these butterflies coming out of their raccoons! It's cocoons and no thank you. You know they start off as icky caterpillars, right? Quit being such a party pooper and come play with me! But Fred just stayed inside. I chased the butterflies and didn't realize when I ended up rather far from home. I was about to find my way back when suddenly this weird woman came out of nowhere and started showering me with kisses. Ew, get your germy lips off of me. I'm warning you, I know Kung Fu. Serena, I'm your aunt. I know your real mother. She wants to meet you at the ice cream shop. My what now? I didn't really care about finding my real family. I was happy with the one I had. But since ice cream was involved, I was suddenly curious. I was about to get into her van when suddenly a couple of police cars came screeching to a stop before us, and the officers arrested my aunt. They took me to the station with them, and moments later, Mom and Dad came running in and hugged me super tight. Oh, Serena, thank God you're safe.
You can't go so far from home. That woman is a kidnapper the police have been trying to catch. She works at the adoption agency and picks up adopted kids for ransom money. Luckily, they caught her in time.
Whoa. The psycho woman was jailed for 25 years. But from that day on, my parents were attached to me like my shadow and treated me like a porcelain doll. They wrapped me up in bubble wrap when I wanted to jump on the trampoline. They put me on a baby leash when we went out in public. They even missed Fred's science fairs and chess matches because they couldn't trust anyone to babysit me.
You only have yourself to blame. Who's dumb enough to just walk off with a random stranger?
Me, of course. I was nothing special. I had no brains and no passion. Most of the time, I felt a little lost. But one day, I saw this 16-year-old Russian swimmer, Mariana, win a gold medal on TV, and my whole life changed. I had posters of her all over my room and even bought all of her merchandise. I was obsessed. I want to be just like Mariana. She's a year older than me and she's achieved so much.
But swimming is dangerous, sweetie. You could slip and hit your head.
I could do that in the kitchen too. We should baby-proof the kitchen. What? No, I'm not a baby. Please, will you just let me try something for once? I'm sick of staying at home. I begged and whined and threw a couple of tantrums, and finally they agreed to take me to a kiddie pool. Whatever. I was determined to make the best of it, and when I entered the water, it felt like I was finally in my element. I aced all the lessons and turned out to be a natural. Within a year, I joined the high school swim team and even won a local competition. And Mom and Dad finally stopped freaking out like headless chickens. Then I started 10th grade, and things just went bonkers. On the very first day, I was rushing to the shower when I slipped and went crashing into a girl. I am so sorry. Oh my God. What? You're Mariana. Am I dreaming? Ouch! This is definitely real. I am such a huge fan. Oh, really? Is that why you tried to injure me? What? It was an accident. Huh, I doubt it. I eat jealous little wannabes like you for breakfast. Now, stay out of my way or I'll crush you. What a diva! I found out from the head coach that Mariana was recovering from an injury at the local state-of-the-art medical center and would be attending our high school while she was here. Just my luck. The universe sent my idol to my school, and she already hates me. I tried to do damage control and got her some welcome flowers and cheesecake, but she started sneezing and gagging and threw everything in the trash. Are you trying to sabotage me? I'm lactose intolerant and allergic to roses. How was I supposed to know that? You said you were my fan and you don't know this? Some fan you are. I was just trying to be nice. Nice gets you nowhere. Work on your swimming instead, loser. Okay, that's enough. I know you're an international champion, but you can't treat me like this. I really admired you. But now I can see you're just a brat with a swollen head. Get over yourself. Huh, you wish you could be me. I have more talent in my injured little toe than you have in your whole entire body. You can put your entire foot in your mouth because at the next swim meet, I'm gonna beat you. I accept the challenge. Although it's hardly a challenge. I was pumped. I trained extra hard and spent so much time in the pool, I started looking like a wrinkly old grandma. But on the day of the swim meet, Mariana spilled an entire bottle of conditioner on me right before the start. Oops, I'm so sorry. Your skin looked like it needed it. I was fuming. I took another quick shower, but I was super late. And when the whistle blew, I was so out of it that I flopped into the water like a dying fish. I lost badly, and Mariana sailed through the water gracefully like a swan. But what she did next shocked the bubbly farts right out of me. Mariana stepped off the stage after taking her prize and kissed Fred. Hey, what the heck are you doing to my brother? Stand behind me, Fred. I'll protect you from this soul-sucking mermaid. Sorina, Fred has told me so much about you. We met in the library the other day, and I said I was craving some Russian pastries. He got me some the very next day. Fred is a real gentleman.
And you're a real lady.
What was happening? Fred looked genuinely happy, but Mariana was bad news. The way she'd swam earlier, it didn't look like she was injured at all. But before I could confront her, they left. What a bunch of love-struck jerks.
I was so depressed, I spent a couple of hours at my favorite ice cream shop eating my feelings. But once the banana splits were gone, I headed home and, to my surprise, I saw Mariana across the street. She was dressed like some weird spy and went inside a dirty-looking alley. I followed her and saw that she was buying a weird packet from some homeless dude.
Hey, what you got there, bestie? Did you hit your head on that dive? I am not your bestie.
Is it Russian candy? Is it a wig? Or is it a whole new personality you use only when Fred's around?
It's your brother's heart, and it's all mine.
She was a piece of work and super suspicious. I wanted to follow her, but I was already late. Mom and Dad would probably send a SWAT team after me. So that night, I borrowed Fred's laptop and did some research. I found a few articles about Mariana's injury, but then I found a creepy Reddit thread about athletes using performance-enhancing pills. I was shocked. Is that how Mariana had swum so well in the competition with an injury? I had to find out. But the next day, I walked into school and everyone was talking about Mariana and Fred like they were a celebrity couple. Fred, of all people, was popular. He suddenly had this confidence I'd never seen before. It was kinda awesome. But Mariana was ruining swimming for me.
We've decided I'll take your place on the swim team for regionals.
What? You can't do that. You're not even a permanent student. Aren't you supposed to be injured and resting? Coach!
I'm sorry, Serena. We have a chance to compete with an international gold medalist on our team, and she seems strong enough now.
I was so mad I tore up all of her posters from my room and trashed all the merchandise. All I'd wanted to be was noticed by my idol, but she just turned out to be a massive jerk. I was gonna bring her down if it was the last thing I did.
Hey, Mariana told me what happened. It was really sweet of you to give her your place. She really needed this.
I didn't give up anything. Your evil girlfriend pushed me out. Swimming is the only thing I'm good at, but she couldn't even let me have it.
Look, I know you're hurt, but she's a good person.
It's all an act. She's only pretending to be your girlfriend to get under my skin.
Yes, Serena. I'm sure my relationship is all about you. Everything is always about you. The only reason a girl could want to be with me is to get back at you. Not because I have anything worth liking, right?
Wow, I didn't know you were so desperate to be liked, you'll defend the devil herself. Some brother you turned out to be. I hated the look of hurt in Fred's eyes, but I was just so mad. The next day, I sneaked into the gym and went through Mariana's locker, and I found the package she'd taken from the man in the alley, and it had pills inside. I ran to the head coach and showed him everything. Mariana went ballistic.
They aren't what you think. I'm not a cheat.
Then explain how your injury healed so quickly. You're lying, Mariana, and I have proof.
Stop this, Serena. You don't know what you're talking about.
No. For once, I'm the smart one, and you're being dumb. She played you with her big eyes and pretty face. She's just a cheating witch.
Stop calling me that.
And then she pushed me into the water. The head coach insisted on getting her tested, and she went bananas. She started ripping up pool noodles with her teeth and threw swimming flippers at the students like a mad person. 2 coaches had to drag her away, and she was suspended during the investigation. But I wasn't even happy about it. My teammates were mad at me for being a sneak. Fred wasn't talking to me, and Mariana, all the blood work came out clear. Turns out, the pills were special Russian vitamins. But she was so messed up with all the media attention and headlines, she completely failed at the regionals. I felt like a total jerk. It was time for me to apologize. Hey, I'm sorry about the whole mix-up.
As if your plan worked. I lost the competition and my reputation. Now you can have your perfect life back.
Perfect? My life is not perfect. My adoptive family is the bomb, but I've always felt a bit lost since I was a kid. Swimming makes me feel like I belong, and you took that away from me.
Yes, I did. Because I'm better at it, and it's good for the team. But Fred was right. You're a selfish, spoiled brat who only thinks about herself.
I was so mad, I slapped her hard across the cheek. We were rolling around on the floor fighting like cats, when suddenly Fred came in between.
What the heck is wrong with you two?
She started it. She's always hated me.
That's enough. I love you both, but this needs to stop. You love me?
Are you okay? Do you have brain fever?
Stop it, Serena. After all these years, I've taken a back seat while Mom and Dad obsessed over you. I thought you'd be okay with me being the center of attention for once.
It was true. Mom and Dad always went out of their way to make me happy and keep me safe. They hardly ever talked about Fred. I was selfish and felt terrible for not realizing it before.
And Mariana, you can't blame Serena for jumping to conclusions when she doesn't know the truth.
What truth? Suddenly, Mariana looked so sad, it broke my heart.
My family had to flee Russia. Some really bad men were after my father, and I had to fake an injury so they would give us quick visas to come to America for my medical treatment. Now I can never go back, and I can never swim for another country if I want to keep my family safe. That's why I wanted to be part of the swim team so badly.
But that doesn't explain why you're so mean and horrible.
It's all I knew. In Russia, you don't become a champion by being nice and sweet. You have to be really tough and fight for your place. It will be a hard habit to break, but I see you all as competition, especially you. You're good.
She said it reluctantly, but she said it, and I was on cloud 9. Aw, that's all I ever wanted to hear from you.
Get away from me, or I'll take the words back.
You can't take it back now. You think I'm good, and we'll be on the same team together. It's gonna be epic.
Is your sister crazy? What is wrong with her? Why is she so huggy? She's just really happy, and so am I.
I'd just settled into the couch with my snacks and my movie when suddenly the doorbell rang. Flippity flippin' flamingo. Can't a woman have a moment of peace in her own house? Why is someone here at midnight? I was marching towards the door when I stopped short. Ow. Why is someone here at midnight? Hello? Who is it? There was only silence. Are you a robber? Dude, I just took my kids to the dentist today, so I'm broke. Try your luck with the big house down the street. Again, no reply, but I could see a weird shadow against the door. Are you an alien who's accidentally landed on planet Earth? Run away while you still can. It's too late for the rest of us. Still no answer, but I heard a muffled laugh. Look, I've been having a rough time lately, and I am so not in the mood for this. So I'm warning you, I'm coming out with an axe, and I am not afraid to use it. I flung the door open and jumped back, half expecting to be attacked. But when the porch light fell on the face under the weird hat, I recognized someone I thought I'd never see again. Milo? Not a phone call or text for 12 years, and now you just show up at my door at midnight? Did someone die?
Hi, long time no see. Yeah, here's the thing, Jen. Thousands of people across the globe will die soon if you and I don't travel back in time and fix a tiny mistake you made in high school. Can I come in?
I was hoping this was the part I'd wake up and realize it was just a stupid dream that made no sense. Yeah, no such luck. Hi, I'm Jennifer, the oldest MC of My Story Animated. By the way, Mr. Director, I don't appreciate how everyone on set has been telling me I look very good for my age. That's something you'd say to someone in their 60s. I'm just a hot 35-year-old. Sorry, I think I'm catching something from one of my kids. Nasty buggers. Anyway, I'm old enough to be your mom, so y'all better show some respect and strap in for my story because it's gonna be da bomb. Okay, no one says that anymore? Whatever. Now, before I continue, please like and subscribe to MSA. I'll give you a quick walkthrough of my past. It's kinda important. I was born on December 27th, 1983, a cute lump of fat weighing 10 pounds, 8 ounces. I was an only kid, so my childhood was carefully documented by my adoring parents. Cute, still cute. Then, yikes! Puberty hit, and that was just ugly, hella ugly. I had it all. The braces, the unibrow, the baby fat still holding on tight. I didn't think I'd recover from that phase. So I worked hard on being smart and funny. Then, boom! I turned 16 and had a big crush on a boy. Lost the weight, lost the braces, and people started using a word for me that I hadn't heard before. Pretty. I was class valedictorian, voted most likely to succeed, and the girlfriend of the football team captain. Alex was an absolute dreamboat. You just had to see him in action once and you knew this guy was gonna be a star. We dated all through university and got married after graduation. Alex's career was on the rise. I was about to start my PhD. Life was peachy, blah, blah, blah. But then one day, Alex had a terrible injury during a game, and soon after, the doctors told him he could never play professionally again. It was a huge blow, and with a kid on the way, I had to quit my PhD program and get a job as a high school science teacher. Alex was depressed and bedridden for months, but when he got back on his feet, he was even worse.
Babe, I've got an amazing idea. We're opening a ramen place.
We don't know the first thing about making ramen.
I'm 1/8 Japanese. It's gotta be in my blood.
It wasn't. We filed for bankruptcy 6 months later.
I bought a flock of sheep, babe. It's a great investment. We'll double our money in 6 months.
We didn't. Unless we're talking about losses. Yeah, we doubled those.
I'm growing mushrooms in the garage. I'm growing avocados in the garden. I'm investing in a video game for bored 70-year-olds.
I tried to be supportive, knowing that he'd lost his big dream career. But the debts were piling, the fights were becoming more frequent, and we were drifting further apart. 10 years later, we decided to separate and see how we felt about it. But the one true joy of my life was becoming a mom to my daughter Stella, followed 5 years later by her twin brothers, David and Beckham. No matter what happened, this love I had for my kids was forever.
So were sleepless nights, piles of laundry, cleaning, doctor visits, viruses, diapers, more piles of laundry, cleaning, homework, tantrums, crying, more crying, bawling like a baby in the bathroom. Yeah, okay, the last one is me.
Why are you telling me this morning that you need cupcakes for your entire class today?
I put it on the fridge schedule a month ago, left sticky notes all over the house a week ago, and set a reminder on your watch for yesterday.
Your brother stuck my watch in a jar of Nutella. David, Beckham, why do you keep taking your clothes off? That's the opposite of getting dressed.
I'll be the only kid who didn't get anything for the class picnic.
No, sweetie, wait. Let's see what we got. Here's a jar of peanut butter and some cookies. Ew, no, those are stale. You want to take some prunes? They're great for constipation.
Mom, I'll tell the teacher you forgot. It happens.
Oh, no, you won't. I know how judgy those teachers are. We're stopping at a bakery. Boys, I swear if you don't stop running this second, I'll call an elf who will call Santa and tell him not to get you any Christmas presents.
You don't know an elf? Yeah, we don't believe you.
I'm your mother, and mothers never lie to their children. Now get dressed before I call the goblin who eats twins for breakfast.
Hey, lady, can you control your kids? One of them took my cookie.
Oh, God, so sorry. I'll get you another one.
A coffee, too. The other brat stuck his gross finger in it.
Okay, sure. But you don't have to be so angry. They're just kids.
Yeah, I'm angry at you. Clearly you suck as a mom and didn't teach them any manners.
Excuse me? You want to say that again to my face?
Did you think I said it to your butt the first time?
Oh, you want a piece of me, buddy?
Mom, please don't.
You're crazy. I'm out of here.
I need to pee. I need to pee too.
For the last time, you don't need to take your shoes off to pee.
After we returned from the bathroom, I turned to the lady at the counter. How many cupcakes do you have here?
2 dozen.
I'll take them all, please.
I can't sell them all to you.
Why not?
What if someone else comes around for a cupcake?
What do you care if one person buys them or 10 people do? You just want sales, right?
No, I want to make people happy.
Then go be a party clown in your free time. But right now, I need you to sell me those cupcakes. I'll pay you $10 extra.
No!
Gimme it! I jumped behind the counter and started taking out the cupcakes. The lady started wrestling with me and screaming for security. I pushed her, she pushed me back, and I went flying straight into a baker walking out of the kitchen with someone's wedding cake. I'll never forget that moment. Me, covered head to toe in white frosting, the salesperson still screaming, everyone in the cafe, including my children, looking absolutely terrified, and in the doorway stood Alex, looking as handsome as ever, holding hands with a leggy redhead who looked like she'd stepped out of a magazine.
Mom, are you okay?
Yes, sweetie. I'm fine. I'm not fine. I feel like I'm one of those hamsters on a wheel, and the wheel never stops, and I'm running and running, but somehow I've gained weight. How did that happen?
You had 3 kids, honey, and you're an amazing mom.
No, I'm not. The twins are adorable, but they're maniacs. And Stella is so smart, and I'm constantly disappointing her. She knew Alex was dating someone for months, and she didn't tell me to protect my feelings. A 10-year-old shouldn't have to do that.
How do you feel about Alex having a girlfriend?
I know the marriage has long been over, but I just wasn't expecting him to get over it so quickly, you know?
I know.
So, yeah, we got a divorce with shared custody of the kids. I became kinda friends with Cassie or Katie or whatever that dumb redhead's name is, and life went on. Now it was Alex's turn to keep the kids overnight, and I had big plans for myself, which were rudely interrupted. You have white hair now.
You have a bigger butt now.
You checked out my butt?
Don't sound so excited. I just made a logical guess.
Milo, you want to tell me where you've been for 12 years? You just suddenly left town without so much as a goodbye? Oh wait, what day was that? Yeah, my wedding day. And you were the best man.
I told you I had a brainwave related to my research. Also, you know I hate people and weddings and happiness in general.
You left me a text, and I haven't heard from you since. Why come and see me now?
Because we have to travel back. Okay, sit down and I'll set up a PowerPoint presentation.
Use your words and make them make sense.
Okay. So, do you remember what we were doing on the night of 15th December 2000?
Sometimes I'm in the shower and can't remember if I just shampooed my hair. So no.
Do you remember that you were a nosy person and you suspected something shady was happening in the abandoned warehouse in our town and you dragged me there one night to find out more?
Oh yeah, I remember that. And I was right. It was some super freaky science lab. But then we went back a week later and it was gone.
Yeah. Have you heard about the xenovirox virus?
I recently read about some cases in the news.
Soon it'll be a lot more, all over the world. Apparently the virus was created in that shady science lab by some people in government as biological warfare.
What? No way!
Do you remember that when we were in the lab, you accidentally bumped into some things on a countertop?
Did I?
You knocked over a vial and the liquid in it got mixed with fluid in another beaker. That was the vaccine. Because of your mishap, the scientist working on it got the wrong result, and he concluded that the vaccine was impossible to make. The project was shut down because it was too risky having a virus from which no one could be protected.
So it looks like I did a good thing?
You'd think so, but there's no way to really destroy a virus. It was kept in a secure facility all these years, and I don't know how and when exactly, but it escaped, and it's spreading like wildfire now. And because of your accident, the vaccine for it was never made.
Oh my God. Well, someone will make it now, won't they?
Not fast enough. Jen, it's really serious and we gotta go back and fix this.
What do you mean, go back?
Didn't I already mention the time travel thing? Yeah, so I stumbled upon a rip in the space-time continuum, which helped me to discover the way to open portals whenever I want and travel to the past. That's what I've been working on for almost 2 decades now.
Oh, no. Jennifer, please wake up from this terrible dream.
Is it that bad meeting me after all this time?
Yes, because not a single thing you've said has been good or made sense. How do you even know all this about the vaccine and the virus?
Time travel. I just told you. You used to be a lot smarter, Jen.
You actually expect me to believe you're a time traveler?
If there's anyone who'll believe me, I expect it to be you.
I looked into his sharp blue eyes and knew he wasn't kidding. Okay. If you've traveled back in time, why didn't you just fix the problem yourself?
Believe me, I tried. But I can't seem to do it alone, and I can't ask anyone else. Come on, we gotta go now.
I have this night to myself, Milo, and I don't want to be some hero and save the world. I just want to watch a movie and fall asleep 5 minutes after it starts and have pancakes in the morning. And no, I won't have to make 3 dozen pancakes or eat the cold ones. Fresh, hot pancakes just for me, and coffee, and peace. Let me have this, please.
Jen, everyone you love is at great risk. Do it for your kids.
No, that's just emotional blackmail.
Is it working?
Yeah, fine. It's working. Let's go, you weirdo.
You're gonna go like this?
Yeah? What's wrong with this?
Oh, nothing. You look lovely. Is that mustard or barf on your coat?
Shut up.
Put this hat on, please.
Yay! I get a funky hat, too. Next, Milo took out a cube, placed it on the ground, and it sprang up into a tent. Hey, I need one of those collapsible things for camping with the kids.
That's the astral tent. It's my time machine. Now, I just need a minute to set up the temporal destination.
I'd followed Milo here, curious to know what he was going on about. But it just hit me then. Milo was actually mental. He'd really lost it. Oh, you poor baby.
What's going on?
Nothing, sweetie. It's all okay. I'm here for you, but you need help. Professional help. Do you understand what I'm saying, Milo?
No. Can you get your hands off my face?
I hear there's really nice places now for people like you, and you'll get the help you need, and I'll come visit you, I promise.
Are you talking about a mental institution? I'm not crazy.
Of course not, sweetie. You're special.
Cut it out. If you think I'm crazy, why did you come with me?
I don't know, Milo. Maybe I just came along because I'm actually really happy to see you, even though I've been pretending otherwise. And maybe a small part of me thought, hey, he's a genius. Maybe he really did invent time travel, and you're in for an adventure, Jen, which would be a nice change from your mundane life. But you just pitched up a tent in a field and gave me a stupid hat, and this is also ridiculous. I'm going home. Just as I turned to leave, I heard a buzzing sound from behind me, and I gasped. The tent was glowing.
It makes that sound when it's warming up. You want to put that hat back on?
Okay, then. As we stood outside the tent, I could feel my heart racing with excitement. Was this really happening?
Before we go in, you gotta remember 3 rules of time travel. Number 1, and the most important, don't change anything in the past. We have no idea what happens when we pull out a single thread in the fabric of time. It can have a butterfly effect and change many outcomes, possibly for the worse.
Aren't we going back to change something?
We already know that has a really bad outcome, so we're gonna risk it. Change nothing else, okay?
Got it.
Number 2, you can't get recognized by anyone. Tell no one who you are under any circumstances.
Done.
Number 3. Okay, I think I don't have a number 3. So just 2 important rules of time travel. Also, I gotta warn you, as we travel, you will experience nausea, headaches, dizziness, stomach cramps, palpitations, sweats, and feel like someone kicked you in the back.
Sounds like 9 months of pregnancy. Been there, done that.
Okay then. You ready?
This is insane. Yes, okay. I'm ready.
It's good to see you too, by the way. Now, 1, 2, 3, go.
Hi, I'm Joyce, and I'm from China. People think my life is perfect. A pretty face, wealthy parents, and an elite school. But what good is any of that if my family doesn't love me and favors my genius brother? All I ever wanted was for my dad to be proud of me. But I made my brother disappear, and that ruined my life. Let me start from the beginning. I look like Mom, thankfully. Dad's beauty is mostly internal. Mom is the prettiest woman I've ever seen, and she looked more like my big sister than my mom.
She looks like you, but I hope she doesn't have your brain, or she'll turn out useless like you.
Well, I had learning difficulties and barely spoke more than a few words until I was 5. Dad hated me. He spoiled my brother Dustin rotten. I wanted to impress him too, but Dustin, 3 years younger than me, was already a genius. Dustin loved me, no matter how much Dad compared us. He never let it get between us. Like this one time on my 8th birthday, Dad decided to celebrate Dustin instead of me. He invited all his employees and business partners. Dustin was on stage reciting this long old English poem called Beowulf, and people were already yawning and checking their watches. Mom and I were late because we were at the salon, and when we finally walked in halfway through the poem, every single head turned our way. People looked at us like we were movie stars. Dad came rushing over, looking pissed.
What are you all staring at, huh? It's just 2 girls who care more about their looks than their brains. Joyce, you're just a disappointment. Go upstairs. Actually, do us all a favor and stay there.
I went to my room, and a few people, including Dustin, gave me the thumbs up and told me how pretty I looked in my dress. So I gave them my best princess bow, threw a couple of kisses like a celebrity, and kept walking. Once Dustin started 1st grade, my parents adored him even more. Dad gave him the entire 2nd floor, 3 private drivers, and 1 jet. Maybe you're wondering why a 6-year-old needs a private jet. Yeah, me too. But when you're that rich and that obsessed with your genius kid, I guess a bicycle just doesn't cut it. Anyway, once, Dustin took me on his jet to France for breakfast. And when Dad found out, he freaked out and grounded me for weeks. I knew I would never make Dad love me, so I thought maybe being close to Dustin would help. Whenever he did something wrong, like breaking a glass or messing up the floor, I'd take the blame, thinking maybe that would make Dad look at me differently.
Joyce, stop! You don't have to cover for me. Dad's not gonna love you more because you're suffering, and it kills me when he talks about you like you're nothing.
No, you're just too young to get it. Once, when I was in 7th grade, Dustin had a science project and wanted to test gravity and weight. He used a bowling ball from our private bowling alley and dropped it on different items. One of those items was an old watch he thought nobody wanted, but it turned out it belonged to our maid, a gift her mom had given her when she was a child my age. When she found it broken, she lost it and said she would tell our parents. I panicked. I couldn't let them think their perfect kid could be this careless. So I did something I'm not proud of. I knew our maid had a sick mother, so I called her. This is Joyce. I'm sure you know who I am. Your daughter is threatening me and my brother, and I don't like that. I know you're sick and you need monthly medications, and your husband is useless and your son steals from you. And your only provider is our maid. So I advise you to talk to your daughter and tell her to back off, or I'll talk Daddy into firing her. Do it before it's too late. Then I hung up with a tight feeling in my chest. The maid didn't say anything after that. She just kept working quietly for days, and I felt terrible. I kept giving her money from my pocket anonymously for years. Then 9th grade arrived, and something completely unexpected happened. One afternoon, I was humming in the school bathroom when the music teacher happened to be hiding in one of the stalls trying to catch girls who were vaping. She heard me, asked me to sing, and ended up loving my voice. She even said I could be the lead singer for the Christmas choir. I was over the moon. And no, of course Dad didn't come to the choir. Only Mom came. And she didn't even stay until the end because Dad called her to come home for whatever reason. But everyone else was so impressed by my voice that a few people came up to talk to me afterward, including this kind-looking man who honestly resembled Keanu Reeves. If Keanu had a paunch.
I'm Peter Anderson. I'm a music producer. You've probably heard the rumors that I'm a fraud, but this town loves gossip more than the truth. Anyway, I see real talent in you, and if you're interested, I'd love to help you become a singer. Here's my card, and maybe we can talk more in my office.
I was so happy that someone finally noticed something in me and wanted to help me shine, even if it was this half-fraud kind of a mess person. Of course I kept his card with me, and I didn't tell anyone except Dustin.
So I guess you're the child who'll make our family proud after all.
What is that supposed to mean?
I mean, Joy, people think the perfect, favored child is the lucky one, but it's actually the ugly, stupid, neglected one. Like, how would you discover your voice if you lived in a cage chasing someone else's dream?
Okay, wow, this is getting deep.
Don't worry, I won't go that deep. I know your IQ. Anyway, I need a favor. I know you're going to that Halloween party this weekend, and Dad would never let me go. So maybe you could sneak me out with you? I really, really want to go. They're bringing Chicago-style pizza. And if Dad finds out I snuck out, at least he'll know I was with you.
Which will make things even worse.
Come on! I'll do your assignments for the whole next semester.
For the next 2 years.
Fine. Shake on it.
Wait, did you like this video and subscribe to MSA?
Obviously. Why do you think I turned out so emotionally intelligent? Guys, interact with our video so this story blows up. What are you waiting for? Comment now!
That weekend, I snuck Dustin out and we headed to this huge party 5 blocks away. Dustin was wearing a white ghost costume. Way too simple for a genius, but whatever. I dressed like Amy Winehouse, and honestly, I looked really cool. The party was wild. Everyone was having fun, and a bunch of kids were wearing the same ghost costume as Dustin. I kept an eye on him until this cute guy came up to me and started talking. I liked him, and when I saw Stephanie staring at us with jealousy, I realized she probably liked him too. She was a girl from my school who was always jealous of me, so I decided to annoy her even more. She walked over and started talking to him, and he didn't mind.
So, Alan, did you know I have a really good voice? I can sing Can't Help Falling in Love by Elvis Presley, if you want. They have karaoke here.
It's Derek.
The singer?
No, my name.
Anyway, I'll show you how it's done. Then she rushed to the karaoke machine and sang in front of everyone. Her voice wasn't bad, and I saw Derek nodding along. When she finished, everyone cheered, and she looked like she owned the world with that smug smile. I don't know what came over me, but I ran up, grabbed the mic, and started singing too. Everyone went silent, listening. I even saw kids showing each other their goosebumps. When I finished, Derek came over to hype me up.
That's my girl.
I felt amazing, especially when I saw Stephanie's annoyed face. My eyes followed her as she stormed out of the party, and I saw a few boys in ghost costumes leaving too. That's when I remembered Dustin. I tried to run after him, but kids kept stopping me for high fives and congratulations. By the time I made it outside, I sprinted to the group of ghost boys. Dustin? Dustin! Knock it off! This isn't funny! No one answered. I started pulling off their masks one by one, but none of them were Dustin.
Back off, you weirdo!
Panic shot through me. I ran like crazy through the streets. Dustin! 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 2 hours passed. I couldn't find him. I was so worried sick about my brother, and I knew there was no running from calling Dad. I was finished. Dad and Mom arrived with a few police officers, and Dad looked like he was about to finish me off. He lunged toward me, but Mom stepped between us. He glared at her with furious eyes.
So now you're protecting your kid? Oh, that's funny because I didn't see you stopping them from sneaking out in the middle of the night.
The officers tried to calm him down while everyone started searching for Dustin. But another day passed, and still no sign of him. The whole town volunteered. People searched through the nights, but nothing. Every second felt heavier than the last. I isolated myself. I text Dustin every day. Stupid messages like, "Where are you?" and "Please come home," as if he'd somehow see them and reply. At night, I'd sneak into his room and sleep in his bed, burying my face in his pillow until his smell faded away. Some nights, I'd just sit on his floor holding his favorite hoodie, feeling like I'd lost the only person who ever really saw me. Dad barely talked to me anymore. Mom didn't yell at me or blame me, but sometimes I'd catch her crying alone, and she'd wipe her tears the second she saw me. "I'm sorry, Mom." She didn't answer. "Can we talk about this? I want to hear your voice. I know what happened is my fault, but I just want you to pat my shoulder, let me cry in your lap, tell me it'll be all right. Just say something, anything." But she didn't. She just gave me a sad little smile, nodded, and walked away. And then I completely shut down. A year of guilt and silence later, I couldn't take it anymore. I needed something, anything to distract myself, even if just for a little while. I remembered the card the producer gave me, and I figured, why not call him? It's not like I had much to do being alone all the time.
Wise decision. I'm gonna make you a star, way up in the sky, so bright, your dad's gonna regret not loving you enough.
Well, that's definitely a dream to live up to. He started helping me get small singing gigs at local cafes, and I loved it. The attention, the clapping, the feeling that I mattered to someone. One day, someone recorded me singing and posted it on TikTok, and it went viral. People loved my voice and kept commenting that they wanted more. So, Peter created a small YouTube channel for me and uploaded my videos there. He was so proud. It felt nice having a father figure in my life who actually cared. But when my dad found out, he completely lost it.
Oh, look at you! Enjoying your little fame with that fraud producer.
He's not a fraud. He helps me a lot. He even made me a YouTube channel, and it's growing.
Aw, and who gets paid from YouTube? Did he even give you a single cent? Or does he just toss you a few pennies you get from those miserable cafes?
I'm not doing this for money. I do it because I love singing.
Just like you loved your brother, right?
For the first time, I felt real anger toward him. Why couldn't he see any goodness in me? But before I could say anything, he pushed his chair back and walked out. Later that night, he started having chest pains. Mom and I rushed him to the hospital. The doctor said it was stress and that he needed rest. I didn't visit him much while he was there. Not after what Peter told me.
Summer vacation's coming up. I was thinking we could go on a little tour around the country. Grow your audience. See where this takes us. I believe in you, kid.
I went on that tour in a heartbeat, and I had the best time of my life. For once, I felt like a child again. No guilt, no pressure, just music and freedom. But even then, I worried about Mom. I always felt like she needed rescuing from Dad. That became my motive. Work harder, grow bigger, make more money, and buy us a house far away from him. My fame grew fast. By the time I finished high school, I was well known enough to earn a good income. One night, before leaving the house the next day for good and renting an apartment in the city, I was having my last dinner with my parents.
You know, Joy, now that you're getting into business and success, you should know it comes with stress. You might even end up in the hospital since you're so fragile. So I was thinking, I don't trust that knucklehead producer of yours. I should be your manager. I have a pretty good feeling I'll finally be proud of you, especially once we start making real money off your little talent.
I paused. The moment I thought would never come had finally arrived. Sure, my dad wasn't nice to me, but maybe this was my chance to make him proud. Maybe I could make up for everything that happened years ago. I looked at Mom for a reaction. She gave the slightest shake of her head, but I convinced myself she didn't mean anything by it. I'll think about it. That night, I told my producer I was choosing my father as my manager.
Kid, I can't force you or tell you what to do. You're grown up. If you think your dad's the right man for the job, then go ahead. And just remember, I'm still here for you.
I canceled my move to the city, and Dad became responsible for all my finances, all my schedules, and everything. Everything was fine for the first few months, but then I started noticing that my finances didn't make sense. I was earning more back when Peter managed me, and I was working twice as hard now. Still, I gave my dad the benefit of the doubt until one day I checked my bank account and it was at zero, completely empty. I freaked out and went to confront him in his office, but he wasn't there. That's when Mom walked in, pale and shaking. She turned on the TV.
William Clark, the billionaire owner of Clark Investment Companies, has been exposed as the center of a massive Ponzi scheme. Authorities estimate he conned thousands of people out of nearly $300 million. Records show the fraud began in the early 2000s, and officials confirm he fled the country this morning. The FBI is now searching for him. Back to you, James.
I stared at the screen, frozen. My dad, the man who made me feel small, unworthy, and desperate to impress him, built his entire empire by scamming people. It was my biggest regret, choosing the wrong man to trust. I ran to my mom and hugged her. He stole from me, Mom. He hurt me, and he always made me feel incomplete. All I ever wanted was for him to be proud of me. Where did I go wrong? Mom wrapped her arms around me. You were focused on the wrong parent, honey. Every time I tried to hold you, I could feel myself breaking. And I didn't want you to see that. I didn't want you to carry my pain on top of your own. Words were never my thing, but I always loved having you around. After Dustin, everything fell apart. You shut yourself away, and I didn't know how to reach you. But your father's gone now. Good riddance. It's just us. I've saved some money. Let's start over. I hugged her tighter. Her words came late, and in the hardest moment of my life, but somehow I felt happy. I never knew you could feel so happy and so sad at the same time. After that, everything happened in a blur. The FBI seized our mansion, our cars, and everything inside. Mom and I moved into a tiny apartment and hardly left it. Then one day, someone knocked on the door. It was Peter.
Didn't I tell you? I'll always be here when you need me.
But who's gonna listen to my music after what my dad did?
Joyce, what defines Joyce is what Joyce does, not her father. It's time to rock again. Remember your YouTube channel? I've been saving everything we earned from it for something big, and today's the day.
No, I can't. I just want a quiet life with Mom. I'm sorry. Actually, I gave an interview this morning. I told everyone what your father did, including how he stole from you. People are sympathetic. I've read the comments. They love you, Joyce. They want you back. Wait, you did an actual interview? For me? Wow, Peter helped me restart my career, and people were happy to have me back. And soon enough, I was a huge success and making good money too. One day, before one of my biggest concerts, Mom told me that Dad had been arrested and was facing decades in prison. She said he wasn't feeling well and wanted to see me. I decided to see him one last time before closing his chapter for good.
I know you probably think I was stupid, Joyce.
No, you committed every sin in the book, but stupidity wasn't one of them. You know what? I actually feel sorry for you. You spent your whole life putting down an innocent little girl without a shred of guilt.
Well, you weren't like Dustin. For Christ's sake, he was the only one who made me proud, and you had to take that away from me.
I guess it was for his own good. Otherwise, he would have grown up to be a miserable little fraud like his father. I finally get it. You were never capable of being proud of me. Not because of who I am, but because of who you are. A fraud in business and as a father. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a crowd of 200,000 proud people waiting for me. And with that, I spit on him and left. The moment I stepped on stage, the entire arena erupted. I looked out at all those excited faces, at Mom's proud smile, at Peter beaming at me like his daughter had made it. And then I closed my eyes, and I saw him, Dustin, with that same cute, confident little smile he always had when he believed in me more than anyone else.
I keep running, 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 like I'm trying to outrun time. I can't stop, I can't slow down, with these ghosts still in my mind. And it hits me when it's quiet, nowhere left for me to hide. So I keep on moving, 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 just to feel alive.
But as I sang, the crowd grew louder, louder than I'd ever heard. I opened my eyes. There was a guy being lifted by the crowd, riding toward the stage, and for a second, I stepped back in fear. But then, my heart stopped. Dustin? I signaled for my security to let him through. He climbed onto the stage, and I swear the world went silent around us. I looked at him like I had just seen a ghost. The hostess rushed forward, tears in her eyes. After your mother's interview about your missing brother, the internet made it their mission to find him. He's been missing for 10 years. We interviewed him and confirmed with your mom. He is your long-lost brother. My knees almost buckled. I couldn't breathe. But Dustin spoke first.
I was taken by some shady people. They asked Dad for ransom, but he ignored them. They took me to Mexico. We got into a car accident. I lost my memory. A kind Mexican couple adopted me. I didn't know who I was, but I always felt like someone out there loved me. I just didn't know it was you.
My heart shattered and healed all at once. I dreamt about this moment every day, always imagining myself as the stupid, reckless sister who failed you. I never pictured meeting you like this, as a woman with a life and strength and dreams of her own. Welcome home, brother. I threw my arms around him, and he broke too. And when I looked up, the whole arena was crying with us. I turned back to the microphone, wiping my tears. Thank you, everyone. I learned something I wish someone told me sooner. You can't buy love. You can't chase approval. Not even from the people you want it from the most. The greatest person you can learn to love is yourself. And once you do that, everything else falls into place. Thank you again. And now, if you'll excuse me, my brother and I have a lot to catch up on. And with that, we walked off the stage together. For the first time in years, and the first time all over again. Because sometimes the people who make you feel the smallest are just trying to make themselves feel big.
Contestant 9, please state your name.
Sierra? Looks like a nightmare, right? Hi, I'm Sierra. And ever since I could talk, I've had a stutter.
I didn't think much of it until I moved to a new town when I was 6.
Welcome to the neighborhood. I'm Dean. This is my daughter, Kelsey. What's your name, sweetheart?
Sierra.
Why do you talk like that?
It was the first time anyone had asked me that. It wouldn't be the last. My stutter happened frequently, but it got worse when I was nervous. My mom barely noticed or cared that I had a stutter, or that I really existed. She was always working. And my dad? Well, he left the picture a while ago. Most days, Mr. Dean would watch me after school, and Kelsey and I became fast friends. We did everything together. Played at the park, put on fashion shows, grabbed ice cream at Scoopy's. When we went out as a trio, I'd secretly pretend that Mr. Dean was my dad, and Kelsey was my older sister. In those moments, it felt like the family I'd always wanted. But things started to change when Kelsey's mom announced she wanted a divorce and moved out of state. After that, Kelsey started to change. She wasn't just upset. She was furious. She yelled at everyone, and once even smashed the living room furniture in a fit of rage. She lashed out in class and got held back a grade. And if her dad hadn't been the superintendent, she probably would have been expelled. By middle school, we ended up in the same class, and Mr. Dean dropped us off on the first day.
Wow, your daughters are so beautiful.
Aren't they? I'm a lucky dad.
Kelsey looked like she was about to explode.
I'm Kelsey. I'm his only daughter.
My mistake. And what's your name?
Sierra.
Sierra? Why do you talk like that?
Yeah, can you not speak properly? Or are you stupid?
The class erupted into laughter, and I could feel my face burn. Since then, Kelsey wasn't my friend anymore. A real friend wouldn't do that. Through the years, Kelsey's hatred only grew. Anytime I had an accomplishment, she had to ruin it. Opening night of the school play, she stuffed worms in my costume. She threw her birthday party on the same day as mine every year and literally paid people to skip mine. At the science fair, she unplugged my volcano as the judges walked by, so it just looked like a sad pile of paper mache. And during my middle school graduation speech, she just had to make a scene. And so, I want to say how proud I am of our class. We did...
What the glitch here is trying to say is we did it. Congratulations, grads. Party at my house tonight. Everyone's technically invited, but only cool people should show up.
If it weren't for being her neighbor and still being close with Mr. Dean, I would have liked to never see Kelsey again.
I'm sorry about my daughter. Ever since her mom left, she's been a different person.
I just wish she wasn't so mean.
You shouldn't be ashamed of something you can't control. At the end of the day, your stutter is something that makes you unique.
I held on to that going into high school. My stutter didn't bother me much anymore. In fact, it was getting better with age. He was right. It did make me different. And I liked that. One Friday in English, we were doing a vocabulary spelling exercise, and I was totally killing it. ESOTERIC. Esoteric. QUERULOUS. Querulous. VACILLATE. Vacillate. Everyone was surprised at how well I was doing. And honestly, so was I. Who knew I was that good at spelling?
Sierra, there's a regional spelling bee in a few weeks. You should join. Who knows, you may make it all the way to nationals.
That night, as I sat in my room looking over the spelling bee brochure, loud music suddenly rattled my walls. Kelsey was throwing a party in her backyard. A few classmates waved me over. Fine, just for a little. The party was fun, but I couldn't stop thinking about the spelling bee, and I decided I would sign up. I was about to leave when...
What's this?
She snatched the brochure out of my hand.
A spelling bee? Oh, please. Like you could ever win one of these. In case you didn't know, you trip over your words.
Give that back.
Not so fast. I'll help you practice for your big day.
She pulled out her phone and turned the flashlight on as if it were a spotlight. Some other people gathered around and did the same. I felt blinded by all the lights in my face.
Why don't you show us what you got? Nothing screams fun like watching you butcher the alphabet live on stage. Your word is quiberate.
That's not even a word.
Okay, then. Your word is pathetic. I'm sure you're quite familiar with that.
IRRELEVANT. Irrelevant. I'll use it in a sentence. Kelsey is irrelevant. Now give me back my brochure. But she ripped it into pieces and threw it up like confetti. I took a small step in her direction. Kelsey took a step back and fell into the pool.
Ugh! You pushed me!
Yeah, right. I didn't push you. Your attitude just slipped. She climbed out and stormed over to me, and I bolted. As I ran, I saw her shoving people in her way into the pool. I made it home and locked the door just as she started kicking and clawing at it. My heart was racing. By Monday, the whole school was talking about it. Someone had filmed everything, and she looked completely unhinged. I avoided her all day. After class, I asked my teacher if she would sign off on my spelling bee application, and she wrote a letter of recommendation. That night, I was recording myself practicing when I heard Mom come home early. I rushed downstairs to tell her about the bee, but she really wasn't listening, as usual.
Sierra, that's great and all, but I'm working and I don't need any distractions tonight.
And the Mother of the Year award goes to... Feeling annoyed, I went back upstairs and found Kelsey sneaking through my bedroom window. What are you doing here? Get out!
Relax, Miss Broken Record. I'm just here to apologize.
Apologize?
Yeah. I saw the video from the party over the weekend. I looked crazy. It wasn't okay how I was treating you, so I'm sorry, okay?
Thanks? I'm not really sure what to make of this.
Yeah, well, we used to be friends or whatever. I think it's time to put the bad blood between us to bed, right?
Trust doesn't just snap back into place, not after everything that's happened between us.
I understand. I intend to prove it to you. Do you mind getting me some water? Climbing up the vines was harder than I thought.
Uh-huh. Sure. This certainly wasn't on my bingo card for how the night would go. I brought her water, which she downed in one gulp.
Thanks. I'll see you tomorrow. Maybe we can sit together at lunch?
Maybe. Also, never sneak into my room again. Then she climbed out the window. What a strange interaction. But maybe we really were turning over a new leaf. The next day, I walked into class feeling good about the new era I was in, where I tried new things and made up with old friends. But that confidence vanished when I found my teacher waiting for me, looking pissed.
Sierra, you will not be attending class today. I've contacted the spelling bee and pulled my recommendation for your application.
What? What did I do?
You should be ashamed of yourself. The principal is waiting for you in his office.
What was going on?
It has come to our attention that the English exam answers were sent to your entire English class yesterday.
I'm sorry. I have no idea what you're talking about.
That's strange. Given the exam answers were sent from your email address, you'll be suspended for 3 days. Your mom is on her way here to come get you.
What? This wasn't possible. I didn't do it. When Mom showed up, the veins in her forehead were practically bursting. I begged her to believe me the whole way home, but she didn't say a thing. When we pulled up to the front of the house, she told me to get out of the car. I can't believe I missed an hour of work for this. You're grounded. Then she just drove off, and I burst into tears. I was wrongly accused, suspended, banned from the spelling bee, and all my mom cared about was missing work. Over the next few days, I stayed home and studied, and I kept practicing spelling words anyway. Failure. Failure. Dismay. Dismay. Okay, maybe I was leaning into the drama a little. When I finally got back to school, everyone basically hated me. A bunch of students had used the answers sent from my email, so the teacher failed the entire class, and now everyone was blaming me.
Next few weeks were so lonely. I walked straight out of school one day and went to get an ice cream cone from Scoopy's, and Mr. Dean happened to be passing by. I told him everything that happened.
Let's go talk to the principal right now.
It was nice to have one person who actually listened and seemed to care. Back in the office, Mr. Dean demanded answers.
It was sent from her email account. My hands were tied.
Steve, you're talking like you weren't the biggest troublemaker back in school. Honestly, I'm shocked you became a principal.
Mr. Dean insisted on seeing the email with the timestamp. It was around the time I was practicing spelling. Wait, I had recorded myself doing that. I pulled out my phone to prove it. We watched me spelling, then leaving when Mom got home. Then Kelsey climbed through my window and went for the laptop, but I walked in. Once she sent me away for water, she sat down and typed out the email. She did this. They called her into the office.
Dad, what are you doing here?
You framed Sierra for stealing exam answers when she's completely innocent.
I did not.
He showed her the video.
Of course you go to defend her. She's never been completely innocent, Dad.
What had I ever done to her? The principal and I had front row seats to their screaming match. Kelsey got suspended for a week, and the principal and teacher apologized to me and reinstated me in the spelling bee. That night, I heard a commotion outside. I looked out my window and saw Kelsey stuffing suitcases into her car.
I'm over you, Dad, just like Mom was.
She slammed the door, rammed the car into the garage, and peeled out of the driveway. I ran to Mr. Dean, who was covered in food. What happened?
We were in a huge fight about what she did to you, and she threw everything in the fridge at me. I kicked her out, and she's gone to live with her mom.
As much as I wanted to jump with joy at the thought of never seeing Kelsey again, I didn't want things to be like this. Mr. Dean looked crushed as he walked back inside, and I followed him to help clean up the mess. At school, word got out about what Kelsey did, and people started being nice again. Things weren't just back to normal, they were better. I gave an incredible anti-bullying speech at a school assembly that got a standing ovation. I started a support club where victims of bullying could share their stories. And at every free moment, I was practicing for the spelling bee, often with Mr. Dean's help. He still seemed down about being alone, but when I was around, he cheered up. He drilled practice words with me every day until regionals. And on that day, he was there in the audience. My mom wasn't. I got second place and was qualified for nationals in a month. Afterward, the top contestants did a group photo shoot. I was smiling for the camera when someone put an arm around my shoulder. I looked up. It was the guy who won first.
You were a great competitor out there today. Congratulations.
His accent, his eyes. Suddenly, I forgot how to breathe. Thanks. Where do you come from? Where do you come from? Sierra, are you kidding me?
Is that how you speak, or did I just fluster you?
Oh, no. I just have a stutter.
It's adorable. I'm Leon, and I'd love to get your number. We should talk more, since we'll be seeing one another for nationals next month.
Yes, please. We exchanged numbers, and I practically floated back to Mr. Dean. It felt like the best day of my life. When we got home, Mom was on the porch, arms crossed. She rolled her eyes when she saw us together. And where have you two been? The spelling bee, Mom. Remember? I won second place.
She did amazing. You should have seen her.
I'm sure, but I was too busy with the logistics of moving. Moving? Work wants me to relocate to California within the next couple of weeks. Mom, no! I have nationals next month. Well, that's too bad. Work comes first. You know that. Work always comes first for you, Mom. It's never me. Oh, stop being so dramatic.
What if she stays with me until the end of the school year?
What?
I have Kelsey's empty bedroom. She can compete in nationals, finish out the year, and then move out to California.
Please, Mom? Fine. Within a week, Mom was gone, and I had moved into Kelsey's old room. Mr. Dean cared in a way my mom never had, and this new life felt good. And to top it off, Leon reached out. He was a foreign exchange student from Spain living in New York, and we hit it off instantly, texting all night, every night. We had so much in common, and he was so easy to talk to. I had a major crush. One night, I even felt bold enough to tell him. I was losing sleep, slipping in school, and didn't care. I had never felt like this about someone in my life. Leon and I even planned our first date the night before nationals. That weekend, I was behind on prep, but I was more excited to see Leon than I was to compete. We planned to meet at a park, and I spent hours getting ready. I waited for him at the park. He was 5 minutes late, then 15, then 30. After 2 hours, unanswered calls, and 20 unread texts, I gave up and walked home. I got in bed and cried. Had something happened? Had I been stood up? I barely slept that night. The next morning, I was exhausted. Mr. Dean and I headed to the B. I checked in and looked for Leon. Nothing. When it was time to go on stage, I scanned the crowd. No Leon. But then backstage, I heard whispered voices. I turned and saw Leon talking to someone behind him.
No, I can't keep doing this.
Leon, come on. It's not that hard.
He pulled away, and I gasped. Their heads snapped towards me. Kelsey laughed, while Leon froze like a deer in headlights. Was this all just a setup to mess with me?
Sierra, wait!
My ears started ringing, and I don't remember anything else that happened until...
Contestant 9? Contestant 9, please step forward!
A contestant sitting next to me tapped on my shoulder, and I walked up to the mic, trying to steady myself.
Sierra? Why do you talk like that?
Yeah, can you not speak? Are you stupid?
You should be ashamed of yourself.
Like you could ever win one of these. In case you didn't know, you trip over your words.
Contestant 9, please state your name.
Sierra?
Your word is vicissitude.
Vicissitude. VICISSITUDE.
That is correct.
And just like that, my first round was over. With every ring of the bell that told me I got the word correct, my confidence rose. I shut Kelsey and Leon out of my mind. Contestants were dropping like flies, but I stayed strong. Until it was just Leon and I.
Your word is appoggiatura.
Appoggiatura. A-P-P-O-G-I-A-T-U-R-A. Appoggiatura.
I'm sorry, that is incorrect. Sierra, if you can correctly spell the word, you will be our national spelling bee champion.
Appoggiatura. A-P-P-O-G-G-I-A-T-U-R-A. Appoggiatura.
That is correct!
I did it! The audience went wild. I got my huge new trophy and went to the lobby to find Mr. Dean. But I heard Leon's voice behind me.
Wait, Sierra, please!
Leave me alone!
Sierra, please, let me explain. It was all Kelsey. She put me up to this. She wanted to get in your head so you'd lose. Wait, don't go to the lobby.
I walked through the doors, but Leon lunged at me and pushed me out of the way. The doors had buckets of slime and feathers on them, which all fell on Leon. Why did you push me away?
I was trying to save you from this. Listen, Kelsey moved to my school and found out I was going to regionals for the spelling bee. She said she'd pay me to flirt with you and distract you from studying. I'm so sorry.
I was just a game to you?
I only agreed because I really needed the money for my mom's treatments. That's why I'm even competing in the bee. I didn't expect to end up having real feelings for you. When Kelsey found out, she stole my phone and smashed it. She even threatened to get me kicked out of school.
Just then, my mom and Mr. Dean walked up. Mom, what are you doing here? Mr. Dean convinced me to attend, and I had no idea you were so talented at this.
We're so proud of you, Sierra.
And then Kelsey walked in.
Of course my dad is here to support perfect little Sierra. And Leon, I see you've betrayed me too. Guess your mom isn't going to get any better.
Why are you so evil? What did I ever do to you, Kelsey?
You stole everything from me. Everything!
She didn't steal anything from you, Kelsey.
Oh, really? Because I remember the night you and Mom screamed at each other when she found out about your little affair, when we both found out Sierra is your daughter.
What?
Oh, yeah. My neighbor was actually my half-sister. The girl who ruined my family and took my dad away from me.
Is this true? Yes, it is. Even though this was the craziest day ever, the news warmed my heart. I'd seen Mr. Dean as my dad since I was a kid. You didn't lose your dad to me, Kelsey. You lost him because of you. You could have told me the truth. You could have been my sister. But you chose to be a liar, a bully, and a sad little lowlife who only feels powerful when someone else is hurting. I may stutter, but I never had to hurt people to be heard. And why didn't you guys tell me sooner? I'm sorry. He didn't know until I told him once we moved in next door.
I wanted to tell you right away, but then my wife left me and Kelsey took the news really hard and started lashing out. We thought it would be best for you to not know. For your sake, and Kelsey's. I was planning on telling you. I figured since we live together now, it was the right time.
You live together now?
She screamed, grabbed my trophy, and hurled it through the convention center's windows. She got arrested for property damage and spent some time in juvie before going to live with her mom. I told my mom I wanted to stay with Mr. Dean for the rest of high school, and thankfully, she allowed it. I gave the prize money to Leon to help his sick mom, but I refused to date him even after all his apologies. My self-worth wouldn't allow me to be with someone who thought it was okay to play with my feelings for any reason.
I'm so proud of you, Sierra.
Thanks, Dad.
Hi, I'm Emma from Chile. Please like and subscribe to MSA. Show your love for MSA with their awesome bottles and notebooks. Peek at the collection in the description and pick your favorites. My childhood was tough. My parents were always fighting. But when I grew up, I met Clara, and my life started to become better. We met on the first day of high school, and I remember it like it was yesterday. Hi, is this seat taken? No? Great. I saw you sitting alone and thought you needed some company. Is that a choco chip muffin? I love them. You get the best muffins at this coffee house nearby, but if you eat too many, you might get gas or a sugar rush. Sorry, I'm blabbering a lot, right? Kind of. You'll get used to it. I'm Emma, by the way. Do you want to be my friend? Trust me, we both need friends if we want to survive high school. Oh, okay. I'd like that. I'm Clara. Since that day, we were like gum. Clara was a pretty and shy girl, and me, well, I was the weird girl with a tiny obsession for Sherlock Holmes. You better not be asking who Sherlock Holmes is. Wow, that's an interesting outfit. It's my Sherlock Holmes uniform, Clara. I already told you like 1 trillion times. Yes, of course. How can I forget? The world's greatest detective, right? The best, the biggest, the most... Wait, are you teasing me? Wow, you figured it out. Guess you are good at detecting things. It's elementary, dear Watson. What? Oh, never mind. But despite my weirdy personality, Clara always stuck by my side until one day, everything started to break. I was coming back from school and saw Mom going crazy in rage. She was screaming at Dad, throwing his stuff outside, while Dad just looked like a deer in the headlights trying to stop her.
Let go of my hand. That's it. I can't live with someone who scams others. We're done. Get out of my house.
Please, not in front of Emma.
Why? She should know what kind of father she has. Tell her how you scammed people into investing money in your little Ponzi schemes. Tell her that you're a liar and a crook. Go on. A mouse got your tongue?
Mom kept screaming at Dad,
and I just couldn't take it. So I ran away to my room and locked my door.
Mom followed me and was still screaming,
but I just lay on my bed, trying not to cry. And later that night, she came into my room. I know you feel horrible, darling, but it's for the best. Your father was a good guy, but now he prefers money over his own family.
But what happened?
I don't know, dear, but I do know that you and I are going to be just fine. We're a team. Remember that, okay? The next day, I went to school feeling worse than ever, but I saw Clara and I got
got a little happy. Hey, I had the most awful day yesterday. Can we skip classes and talk? I really need to vent.
And why do you think I have the time to listen to you whine?
Excuse me? Clara started to walk away from me, but I stopped her. No, wait, I don't understand. Did I do anything wrong? We can talk about it.
Oh, God, if I have to listen to you talk one more time, I will kill myself. I don't even know how your parents tolerate you. You're so childish and annoying. I can't be around you anymore.
But we're best friends.
And now we're not. So please don't talk to me again.
Clara left, and I felt completely broken. Did she always think of me like that? I tried to talk to Clara between breaks, but she ignored me, and she did so for the rest of the week. I had no other friends, so I just spent my time in the school library reading some Sherlock Holmes. At least the books were loyal. But one day, I was walking to my next class and saw a notebook by the lockers. I opened it out of curiosity, and what I saw blew my mind. The notebook was full of pictures of Clara. Clara going to class, Clara in the gym, Clara walking to her house. What kind of creep would do something like this? I was flipping through the pages when I noticed someone familiar in one of the photographs. It was this guy from our class, Gerardo, and he was holding a camera in a mirror reflection in the photograph. I'd seen Gerardo following Clara around in school, and I always felt that there was something off about him, but Clara would never let me chase him away. And now he was taking her pictures? This guy was a freak, and I had to do something before Clara was in some serious trouble. So I went to the principal and explained everything to her. I can't accuse any student without real proof, Emma. I mean, Gerardo is the official photographer for our yearbook. He could be taking pictures of anything else. But if you feel so strongly about this, I'll tell the teachers to be on the alert, okay? But nothing ever happened. Since telling the principal blew up in my face, I fell back on the one thing that I knew would work, my awesome detective skills. I spent the entire night stalking Gerardo on social media, but it was a dead end. The only possible solution was to confront him. But the next morning when I entered school, I saw Clara walk in with Gerardo looking completely different. Her face was painted with makeup, and her hair was all red. Oh my God, Clara, what happened? Did a radioactive spider bite you or something? What happened to your hair? And what's with the makeup?
Can you stop touching her, you freak, and get out of the way?
I wasn't talking to you, creepy stalker. Clara, what are you doing with him? Did he torture you? Do you need my help?
She doesn't need anything from you, so get lost if you have nothing to say.
Clara didn't look at me, so I walked closer to her, ignoring Gerardo's protests, and pulled out the notebook. Clara, this guy is a stalker. He's been taking your pictures since God knows when. Look, he's even in one of these pictures. Can you see that tiny little reflection in the background? Clara ripped the notebook out of my hands and finally looked at me, angry. What part of I don't want to be your friend didn't you understand? I don't care about your little detective games, okay? It's not a game. This guy is creepy and weird, and my boyfriend? He's my boyfriend, okay? Now stop insulting him with your dumb games and get out of my face. Clara stormed off before I could ask any questions, but Gerardo stayed, smiling at me.
Thank you for finding my notebook. I was worried about losing my favorite photos of my girlfriend.
Listen, I don't know how you brainwashed her, but she's not like that.
I didn't do anything to her. I just offered her a quick way to earn money.
What did you make her do?
Why don't you ask her?
He left with a victorious grin on his face. I started to feel really worried about Clara. The next day, after the end of the school day, I was determined to save Clara any way I could. So I decided to follow Gerardo like a shadow. After a while, I saw him slipping through the school back gate and entering a scary dark alley. I hid behind a pillar and saw him wait there. And moments later, a bunch of guys came in on their motorcycles, each scarier than the next.
How you feeling about tomorrow, boss? Pretty good. You have the motorcycle I asked for? Yeah, it's in Clara's house. Perfect. I taught Clara everything she needs to know about riding motorcycles, and I've told her to meet us right here tomorrow. I'm telling you, Clara's so ready for this race. She's gonna nail it. And what if she doesn't? Then we train her more till she can. But don't worry, I can feel that money is ours already.
Everyone started cheering in celebration, so I got out of there before they saw me. I ran until I found a bench and sat down. Clara was participating in a motorcycle race? Why? I had so many questions, but right now, the only thing on my mind was to save Clara from this dumb race. The plan was simple. I was gonna go to the dark alley after school and wait for Clara to show up, and then I would just grab her arm and run till we were safe. So the next day, I went to the alley extra early and waited for everyone to show up. Everyone, including Gerardo, was around, but Clara was nowhere in sight. Half an hour went by, and when she didn't show up, I decided to leave. But my jacket got caught in one of the boxes, and I fell, and all eyes turned to me. Whoopsie! I was just making sure there was no rats here. I think it's safe to say that this place is officially rat-free. Okay, bye! I turned around to run for my life when suddenly Clara popped in front of me, looking like a raging bull. I thought I asked you to stay away. I just want to help you, Clara. This is too much. I don't know what
what's happening with you, but I can help. How? You didn't even know your father's a scamster till your mom told you. I know you think you're some great detective and you can help everyone, but no, Emma, you can't. You have to stay away from this. Get that in your thick skull and leave me alone. I know you're saying this to hurt me, and I am hurt, I won't lie. But Clara, this is too dangerous and—
Okay, enough. My head's hurting listening to your annoying voice. Lock her up.
Wait, Clara tried to protest, but someone dragged me into a room nearby, took off my backpack, threw me in, and shut the door. I could hear Clara almost crying, so I pressed my ear to the door, trying to hear outside. I know she's in trouble, but you can't leave her here.
You need to focus right now. We'll come back for her later, I promise. Now get on the motorcycle. You've got a race to win.
I tried to scream for help, but I gave up after a while and just sat down on the floor. Ugh, how did I let this happen? I spent hours walking in circles and knocking on the door, but then I suddenly came up with an idea. I'd read in the Sherlock Holmes books how to pick locks with a hairpin, so I took the one I had in my hair and started to try it. Something clicked, and all of a sudden, the door opened. Bullseye! I knew I had it in me. Okay, now focus. I left the alley and started to run without direction, but then I heard sounds of motorcycles. I went down a stone stairway and found a giant tunnel full of motorcycles and people. And Clara! But before I get Clara out of there, I need to do something else. Hello? 911? Come to Keller Street, down the stone stairway, and hurry up. There's an illegal motorcycle street race happening. Can you provide me with your name? There's no time. Hurry up! I hung up and ran down the stairs. All the motorcycles were already lined up, and Clara was on one of them. I could see Gerardo talking to some guy, so I ran to Clara without him seeing me. Come with me. It's impossible to escape from you, right? You can roll your eyes later. Just get off this thing and come. Emma, you don't understand. I found out a week ago that my parents declared bankruptcy, and we might have to move to a homeless shelter. He's a liar. Look at that nose on his face. It's so plastic and fake. You can't trust him. His nose was really crooked. You should have seen— Wow, great story. Let's save it for another time. Now come. Just as Clara stepped down from the motorcycle, we heard police sirens outside. I pulled Clara away before Gerardo or anyone else could frame her. How? Shh, you're a suspect. If anyone asks why you're hiding behind this bush, pretend that you're from a really exotic island, you know? Maybe you're collecting a— Emma, I'm such an idiot. I've ruined everything. My grades, my life, my future, our relationship. Gerardo told me not to talk to you anymore because he wanted me all to himself. Emma, I am so sorry about everything. I just really need my friend right now. Hey, don't worry. I'm not going anywhere. You and your family can stay with us until you guys get back on your feet. Let's just go home and get you cleaned up. I missed you. I missed you too, Emma. Thank you. Okay, ready? On the count of 3, we'll jump from the wall. Kiana, are you sure this is safe? What if we miss the air mattress? Guys, chill. We're not even that high up. I've seen people on TV do this. It'll be fun. Good news, when my friends jumped, they landed on the air mattress and were totally fine. Bad news, I missed the air mattress and got injured. Wait, let me start from the beginning. I'm Kiana from North Dakota. And you probably think I'm a moron for doing something so dangerous. But what can I say? Teenagers do stupid things sometimes. Don't pretend like you haven't. Before I continue, please like and subscribe. Luckily, when I got to the hospital, the doctor said I was fine, since I didn't jump from that high up. But I still had to wear an arm and leg cast for 3 freaking months. When I returned to school, everyone had heard what had happened and showered me with love, saying how relieved they were that I was okay. But then in math class, something strange happened. So today, we'll be doing exercises 8 and 10 in our workbooks. What about exercise 9, my good ma'am? Are you mocking my accent? Why, of course not, my love. You've got your accent and I've got my accent. To the principal's office, now! I hadn't realized I'd been even talking in a British accent, but I went to the principal and told him what happened. I don't know why she's so angry. Maybe it's her time of the month, if you know what I mean. Kiana, stop with that British accent right now. I'm not doing one. The principal and I fought back and forth for a while before he called my parents. Except I was still doing a British accent when they arrived without knowing it, and continued talking British for several days. Eventually, Mom and Dad took me to a doctor since I was acting so strangely, and to my shock, the doctor told me I'd developed a brain condition as a result of my injury. It was called foreign accent syndrome,
which meant I would always talk like a foreigner now. So I started talking in a British accent all the time. It wasn't a huge deal, but kids at school were confused that I'd completely switched my way of speaking. Most of them thought I was messing around and it was annoying. And some British kids at school always felt I was making fun of them. As time passed, everyone started avoiding me because I made them uncomfortable. So I was stuck having no friends and wanting my normal accent back. One afternoon, I was doing homework in the schoolyard when suddenly someone held out a diamond ring in front of my face. Here, take my promise ring that I spent $10,000 on for my stupid girlfriend. In fact, why don't I date you now instead of her? How about you give it to my sister, who you're apparently in love with? Ugh, not those two. Dean and Brielle were the hottest, most popular kids in school and had been dating on and off since 9th grade. Since they were known for always fighting, I didn't take Dean's offer seriously and walked away. But a week later, someone rang our doorbell one morning, and I was shocked to see Brielle standing there.
Kiana, right? I need to talk to you about something important.
Come in.
My ex-boyfriend Dean is a monster. He cheated on me and made out with my sister. And now I want revenge, and I need your help.
Why do you need my help? You and I have barely even spoken before.
Look, I know a lot of kids at school think you're weird, but Dean's always found you very attractive. I always catch him staring at you during class, and if he hadn't been with me, he probably would have asked you out. So I was thinking, maybe you could get him to date you for a month. Then you can make a TikTok fake crying and telling everyone that he hurt you and took advantage of you. I don't think anyone would take it seriously if I did it, since we're always fighting about one thing or another. Can you please do this for me? My head was spinning. First of all, did she just say that the most popular guy at school thought I was pretty? Well, if he was a cheating jerk, then maybe it didn't matter. But still, wow. Brielle begged me to help her out and went on and on about how much fun we could have taking Dean down together. Was she implying that we could be friends? I hadn't had a friend in so long. And now I could be BFFs with the school queen bee, who could maybe help me make other friends. I just had to ruin the life of her awful ex-boyfriend. I'm in. That week, Brielle and I found an empty classroom during lunch to go over our mission. Step 1, flirt with Dean and let him know you're interested. Smile at him during class, give him a compliment, or do a classic dropping your school books to get his attention. I hadn't flirted with any boy since before my injury, but I was confident I still had game. So when I saw Dean, I walked close to him and threw my textbooks onto the floor. But unfortunately, one of them landed on his foot and he screamed. Ow! Ow! My foot is broken. I'm gonna lose a foot. I'm so sorry. Dang it. I was supposed to get you to ask me out, not murder you. Oh, it's you, Kiana, hot girl from history class who talks with a British accent, even though she's American. Yes, that's me. You poor thing, getting hit with a textbook and having your girlfriend dump you. Actually, our breakup was mutual, so I can only imagine what it must be like getting dumped, thinking you'll be alone, single, and pathetic forever. But lucky for you, I'm gonna let you take me out to dinner on a date. Really? You can even pick me up in a car and bring me flowers, especially white roses, please. They're my favorite. But it's my gift to you. Dean immediately said yes, and I was so proud of myself for being so smooth. But unfortunately, my actual date wasn't very enjoyable because Dean was the most obnoxious guy ever. He complained about everything. The chairs made his butt hurt, the music was too loud, and when he bit into some spicy buffalo wings, he started crying and saying he needed to go to the hospital. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. Of course, because so many people have died eating buffalo wings. Finally, when the date was over, Dean dropped me off in his car. I can't believe I didn't ask you out earlier. 2 years wasted with Brielle when I could have been the boyfriend of this beautiful goddess right here. He was looking at me with stars in his eyes. Oh boy. I told Brielle everything over video chat. This is perfect. You've already got him wrapped around your little finger. In a month, you're gonna tear his heart to shreds like he tore mine. I really did have him wrapped around my finger. Dean texted me as soon as he woke up the next day and sent me like 8 different heart emojis. How was he already so into me? When Dean saw me at school on Monday, he came up to me right away holding a stuffed tiger. Okay, babe, hear me out. So for our next date, how about we go to the carnival and you can witness my amazing skee-ball skills. I'll win you a tiger just like this.
I knew I'd made a deal with Brielle, but this guy was turning out to be super annoying. Still, I went on 3 more stupid dates with him, one of which consisted of us cosplaying as MSA characters. We literally went to a restaurant dressed as them, and Dean even suggested reenacting a romantic fight scene. It was so embarrassing. But there was one silver lining. Brielle and I were becoming really good friends. When we weren't scheming or talking about Dean, we hung out at the mall, had sleepovers, and painted each other's nails. One night, Brielle invited me to an exclusive party, but we had to go in separate cars because it would look suspicious if Dean's ex was hanging out with his current girlfriend. At one point during the party, I was hanging out with some of the popular girls near the refreshment table, and they were just going on and on about how lucky I was to be with Dean. He is quite lovely and very easy on the eyes, but between us, he's also a bit of a dork. He's obsessed with stuffed animals, cartoon movies, and even owns fuzzy slippers. Trust me, ladies, beneath that gorgeous physique lies the cringiest guy ever. Sorry that you think I'm so cringy. I turned around to see Dean standing behind me with a hurt look. Oh man, what was he doing here? Of course, this was a popular kids' party. He walked off and I felt a little guilty, so I followed him. Dean, I'm sorry. I didn't mean what I said. Well, alright, I did mean it, but...
You don't have to date me if you don't like me, Kiana. It's not a big deal. Just don't lead me on, because I actually like you.
Oh, please. No, you don't. You're just looking for a rebound girlfriend since you broke up with Brielle. Why would a guy like you like an unpopular weirdo like me anyway?
Maybe because I don't think you're a weirdo. Maybe because I think your fake accent's adorable, and even though we have different interests, I've had a lot of fun on our dates.
That's very sweet. How about we start over? No more crazy, overly romantic dates. We'll just take it slow and get to know each other.
Dean seemed to really like that idea, and after our talk, I sort of started enjoying spending time with him. We'd do homework together and video chat at night. He definitely seemed like a sweet guy, which made it all the more confusing why he'd do something like cheat on his girlfriend.
One morning, Brielle and I were walking home from the gym when Dean texted me to tell me he was sick with the flu. Poor thing. I should stop by and bring him some soup. But he just said he has the flu. You don't want to get sick? I know, but he's all alone in bed and not able to do anything. I'll wear a mask. Trust me, Kiana, he's a millionaire who has chefs and servants waiting on him hand and foot. What, do you want to spend time with him? No, of course not. I just feel since I'm his pretend girlfriend, it's weird if I don't check up on him. I quickly went home and made Dean soup that I brought to him. But when Dean opened the door to his room, my heart did a giant thump. He was shirtless and had the abs of a freaking Roman god.
You cooked me soup? You're the sweetest girlfriend ever.
I sat with him while he ate the soup in bed.
It tastes perfect. Brielle used to do stuff like this for me when we first started dating, but then we started fighting a lot and she stopped doing nice things for me.
Well, I don't think you have a right to complain about Brielle. You're the one who cheated on her and kissed her sister. She told me about it. We ran into each other.
Okay, fine. I cheated on her, but that's only because we got into a huge argument and in a fit of rage. Brielle started talking about how handsome my best friend was and that she was going to leave me and date him. I thought she was serious, which is why I hit on her sister. But she wasn't serious, and that's why we broke up. Right after that, I bought her that diamond promise ring. I guess it was both our faults. We both cared about each other. We just weren't working as a couple anymore.
I was speechless as Dean told me all of this, and suddenly, it didn't feel right following through on the plan anymore. And the whole day at school on Monday, I avoided Brielle. But finally, she caught me reading a book in the school garden and asked me what was going on. All right, fine. I needed a bit of space from you. Dean told me the truth about what happened. How you threatened to date his best friend and that there was a misunderstanding. I know that's no excuse for what he did, but your whole revenge plan is over the top, and I'm not following through with it. Okay, whatever. It was over the top and immature, I get it. So just break up with Dean now and don't talk to him anymore. What? I'm not allowed to talk to him now? Why would you want to? He's my ex-boyfriend. You don't have feelings for him or anything, right? I mean, I have spent a lot of time with him, so it'd be weird for us not to talk. But why do you care? Do you still have feelings for him?
Brielle got really quiet, and that's when it hit me. Of course she still loved him. He'd been her freaking boyfriend for 2 years. And worst of all, I could feel myself developing feelings for Dean too. There was only one thing I could do: break up over text and never talk to the guy again. But as soon as I sent the message, Dean started calling and blowing up my phone. And 20 minutes later, I heard a knock at my bedroom window. 3 guesses who had climbed onto my balcony.
Kiana, I don't understand this. Why are you breaking up with me suddenly?
Because I was never supposed to date you. Before I could stop myself, I ended up telling Dean all about my plan with Brielle, and he was stunned.
Okay, that is officially the most messed up thing Brielle has ever done. And I can't believe you'd agree to something like this. What kind of sick person are you? What?
I wanted to make a friend. Wait, did I just talk in my regular voice? The doctors had said foreign accent syndrome could go away with time, but that was the first time I'd spoken in an American accent since the incident. I immediately ran downstairs to tell my parents what had happened, completely forgetting about the drama with Dean and Brielle. My parents and I jumped up and down and cheered, while Dean just stood there staring at me. He was probably thinking what a freak I was, so that probably meant he was over me. It sure seems like it anyway. He avoided both me and Brielle at school. Brielle was happy for me about my recovery, and we both kind of pretended like the Dean drama never happened. But one day, she came over and dropped a bombshell on me. She was leaving the city and moving hours away. I was heartbroken. No, this is a good thing. Now you can be the most popular girl at school and date Dean. I talked with him the other day. He wants to be with you, Kiana. He's moved on from me. So if you guys want to date, go for it. But how would that make you feel? Don't you still love him? Yeah, I do, and it will hurt knowing he chose you over me. But I want you to be happy, Kiana. I know our friendship started with just you doing me a favor, but I've grown to care about you. You were there for me at one of the hardest times in my life. Suddenly, I saw a car pull up in the driveway, and it was Dean. He was coming to see me, probably to profess his love for me. He got out of the car, and he looked so handsome in the sunlight. I was ready to run into his arms and kiss him, but I didn't. I couldn't hurt my best friend like that. That's why I sent Dean home and told him I wasn't interested. Kiana, you don't have to do this. I'll get over my pain. You have my blessing to be with him. I know, and maybe I will one day when you are over him. But I care about you more than him. You were there for me during the hardest time of my life. Thank you. I'm gonna miss you so much, girl. I'm gonna miss you too. Good luck, Brielle.
Hey there, I'm Christina. Hit that like button and smash subscribe to MSA for stories that'll make your head spin. But first, show your love for MSA with our awesome bottles and notebooks. Peek at the collection in the description and pick your favorites. Life used to be all fun and games with my twin Nadia. We did everything together. Watched cartoons, played games, and even wore identical clothes. We were so alike, even our parents got mixed up. But as we grew older, things changed. We started liking different things, and by the time we were in 5th grade, everyone saw that Nadia was way smarter than me. Mom was a university teacher, and she was always talking about Nadia's good grades to everyone and giving her extra lessons. She tried with me once, but when I didn't understand quickly, she just sighed. Some kids shine, others don't. It made me feel bad. Nadia's study sessions grew longer, and our playtime disappeared, like our matching outfits. How about a cartoon break? For old time's sake. Can't. Mom thinks they're just a distraction now. And then, Mom started giving me more and more house chores. At first, I didn't mind helping, but then I noticed she was doing it on purpose to keep me away from my sister. Leave your sister alone. She's studying. Go wash the dishes. But I just wanted a little help with my math.
Ask your teacher for help. Nadia's busy, and those dishes aren't going to wash themselves. And after that, you can organize your closet. If you can't manage that mess, you're not going to get very far ahead in life.
You don't always have to be like that. It's all right, Christina, honey. Let's go do the dishes together.
Nadia and I were growing distant. Mom paid me no attention, and she and Dad fought a lot, mostly about the way she treated me, and I couldn't
couldn't help feeling that I was the reason our family was tearing apart. Eventually, Mom and Dad split up, and I ended up moving out with Dad to a really dingy apartment.
Look on the bright side, honey. Adventures await us.
Adventures, huh? More like nightly mouse marathons and indoor rain.
This place just needs a little love, and you can choose the decor. Pink for your room?
Maybe black, just like my future. Surprisingly, I came home to find one wall in my room painted black.
Dark moments show us how the little things can shine.
He put bright flowers against the black wall.
Notice how the colors stand out now?
It's pretty, I guess.
You'll understand someday. Always look for the bright spots.
Positive thinking was tough, especially with school growing weirder by the day. Everyone at school thought of me as the other dumb sister. Even my teachers seemed to feel sorry for me. Christina, maybe put in some extra effort? You might surprise yourself. Sure, I'll ask Mom for help. Oh, wait, she's too busy with her star student. I left the classroom upset when I heard Nadia's voice behind me in the hallway. What's wrong now? Just another day of me growing tired of being compared to you. It's not my fault. I just keep to myself. It must be nice not worrying about anyone else. I was walking off, but Nadia grabbed my arm. Hey, listen, I know you're upset, but there's something I can't tell you right now. It's why I am the way I am now. Please trust me. Or maybe you're just self-absorbed, and that's some stupid, mysterious lie you made up to make yourself sound more interesting. Well, it's not working, 'cause not interested. Later, Nadia went to a fancy school for smart kids, and things got quiet. I missed her a lot, because even though we drifted apart, she was still my twin after all. And after that, I hardly saw her anymore. Even when I visited Mom's place, Mom was always too wrapped up in her own world, and I couldn't help but notice that among the family photos on the walls, there wasn't a single one of just me. On my 15th birthday, Dad had a big grin and said he had a surprise for me.
Guess what? I've got a girlfriend. She's Italian and she owns a pet shop. Let's go see it. Vanessa's super cool. You'll see.
We walked into the pet shop, and it was like a jungle. Instead of puppies and kittens, there were snakes and big bugs. Holy moly, what is this? Vanessa had a big snake around her neck and smiled.
That's just Ziggy, my whip scorpion. He's nice once you get to know him.
Vanessa was full of energy and made the scary animals seem cool.
And this majestic creature is Mr. Bean, the python. He's quite the gentleman.
I thought I was the man in your life.
Oh, you are. But Mr. Bean here is the silent type, and he never complains about my cooking.
The way they were flirting with each other was so cringy. On the drive back, Dad wouldn't stop talking about Vanessa, and it was too much. Dad, I like Vanessa, but I'm not ready for a new mom. He looked sad, but I had to say it. Next time he invited me out with them, I said no. It felt like everyone was moving on except me. Dad had Vanessa, Nadia was busy being smart, and here I was feeling stuck and unnoticed. Vanessa, the snake lady, started hanging out at our place a lot. One afternoon, she was trying to bake a pumpkin pie, and she dumped a whole bag of flour on the floor and then tripped over the cat. I couldn't help laughing, even though I was trying to ignore her. After some time, Vanessa plopped a piece of pie in front of me, raising an eyebrow. Truce? She asked, and honestly, it smelled too good to ignore.
Look, I know you don't like having me in your dad's life, and honestly, I never saw myself as a stepmom. I'm more like a free spirit, you know? But hey, your dad's got my heart doing cartwheels, so let's try to be friends, huh? I'm not like your typical stepmom witch type.
Does that mean you won't give me a hard time for eating junk food?
I'm the one offering pie for lunch, aren't I?
Okay, she was quirky, and she had a point. Later on, I found myself helping her cook, and Dad got all teary seeing us getting along. Turns out, Vanessa was kinda cool to have around, but I still felt a bit like I was on the sidelines of everyone else's game. One day in my room, I noticed the flowers next to the black wall looking sad, their petals falling. Time for new flowers. Fresh flowers had become my thing. They cheered up the room. At the flower shop, I met Mrs. Garcia for the first time. She was super cool, zipping around in her wheelchair, arranging bouquets with the biggest smile.
Pick whatever makes you smile, Christina,
she said, handing me the brightest bunch. I walked out of the flower shop, super happy with my new flowers. I wasn't looking where I was going and didn't see a bike coming. It knocked me over, and I blacked out. I woke up in a hospital bed, and Nadia was there looking super worried. She ran off to find Dad as soon as I opened my eyes. The doctor
said I'd hit my head pretty badly and was out for 3 whole days, but they checked me over and said I could go home. Back in my room, something about my flowers caught my eye. They seemed cooler somehow. I grabbed a pen and paper and started drawing, really getting into all the shapes and patterns I could see. What's up with you? Did you know flowers are kind of like math? They've got these patterns that are all just cool. Nadia looked at my drawings and turned white as a ghost. No way. Here, try these math problems. Stuff that used to look like alien code suddenly just made sense. I even solved the complex equations. Did my brain just level up or what? We gotta tell Mom, like she'd care to check on me. She's not heartless, okay? She was actually worried. Don't defend her. You don't know everything. Then tell me. I told you, I can't. Ugh, then just go ahead and leave. I don't even want to know your stupid secret. Later, when Mom popped by, she barely glanced at Dad and Vanessa and came straight to me with a stack of papers. Time for a little test, Christina. After I finished, she examined the papers and just said, pack up. You're staying with me now.
Oh, what? Can we talk about this first?
No need. She's got a gift, and I'm going to make sure it doesn't go to waste. Wait, you can't just show up and decide to take her. Where were you before, and why are you suddenly loving her now? My God, I can't believe I'm even standing here listening to you, a nobody. I'm her mother. But if you must know, Christina might have acquired savant syndrome, and it's not something either of you can deal with. I can help her. She explained that sometimes a head bump can switch on a talent for things like art or math. She thought that's what had happened to me, and I couldn't help feeling excited. Could this be my shot to shine and get Mom's attention? I begged Dad, and finally, he said yes. Better watch out, Christina. My cousin in Rome got that acquire servant syndrome. He became arrogant and a real pain. Then he bumped his head again and went back to being stupid. Not that you're stupid, but you know what I mean. What kind of dumb syndrome is that, Vanessa? Did you come up with it while watching cartoons? I ignored Mom and ran to hug Vanessa before leaving. Mom enrolled me in Nadia's school, and on my first day, I felt nervous. But I noticed Nadia was popular, and people were also interested in me. When they wondered why I just started there, Nadia jumped in. She was sick and overseas for treatment. Come on, Christina. Later, I asked her why she lied. Mom's orders. Just play along, okay? That sounded weird, but I brushed it off because I had lots to do. Before long, I caught up with all the schoolwork and even started getting better grades than Nadia. That's when Mom finally said she was proud of me for the first time in my life. And late one night, I overheard Mom screaming at Nadia in the living room. You call this a report card? Pathetic. All the years I spent working so hard with you, down the drain. I'm trying my best. Your best? Your best is a joke. You're nothing like your sister. If you don't smarten up, you'll be a nobody, just like your father. Hearing this, I felt stunned. Why was Mom being so harsh with Nadia? And calling Dad a loser? That was just mean. I snuck into Nadia's room later and told her I heard the argument. Great. Now what? Mom's on my case expecting the best, and you're making it harder. You're doing all this for her? Yes. She's always pushing me, being super strict. If I don't do well, she gets really mean, and I can't deal with that. I didn't say anything before about how mean she is because I thought I wanted to be the best too, and she was helping me. Now, it just feels like she's making me miserable. Mom was even tougher on Nadia than I thought, and hearing that shook me. And now, Mom was dragging me to these math contests too that usually Nadia competed in. I didn't want to stress out Nadia more, but I also wanted to shine. Was that so bad? And soon, I was winning the math contests with record-breaking results. People started calling me a genius. Reporters interviewed me, I got my pictures taken, and I even spoke at Mom's university. All that praise and validation should have felt good, but somehow I still felt empty inside. This isn't what I wanted. Ugh! That weekend, I needed to clear my head, so I visited Dad. On the way, I stopped by the old flower shop. Mrs. Garcia was there. Hey, Christina! What's new? How are you feeling now after the accident? And catching up with her, I spilled out my whole story. She was putting together a bouquet as she listened. Then she looked up and said, You know, Christina, a flower doesn't worry about being the tallest or the brightest in the bunch. It just grows at its own pace. That's kind of like us too. Suddenly, it made sense. Being myself was enough, whether I was winning math contests or not. Dad, Vanessa, and my friends didn't care about any trophies. They just liked me for me. They always had. Mom was the one caught up in who was the tallest, brightest flower. But Mrs. Garcia saw something else. A garden where every flower mattered. Seeing Nadia so unhappy, just trying to please Mom, made me sad. I used to be jealous, but not anymore. And I decided that something had to change. I got Dad and Vanessa on board, and we cooked up a plan. We just needed the perfect time to kick it off. That chance came during a live
TV interview with me and Mom. The host asked me what it was like growing up with a ton of books.
She loved it.
Actually, that was Nadia. She always had her head in a book and never got to have any fun. The crowd was shocked, and Mom got stiff. I wasn't the bookworm. My smarts came after a head bump.
You mean the illness you had?
That's just Mom's story. She didn't want to acknowledge she had a dumb kid, I guess. Be quiet. I won't. And I don't care about winning math contests. Nadia doesn't either. We're done trying to please you. With that, I walked off and went backstage to find Nadia. Why'd you do that? Mom didn't bat an eye when she separated us, ruined her marriage, and used you to become popular. She ignored me all my life, and now she's using me. Nadia, we deserve better. Aren't you tired of being Mom's puppet? Come with me. We bolted before Mom could stop us. Dad was outside, ready to whisk us away.
You can't take my kids.
They're old enough to choose. Or do you want to take this up in court?
Mom looked furious, but she stayed quiet, and we went home. Vanessa had a lovely dinner waiting, and it felt like a fresh start. And Nadia started helping Vanessa with the snakes, and it seemed to be her calling working with those slimy creatures. As for me, I'm still figuring things out. But for now, I'm just happy with the good stuff around me. I woke up in the middle of the night feeling extra thirsty and almost passed out when I saw the time. It was 3 a.m., the devil's hour. I tried to go back to sleep, but I just couldn't. Come on, girl. Ghosts aren't real, but dehydration is. So hold yourself together and get your ice-cold water. I silently prayed as I went down to the kitchen. Suddenly, I caught someone moving in the shadows. Holy Mother of God! Was it the devil? I was about to scream when I realized that it was just my older brother, Kevin, who looked suspicious. I silently followed him as he went down the basement and was surprised when he opened a mysterious door that I had never seen before. But before he could enter, he looked back and saw me. Don't you ever tell anyone about this, especially Dad, no matter what happens. Why? What's inside that room? He just patted my head and smirked. The devil himself. He then disappeared into the room and locked it, leaving me shaking in fear and confusion. Hi, my name is Kendra, and this is my story of how my mysterious brother changed my life forever. Before I continue, please like and subscribe. After what happened last night, the first thing that I did in the morning was to check that door in the basement. But unfortunately, it was padlocked to death. Kevin was definitely hiding something in there, and it was killing my curiosity. I was finally able to corner him during dinner.
Are you sure that you weren't dreaming? Because that totally didn't happen.
That night was really weird, so he could be right. Our conversation was cut off when Dad joined us.
Son, it's time for you to take over the company. We will be holding a gala next weekend to introduce you to everyone. They're all so excited to meet you. But Dad, no buts. You're graduating in a few months, so prepare yourself. I don't want any problems. Understood?
Of course my brother couldn't say no to him. He was always Dad's favorite, his golden boy, the perfect son. While me, I was just a stranger to him. If Mom was still alive, things would probably be different. Later that night, when I was about to sleep, I almost screamed when I saw Kevin leaning against my door. Can I help you?
What makes you feel alive, Kendra?
Huh? What's with you? Why are you being so weird?
The less you know, the better. Good night, Peanut.
Peanut? Where did that come from? That was the weirdest and longest interaction we've ever had. He was a year older than me, and we had never been close growing up. His time was spent in his room reading, in the piano corner perfecting his sonatas, or with Dad talking about business while playing chess. We also didn't see each other often at school because he was always with his best friend Cedric or surrounded by their crazy fangirls. The next morning, I woke up to Dad screaming from the library. I dashed to check what it was and found out that one of our maids found a letter under Kevin's pillow. I read it and froze. Kevin left. He didn't say where he went and when he was coming back. All the note said was, "Do not wait for him."
I would expect something like this from you, but not my son. Kevin is a responsible young man.
Well, the note says otherwise.
The gala is this weekend. I need your brother to be there no matter what it takes.
We tried looking for Kevin everywhere, but no one knew where he was. Even the police couldn't find him, and it was driving Dad crazy. One night, he just walked up to me and started inspecting my face.
You would do. You were going to be him.
Be who?
Kevin. In case your brother is still on this stupid little adventure on the night of the gala, you will pretend to be him.
But Dad, I don't think I can...
Kendra, You are a capable young lady. Of course you can. You'll be saving our company from humiliation. I know I have not been very vocal about your accomplishments, but I do notice. Will you do this for me, sweetheart?
I had never heard Dad talk to me that way, and it felt really good. So I found myself giving in. Besides, it would only be for just one night, right? I just needed to hide my hair under a wig and dress up like Kevin and just smile and avoid conversation as much as possible. Simple. When the big day finally came, I was a nervous wreck. There were too many important people, and Dad kept reminding me not to mess up. Luckily, the party was a success, and I thought my little mission was finally over until Dad came up to me.
You did well. Now we just have to make sure that your brother will not fail his classes so he could graduate. You'll need to attend school as him.
But how about me as Kendra and my grades?
I'll call the school and tell them that I sent you out of the country for an emergency. Anything you fail, you can take for a summer class.
But
no buts. This was already decided. And remember, no one should ever know about this.
But Kevin and I were just too different. After carefully thinking about it, I finally decided to do it. It was my chance to impress Dad. I just needed to do one little thing, which was to learn everything about my brother to make it believable. I checked his room, but I didn't find anything useful. I had to ask for help from the person closest to him, Cedric. But there was one problem. At school or whenever he visited my brother, I would usually lock myself in my room because every time our eyes met, I felt like passing out. The guy looked like a demigod, and I just couldn't handle him. But this time, I had no choice, and I knew exactly where to find him at school, the music room. As I peeked into the room, I saw him playing the violin, and I was instantly mesmerized. Just then, he stopped playing and smiled at me. Just avoid his eyes, and you'll be fine.
Did it tickle your soul?
Huh?
The rhythm, the passion, the climax.
Sorry, but I'm not into music. I stepped back, and he started walking towards me.
How about this? Did it tickle your soul?
I suddenly became mute.
This is the first time you talked to me, and I'm surprised. What brings you here, Cupcake?
Cupcake? I got a grip of myself and slapped his hand away. First of all, I'm not food. And second, I'm not here to talk about souls and music with you. It's about my brother. Suddenly, his face turned serious.
I had already talked to your dad about it. Kevin ran away and he didn't want us to find him, and there's nothing we can do about it.
I know, but I need your help with something. I told him about Dad's demands, and he suddenly laughed.
That's a ridiculous idea. You two look similar, yeah, but you're too cute and girly to be a boy.
Wait, he found me cute? I excused myself to the bathroom, and after calming down, he was nowhere to be found. It took me a whole day to finally find him playing violin in the school garden. So, are you going to help me with this, or are you just going to play your violin all day?
I only help people who can look me in the eye.
Ugh, why was he being like this? I gathered up all my courage before finally meeting his eyes, and thankfully I was able to control myself until he smiled.
You have the same eyes as your brother. They're very pretty.
So he liked my brother's eyes? That was fruity. Whatever. Now, where do we start?
Your appearance. And I think it needs a lot of work.
For the makeover, he brought me to the mall to cut my hair short, and it took me several hours to finally say goodbye to my precious long hair. After accepting the fate of my hair, we tried on some clothes similar to Kevin's fashion. As I walked out in a leather jacket, he came up to me to zip it up. He was so close, I could hardly breathe.
Looks perfect now.
He then taught me about my brother's stance, walk, and gestures.
I told you to walk faster, not like a gangster. And stick out your chest more. Think of yourself as the hunkiest man alive.
Like this? He held my hips to guide me, and I felt like exploding from the sparks. Just then, I noticed some girls around drooling over us. Both guys are so cute. I'll take either of them. They look so in love. OMG. Love wins. Great. And now we were a gay couple. Cedric coached me about Kevin's interests, and I was surprised. I didn't know my brother was such a dork.
He loves SpongeBob so much, he even thought of diving into the ocean just to look for its real-life version.
But one revelation made me tear up a bit.
And he adores you so much. But he thought you didn't like him, so he always chose to give you space.
What? That's not true.
He's too protective of you. He even told me not to talk to you because he thought I'm trouble.
Oh, yes, you're definitely gonna be trouble. To my heart. That weekend, we continued practicing until I looked convincing enough, and when we finally got to school, I just stayed close to him and smiled at people from time to time. I was doing an excellent job at being my brother until it was lunchtime. We sat at their usual table for lunch when suddenly someone sat on my lap and kissed my cheek. It was Lauren, the prettiest and coolest chick at school. What in the frickin' pregnant duck is happening? What? You hate my kisses now? You look like you've seen a ghost. I turned into the ripest tomato when she giggled into my ear.
I could never hate such a goddess like you.
Wow. Since when did you become this cheesy? I gave Cedric a panicked look, but the jerk was trying his best not to burst out laughing. I kicked his leg under the table and his wince was satisfying. I then excused myself in the bathroom and dragged him with me. There, he revealed that Kevin had been dating Lauren for a while now, and I had no idea about it. Lauren had been all over me for the next several days. This was totally normal, of course, except for the little detail that I was not her actual boyfriend. And through all of this, Cedric remained an unhelpful idiot who was clearly enjoying my discomfort. We were walking to our last class when someone suddenly grabbed and pushed me against the wall. You're acting weird lately, and I like it. Before she could kiss me, I acted like there was a bug inside my shirt and ran away. I needed to talk to Cedric. As usual, I found him in the music room. We need to tell Lauren. Suddenly, Lauren appeared from behind me. Tell me what? Wait a minute. Don't tell me that you guys are dating? What? Cedric finally stopped playing the violin and grinned at me.
I'm straight, but I don't know about your boyfriend.
Aw, baby. You know I would accept you however you identify, right?
Well, that's good to hear.
Lauren looked like she bought it, and I just found myself exploding. I'm not Kevin. I'm not your boyfriend. I'm his sister Kendra pretending to be him. I then explained everything to her. Oh, okay. Explains why you look and act differently. That's it? No violent reaction whatsoever? I'm used to Kevin's quirks. So, anything I can do to help with this mission? Just don't tell anyone about this. Got it, baby. Despite knowing the truth, she still kissed me on the cheek and it made Cedric laugh. I started hanging out with both of them since then. They would talk fondly about my brother and share things about him that I didn't know. It made me realize that he wasn't as boring as I thought he was. One day, Cedric dragged me to the music room and asked me to listen to his new composition. It was a wrong move to come with him, because the way his fingers moved and his handsome face played with the painfully sweet tune screamed danger to my heart. I calmed myself down and hyped him up when he was done. You really like playing the violin, don't you?
I like to touch people's hearts with classical music. How about you? What makes you happy, Kendra? I'm curious.
I ended up telling him about my passion, which was fashion designing. I used to draw my designs every day, but when Dad saw it, he burned all of them. He found it lame and useless to his company.
I'm sorry to say this, but your dad is the biggest jerk in the world. He treats you and Kevin as assets to his company, and never as a son and daughter.
You're right, but it just made me crave for his love and approval.
Someday, I hope you'll be able to find the courage to do what you need to do. You have me now, you know. I'll take care of you.
He leaned in closer, and I thought he was going to kiss me, but to my surprise, he pulled away and walked back to the platform to play again. What was that all about? After the incident in the music room, I started thinking that maybe Cedric liked me too, until one day I heard him talking to Lauren in an empty classroom. You like Kendra, don't you?
What are you talking about? She's off limits. And besides, she's just like the little sister I never had.
Those words were enough for me to accept the truth, that Cedric will just be my dream. To distract myself, I invited Lauren for a sleepover, and as she was trying on some of my favorite clothes, I couldn't help but admire how beautiful she was. Just then, I found her smirking at me through the mirror. Are you falling in love with me now? What? No, I wish I was as pretty as you. Oh, honey, you are prettier than me. And not to mention cute. She ended up knocking on my drawers, spilling some things. There was one thing that suddenly caught my attention. A peanut. What was it doing there? Suddenly, I remembered Kevin calling me a peanut before he ran away. Why don't we crack it open? Maybe he left a secret message or something. And he actually did. I'm finally alive. Wait a minute. That night before he left, he asked me what makes me feel alive. Lauren and I then came up with a mission to find the answer to that question. Your brother is too mysterious sometimes. maybe Cedric knows something. But unfortunately, he was useless. One day, Dad suddenly called me and started asking about Lauren.
I learned that she's dating your brother. Her parents and I are talking about a very important business deal. We will have dinner with them tomorrow night. Make sure to be extra attentive to her.
I thought it wouldn't be much of a problem until they suddenly decided to marry us off with Dad knowing that I was Kendra. He was crazier than I thought. Do you think Kevin will be home by then? I don't know if he's ever coming back. I can't believe you dated an idiot.
Watch your words, honey. That's my idiot.
Well, we need to find your idiot ASAP. The next day, we met up with Cedric in a cafe to talk about finding my brother.
We don't even know what makes him feel alive. Shouldn't we just wait for him to come back?
Our parents are talking about marriage, for Pete's sake. We're running out of time. Do you know what my parents would do if they found out they were being played? Out of panic, I remembered something again. The mysterious door in the basement. I told them about it, and we waited for Dad to be out before destroying the padlocked door, only to find out that it was actually a dark room where Kevin developed all his photographs, and it was connected to his room. And all those pictures were related to an island that only meant one thing. Kevin was staying on one of them. It makes sense now that he always disappears on weekends.
I also found a camera in his bag one time, but I never saw it again.
And why didn't you both tell me about this earlier? You're both idiots. And with that, the three of us were off to an adventure to get my brother back. As we traveled, I kept on flirting with Lauren to avoid Cedric. And for a moment, I thought I saw his deadly glare through the rearview mirror. Was he jealous? I wished. In a span of 2 days, we had already visited 7 islands, but there was no luck. Just when we were about to give up, we suddenly spotted someone resting on a hammock. It was Kevin. He looked shocked to see us. Suddenly, he glared at Cedric.
Dude, you told them?
Wait, you knew?
Let me explain.
No, you knew. And you kept silent while I was going crazy trying to find a way to bring back my brother so I could get me back. Kendra was equally furious.
Babe, I can explain.
Shut it, Kevin. You're not my favorite person right now.
Kendra.
Later. I need to speak to my brother. I walked away and Kevin followed me. Now start explaining the reason I'm sacrificing my identity.
I'm sorry, Peanut. I didn't mean for you to be tangled up in my mess. I felt stuck and suffocated because of Dad's expectations. I always knew I would have to take over the company someday, but I didn't know it would be this soon. I thought I would have enough time to still do what I love, to enjoy every island and see its beauty through my lens. But suddenly, I didn't even have a year, so I panicked and I ran away. I'm such a coward.
It didn't take a second for me to melt. No, that's the bravest thing I've seen you do. All our lives, I've only ever seen you nod to Dad's every demand. I'm proud of this version of you. I convinced him to come back, but he ended up convincing me to ditch Dad and come with him. After everything that happened, I just realized one thing. Dad wasn't worth it. So I agreed. Lauren is amazing, you know. She didn't deserve to be left without a word.
I know, Peanut. I guess I have a lot of making up to do.
Good luck, Walnut. Later that day, he spent his time making it up to Lauren and talking to Cedric, while I was left alone doodling some cute dresses on the sand. My brother then came up to me and asked me something.
Are you mad at Cedric? I asked him not to tell anyone. Keeping this from you must have been very hard for him.
I understand, but
you like him, don't you?
What? No, I mean...
Don't worry. I finally gave him the go signal. You two can kiss or whatever.
As soon as he left, Cedric walked up to me with an earth-shattering smile.
Can we talk?
I couldn't look at him in the eye again. About
us. I've always fancied you, you know. More than violins.
I felt like melting at his confession. I told him about the reason why I'd been avoiding him all these years, and he responded to it by finally kissing me on the lips. Thank God I didn't pass out.
So, did it tickle your soul this time?
Yes.
Finally.
Hi, I'm Nova, and my life sucks. I used to think I was just unlucky, but thank God I later discovered it was a full-blown family curse. No, seriously. I grew up with a twin brother, Dorian, who was 2 steps ahead in everything. For starters, everyone thought he was the much better-looking twin. He'd play video games all the time and ace his tests, while I'd stay up all night studying, and my grades were still average. He was good at sports, I was just clumsy. Even our parents favored Dorian, especially Dad, who dreamt of making him a football legend. In 8th grade, I tried out for the small school talent showcase, just a silly cheer routine I made up on my own. I asked everyone to come, but that same day, Dorian had his big football practice match, and guess where everyone went? Yep, including my parents. What's going on?
Your brother scored the winning goal at his big match, so we called all his friends over to celebrate.
So you missed my talent show for a dumb match?
You participated in a talent show? Why? You're so uncoordinated. Just last week you tripped over a sock and hurt your head.
Thanks, but I don't need your judgment.
I'm just saying, maybe next time choose something you're good at. Oh wait, you can't. You're bad at everything.
Shut up or I'll kick your face. Ugh, so annoying. I ran upstairs fighting tears when I heard a soft voice calling from a bedroom down the hall.
Nova, is that you?
That's Ella. She's my younger sister, and she's been sick since forever. Doctors didn't even have a proper diagnosis, just a fancy name that meant they were still trying to figure out what was wrong with her. And since our parents were too busy making Dorian a star, it was usually left to me to look after Ella, which I didn't mind at all.
Hey, how was your talent show? What did Mom and Dad say?
They never came because Mighty Dorian had a match.
So what? Did you have fun?
I almost did a backflip and only tripped twice, so yeah, it was fun.
Then that's all that matters.
Talking to Ella always made me feel better, but I could never tell her how I really felt. My problems just seemed so pathetic compared to everything she was going through. Even at school, I mostly kept to myself while Dorian hogged the spotlight. The only time people spoke to me was to ask for Dorian's number, so I barely had friends. Until I met Maya in high school. She was new and asked me if I could show her around, and we hit it off right away. We liked the same music, same shows, and I finally had someone I could pour my heart out to. She was the only person I felt free and happy with, but that changed on her 18th birthday. Maya decided to throw a costume party. I was gonna be French fries, and she was gonna be ketchup. It was gonna be epic. But when I got to her place, I was the only one in a costume. I checked my phone wondering if I'd missed a text from Maya, but nothing. And worse, I found her standing near the pool talking to Dorian.
Oh, wow. Looks like someone didn't get the memo.
What is he doing here? And wasn't this supposed to be a costume party?
Oh, shoot. I thought I texted you. I wanted to have a costume party, but Dorian thought it was stupid for an 18th birthday.
And since when did you start taking advice from Dorian?
Since we started dating.
What?
He asked me out last week, and I said yes.
Why? Of all the men on the planet, why him? And you couldn't stand that there was finally someone who liked me more than you, could you?
Would you stop overreacting? You look like angry McDonald's French fries, and I can't take you seriously. Also, my feelings for Maya are totally genuine.
Genuine my butt. Everyone at school knows you change girlfriends faster than you change underwear. Maya, listen to me. Whatever garbage this guy's been feeding you, it's not worth it.
But I love him.
No, you're infatuated. Like every normal girl your age is with some butthead like him. Come back to your senses. Fine, I can see this is a total waste of time. So before I embarrass myself any further, I'm leaving, and we're done. I stormed off dramatically, only to walk straight into the birthday banner. I tried to fight it, but stumbled and knocked over an entire balloon arch. Maya ran to help me, but I spun around mid-fight and accidentally slapped her in the face.
Did you just hit my girlfriend?
I grabbed a paper cup and hurled it at Dorian's head.
Ow. Wow, that really hurt me, Nova. How will I ever recover from this concussion?
Everyone laughed as I ripped the last streamer off my leg and stormed out, and went straight to Ella. She was the only person who'd understand me.
Oh, wow. You look tasty.
I don't know about tasty, but I am definitely tragic.
Mom never let me have fries. Said they're too oily.
Here, take a bite. It might cheer you up.
You're weird.
And you're stuck with me. And I put my head down, and we dozed off. The next morning, I woke up to a bunch of missed calls from Maya, but I ignored them. So she sent me a bouquet with my favorite ice cream scoops, flew drones past my window with I'm sorry banners. At one point, she actually climbed up to my window to talk to me, but I just drew the curtains and ran into the attic so she wouldn't find me. I was looking for some boxes to hide behind when I accidentally knocked one over and a diary fell out. It had my grandmother's name on it, with a photograph of her standing next to someone who looked exactly like her. And there was a note. Lumiere se dara kinsol, veher dul ambrax? What? That's what it said, written in this bizarre language I've never seen before. Luckily, someone had scribbled a translation underneath. To break the curse, balance must be found. One light shall rise, one shadow bound. I read more and found out that my grandma had been overshadowed by her own twin too. So she teamed with a psychic named Margot and crafted spells to break the twin curse, a generational cycle where one twin always thrived while the other faded into the background. I knew it sounded ridiculous, but this just couldn't be a coincidence. I was constantly lagging behind Dorian, not because there was something wrong with me, but because I was cursed. The note also said that to unlock the curse, like and subscribe to this video and leave a comment. Gotcha. She didn't write that. But seriously, like and subscribe. Things are about to get weird. I had to find out more, so the next day I skipped school and tracked down the psychic Margot. It wasn't too difficult since Grandma had her address in the diary, and by afternoon I was already knocking at the door of a rundown apartment. I waited for some old witchy lady to open the door, but instead it was a girl not much older than me. Sorry, I think I must have gotten the wrong address.
No, you're in the right place. We've been expecting you. Like me and the spirits. They told me you were coming. You're Nova, right? Hilda's granddaughter.
You know me?
I know a lot of things. Like it's gonna rain in about 5 seconds and you should come in.
And right on cue, it actually started raining. Freaky. Anyway, I walked in and the girl told me she was Margot's granddaughter and her name was Coco Lin.
My dad's Chinese and my mom's American. They couldn't decide whether to give me a Chinese name or an English one, so they mashed them together. Kinda has a ring to it if you say it on repeat. Coco Lin, Coco Lin, Coco Lin. Cool, right? I think it's very cool. Like, it's also pretty cool that I'm my grandma's reincarnation. I've retained some of her memories and her power to see the future, talk to ghosts, and read your star chart, yada yada. In fact, before I was my grandma, I was this super rich woman who went on a ship, met this cute artist. He was poor. I was loaded. We fell in love, but then the ship crashed and he died.
Like the movie Titanic?
What?
Never mind. Can we just get to work, please? I gave her the diary, and she invited me into this small room. As I settled into a beanbag, Coco Lin took the diary in her hands. Then suddenly, she threw her head back dramatically. Before I could ask if she was okay, she snapped her head forward like a possessed owl, then started spinning in slow circles. Then she dropped to her knees, flapped forward, and after a full minute of silence, popped back up.
All done. The curse is now reversed. Whatever once belonged to your brother is now yours.
Wait, what do you mean by reversed? I wanted you to end the curse.
Yeah, well, unfortunately for that, you'd have to find the original witch who cast the curse on your family. And she's probably dead. So unless you have a shovel and a time machine, this is the best I could do. Now remember, every spell has its repercussions, so just be aware of potential side effects.
What kind of side effects?
Mild nausea, headaches, nosebleeds, and in rare cases, hallucinations. It depends.
On what?
On how badly cursed you are. Just kidding. I fixed the curse, remember? You'll be fine. Would you like some tea?
But I just thanked her, paid her fee, and got out of there as fast as I could. The whole way home, I kept thinking if what I'd done was wrong. But was it really that bad if Dorian suffered a little? Also, Coco Lin was kind of a weirdo, so I wasn't too sure if her chaotic head Roomba fixed anything. But boy, was I wrong. I looked around and I froze. This wasn't my room. It was bigger, with velvet curtains, a chandelier, and a full-length mirror. I jumped out of my bed and pulled the curtains, only to see a massive, perfectly manicured garden with fountains and a freaking swan. Why am I in this place? How did I get here? I checked my phone. It showed the same date as yesterday. Okay, this is clearly a dream. Ow! Ow! I pinched myself hard, and seconds later, Mom burst into the room.
Oh my God, Nova! Why did you scream like that? I thought some stalker tried to jump into your room again.
Again? When was the first time it happened?
Oh, my poor baby. You've been so traumatized lately, you've probably blocked out everything. It's fine. We can talk about it later. For now, drink your kale. You're already late for gym, and Coach gets cranky when you're not warmed up before cheer practice.
Mom, I don't do cheer practice. I barely passed PE. This isn't real. I rushed outside to find Ella's room. She might have answers. But the house was so huge, I had no idea which room was hers and accidentally entered Dorian's.
Ugh! What are you doing in my room?
Shut up and tell me what's happening. Are you trying to pull some elaborate joke on me? Who even owns this house? One of your weird rich friends?
What are you rambling on about? I'm just living my perfectly miserable life in silence, and you won't let me have that?
If your life is miserable, I might as well be an earthworm.
You know, I saw this documentary about teen celebrities and how they all went bonkers at age 18. You should watch it. I think you'll fit right in.
You think this is funny? God, just tell me where Ella is and I'll leave.
Same place she's always been. Why? Suddenly remembered you have a sick sister who needs your attention?
I've always cared about Ella.
You don't care about anyone else but yourself, Nova. Now get out and go sign some stupid autographs.
I was shocked. The way Dorian was talking and everything Mom said could only mean one of two things. Either everyone in my family had lost their minds, or the spell actually worked and transported me to my new reality where I was the golden child. I ran back to my room and opened my closet to find shoes and clothes that I could never afford. Downstairs, Mom was smiling like I was the best thing that ever happened to her, while Dorian sat quietly on the side scowling. Then I went to school, and the moment I got out of the car, people flocked around me.
Hi, Nova. Love your outfit. Can we get a selfie?
Are you coming to my birthday next week? You can cut the cake if you want to.
It was like stepping into a dream where I finally mattered and wasn't invisible next to Dorian. I was still processing everything when Stacy walked over and linked her arm through mine.
There you are, bestie. I've been trying to call you.
Really? I didn't get any calls.
I said I was trying, but then I got busy with these new cheer uniforms. Everyone's obsessed with pink, but what do you think?
I actually kind of like blue. But clearly everyone else wants pink, so let's go with pink.
Oh, I knew you'd say that. We're so in sync. If you were a boy, I'd totally date you. I mean, you'd have competition, obviously, but I'd cheat on my boyfriend with you.
Okay, wow. I was best friends with Stacy? This girl who once insulted me in front of the whole school was now asking for my opinions? And over the next few days, it only got better. I had a personal stylist, a manager, and spa appointments booked every other morning. My closet had its own air conditioning, and Dorian had to ask my permission to even borrow a charger. My parents transformed into my biggest fans overnight, hovering at every photo shoot, attending even the smallest events, and proudly displaying an entire wall of my trophies and awards. At school, I never stood in line. I had my own table in the cafeteria stocked with fresh smoothies and sushi rolls. Teachers gave me extra credit just for showing up. And one afternoon, I got a letter from a college I hadn't even applied to offering me a full scholarship because they liked my vibe. My life was perfect, and it was everything I ever wanted. Until it wasn't. Because Stacy was as obnoxious as ever and was getting on my nerves.
Oh my God. Who died and left you that hideous skirt? And why are you carrying a Prada purse when I don't have one? You need to pay fashion tax.
What?
You know, do my homework, pack my lunch, clean my sneakers, that kind of thing. Now hurry up, I'm hungry.
The girl ran off in tears, and I turned to Stacy. Was that necessary?
No, but it's fun. And why are you being all judgy today? Did you forget the time you bullied that new girl, Maya? She was so terrified of you, she literally transferred schools.
I bullied her?
Every day. You made fun of how she dressed, the way she spoke, and then when your loser brothers started dating her, you totally snapped. My God, I'll never forget the tantrum Dorian threw when she left. I even have a video.
Stacy shoved her phone in my face, and I watched in shock. Dorian was having a full-on meltdown while I stood there laughing like a maniac. Seriously? What? And that wasn't even the worst part. The girls on my cheer team laughed and joked until I walked in. Everyone on my modeling team walked on eggshells around me. I even overheard this girl say that I should get an exorcism because I had a devil living inside of me. This one time during a shoot, my makeup artist accidentally dropped a brush. I reached down to pick it up and she recoiled like I was gonna hit her.
I'm so sorry. I'll get a new one immediately.
Hey, it's just a brush. Don't worry about it.
You're not mad?
Why would I be mad about an accident? While the photographer was adjusting his camera, I overheard two assistants whispering.
She seems different today. Last week she threw hot coffee at me because I got her the wrong brand.
Remember when she made Tina cry because she accidentally walked into her photos? Poor girl's still in therapy.
It felt like I jumped from living under Dorian's shadow to being the most hated person on earth, and it was heartbreaking. But what truly got to me was that at home, Dorian barely looked my way, and Ella never came out of her room. And every time I tried to meet her, Mom would freak out.
Her disease is contagious, sweetie. You know that. I can't lose another daughter to that stupid illness.
I really wanted to see her and share what I was feeling, but I was too swamped with photo shoots, press events, and parties to process it.
Has anyone ever tried snail mucus coffee? Apparently, it's very good for your skin.
I'm already having my vitamin C, D, E, G, H, Y, Z, Q to keep my nails shiny and healthy.
You know what, guys? If you hang upside down for at least an hour and a half, you will get the reddest cheeks ever.
Or you could get a brain hemorrhage and die.
Excuse me?
I'll just be right back. Jeez, how lame were these conversations? If these people were the cream of society, I'd rather be skimmed milk. The rest of the night was just as bad. The music was too loud, the people were fake, the food looked fancy but tasted like chalk. Then my date asked me to dance, and I accidentally stepped on his foot so hard he started limping. I rushed to grab him a first aid kit and came back to find him making out with a waitress. Ew. I just wanted to leave. I was walking to my car when I spotted someone across the road. Maya was standing at a stall selling t-shirts. I dropped everything and sprinted toward her. Maya! Oh my God, how are you?
Leave or I swear I will call the police.
Look, I know you're really angry at me and I deserve it, but I swear I didn't mean to.
You didn't mean to ruin my life? Come on, Noah. You and I both know you bullied me because you're evil. But honestly, you did me a favor. That school wasn't for me anyway. The only good thing that happened there was meeting Dorian, and I'll always be grateful for that. But you, I never ever want to see again.
Please, Maya, I said I'm sorry. I'll do anything to make up to you. I'll buy all your t-shirts.
I don't need your charity, Nova. But if you really want to help me, then help me sell these. You're a professional model, right?
She pulled out a pile of tees with the most chaotic slogans I'd ever seen. This too shall pass, like a kidney stone. The only X I want is extra money. Nice. Who came up with these?
Of course I did. I've always been really creative.
That's true. By the end of the night, Maya and I had sold every single t-shirt in her stall. We even clicked a bunch of pictures, and when I shared them on my Instagram, Maya's business exploded overnight. She called me the next morning telling me how people were begging for restocks. Someone even asked if she shipped internationally. I'd finally used my popularity for something good, and I was happy. But that changed the moment I entered school the next day.
Why were you hanging out with peasant Maya yesterday? It's all over your Instagram feed.
I was just trying to help her sell her stuff and apologized for being completely moronic.
You did not. It's against every rule book ever written for mean girls. Once you bully someone, you never apologize to them, especially not if they're as ugly as peasant Maya.
Stop calling her that. She's a brilliant and hardworking girl, and she's 10 times the person you'd ever be.
10 times fatter, sure. She's a real inspiration for stretchy t-shirts.
Say one more word about her and I swear.
Or what? You'll cry into your organic kale smoothie?
I have a better idea. And I launched myself at Stacy, but she didn't even budge. Instead, she smiled and punched me. Then she jumped on me, pulled my hair, elbowed me in the stomach, and I almost threw up. I thought I was gonna die when a bunch of girls rescued me. Later, while I sat outside the nurse's office with an ice pack on my face, I overheard a group of girls whispering nearby.
Wow, Nova really thought she could take down Stacy? That girl's made of iron.
I heard her mom's Russian. She came here illegally, then married some rich guy, and that's how Stacy got all her money.
My maid's cousin works at their house. She says Stacy lives like a trash gremlin. Her room smells like stale yogurt and wet socks.
Ugh, gross. Imagine strutting around like a queen bee while your closet is a health hazard. If I were Nova, I'd wash my hands with bleach just to get the smell off.
They kept going, but I tuned out. Not because I was offended. Honestly, it all made sense. Stacy didn't rule the school out of confidence. She did it to distract people from the disaster she actually was. Anyway, I was feeling better, so I decided to take the day off and go home, when suddenly Dorian came running down the hallway.
Nova, It's Ella. They're moving her to a hospital. Her condition's getting worse.
The world blurred for a second, and I pushed Stacy out of the way and ran through the gates. We reached the hospital and saw Mom and Dad were sitting in the waiting room. Where is she? What happened?
She took a turn for the worse. The doctors are doing everything they can.
I sat down slowly. Ella, my baby sister, my sunshine. She was the only person who ever believed in me, and she was suffering. I buried my face in my hands. And that's when Dorian snapped.
Is this all your fault?
Dorian, please.
No, Mom, she needs to know. I've been trying for months to act normal, but no more.
What are you talking about?
You were supposed to babysit Ella, but instead, you chose to sneak out and go to your dumb party with her in the back seat. You'd barely gotten the car out of the driveway when you crashed into another car. You blacked out and Ella took the hit. She's been in a coma ever since.
But Mom told me her condition was contagious. That's why I couldn't see her.
Well, she lied. Because you hurt your head too and forgot all about the accident. And Mom didn't tell you so you could live your perfect little life like the golden child you are. I swear, if something happens to her, I will never forgive you.
And he stormed away, leaving me totally shaken. I bullied my best friend. My brother couldn't even look at me. And my little sister was in a coma because of me. This wasn't the life I wanted. I stood up quietly while everyone was still talking to the doctor, slipped out of the hospital, and ran straight home. I stormed into the attic, flung open every box until I finally found the diary. The next morning, before going to the psychic's house, I went to the hospital. I just had to make sure Ella was okay. And thankfully, when I got there, she was sitting on her bed smiling. I stopped a doctor walking by. Is she okay?
Yeah, she had a seizure, but it shocked her system so hard, it jump-started her like an old car battery. Guess sometimes being on your deathbed has its perks.
I took one look at Ella's face and walked in. As soon as she saw me, her face lit up. I ran over and hugged her tight. Hey there, you slept for a really long time.
Yeah, well, I needed my beauty sleep. Why do you look so old and wrinkly?
Probably because I'm sad and sorry for everything. I messed up your life.
It wasn't entirely your fault. I was jumping around like a monkey in the back seat, remember? You couldn't even see the car behind us. I basically launched us into it. So I guess I'm sorry too.
Well, I'm sorry too, Nova. I shouldn't have snapped like that yesterday. I haven't always been the best brother because I've often let jealousy get in the way.
I wasn't exactly the best sister either. What I did with Maya and how I treated people around me was horrible.
Yeah, but you're changing. I saw what you did for Maya. That's growth.
I nodded slowly. I'd spent so long being angry about everything I wasn't. I forgot to appreciate what I had, my adorably flawed family. And all I really wanted to do was to go back and mend things now.
Namaste, fellow seeker. What brings you here today? Oh, it's you. Welcome back.
You recognize me?
Why do you always ask the same question? Of course I do. I can see through dimensions too. Like, in one of my parallel lives, I was this really hot girl who lived on the streets doing odd jobs. Until one day, this handsome rich guy asked me to be his date. He bought me clothes, took me to parties, and eventually fell in love with me.
Like Pretty Woman?
Yes, I was a very pretty woman. But enough about me. Tell me what you need.
I told her I wanted to reverse the curse, and Coco Lynn stared at me blankly.
Are you sure? Once I reverse the curse again, the spell will seal itself. No more rewinds. So make up your mind. You can't keep jumping between realities.
I already have. I want to go home. And this time I won't hide behind Dorian's shadow or bad grades. I spent so much time being angry and dejected that I never really focused on myself. And that's why I never got anywhere in life. I can't control how people treat me, but I can control how I take their opinions. So now I'll live for me, with kindness and purpose.
Spoken like someone who's truly ready.
She stood, cracked her knuckles, and started chanting. The candles flickered, the walls shimmered, and then everything went blank. I woke up to the smell of burnt toast and the sound of birds. I sat up slowly and looked around. My old room. My old posters, my old creaky fan spinning above me. I rushed to Ella's room and found her sleeping peacefully. Then I went downstairs and saw Dorian kicking the ball like a dork. I ran and tackled him in a giant hug. Oh my God, I missed you.
Get off me. You broke my streak. Now I have to start all over again.
Well, so do I. That morning, I got dressed and walked into school. And for the first time, people noticed. Not because I was a model or because I had 1 million followers, but because I held the door open. Because I helped a kid who dropped books. Because I smiled at people. For real. And that's when I realized that life isn't about being the favorite. It's about being someone you can be proud of, even when no one's clapping.
Hi, my name is Rose, and I'm from Florida. Please like and subscribe. Ever since I can remember, I've always led a pretty normal life, filled with the 3 F's, food, friends, and football. And when I turned 14, I knew I wanted to try out for my high school team. Girls playing football? Ha! Please. I threw the ball at them to show them my skills, but right then, this girl walked in its path. Ow! You missed. You do better as a cheerleader. I ignored them and rushed over to her. I am so sorry. Are you okay? No worries. I'm okay. But you know, I have the combinations for their lockers. Huh? I saw how those jerks were acting, and I was actually coming over to give them a piece of my mind. Yeah, those boys make me so mad. But I say, don't get mad, get ants. April and I filled their helmets and couldn't help but laugh as we watched them squirm and swat while trying to explain to the coach. I'm April, by the way. Nice to meet you. I'm Rose. We've been partners in crime ever since, making prank calls to our classmates, baking cupcakes with gummy worms for the bake sale to annoy the snooty girls, the usual high school stuff. But then things took a turn when I hit sophomore year. One day, I was running late for class, but I had to pee. When I came out of the stall, I saw this beautiful dark-haired boy with the most intense green eyes. This is the ladies' room? Excusey. Sushi. In the bathroom? Then he pointed to the wall, and I realized I was in the wrong place. Oops. I was in such a rush. Hey, you must be one of the exchange students. Where are you from?
Italia.
Oh, do you speak any English? Well, I know some Italian too. Una mattina mi sono alzato. Oh, bella ciao, bella ciao, bella ciao, ciao, ciao.
Who told you that if you slow down and speak louder, that someone will understand your language better?
Oh, so you're a comedian. Well, do you understand sign language? 'Cause I've got a gesture for you. Relax, everyone. I'm keeping it PG. Talk to the hand.
Oh, don't be like that. I just thought you were cute and I was messing with you. Don't go.
I stormed out, but he grabbed my hand to stop me, knocking my phone on the floor, and when we both went to pick it up, I accidentally headbutted him on the way back up.
Ow, I think you broke my nose.
Just then the bell rang, and I couldn't be late again to Miss Dander's class. Sorry, I don't have a tissue, but this tampon may help. You'll be fine. I made it to class 15 seconds after the bell rang, and I couldn't wait to tell April. But just as I was about to give her the deets, he walked in. Class, I'd like to welcome one of our new exchange students. Holy moly. She asked if anyone would volunteer to take him to the nurse, and April's hand shot up in the air like a rocket, but Miss Dander pointed at me. Since you were late to your seat, perhaps you need a lesson in thinking of others, not just yourself. Come on, holy moly. Let's get you all better. As I walked him to the nurse's office, he kept trying to talk to me.
I'm Billy.
But I knew, like this, I might fall for his charms. So I panicked and pinched his arm to get him to stop talking. Ow. Oh, look, here we are. Bye. And after school, all the girls, even April, started gushing about how gorgeous Billy was. I mean, even with his nose all bandaged up, he's so dreamy. The next day, I was having lunch with April when we saw Billy talking up some of the cheer squad. I bet he loves the attention. Ugh, he's such a flirt. Then we heard a familiar voice behind us.
Yes, he is.
Am I having the side effects of today's lunch food, or is he in 2 places at once?
Oh, that's my twin brother. Yo, Blaine.
April and I were both shocked. I was glad Billy wasn't a flirt, but then my brain was working overtime on a plan as Blaine walked towards April. Billy for me, Blaine for April. Woohoo! We'd be one big family. I gave April an encouraging look, signaling her to talk to Blaine, but she didn't utter a word.
Blaine, this is April and Rose. Hey, Rose.
Wow, not only do they look alike, they sound the same too.
So you're the one I can thank for making me the better-looking twin.
It looked like the entire cheer squad agrees with you. So Blaine, you know if you want to pass your classes, you need a study buddy. I mean, April here is a whiz. Right, April?
Yeah, let's have a study group.
We'll meet you guys at the library after school tomorrow. As we walked away, I turned to April. Oh my God, did you see how Blaine was staring at you? I don't know, Rose. I just met him. So the next day, I gave April an awesome makeover, and I added 12 more layers of lip gloss when trying for the 13th layer. This gloss will last for a whole week now. Let's go. Our study date was amazing. I found out that Billy was really sweet. I talked to him all the time, and April kind of looked happy with Blaine too. Then one day, I hopped to the store to grab snacks for our library session, and as I was reaching for the top shelf, I felt someone slap me on the butt. No way was I gonna let some random weirdo do that. So I whipped around and went full demon karate girl on the guy. But as I kicked him, I realized it was Blaine. Ow! What the heck, dude? He pointed to a cockroach on the floor that apparently had been crawling on my butt. You could have just told me.
Okay, but you should be thankful.
Thankful? You should apologize to me.
Ha! Why don't you just leave?
You can't tell me to leave. This isn't your family store, you know. My dad could buy this store for me with the snap of his fingers.
Oh, really? My family is richer than yours. We use $100 bills as napkins, and I have even more money in my piggy bank than you have in your entire bank.
He waved his card at me before he put it in his back pocket. I sneakily swapped it with my library card when I purposely knocked into him. Then I walked out of the store. Not for long. I was the first one to arrive at the library, and just as I reached for the book, I felt a hand sweep across mine. It was Billy, but I turned around too quickly, and the book fell on his head.
How? You had to pick the biggest book in the library?
Well, what's up with the sneak attack?
I thought I could admire your pretty face in secret.
Really now? I hope my pretty face doesn't blind you. He laughed, and we talked about football. Suddenly, his eyes twinkled and he leaned closer to me. My heart raced as I realized he was gonna kiss me. And just then, he sneezed right on my face. Ew! Yuck! He quickly tore some pages out of the book and handed it to me.
I am so sorry. Here, wipe your face on that.
And what's worse, the librarian saw us and threw us out. Just then, he pulled the tape off of his nose. Blaine, you jerk!
Sorry, Billy's not gonna make it today. He's with Mom, so I decided to pay you back for the card switcheroo you pulled on me. You can imagine how embarrassing it was to try to pay for food with my library card.
Blaine held up my card, but as I went to grab it, he moved and held it above his head so I couldn't reach it.
What's the matter? You can't take it out of my hand.
You forget, I'm not a basketball fan, more of a footballer. I tackled him to the ground.
Jeez, girl, you've got moves.
Don't try to butter me up now that I've taken you down.
I'm serious. You know, my dad's got connections with sports agents if you want me to set you up with a meeting. But it has to wait, because I'm enjoying this closeness with you.
Oh my God, is he flirting with me? We were trying to get up from the floor, but my foot twitched and I fell, causing Blaine to go over me. Then he touched my face. Wait, stop. I like Billy. Or do I? Or I like Blaine? I'm so confused. Guys, help me out here. What should I do? And we kissed. You guys did say kiss him, right? It was amazing. But I pulled away when I remembered April was supposed to be with Blaine. Too late, though, because she showed up just in time to see us kiss. Well, what's going on? I thought she looked so betrayed. I couldn't think of anything better, so I faked a stomachache. It's bad tacos. I dashed off, but April had enough, and she ran after me. Don't you dare run away. Just tell me, why did you kiss him? It wasn't a kiss. He was giving me CPR. What? Yeah. Remember when I puked in Miss Dander's exam? I had just found out that I had cancer, and today I fainted, so he was helping me. I kept it to myself, not wanting anyone to pity me. But April, how could you think of me like that? I felt bad for lying, but I truly didn't want to ruin our friendship. I would have to cover up for now, but soon I would tell her the truth and we could laugh about it. Oh my God, Rosie! I'm so sorry. I was so wrong. Please forgive me. Seriously? You're using my shirt as a snot wiper? The next day at school, Blaine brushed his hand against mine as he walked by. My heart skipped a beat. I was confused about why I didn't feel the same around Billy. I shrugged it off and looked for April. What do you need? You want to hold my hand? A bottle of water? See, this is why I didn't tell you. I don't want you to treat me any differently. And don't tell anyone either. Okay, you got it, bestie. I have an idea. Why don't we go to my family's cabin by the lake this weekend? We can have a fun slumber party like we used to. Absolutely. That weekend, April picked me up. But when we got to the cabin, I was shocked to see Billy and Blaine were already there. Surprise! I thought now you could have Billy and I'll just hang out with Blaine. I was so on edge around Billy and Blaine. We unpacked our stuff and we were about to make dinner when Billy grabbed the pan.
I'll be making a special dinner for someone special tonight. I don't think anyone wants food poisoning, so I'll be making dinner tonight for my special lady. Oh, really? Your special lady? You have no idea what me and Rose have, so you better shut your pie hole or I'll do it for you.
April was stunned. And Billy took a tampon out of his pocket and shoved it in Blaine's ear.
A tampon? I knew you punched like a girl, but this is a whole other level. Actually, it was a gift from Rose, so I'd like it back.
I was supposed to spend the weekend with my friend, forget about boys, and get everything back to normal. But instead, Everything was falling apart. So I just snuck out for some time to think. I must have walked for a while because I wound up on a road that clearly hadn't been used in months. Then suddenly, I heard a woman yelling for help. As I approached, I saw a woman on the ground. I rushed over to help. Are you okay? I knelt down to see that her foot had been badly injured and was stuck in a gopher hole. Hold still. I think I can use a branch to pry you loose. I freed her from the hole and took her to the hospital for treatment, but she needed blood, and luckily, I was a match. When she woke up, she called me over.
You are an angel. I would have surely been there for a month if you hadn't saved me. If I had a daughter, she'd be just like you.
As she hugged me, I fought back the tears, thinking of how much I missed having my mom around. No matter what you do or how rich you are, there's no replacement for a mother's love.
My sons forgot their undies, so I tried Google Maps to reach them, but I got lost. I just called them, and they should be here soon. You know, I am so proud that nothing can come between them, and they are always together and take such good care of me.
Just then, April, Billy, and Blaine showed up. Mom! Wait, these are your sons? Blaine rushed for medicines, and Billy came to hug me.
I was so worried about you. I'm glad you're okay.
But as I hugged him, I realized I was looking over his shoulder with my eyes glued to Blaine. It was then I knew that Blaine was the one, and also that I would have to give him up. I whispered in Billy's ear, I care so much about you, both of you, but I need to let you both go.
Why? I don't understand.
I can't be the reason that anything comes between you two. Someone just reminded me how important family is. Please, tell Blaine for me. My lie got busted when the doctor told them that I gave the blood, and April heard it and looked so disappointed. I couldn't face April, so I ran away and decided to escape to Europe and complete my high school years there, something my dad had always wanted me to do. But before leaving, I sent a long email to April, apologizing for not being the friend she deserved and telling her my true feelings for Blaine. Then, with tears in my eyes, I deleted all the accounts, knowing that I'd never be able to tell Blaine how I felt. It hurts bad, but I thought it was just better for all of us. Years later, I had graduated from medical college and came back home to set up my pediatric practice. I had only been open for a few weeks when Billy and April walked in with their twin baby girls. We heard you were back in town and we needed a good pediatrician. And you thought of me? She gave me a shove so hard that we both started bawling and ended up hugging. Through her tears, she told me how much she'd been missing me. Have you both forgiven me?
Of course, Rose. I mean, after all, you're the reason we wound up together. We realized how much we had in common, and love blossomed from there. We sent you a wedding invitation, but never heard back.
I had all my mail forwarded to my dad's house. I still haven't gone through any of it, but I'm sorry I missed it. I'm sure it was beautiful. Well, you have an open invitation to come by anytime to look at the wedding album.
She'll take any excuse to break that out and show people. We've gone through 3 mailmen.
Oh, sweetie. That night, I swung by my dad's old house to go through all the mail and find the invitation. But what I found instead shocked me to my core. Hundreds of letters from Blaine. Once I started reading them, I was so happy. He had been waiting for me and writing to me all these years, telling me how much he loved me. I Googled the return address on the letters and rushed over to his house and banged on the door excitedly. Blaine, I know it's late, but you're not going to believe I just got all your letters. The door opened and my heart pounded. I went to hug him, but stopped suddenly when I saw a beautiful girl had answered the door. Can I help you? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm Rose, just an old friend of Blaine's, and I just stopped by to say, hi. He's not home right now. But do you want me to tell him that you stopped by? I was crushed. My heart sank to the bottom of my chest, and I could barely get the words out. No, thank you. I stopped my car at the football field at my high school. I was so heartbroken that I just sat and cried until I heard a knock on the window. It was Blaine.
What's the matter? Did you try to buy food with a library card? 'Cause I can tell you from personal experience that doesn't work.
I got your letters, but I'm too late.
Well, I'm no expert, but I think ghosting someone for a few years does qualify as very late.
Blaine took my hand and helped me out of the car. How did you find me here?
When my mom's assistant said you were at the door, I figured I'd find you here.
I felt a wave of relief wash over me, knowing about her. I'm so sorry, Blaine, and I can't find the words to say how much I
love you too, Rose.
We were leaning in for a kiss when a football suddenly came flying our way. Blaine grabbed it, tossing it to me.
Care for a little match, Rose?
Hi, I'm Hannah from Maryland, and at only 15 years old, I became a criminal and even went to jail. I wasn't always like this, though. Before I continue, please like and subscribe. I grew up with my single dad as an only child, and he was insanely protective of me. He forced me to ride in a stroller till I was 6 years old and never let me go anywhere alone. I also wasn't allowed to go to a real school. Dad taught me at home because he said it was safer that way, whatever that meant. One night when I was 14, I decided to sneak out while Dad was sleeping. It felt so good to be free. I'd just gone a little further when I heard something that sounded like an explosion, and I saw a girl my age blowing up fireworks. Whoa, where'd you get those? I know a guy. Wanna blow some up with me? Sure. We went wild setting off fireworks, and I was having so much fun. Then all of a sudden, a bunch of cops came over along with Dad and the girl's parents.
Hannah, what is the matter with you? I thought you were kidnapped.
Kidnapped? You are so dramatic, Dad.
Young lady, do you girls know that setting off these fireworks are illegal?
Dad and the girl's parents convinced the cops to let us off with just a warning, but when I arrived home, Dad totally lost it. He threatened to install a home alarm system so I'd never run away again.
And that girl you were with? I've seen her before. People around the neighborhood say she's nothing but trouble. I don't want you talking to her.
Are you kidding me? That's so unfair. You don't even know her, and I've never had a friend before in my life.
You can make other friends. I've been thinking about it, and you're old enough to go to a real school now. I've already registered you for this fall.
This news almost made me forget how angry I'd been at Dad. On the first day of 9th grade, I was waiting at the bus stop when I heard a voice behind me. Hey there, stranger. Want to walk to school together? I know an awesome bakery we can get breakfast from. It was the girl from the other night. I knew Dad didn't want me hanging out with her, but we'd just be going to the bakery. I found out her name was Casey, and she'd only recently moved here. Suddenly, I noticed we were walking down a back alley. Listen, we're not actually going to a bakery. We're gonna spray paint every house on this block. Are you in? No way! We could get in huge trouble. Plus, why would you want to vandalize someone's property? It's not a big deal, trust me. Don't you want to have a little adventure? Well, I'd never really had any adventure before, so without thinking, I started spray painting all over the building, and then Casey and I ran away laughing. What a rush! But little did I know, that was just the beginning of the trouble we'd get into. I secretly continued hanging out with Casey because even though she was a total delinquent, she was also exciting. Soon enough, we started ditching class every morning and pulling pranks all over the neighborhood. We didn't get caught for the pranks, but Dad got a letter from school that I hadn't attended morning classes for several months.
This says you'll face suspension if you continue this, Hannah. The minute I let you have a little freedom, this is what happens.
So what if I miss a few classes? I'm just enjoying my teenage years, 2 of which you ruined by never letting me go out alone. That night, I snuck out at 3 a.m. to meet Casey. She and I were gonna do a little revenge prank on a boy at school named Mateo. He'd reported us for cheating on a test last week, which had landed us in detention. I was just unrolling some toilet paper to wrap around a tree when suddenly I saw flames shoot up. The toilet paper had gotten caught in a garden candle, and now the yard was on fire. We ran and called the fire brigade, but by the time they arrived, the garden was destroyed. Mateo's family called the police, and Casey and I were taken to juvie for the night. I felt a guilt I'd never felt before. Mateo and his family didn't deserve this. Plus, Dad was being sued for thousands of dollars. What kind of sick person had I become? A few days later, I was getting out of bed when I felt something pointy under my pillow. It was an envelope with my name on it, and inside, I found a letter. To Hannah at 15 years old, from 25-year-old Hannah from the future. In this letter, I'll tell you about each event about to happen so you can change your future for the better, or else you'll make a lot of mistakes and have many regrets. April 5th, 2023. Dad went to a work meeting. You will have to make yourself breakfast. You will find ants in your bathtub. It was obvious Dad had written this, pretending to be my future self as a kind of wake-up call, because sure enough, he wasn't home, and my bathtub was crawling with ants, which he'd obviously planted there. Did he really think I was this gullible? Just then, I heard the front door open. Hey, why are you still in your pajamas? It's just been a long morning. I still feel so awful about what happened. We went too far. I realized Casey wasn't listening. Instead, she was looking at my dumb fortune-telling letter. Oh, don't mind that. My dad wrote that pretending to be my future self, so I'd get scared and get my act together. Can't say I blame him, though. Casey just laughed and we headed to school. But as the day passed, I noticed something strange. Every event the letter predicted came true. The letter said I'd find a melted candy bar in my locker, and I did, even though I hadn't put it there. The letter also accurately predicted that I'd get asked to try out for the school play. How far had Dad gone to mess with my head? Or was it someone else who'd written the letter? I called Dad at lunchtime and told him everything, but he didn't admit to anything. He just called an hour later to tell me he'd checked our home security footage and said no one had broken in. So if no one broke into the house, then that means you wrote the letter to teach me some kind of lesson. It also means you broke into my locker and have some other people in on it too. Dad kept telling me he didn't, but I knew he was lying. I sat alone on the bleachers the next day after school, feeling really annoyed about the whole thing, when Mateo walked up to me.
Oh, look, it's the jerk who burnt down my yard. Do you have to sit here? We have baseball practice now.
Please, let me be. I'm just having a bad day.
Yeah, I had one of those last week when you destroyed my garden. Whatever. If you want to watch our practice, then
I just don't get why my dad would go through all this effort to get in my head. I mean, I get that maybe I've been going through a rebellious phase, but I'm like that because he's been an overprotective psycho my whole life. I mean, just look at this letter he wrote, pretending to be me 10 years from the future. Oh, and he set it up so every prediction is accurate. He planted ants in my tub.
Look, I don't know who wrote this letter, but maybe you should see it as an opportunity to make better choices in your life and actually become a nicer person. Just a suggestion.
Maybe he had a point. I did need to get my act together. So that week, I decided to use the letter to my benefit. When I saw in the letter that I had a pop quiz, I studied ahead and got an A. When I saw they'd be giving away free clothes at the local secondhand store, I made sure I was the first in line. I even decided to bring some to the homeless shelter. But when I arrived there, I saw Mateo handing out sandwiches. Hey, fancy seeing you here.
Wow, I didn't expect to see you here either. Actually, I used to live in this shelter when I was a kid. My parents do pretty well for themselves now, but I remember how hard it was. So now I like to come and help out.
Wow, I had no idea you went through that. I guess I'm new to this whole giving back thing, but you gotta start somewhere, right?
That's true. So, is you giving back a one-time thing, or are you gonna take the advice from your future self and actually become a better person?
I don't know. I think I do want to change for the better.
Well, you can start by helping me replant my garden.
That weekend, I went to Mateo's house to work on the garden and discovered he knew a lot about plants. He went on and on about them, and I'd never seen him look so happy. Mateo, I really am sorry about what I did. I don't know why Casey and I thought it would be a funny prank. I don't expect you to forgive me, but I'll do everything I can to make it up to you.
Well, lucky for you, I don't like holding grudges, but you are gonna help me make this yard awesome.
Mateo stared into my eyes, and for some reason, it made my heart dance. I drove home feeling peaceful, but when I arrived, I saw a letter taped to the door with my name on it. Oh boy, another weird letter. April 18th, 2023. Mateo will ask you out. I felt myself blush reading that. Would this one come true like all the others? The next morning at school, I sat near Mateo on the bus and even waved at him, but he just smiled at me and then joined his friends. I waited all day for him to give me some attention, but he barely acknowledged me, and I felt disappointed. Finally, I couldn't take it anymore. I caught him at the library after school. Hey, how are you?
I'm fine. Are you okay? You seem tense.
It's just that I got another letter yesterday with a prediction.
Oh yeah? What was it?
I was about to answer when Mateo checked his phone, and I saw a picture of him with a girl on his lock screen. Who's that?
Oh, that's Daniela. She's amazing. I don't know anyone quite like her. Daniela taught me everything I know about gardening.
He went on and on about how perfect Daniela was, and I felt like an idiot.
Anyway, you wanted to tell me something important?
It's not important. I gotta go. I just wanted to curl up in bed and cry. But then I saw another envelope taped to the door, addressed to me. April 22nd, 2023. The day you and Casey go to a concert, Casey will get in a car accident. No, this is too much. Suddenly, I felt myself shake with rage. I was so sick of these stupid letters. I wasn't gonna let them mess with my head anymore. Casey's parents were out of town that weekend, and she was gonna drive us to the concert in her dad's old truck. And I wasn't gonna let anything stop us from going. The night of the concert, I waited for Casey outside, except half an hour went by and she didn't arrive. And then I got the call. Casey's truck broke down and crashed on the road, and she was in a serious condition. I couldn't believe it. The letter had been right. I rushed to the hospital as fast as I could, and there I received shocking news. The doctor said I'm gonna need a kidney transplant. A kidney transplant? Casey, this is all my fault. Why is it your fault? Because the letter warned me about it. I understand now. Those letters were from my future self trying to protect me. This is something I could have stopped. Just then, Casey's parents arrived.
We told you several weeks ago that if you wanted to go to that concert, you'd have to take the bus. I explained to you that my truck was too old to drive.
Well, I thought you were exaggerating. I didn't think you were serious
serious. Of course you didn't, because you're an irresponsible train wreck who never takes anything seriously. Why can't you be more like your sisters? Casey's eyes welled up hearing that, and I just couldn't take it. So the next morning, I told Dad and the doctor that I wanted to donate my kidney to Casey, and luckily, I was a match. I stayed in the hospital for a week while they did the surgery. I was feeling really weak when I arrived home, but Dad said he had to show me something important in his office.
It's about those letters you've been getting from your future self, Hannah. It's you who wrote a letter to yourself 3 weeks ago. It was after you got arrested and you told me that you wanted to change your life, and I suggested you write yourself a letter, pretending to be 25-year-old Hannah from the future, giving your present 15-year-old self advice.
But I don't remember that happening.
I've been waiting for the right day to tell you this, but you suffer from blackouts and short-term memory loss. It's why when you were little, I never let you leave the house alone. I told your school and even Casey about your condition, but I asked them not to mention it to you. I didn't want to scare you or make you feel bad, but it was wrong to keep this a secret.
So this is me on the screen writing the letter?
Yes, and you already knew about every event you predicted. You just didn't remember that you knew those things. Like, we both found the ants in your bathtub the night before.
And I must have heard somehow about the pop quiz and bought a candy bar that I left in my locker. And I must have written myself 2 more letters. And I must have been there when Casey's parents had warned her about not using the truck because it was dangerous. I didn't go to school the next day, and I didn't even leave my room. Then around evening time, Dad knocked on my door and told me that someone had come to see me. It was Mateo.
I heard that you donated a kidney to Casey. I wanted to check and see how you were feeling.
I'm still recovering, but I'm really glad that Casey's gonna be okay. As Mateo and I hung out, he told me that the flowers we had planted were starting to grow, and I told him about everything that had happened with the letter and my short-term memory loss condition.
Wow, that must have been a lot to take in.
Yeah, but not all the letters were accurate. For some reason, one of them said that you'd ask me out, but I know that never happened because you have a girlfriend, Daniela.
What? Daniela's not my girlfriend. She's my cousin. And how do you know I'd never ask you out? You may not remember, but I did flirt with you a while back. You know, before the whole cheating and vandalism catastrophe. You probably could sense that I liked you the same way you sensed that Casey might hurt herself driving that old truck.
Well, over the past week, I've grown to like you. You're an amazing person, Mateo, and you inspired me. I hope one day I really can change for the better.
But you are changing, Hannah. You just donated a kidney. You're a different person than you were a month ago, and it takes so much strength to grow from our mistakes.
Hi, my name is Cassandra, but I'm better known as Cassie. Before I tell you all the drama in my life, please like and subscribe. I was 8 going on 9 the first time I got diamonds jewelry. I was 11 the first time I got my own Bugatti, with a driver of course. And I was 12 when I found out people hated my dad because he was a filthy rich oil tycoon. One time, I just reached school with my dad when some angry protesters surrounded our car. The rich are too rich! More money to the people! I was quite scared, and Dad looked freaked out as the driver quickly drove away. And the next day, Dad told me he was pulling me out of school. What? Why?
Those protesters knew the school you attended, Cassie. I can't stand the thought of you being hurt in any way. Please, I'm doing this for your safety. You're the most important person in the world to me.
I knew he was looking out for me, but I hated that I'd suddenly become a prisoner in my home. And being homeschooled was so boring. I was always trying to come up with new pranks to torture my tutors and bodyguards and make them quit. Yeah, I wasn't always the nicest, but when you're stuck at home, you gotta find ways to entertain yourself, right? Once when I was 16, I heard the servants talking about a carnival near our mansion. So I planned days in advance to sneak out one evening, and I was having the time of my life there. But just as I was chatting away with a friendly young clown, he suddenly got tackled to the ground by my freaking guards. And right behind them was Dad. How did you know where I was?
I've got a tracker on your phone, obviously. What are you doing here, and who's this clown?
Oh, you want to know who this clown is? He's my boyfriend. Yeah. I met him online on dataclown.com, and he's sweet and of course funny, and I'm madly in love with him. And what am I doing here, you ask? I was planning on running away with him tonight. Duh.
She's crazy. I don't even know who she is. Let me go.
I was grounded for a month. Yeah, whatever that meant. I was already grounded for eternity. Well, now Dad took my phone away too. I just said all that rubbish about running away because I was so mad at him. But some weeks later, Dad was diagnosed with a heart condition, and the doctors told him to rest more and avoid stress. And I backed down with my rebellion. because of course I didn't want to make things worse. Luckily, I met Kian soon. He was the gardener's son who sometimes filled in for his dad, and I was always ready for those days with my binoculars. But I was leaning out of my window too far, and I accidentally dropped them. He caught me red-handed. I lied that I was watching a mosquito. He pretended to believe me, and we became friends. And soon enough, we were much more than friends. We would meet secretly all over the mansion. Of course, I couldn't tell Dad. I knew he trusted no one to get close to me and would probably fire Kian, and I couldn't bear that. Life was finally looking up till one day I heard voices in the living room and walked in to find Dad with James. James was Dad's friend's son and my arch nemesis. He was a couple of years older than me, and we'd never gotten along as kids. No one had been happier than me when he'd gone away to boarding school. Yeah, he was cuter now, but I was sure he was still a turd.
Cassie, come say hi to James. He's starting as an intern at my company from Monday.
Yeah. Hi, James. How you been? Don't really care. And how come you've never asked me, Dad?
Well, we were just discussing your tutor's reports, Cassie, and you've really got to step it up if you plan on taking over your father's company one day. He's built it by working very hard, and it should go into capable, responsible hands.
Oh, and would those hands be yours? And why were you discussing my reports? Dad, I want to start as an intern on Sunday.
No one works on the weekend, honey.
Well, fine, Monday then. Arrange my bodyguards, roll out the red carpet, bring out the helicopter. Cassie is coming to the office. I'd never taken much interest in Dad's company before, but I had to now because James was totally sucking up to Dad, pretending to be super interested in everything, staying extra hours to do research, and giving ideas that Dad loved. I even tried stepping up once by making a presentation for a project proposal, but James suggested one tiny change to it, and Dad told him he was brilliant. It was like I was invisible around James. And then a week later, things got worse. Dad threw a huge party, and I was really surprised to see so many people around my age and not the usual boring old guests he invited.
Cassie, meet Esteban. His father's in the diamond trade. Oh, and this is Ahmed. He's third in line to the Moroccan throne. And this is...
Dad, what is all this?
It's all for you, darling. You know my health isn't the best, and I'd like to set you up for success.
By marrying me off?
Well, not now, but eventually, yes. Honey, I know you can't run my business after me. You're not cut out for that, so I need someone who can take care of you. Please, give them a chance.
Ouch, Dad's words really stung. He didn't believe I could even take care of myself. Just then, Esteban took my hand.
You look as lovely as a Matisse.
I don't know Matisse. Is she a new actress?
Oh, alors tu es un blonde débile.
Thanks.
Hey, hands off her, buddy. Je vais te le botter le cul.
Jeez, what was that about? He was just being nice.
No, he wasn't. I don't think you know much about the real world, or how some guys can be total jerks.
Oh, I've learned a few things hanging out with you.
Me? I'm just looking out for you, girl. And that's what your dad's doing too, in his own way.
Well, he's crazy if he thinks I'm just gonna start dating one of these weird guys. Wait, was this your idea?
Of course not. I do have a suggestion that can get you out of this mess, though, but you're not gonna like it.
Try me.
I'll tell your dad we're together. He likes me, and then all these random guys will be off your back for now. But I will be asking for something in return.
While the idea of even fake dating you makes me want to puke, it just might work. Okay, what do you want?
First, get your act together and ace those grades so your dad thinks I'm a good influence on you. Then, you use your princess powers to convince him to lend me money for my business startup. Tried asking him, but he wasn't too sold. Surely his beloved daughter can talk him into it, right? Once I have the investment, we'll mutually break up, and you can continue having fun with your gardener.
Excuse me?
Cassie, please. Literally everyone in the household knows, except your dad. Anyway, so I'll be your fake boyfriend, and you'll get me the investment.
I knew you've been kissing Dad's butt for a reason.
Deal or no deal?
Ugh, fine, deal. But when I told Kian about the plan, he was as thrilled as a wet cat. It's either this or dating random dudes, Kian.
Okay, fine. But wait, how about sometime later we make it seem like James dumped you and broke your heart? Then I can swoop in as Mr. Nice Guy to comfort you, and your dad'll finally approve of me.
But wouldn't that make Dad hate James?
Well, yeah, but why do we care about James? He's manipulating you to get what he wants too, isn't he?
Well, that was true. And the next day, James and I told Dad we were seeing each other. He was really surprised at first, but then he hugged us tight and said nothing could make him happier. Meanwhile, I had to uphold my side of the bargain with James. I started paying attention in my tutoring sessions with him, and surprisingly, I was actually enjoying learning. Oh my God, Hamlet is a total ripoff of The Lion King.
I think it's the other way around, but you did get the comparison right. So, well done, Cassie.
Also, when James found out I didn't even know how to swim or ride a bike, he took it upon himself to teach me those things too.
Why did no one ever teach you these basic life skills?
Well, I'm rich and not very basic. It's not like I'll ever be cycling around to deliver newspapers or something.
Never say never. Okay, now look straight ahead and start pedaling.
Don't let go of the cycle, okay? You better not, James.
Of course not. I got you.
At first, I was really scared, but as I gained momentum, it felt so liberating. I looked back to smile at James, but he was no longer holding the bike. I panicked and crashed straight into a tree.
Are you all right?
All right? I think I hurt my ankle. James started massaging my ankle, and for some reason, it made my heart flutter.
Now, here's a lesson for you. Life isn't about how many times you fall down. It's about how many times you get back up.
Here's my lesson for you. When you fall hard on your butt, just crawl into bed for the rest of the day. Oh, I don't think I can even walk. And suddenly, James swept me up and carried me to my room. A maid got him some ice for my ankle, and he stayed a little longer. You can go now. I'm better.
Worried your boyfriend will find out I was here and get mad?
Of course not. Kian completely trusts me. And wait,
Cassie, I don't think he's right for you.
What? You don't even know him.
Well, actually, I do. Kian never mentioned it. His dad also used to be the gardener at our place, and we played together as kids. Look, I don't want to say any more. I just feel like he's not the most honest guy.
Well, of course not, because he's just a poor servant's boy. They're all dishonest, right? Gosh, I already didn't have a very high opinion of you, but I didn't think you'd look down on someone just because of their social status.
No, Cass, I'm just looking out for you.
You're no angel, James. You're just using this whole situation to get money out of my dad for your project. I know your dad's nowhere as rich as mine.
Okay, there's no point in talking right now, so I should go. I'm sorry if I've offended you.
And with that, he left, leaving me feeling so angry. I really didn't want to continue fake dating him anymore, but I couldn't get out of it just yet. And Dad had also asked us to represent him at a company event a few days later. Kian was getting annoyed that I'd be out and about with James as a couple, but I reassured him it was pure torture for me, except that James looked even better than usual in his tux.
You look lovely.
I'm still mad at you.
I'm not in love with you either, but I'm generous with compliments.
Don't hold your breath. You're not getting one from me. No, actually, wait. Go on. Hold your breath. James started laughing, and I couldn't help joining in. The event was super boring, and after we were done meeting everybody important, James suggested we escape for dinner. He instructed the driver to take us to this secluded little restaurant with the most amazing food. And then James told me about his project.
I've been asking your dad to invest in an environmental conservation organization that helps clean up oil spills and even works on preventing them in the first place. I think if oil companies took such initiatives, it would make people hate them less. He's not too keen on it because it's not profitable, so I thought maybe he'd listen to you.
Really? He seems to respect your opinions much more.
No, Cassie, he knows he overprotected you, and now he worries that you're not ready for the real world, that's all. But I keep telling him that you're smart and spunky, and you'll be just fine.
He smiled and tucked a stray hair behind my ear, and my heart was fluttering again. Okay, so James really wasn't a jerk after my dad's money for something selfish, but I had a boyfriend. I shouldn't be enjoying his company this much, and Kian wasn't too happy about it either.
You're studying again? Homework can wait. Come on, let's go out.
But James said,
James, I thought this was a fake relationship.
It is, but he's still my real tutor, so please let me study. I have my SATs tomorrow. But things really blew up one evening when James offered to teach me some basic self-defense skills. We were practicing in my room when suddenly Kian came jumping in through the window.
What's going on here?
It's not what it looks like, Kian.
Yeah, dude, calm down. Don't tell me to calm down, jerk.
Kian shoved him, and suddenly the two of them were in a wild fight. But then James threw a punch, and Kian fell to the floor hard. James, what did you do? I think you've really hurt him.
You know what, Cassie? I'm done with this fake relationship. Deal's off. You're on your own.
James stopped coming to the office too, and when Dad found out he dumped me, he was furious with him. I didn't have to pretend to be brokenhearted. I was genuinely sad that James had left like this, and as planned, Kian was there to pick up the pieces. He and I started hanging out in front of Dad, who didn't seem to mind.
I can see that Kian cheers you up these days. I didn't know you two were friends, but I'm glad he's around.
Kian was ecstatic and was going on about how Dad would easily accept him as my boyfriend now, but I just wasn't sharing his excitement. Something had changed. I just couldn't stop thinking about James. Then one day, I found Kian snooping around Dad's study. "What are you doing?"
"Oh, I was just waiting around to talk to your dad. I was wondering if he'd give me a job at the company."
"Okay, but why were you going through his things? Wait, are you wearing his watch?"
"I just tried it on, babe. Why are you acting so suspicious?"
"I don't know. Maybe it's something that James said. How come you never told me you knew him from before?"
"Because there's nothing to tell. Did he also tell you some rubbish story about how I stole things from his house? He was always such an arrogant, spoiled rich brat."
"He didn't say anything about stealing. Look, Kian, there's something I've been meaning to talk to you about. I think we shouldn't see each other anymore."
"What? Why?"
"Lately, I just don't feel the same way about you. I'm really sorry." And suddenly, Kian went bonkers.
"It's because of James, isn't it? Well, it's not like I'm crazy in love with you, but I've put up with you for so long, and for what? So you could just dump me suddenly and I get nothing?"
"We're done. Get out of my house, now."
That night, I was crying in my room when Dad walked in, and I told him everything.
"Honey, I'm sorry that I've pushed you into doing all this to avoid dating those guys I introduced. I should have shown more faith in you to take care of yourself and my company. Your university acceptance letters arrived today, and you got into every single one. I'm really proud of you, Cassie."
I was dying to tell James, but I knew he wouldn't answer my calls or texts. But the next day when I went downstairs, I found James standing in the main hall, and I threw myself at him. "Why did you disappear like that, doofus?"
"Because it was clear that you were in love with Kian, and I couldn't stand there knowing he isn't a good guy. Your dad told me everything, though, and he called me here. Also, it looks like someone convinced him to invest in my idea."
"It's a good idea, and he needs people around him who'll give him those."
"And you? Do you need me around?"
"Yes, but as my real boyfriend this time. What do you say?"
"Fine, but you're paying for our next date, since you're so much richer than me."
Yeah, don't worry about it. Cassie'll take care of you."
Hi, I'm Hannah from Atlanta, and before I tell you a story you'll never forget, please like and subscribe. I lived in a mansion with my single mom who ran a successful makeup chain. Mom was really particular and a total neat freak, but I was her total opposite, an absolute mess. Hannah, fix your hair, you look like a troll, and wipe that mud off your face. Since Mom started a career as a supermodel, she wanted me to follow in her footsteps. So when I turned 11, she got me into a huge fashion show, but I took one step on the runway and fell on my butt. Sorry. Mom tried her best to tame me, but I showed no sign of improvement. It was just the way I was. The only person who accepted that was my bestie, Violet. Her mom worked for us, and sometimes Violet would tag along to help her mom out. Not only was Violet super funny and a great cook, she was a low-key genius and would help me study all the time. Why am I not getting this? Am I stupid?
No, you're not. You're just looking at it the wrong way.
She was the reason I didn't fail my middle school, and everyone adored her, especially Mom. She often said that Violet was beautiful and reminded her of herself when she was younger. Mom liked Violet so much that she even invited her to join us on a trip to France. We were having so much fun, till this woman walked up to us and said to Mom,
"Oh, wow, your daughter is so beautiful, like a fresh daisy."
"Excuse me, I'm her daughter."
Really?
Well,
I'm sure you have an amazing personality.
I wanted to kick that woman's French butt. It's not that I didn't like her complimenting Violet, but it made me jealous that Mom didn't even correct her. And after that day, I just didn't like it when Mom paid Violet any attention. One afternoon, I came home from tennis practice and found Violet and Mom raiding my closet. What's going on?
"I'm giving Violet some of your old clothes. Doesn't she look fabulous?"
The way they were laughing and prancing around without me, it made my blood boil. I snatched a skirt out of Violet's hand, then started shouting at Mom. "That's my stuff. You can't just give it away." I'm so sorry. I'll leave.
You can be so selfish. Violet and her mother are dirt poor. She could use these clothes. You were never going to wear them again anyway.
I don't care. Next time, ask me before you give my things away like that. I ran to my room and shut the door, but after a while, I realized that Mom was right. I was being selfish. So I packed a few boxes full of clothes that I knew Violet would like and went to her house. I'm really sorry about the way I acted. Here, you can have them all and more. Will you forgive me? Of course I forgive you. You're my best friend, silly. Over the years, Violet and I grew closer, and I even convinced Mom to pay Violet's tuition so we could go to the same school. On her first day, I introduced Violet to my friends, but they just laughed in her face. Oh my God, who did her hair? A blind woman? Ew, look at that skirt. It stinks. At least it's better than your stinky mouth. Now, if you don't mind, we have a class to get to. You didn't have to do that. They're your friends. Yeah, but you're my best friend. There's a difference, and it's called having each other's back. Even though Violet had a trashy first day, over time, her sunny personality won over all my friends. Not to mention, she was great at everything. Violet tried for the cheer squad, and they made her captain. She baked cookies for the whole class one time, and the kids couldn't stop praising her. She was voted most beautiful, most likely to succeed, and had the highest grades in school. Violet even ran for class president and won by a landslide. I've never met a girl like Violet before. She's the best. Can you ask her to come to my slumber party? Why? Isn't that only for close friends? Yeah, and she's one of us now. You should be happy. Only I wasn't. I loved Violet, but I couldn't help feeling jealous of how perfect she was. And then one day, while I was having milkshakes with her at the mall, someone spooked me half to death.
Hey, Hannah Banana.
It was Paul. He was the son of one of Mom's investors and my childhood crush. Are you trying to give me a heart attack? And look at that, you ruined my shirt. Oh, let me fix that for you. Violet quickly grabbed a can of club soda and dabbed at the stain. Within seconds, my shirt was all clean.
Wow, that was brilliant. I'm Paul.
She's Violet, and we're late.
Hey, wait, if you guys are free this weekend, would you want to come for a science exhibition?
Science on a Saturday? How boring. I'd rather stick a needle in my eye. You're such a nerd, Paul. I'd love to come.
Great, I'll text you the address.
As Violet and Paul exchanged numbers, I just stood there in shock. Paul had never been this friendly to me, and I'd known him for years. I'd even asked him out once, but he said I was too young and he just wanted to be friends. But that weekend, after Violet came back from the exhibition, she told me that Paul had asked her out. What? That's not possible. He never dates girls younger than him. What did you do? Nothing. We just have a lot in common and talked about science stuff. I was so shocked at what Violet told me that I couldn't stop myself from running over to Paul's house. You said you don't date girls my age. Violet is 3 months younger than me.
I know I said that, but honestly, I was just politely rejecting you. We have nothing in common, and with Violet, I feel complete. She's special, and I think I'm in love.
You met her yesterday, you idiot. I wanted to punch Paul in the face, but I settled for kicking dirt and walking back home. It took me a while, but I somehow made peace with Paul and Violet dating. But slowly, Violet and I started drifting apart. She had no time for me and was always busy hanging out with Paul. You want to hang out tonight? I can't. I have a date with Paul. What about tomorrow? Cheerleading practice. Maybe we can squeeze something in next week? And the next week, she made another excuse and I was left alone. Again, I turned to my friends for comfort, but they didn't want to hang out either. Not without Violet. I was furious at how quickly Violet had taken over my entire life. My friends, the boy I liked, everything. I was so mad I could scream. So I did. At my driver for driving too slow, at the gardener for cutting the grass too short. I even shouted at the teacher in class. Who the heck cares about an isosceles triangle? It's just a stupid triangle. I went straight to detention after that. I took a seat at the back when this girl spoke to me. You're Violet's bestie, right? I have a name. It's Hannah. Oh, whoa, snappy. I was just saying that your best friend sucks. I hate her. My ears shot up listening to that. This girl was the first person I'd met who hated Violet ever since she joined the school. We got talking, and soon I started hanging out with a new crowd. They like to ditch school, cheat on tests, and sneak out late on school nights. But the best thing about them was that none of them was in love with Violet. After a long time, I was finally having a little bit of fun. But as always, Violet had to poop on my parade. You missed class. We had a really big quiz. I don't care. Well, you should, because you'll fail your classes if you don't show up for the test. Why are you acting like you care? You've been ignoring me for the longest time now, so ignore a little more and stay away. Suddenly, Violet stepped forward and took my hand. I'm sorry I haven't been around much. Maybe we can hang out tomorrow. Paul and I are going to the museum. Maybe you could join us? Maybe you shouldn't be such a big nerd and mind your own business.
Violet didn't bother me after that, and I didn't mind either. I had a new set of friends, and I was happy. Then a week later, the school announced the annual parent-teacher meeting, and it was a disaster. My grades were at an all-time low, and Mom was furious. But I wasn't the only one suffering. Everyone had low grades in my group, and some of them were even failing. I hate those stupid teachers. They think they can rule our lives with their dumb homework and grades. My dad grounded me for a month for failing a boring class. He took away my Mercedes. What am I supposed to do? Walk everywhere? Yeah, teachers suck. I wish we could teach them a lesson. Maybe we could. How? We can ruin their stupid teacher's lounge. We snuck into the school late the next evening, and we trashed the teacher's lounge. We spray painted the walls, broke the microwave and the TV, and we stuffed fish into the vents. We rushed out of there and ran straight into Violet. Hannah, what are you doing? I could ask you the same thing. I was studying at the library. What? Just then, we spotted Mr. Stilson, the janitor, and I rushed past Violet without saying a word. And the next morning, I was sweating bricks when my friends approached me.
What are you going to do about Violet?
What do you mean? The principal is investigating the matter of the teacher's lounge, and if she says anything, we're dead meat. She won't say anything. She loves me too much. Okay, yeah, that explains why she went behind your back and stole the guy you liked. Are you really that dumb? We could get expelled. I didn't want to think about it, but my friend was right. We could get expelled, and someone had to take the fall, so I made a decision. And later that day, I walked up to the principal's office. But to my surprise, Violet, my new friends, and the janitor, Mr. Stilson, were all there.
Mr. Stilson just told me how he saw you and your friends in the hallway after the teacher's lounge was vandalized.
I don't know what Mr. Stilson said to you, but my friends and I were there to study. In fact, I saw Violet come out of the teacher's lounge. What? She was the one who vandalized the teacher's lounge. I even saw her putting some of the paint cans in her locker. You can check if you don't believe me. The principal checked Violet's locker and found 2 cans of spray paint that I'd hidden there. Violet was expelled immediately, and after that day, she just never came to my place with her mom. I didn't expect her to. What I'd done was horrible. A few days later, I finally built up enough courage to apologize. How could you do this to me? I'm sorry, but I had no choice. I would have been expelled. It would have gone on my permanent record. I couldn't let that happen. I'm supposed to take over my mom's company one day. But I lost everything. Not really. You didn't have much to begin with, and honestly, you weren't even supposed to be at that school. You'll land on your feet. You don't need a college degree to be a maid. Violet slapped me, then slammed the door in my face. The next morning, her mother quit and they left. I tried to reach out to Violet, but she ignored my calls. Couldn't blame her. I hated myself for the things I'd said. Things weren't the same after Violet left. My new friends ditched me soon, and all the other kids resented me for getting Violet kicked out of school. When I went off to college, I tried to make new friends, but they were either really shallow or just wanted to use me for my money. I felt so lonely, so I focused all of my attention on my job at my mom's company. But on the day of my mom's retirement party, she called me into her office.
I've decided not to name you CEO of my company.
What? But I've been working so hard. You promised that I would take over once you retired.
I did, and I appreciate your hard work too. But this business is all about making relationships, and you're not good at that.
I'm not? You have to give me a chance.
Honey, there are no second chances in business, and you're really not cut out for it.
And now she was telling me that? After all the time I wasted in making Mom happy? I felt betrayed and lost. And now I know how it feels when someone you trust stabs you in the back. This is exactly what I did to Violet. And if I had to start over in life, it had to be by apologizing to her. I looked Violet up online and learned that she had married Paul and moved to California to become a celebrity chef. She owned one of the most popular restaurants in Hollywood. I paid a fortune to rent out the restaurant for an entire night and ordered Violet's most famous dish. After I was done, I made a special request to thank the chef. When Violet came out, I took one look at her and started crying. Hannah, is that you? Violet, I know you probably hate me, and you should, but I have to say this. Your friendship was the most valuable thing I had, and I threw it away. Please, please forgive me. I wish I could turn back time, but I can't. Hey, listen, I'm not holding on to any grudges. Whatever happened is in the past now. I was really angry for a while, but I've moved on, and so should you. With that, Violet hugged me, and I felt like a piece of my heart had returned. She took me home and made me meet her young daughter, and on that day, I vowed to be better, a better friend, a better person, a better version of me.
I was born to parents who treated me like I was their world. We'd have endless fun days out in the sun, running around and laughing. Hi, everyone. I'm Amisa from Tokyo. Like and subscribe if your life's ever been turned totally upside down. Growing up, I loved everything about science, all thanks to my dad, who was a huge science geek. He'd let me do experiments, and it was always so fun. From creating our own miniature volcanoes to mixing up different chemicals, I was always so excited to see what we'd come up with. But my world changed when my sister Moriko was born. She had a rare allergy that made it hard for her to be in the sun. Even a few minutes out in it would give her a nasty rash. At first, little Moriko was like a vampire at home, except totally adorable. So every day after school, I'd spend my time playing with her.
I want to suck your blood. Blah, blah, blah.
No, no, no! Should we be stopping this? But as she got older, her longing to feel the sun's warmth on her skin increased.
What's the sun like, Amisa?
It's bright and beautiful, just like your dress.
I hope I'll enjoy being in the sun one day.
You will. Someday you will. My mom was scared that Moriko would grow up to be a sad kid because of being stuck inside, so I did all I could to cheer her up. I made her balloon animals, sang her songs, and dressed up like the characters from Frozen. And as time went on, Moriko became my everything. Sometimes I got sad seeing classmates post on Instagram about parties and roller rinks and baseball games, and I'd never even gone on a date with a guy. But I was doing the right thing by putting Moriko first. Honey, we know you love Moriko so much, but we also want you to think about yourself. Your aunt in Osaka has offered you to stay with her and finish high school there. What do you think? But Moriko needs me, Mom. We're here to take care of Moriko, and she wants you to go. I was going to refuse, but I instantly changed my mind when I saw the school's brochure. One of the best science laboratories in the world. Wait, I could actually do something about Moriko's allergy. The day I left for the new school, I hugged Moriko tight. As I jumped on the bullet train to Osaka, I was filled with determination to find a cure for her disease at the school's AI lab. Suddenly, I was yanked out of my thoughts when I realized I had sat on someone's lap. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. I didn't see you there. Wow, that's a fresh way to get a guy's attention. Move, now. Come on, Kaori. It was a mistake. You can sit here. No, she can go sit in the seat she paid for. That's okay. I don't mind moving. Oh, this is my seat. Awkward. So, are you a transfer student? Yeah, I start tomorrow. It's not a place for everyone. This is one of the top schools in the country. Only geniuses get admission, right? How do you think I got here? Can I get you something to eat or drink? We'll take 3 of everything. Maybe she wasn't a witch after all. Nope, I was right the first time. Here, I'm not that hungry. I'm Tomi, by the way, and this is Kaori. His girlfriend. Gosh, I had no idea why the girl was being so extra for no reason. When I got to my aunt's, I completely forgot about it. It was a friggin' castle, like something out of a fairy tale. Hello? Whoa. Oh, you're here. Welcome, welcome. Aunt Hina, I always wanted to meet you and your family. Well, your cousins moved out years ago, but that's a long story, so it's just me. Oh, I didn't know that, but it's us now. I promise, Auntie, we're gonna have a blast together. My aunt smiled just like my mom. I really felt at home. The next day, I arrived at my new school, feeling a bit nervous. The campus was spotless and shiny, and I was determined to make a good first impression. Just then, my phone vibrated. It was a text from Moriko. Good luck, Amisa. As I walked down the hall, I spotted Tomi. I didn't want to catch his eye because our train meeting had been awkward enough. But he saw me and came right over. Amisa, right? How's your first day going? I could show you around if you want. Could you show me to the science lab? When we got to the lab, my hopes soared. I'd never seen such advanced equipment. Tomi asked me why I was so interested to see the school's lab, and I told him about Moriko's allergy. Tomi was still giving me a tour when Kaori came out of nowhere. Babe, are you serious? You're not a tour guide. I was just showing Amisa the lab. She's really into science, like me. It's her first day at a new school. She'll say anything to get your attention. I know girls like her. Wow, Kaori always made things awkward. After that, Tomi asked me to join him and his friends for lunch a couple of times, but I was always hesitant because I knew Kaori didn't want me there. It made the whole first week at school so uncomfortable. One day, I got home exhausted and heard loud noises and saw my 5 cousins talking to Aunt Hina very rudely. Why can't you just sell this stuff? Yes, these paintings must be worth— Who's that? I didn't know you hired a maid. She didn't. I'm Amisa. I guess it's been a while.
That's great. Thank you, Amelia. Can you do the dishes?
I'm not the maid. I'm your cousin. They stared at me like I'd sprouted horns on my head. So I did what my mom taught me. I killed their bad vibes with kindness. Let's all go out to dinner, guys. I'm paying. We went to a traditional tea house where we sat on comfy cushions. It did cost me almost all my pocket money, but I wanted to make a good impression. Yet my cousins didn't talk to me. They kept arguing with Aunt Hina about selling her paintings.
Look, I don't know how much they can be sold for. I just know that they're valuable to me. I'm sorry, but I can't.
That's not fair. As they all bickered, I zoned out and my gaze shifted to Kaori, who was sitting at another table with a guy. Wait, that isn't Tomi. It's none of your business, Amisa. Besides, maybe they're friends. Hey, was that a kiss? That wasn't very friendly. The next day at school, Tomi invited me to eat lunch again, but I declined. I didn't want to be the bearer of bad news to my only friend. But later, Tomi found me in the hall.
Amisa, how about we continue your science lab tour? Come on, the professor made me TA for the rest of the year, so I got access to some really awesome stuff.
In the lab, I decided to tell Tomi what I'd seen. Hey,
I
wanted to... You go first.
There's something I wanted to tell you all day. When I was little, I got super sick. I was in the hospital for months. Seeing the doctors and nurses every day convinced me that if I ever wanted to get better, I wanted to help cure people. Your story about finding a cure for your sister reminded me why I got into science in the first place. If I can help you in any way, I will. So what were you going to say?
I'm really glad we met. Turns out, Tomi and I made a great research team. We spent every day in the lab after school experimenting. I could tell Kaori was mad, but I was done worrying about her. Tomi and I were just friends anyway. I settled into a nice routine. Research with Tomi, dinners with Aunt Hina, and FaceTimes with Moriko before bed. Occasionally, Kaori interrupted our research. She'd accidentally drop by. And I mean drop by. Oh, sorry, Amisa. That stuff didn't look important. Hey, babe, I missed you. But I just carried on working. I was doing this all for Moriko after all. While things were fine at school, matters at home weren't. Aunt Hina seemed to be worried all the time because of her greedy kids.
Your cousins forced me to sell all of my art so that they could split the money between them. They were angry because I refused to sell the house, but it's been in our family for generations. How can I just sell it?
I totally understand, Auntie. Money isn't everything. After that, I tried to always make Aunt Hina feel happy. I cooked her favorite mushroom dumplings, went shopping, and watched amazing movies with her to cheer her up. All the while, Tomi and I had been working hard to find a cure for Moriko's allergy. After months and months of researching, we knew we needed to call in the experts. So we put together a proposal to get some of the best scientists on board. But the school rejected our idea because it required a huge chunk of the research funds. I was heartbroken. I was sad for weeks. And to brighten up my mood, one time Tomi got ice cream for me. Thanks, but I'm not hungry.
Does this smell funny to you?
Hey!
You have an ice cream mustache.
Really? So do you! Tomi and I laughed like crazy, but then Kaori walked in and killed the good vibes. Babe, I have this really bad stomach boo-boo, and I missed you so much. Take me to the mall. You know shopping helps me. Jeez, I wish they sold life at the mall so she could go there and buy one. On the subway back to Aunt Hina's house, I felt so annoyed. I needed to tell Tomi about what a cheat Kaori was, but what if he thinks I'm making this up? What if he thinks I'm interfering in his relationship? Weirdly, Kaori was waiting for me outside Aunt Hina's. Are you trying to steal my boyfriend? Why is he with you all of the frickin' time? No, we're just friends, and I guess you're insecure 'cause you like to kiss other boys. I saw you at the tea room, you know. I thought she was gonna hit me, but then she laughed. I don't even know why I'm so worried. It looks like you won't be living here for much longer anyways. As Kaori left, I saw what she meant. Aunt Hina had sold the house. Their removers boxes all packed up. First, my school didn't want to help us find a cure, and I couldn't help my baby sister. And now this. It felt like everything was falling apart. Aunt Hina, why?
Because you were right. Money isn't everything. I sold my house so that I can make a donation to your school's science department. They'll have more than enough to support your scientific research now.
But what? Oh my God, thank you so much. It was the best news ever. I returned to school super motivated, and I put my soul into the research. Tomi and I started to test our findings like real scientists. And weeks later, we were finally finished. A panel of scientists checked our work, and the medicine was ready.
Wow, you two are amazing. You're both prodigies. This will help so many people.
When I told Aunt Hina the great news, she congratulated me, but I could tell she was a bit sad.
So, I guess you'll be going home.
Yeah, but I'll be back. I promise. I'll make it up to you, Aunt Hina.
At the train station, as I was struggling with my bags, I heard Tomi's voice.
Need a hand? Okay. Honestly, I couldn't let you go without a last goodbye.
Tomi, I'm sorry. I was just so excited to get the medicine to Mariko, I forgot everything else.
If anyone could find a cure, I always knew it would be you.
It was us. Thank you for everything.
I have to give you this before you leave.
Tomi, it's beautiful, but Kaori...
Don't worry about Kaori and her jealousy. We broke up. We weren't right for each other. But today is about you. Good luck, Amisa. Moriko is waiting for you.
Once I reached home, I gave Moriko the good news, and her doctor soon started her treatment with the new medicine. After a few weeks, the doctor had run tests and was positive Moriko could go in the sun. We drove her to the beach that night. We waited for the sun to appear on the horizon with an umbrella, just in case. I was so nervous that it would give her a rash, but then there it was. The sun. I took Moriko's hand in mine and carefully walked on the shore. She giggled. For the first time in her life, she walked freely under the sun. Oh my gosh, it worked. Does this mean I can be like other people and go on holiday? Yes, it does. Sometime later, Moriko and I took a trip. We arrived at Aunt Hina's apartment out of the blue, and she gave us a warm welcome. It was the last day of Moriko's holiday, and I wanted to make sure everything was perfect. Don't forget your sunscreen, Moriko. Amisa, thank you for everything, but I'm not a baby anymore. You don't always have to protect me. That's not something I can just turn off, Mariko. I'm always gonna look out for you, but you're right. Maybe it's time we both go on our own adventures. That's good, 'cause I think there's someone here who wants to see you. The doorbell rang, and there he was, Tomi. Mariko didn't hesitate. She ran to him right away. You did so much for me, Tomi. That's from me, and also from my sister. Moriko then looked back at me, giggling. Seeing that smile on her face, everything became clear. I had to tell Tomi my true feelings, and I did. Hi everyone, my name is Hope. Please like and subscribe to MSA. Also, we've just dropped some exclusive MSA merch. We're talking stylish bottles and notebooks that are total must-haves. Click the link in the description and see for yourself. That winter, when I was in 5th grade, the world turned all white with snow. Our classroom was cozy. But one day, the principal brought in a new girl named Maya. She seemed shy and wore old clothes. Our teacher, Miss Albert, asked us to welcome her, but most of us stayed quiet. Maya sat next to me, smiled, but I moved away. My best friends were Kendra and Sophie. We whispered secrets and giggled together. Maya tried to join us once with her toys, but we said no. As days passed, we whispered and laughed about Maya's old clothes and strange toys. We didn't want to play with her. As spring arrived, Maya wore a pretty dress, but it looked like someone else's. We called her Never Knew and laughed again. One day, she jumped rope alone, not looking at us. This time, she didn't ask us if we wanted to play with her. She jumped and jumped and jumped until we went back inside. Then one day, Maya didn't come to school. In class that morning, we talked about kindness. Miss Albert placed a big bowl on her desk and filled it with water. We all gathered around and watched her drop a small stone into it. Tiny waves spread out from the stone.
This is what kindness is like. Every little act we do sends ripples into the world.
Then, Miss Albert let each of us drop a stone in while sharing our kind deeds. Joseph had helped his grandmother. Kendra changed her baby brother's diaper. And even Andrew, the bully, had done something nice by carrying the teacher's books upstairs. I stood there, holding Miss Albert's rock, but I couldn't think of anything to share. I passed the stone on. Maya didn't come to school the next day or the day after that. Every morning, I walked to school slowly, hoping today would be the day Maya returned and smiled at me. I promised myself this would be the day I smiled back. Each kindness, Mrs. Albert had said, makes the whole world a little bit better. But Maya never came back to school. Miss Albert told us she had to move away. I walked home alone, thinking of the smiles I never shared, the kindness I never gave. I threw stones into the pond, watching the ripples. It was like the chances of being kind to Maya were gone forever. That day, as I walked home alone from school, I noticed a boy standing on the corner, looking lost and confused. Hey, are you okay?
I think I'm lost. I can't find my way home.
I thought about what Miss Albert had taught us about kindness, so I decided to help. You know what? You can come with me to my house, and we'll figure it out from there.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
He followed me, and as we walked, we started chatting. I'm Hope, by the way.
I'm Jake. Nice to meet you, Hope.
He looked poor, and I thought my wealthy family would be thrilled to help someone in need. Well, not exactly. Jake and I entered the house while my parents were in the middle of an argument. They stopped immediately when they saw us.
Hope? Who is this?
So, remember when I said I wanted to start being kind? Well, I found this boy who seemed lost and I thought we could help him find his way home.
Are you out of your mind? What if he's a serial killer or someone dangerous?
He's 12, Mom. And since you're overreacting, I'll take him to my room. Come on, Jake, let's go. I took his hand and led him upstairs to my bedroom. Mom was such a narcissist. Even though I was young, I could see right through her. Like this one time when I was 6, I was excited for Take Your Child to Work Day. I thought Mom would show me off at her big office, but nope. She was too busy shining like a star with her work friends. I tried to keep up with her, but she didn't even look at me. It was like I was invisible. Then at lunch, while I was alone munching on a cheese sandwich, I overheard her. Her boss said she was great at her job, and she told him,
kids would just get in my way.
Ouch, that stung. I was sitting right there, and she acted like I didn't exist. It hit me hard. To Mom, her job was everything. And me, I just didn't fit into her perfect picture. And from that day on, I didn't look at her the same way. If she wasn't gonna act like my mom, I wasn't gonna treat her like one. But in my bedroom, Jake had a point.
Not to be rude, but aren't you being a bit mean to your mom, even though you're trying to be kinder?
Well, zip it, or I'll beat you in the next game. Now, pass me the PlayStation controller. Game on. And just like that, Jake and I hit it off. He was new in town and didn't have much. That's why he was lost that day. Mom didn't like us hanging out, but I didn't let that bother me. Life was more fun with Jake, and I felt like I was really becoming nicer. A few weeks later, I asked Dad if Jake could join my private school. Dad always called me his little princess and would do anything for me. So, he said yes. Well, my best friends Kendra and Sophie hadn't changed one bit. They were still pretty mean. I kept Jake a secret from them for the last few months. Jake and I agreed to act like strangers at school until I figured things out and felt brave enough to be his friend openly. The day Jake started at school, Kendra and Sophie surprised me.
Look at that hottie over there. He looks poor, but God, I'd pay him to be my boyfriend. Yeah, let's pay him together. We can share him.
So, when Maya joined us last year, we didn't want to hang out with her because she didn't have much money. But now you're all excited about a guy just because he's good looking?
Oh my God, why are you so obsessed with this Maya girl? Listen, Sophie, let's hire some private investigator to find this Maya for our friend, and she can just shut up about it.
Ha, you're hilarious. But seriously, just leave Jake out of your games.
Wait, how do you know his name?
I overheard a teacher say it, but really, just leave him be.
You know, Hope, since you're so insistent, now I really want to talk to him. Let's go, Sophie.
Great, just what I needed. They went to him and said,
Hey there, Jake. You're new here, right? Yeah, we thought you looked interesting. Want to hang out with us?
Jake seemed to be taken aback, but agreed to chat with them. For the next few days, Kendra and Sophie became interested in Jake. They wanted him to be their friend, but they had a different plan in mind. They offered him money to run errands and do things for them. I tried to warn Jake that he was worth more than being used like that, but he didn't listen. He said,
If you want me to stop helping them, you'll have to tell them that we're friends.
I didn't know what to say to that. I wasn't ready to ruin my image by having a poor friend, especially because Kendra and Sophie wouldn't stop laughing at me.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
With those words, Jake distanced himself from me and grew closer to Kendra and Sophie. They started giving him more money, and he became somewhat distant. I missed my friend. Then one day, I saw Jake holding their coats and acting like a servant. I'd had enough. I approached him and dragged him aside. Why are you acting like this? Don't you have any dignity? You want money? Fine, I'll give you money. Just stop hanging out with them.
Well, I don't mind helping the prettiest and most popular girls in school. Everyone now respects me and thinks I'm cool. And also, I don't know why, but you act like you're better than them.
Well, I am.
You'd rather see them treating me like this than standing up for your friend because you're too ashamed to have someone like me as a friend. How does that make you better than them? At least they're nice to their parents while you're rude to your mom and take advantage of your sweet dad. You never show him any love.
Tears welled up in my eyes, but I couldn't speak, so I just stormed off. To make things worse, that night, my mom came to my room and said,
Hey, Hope, I wanted to let you know that I've decided to divorce your dad. I've packed my things and I'm leaving in the morning. I came to ask if you wanted to come and live with me, although I already know what you'll say.
Yeah, since you already know, please leave and close the door behind you. Mom left and I buried my head in the pillow, letting out a frustrated scream. But I refused to let my tears fall. I took a deep breath and decided I was going to take matters into my own hands. Tomorrow, I was going to teach all these jerks a lesson. The moment moment I saw Jake the next morning, I said, I'm gonna ask my dad to stop paying for your school if you don't stop hanging out with Kendra and Sophie. How about that?
Yeah, cool. I'll ask Kendra and Sophie to help. They'd love to. Now please go away. I have some things to do.
Yeah, like licking Kendra's shoes, for example. Suddenly, Jake looked at me with angry eyes and a stern expression. He held my shoulders and pushed me back slightly.
Listen, Hope, you need to understand that you're acting like a bully, even if you don't see it. Threatening your friend to do things that only benefit you is selfish and wrong. I appreciate everything you've done for me, but for now, please don't talk to me. Whenever you see me, just look the other way. I hope you have a good life, Hope.
And with that, he walked away. I stood there in shock, then rushed to the bathroom to let out my feelings. When I got there, I found Kendra and Sophie laughing and chatting. In a moment of frustration, I said, listen, you two, you need to stop treating Jake like he's here to do your commands.
Whoa, calm down, girl. We don't treat him like that at all. He's just a nice guy who offers to help.
But you pay him.
Yeah, so what? If you have a friend who has less money than you and could use some help, why not?
Oh, come on. We all know you're not exactly the nicest people.
Yeah, we're not denying that, but at least we're not ashamed to be seen with a less fortunate friend in public, unlike you.
How did you even know that Jake was my friend?
Well, it's pretty obvious that you care about Jake. We even think you have a crush on him. Yeah, just be nice to the person you like. I know it can be hard for you, but look at us. We can do it.
If being nice to a friend means treating them like a servant, then I'll pass on that kind of advice from people like you. With that, I left the bathroom. Weeks passed, and I stopped talking to Jake, Kendra, Sophie, and my mom. Although Mom hadn't stopped messaging me and inviting me to her house, I ignored her. One day, I woke up super sick and couldn't go to school for 4 days. No one asked about me or missed me. I felt very sad and vulnerable. I didn't know what to do, but I knew I had to talk to someone, and I knew exactly who that someone would be. I went to Miss Albert's house. She looked surprised to see me. I told her everything. I don't get it. I wanted to be kind. I helped a person in need, but they chose to be with someone mean, and when I tried to warn them, they told me to buzz off. And now the mean people are the ones who are giving me advice to be a kind person. How exactly did that happen?
Honey, you helped a person in need, and it's a good thing. But you want to help them on your own terms only, and this isn't how kindness works. Sometimes you have to go out of your way to help others.
True. It basically implied that I was ashamed of Jake, and now he chose to be with some mean girls.
Remember that there's goodness in everyone, even if you think they aren't nice. We're human beings. We have goodness and evilness, and the best of us are the ones who can control their evilness when it's most called for.
I hugged Miss Albert tightly and left. The next morning, I entered the classroom and excused my teacher to say something. I just want to say I'm sorry to Jake. He's a good guy, and I'm honored to be his friend. The whole class fell silent, surprised by my confession. Jake smiled warmly at me, and I could see the relief in his eyes.
Your mom's been texting me and asking me about you. She doesn't know we weren't talking, obviously. Want to go to her place after school? I'd love to go with you.
I smiled and nodded my head. Hi there, I'm Becca, short for Rebecca, and my dad's the mayor. Sounds cool, huh? Think again. It's a nightmare. I'll tell you why, but before I do, please like and subscribe. When I was a kid, my dad and I were best friends. We danced in TikTok videos, watched movies every night, and we even had our own rock band. But when Dad became the mayor, everything changed. He never had time for me. So he hired a horrible old nanny named Miss Boot, which didn't make any sense. I mean, really, who needs a nanny at 15? Stop chewing with your mouth open. You weren't raised in a barn. And no more candy, only vegetables for you. No video games either. They'll rot your brain. I tried everything to get Dad's attention. I got straight A's in school, I sent him funny memes, and I even went to his office to show him my new dance moves. But nothing worked. For his birthday, I made him a special dinner, but as I was cooking, I glanced out the window and saw a cute boy across the street waving at me, so I had to go talk to him. And one thing led to another, and the kitchen caught fire. When Dad got home, he was furious.
What happened?
The last thing I wanted was Dad mad at me. So I made up a little white lie. It was the strangest thing. I was out here smelling flowers when I suddenly saw flames from the kitchen. If you ask me, I think it was Miss Boot. She's a creepy old lady. She's jealous of us, and I think she's up to no good. Of course, Dad took Miss Boot's side and grounded me for lying. I gave up trying to get Dad's attention and started focusing more on me. One morning, I decided to ditch school, so I stole the keys to one of my dad's cars and drove myself to the beach. I had so much fun swimming and sunbathing and even got the most amazing tan. When I walked back to the parking lot, Dad's car was gone. I looked everywhere, but I couldn't find it. It was getting late, so I called an Uber and
and went straight home, hoping Dad wouldn't notice the car was missing. Hey, he hadn't driven it in months. It was possible. When I got home, I ran right into Dad and Miss Boot.
How was school, honey?
It was great. Lots of learning. Your teachers called and said you didn't show up to your classes. Oh, there must be some misunderstanding. I was working on a special project studying the mating rituals of sand fleas.
And my car?
I was gonna tell you, it got caught in a flash tornado. It was picked up and flew into the sky. Daddy, it was so terrible and scary. I barely made it out alive. I think I should lie down and forget about this horrible day. Dad didn't believe a word I said and grounded me forever, especially since my teachers ratted me out and a couple of criminals used Dad's car in a bank robbery. It took my dad weeks to clear that mess up. A few months later, I got the greatest news. Mean old Miss Boot was retiring. The day she left, I celebrated. I stuffed my face with candy and played video games all night long. But the next morning, Dad spoiled everything.
I'm hiring a new nanny to look after you.
Hello. I'm practically an adult. I can take care of myself. Before I could plead my case, the new nanny walked in. Her name was Miss P, and she had a daughter named Amy. They both looked like Disney princesses. They wore flowers in their hair, and I swear I heard birds singing when they smiled.
Miss P and Amy will live in the servants' quarters. They'll be helping out around the house.
It's a pleasure to meet you, Becca. You're so pretty. I really hope we can be friends. I glanced at myself in the mirror. My hair was a mess, my face was puffy, and I had chocolate on the corners of my mouth. Clearly, this girl was blind. I stormed off to my room and pouted for the rest of the day. Don't judge me, like you're perfectly mature all the time. To my surprise, I started to enjoy having Miss P and Amy around. Miss P kept our house sparkling clean, and she was the best cook. She made my favorite foods and told me funny stories. Amy was pretty cool too. She loved playing video games and watching sci-fi movies with me. Even though Amy and Miss P didn't have much money, Amy was still the best-dressed girl I knew. One day we went shopping together, and she gave me the best advice. Green is totally your color. It brings out your eyes. I don't know. I'm not really into dresses. Trust me. With that dress and those shoes, you'll look like a supermodel. Amy was right. As we walked through the mall, everyone kept staring at me and giving me compliments. A couple of boys even asked me for my number. After that, Amy and I were attached at the hip. We were total besties. I begged Dad to pay Amy's tuition so we could go to the same school, and he said yes. On our first day, I introduced Amy to my other best friends, Layla and Jasmine, and they loved her. Amy even joined them on the cheerleading team. I was never into cheerleading. I was too busy coming up with new dance moves to post on my TikTok and YouTube channel. A couple of months later, Amy, Layla, and Jasmine went away for a week to cheerleading camp. But when Amy came back home, something was wrong. She'd barely look at me. Every time I tried to talk to her, she'd run the other way until I ambushed her at her locker. Something's up. Why are you acting so strange? Amy pulled me into a corner and whispered, "It's Layla and Jasmine. I'm not sure how to say this, but never mind. It's nothing. I don't want to ruin your friendship. Forget I said anything. Just tell me. No one will ever know we had this conversation. I promise." What Amy said next rocked my world. She told me that Layla and Jasmine thought I was a horrible dancer, the most annoying girl in school, and they were only friends with me because my dad was the mayor. Amy even showed me text messages on her phone of Layla and Jasmine making fun of me. I was so mad I was about to explode. Later, I saw Layla and Jasmine in the cafeteria laughing, and they had the nerve to smile at me like they were my friends. I stormed right up to them. "You backstabbing witches! You think you're so cool, but you're as dumb as a box of rocks. Are you for real? As serious as a math test." They stood up and got in my face. "Okay, loser, you think you're special, but you're just a basic chick. Well, you're both as ugly as a horse's butt, and you smell like porta potties." Jasmine pushed me. I shoved her back. Then I snatched some ice cream off a kid's lunch tray and threw it in their faces, which turned into a huge food fight. I was suspended for a week, but it felt really good to kick those two-faced jerks out of my life. I felt bad about betraying Amy, though, and begged her to forgive me. Eventually, she did, and we got even closer. I even told her about my secret crush, a football player named Mike. "Why don't you tell him how you feel?" "I'm totally not his type." "Of course you are. Let's have a double date." Amy set up the date a couple nights later. I put on my best dress and spent an hour doing my makeup. When I arrived at the restaurant, I had the shock of my life. I saw Amy kissing Mike. My face turned as red as a chili pepper as my heart shattered to pieces. Amy spotted me and walked over. "Hey, you don't look so good. Are you feeling all right?" "How could you do this to me?" "What? I thought you'd be happy." "Why would I be happy? I caught you making out with my secret crush." "Your secret crush is Mike? I thought you said Ike." "I swear, that's what I thought, and I invited him." I turned around and saw Ike, the weirdest kid in school, staring at me. The whole night was a disaster. I had to watch Amy and Mike making out for hours.
mirrors. A few times when Amy and Mike were kissing, I caught Amy glancing at me. Beneath her sweet smile and soft brown eyes was something sinister. I tried to keep my distance from Amy, but she never let me get far. She'd show up in my room late at night. Are you still mad at me, bestie? In the backseat of my car. I feel like you're avoiding me. She'd ambush me after class. We're still friends, right? I couldn't even go to the bathroom without running into her. Want to hang out after school? She was totally creeping me out. I hid out in the school library to avoid her, but a few days later, something crazy happened. The principal called me into her office and accused me of cheating. I was horrified. No, wait, that's not true. I've never cheated in my life. Then Amy walked in with tears in her eyes. Dad was right behind her. I'm sorry, Becca. I couldn't keep lying for you. I had to come clean. I told the principal how you've been forcing me to do your homework and helping you during tests for months.
Shame on you, Becca. I can't believe you'd do something like this.
I'm innocent, Dad. You have to believe me. Amy's a liar. She's scaring me, sir. The last time she was this angry, she hit me. Dad gave me the saddest look. I couldn't believe he was falling for Amy's lies.
I am so disappointed in you, Becca.
I'd had enough. I jumped out of my seat and charged toward Amy. She ran around the room screaming for help. Dad and the principal had to pull us apart. After that, Dad sent me away for a month of therapy. When I got back, things took a horrible turn. Dad announced that he and Amy's mom were getting married. After the wedding, Dad showered Amy with gifts and attention. He invited Amy and her mom to all his political events and left me at home. It was the worst. Amy stole all my friends, my secret crush, and my dad in a matter of months. I was so mad I wanted to scream. I tried meditating to calm myself down, and when that didn't work, I ate a tub of ice cream. Then early one morning, I woke up to someone pounding on the front door. I raced down the stairs. The police were at the door, and they had an arrest warrant. Someone had accused Dad of stealing money from the city.
This is outrageous.
My husband is an honest man. This has to be a mistake. The police ignored us, arrested Dad, and hauled him off to jail. I was devastated. Miss P fainted, and Amy was nowhere to be found. Dad swore he was innocent and tried to fight the case, but during the trial, the prosecutor called Amy to the stand. She told this crazy story about how my dad was a crook. The mayor is a monster. He stole money from the children's hospital, a homeless shelter, and a retirement home. I couldn't let him hurt all those innocent people, so I printed copies of all his bank transactions and gave them to the police. The lawyer showed the judge all the evidence. Dad swore he was innocent, but the evidence against him was too strong. On the day of the sentencing, everyone in town was there, even Miss Boot. The judge sentenced Dad to 20 years in jail. Dad and Miss P started crying their eyes out, and Amy flashed a sinister smile. I was so angry, my hands started shaking. Then Amy whispered in my ear, "Too bad about your dad. Now he'll rot in jail and no one can do anything about it. Funny how a few little lies could do so much damage." Just as I was about to smack Amy in the face, Miss Boot pulled me away. "Calm down, child. Act like a lady. Your father taught you better than that. I heard what that nasty girl said to you, but hitting her won't help your case. She's evil and she ruined Dad's life. We have to stop her. The best way to fight a lie is with the truth." Miss Boot walked away without another word, and then I got an idea. That night, Miss P, Amy, and I were packing our things to move out of the mayor's mansion. While Miss P and Amy were downstairs, I snuck into Amy's room. She hadn't packed yet, so I searched around to find evidence to prove that my dad was innocent. I was just about to give up when I found a small notebook tucked away in her drawer. Inside, it had pictures of me and my dad with X's on our faces, a bunch of old newspaper clippings, and a photograph of a young Amy standing next to an old woman in a hospital bed. The articles explained that Amy's grandmother lost her apartment after my dad signed a bill to demolish the building and replace it with a shopping mall. Amy's grandma collapsed during a protest, hit her head on the ground, and fell into a coma. It was such a sad story. Then I heard footsteps behind me. I turned around to see Amy with this demented look on her face. "Your dad had to pay for hurting my family, and now it's your turn." Amy picked up a broom and charged toward me like a maniac. I thought I was a goner, and then Miss P and Miss Boot appeared out of nowhere. Miss Boot snatched the broom out of Amy's hand. Miss P stepped between me and Amy.
"Amy, stop this right now. What happened to your grandma wasn't the mayor's fault. The city council made that decision."
"But it's not fair."
"I know, honey, but what you're doing isn't right. It won't help your grandma. But perhaps I can. My son is a neurologist, and I can ask him to take a look at your grandmother, but under one condition."
Miss Boot glanced at me. "You tell the truth about my father." Amy agreed. We all went to the police, and Amy told them how she lied about Dad and had hired someone to make up all the evidence against him. Dad was released from from prison and Miss Boot fulfilled her promise. She told her son about Amy's grandma, who decided to put her into a clinical trial where she had a great chance of recovering fully. On the day of Amy's trial, Dad felt so sorry about Amy and her grandma that he asked the judge to be lenient. The judge sentenced Amy to a year of therapy at a mental institution. Dad was reinstated as mayor, but every day he made sure to spend more time with me and Miss P. Miss P apologized for not believing me and taking Amy's side, but I still felt guilty. Dad, if I hadn't lied so many times to you before, you would have believed me when I told you about Amy. None of this should have happened. This is all my fault.
You can't blame yourself, honey. You had no control of what Amy would do. All we can do now is pick up the pieces and try to move on with our lives.
And that's what we did. Hi, I'm Jody from North Dakota. Please like and subscribe, and you'll be able to fulfill all your New Year's resolutions. Ever since I can remember, Dad made me and my younger brother Josh compete for everything.
This teddy's mine. I grabbed it first. So what? I saw it first.
Don't fight, kids. The one of you who burps the loudest gets it.
Josh's burp was way louder than mine, and the teddy went to him. So annoying. On our way back home, Josh and I fought over the window seat. And again, Dad had a weird solution.
Let's see who can stick their head out of the window and spit the farthest.
Josh won again. But I accidentally spilled some orange juice on the window seat, so his butt ended up all wet and sticky. Josh usually won these crazy competitions, and he and Dad were a team. But Mom adored me, and we spent hours baking together. And unlike Dad, she didn't make us compete for stuff. The purple cars for Josh and the red ones for you, Jody.
Why buy 2 cars? They could have shared one. When will you understand that money doesn't grow on trees?
Dad left the office looking upset, but Mom turned to us with a huge smile. I got you guys 2 packs of crayons too, but don't tell Dad, okay?
You're the best, Mom.
But Josh broke all his crayons in minutes, then grabbed mine and flushed them down the toilet. He really was a top-grade jerk. Other than that, my life was good. But then one day, everything came crashing down. Mom had ordered pizza for Josh and me, and we were fighting over the last slice when Dad came back from work early.
You ordered pizza again? Why can't you cook, lazy woman? I'm not some millionaire.
They had a huge fight that day, and suddenly, Mom was packing her bags to leave. I cried and tried to stop her, but she said she'd come and see us soon and just left. Then Dad gave me the last slice of pizza, and I immediately stopped crying and stuck my tongue out at Josh. Don't judge me for not being sadder, guys. I was only 7 then. A few weeks later, our parents got divorced, and since Mom wasn't financially stable, we stayed with Dad. Mom only visited us on weekends and special occasions. Years passed, and Josh and I finally reached high school. One day, we came back from school to find Mom getting out of a flashy car. Jody, Josh, come quickly. I'm taking you to my new home for the weekend. Her new home was a freaking palace. It turned out that Mom's fiancé Steve was a real estate mogul, and this was one of his houses. Later after lunch, Mom said she had something important to discuss. I haven't been able to offer you a home before, but thanks to Steve's support, I can now. I'd love for you guys to come live here with me. What do you think? We were both taken aback, but then Josh said he wouldn't leave Dad and walked out of the room. Mom looked heartbroken. What about you, Jody? To be honest, I'd missed being close to Mom, and it wouldn't be too bad getting away from Josh and not fighting for everything. I think I'd like to stay with you, but what about Dad? I'll talk to him, don't worry, and you can still see him whenever you want. Oh, this is just such wonderful news. After the weekend, Josh went back to Dad and I moved in with Mom. She let me have the biggest bedroom. I love it here, Mom, and I love you. I've been waiting to hear that for so long. In the coming days, Mom got me anything I wanted. New clothes, new shoes, new handbags, new bedroom furniture. I even had 3 maids waiting on me hand and foot. One day, I decided to bake a cake for Mom, but I just couldn't figure out the fancy oven settings. Before I knew it, there was a small blast. Just then, a girl my age came running in. Are you trying to burn the kitchen down? I'm sorry, I was just trying to bake a cake. Well, it looks more like a volcano now. No wonder it caused so much destruction. She looked at me, and then we both burst out laughing. The girl introduced herself as Darcy, our butler's daughter. We got to talking, and I found out that Darcy loved baking too. We exchanged a few recipes and decided to try them soon. The next day, Mom got me enrolled into a fancy private school, but it looked more like a 5-star hotel. And the students looked like they'd walked off a modeling ramp. Feeling kind of nervous, I was trying to find my classroom when a group of the most gorgeous girls suddenly blocked my way. New admission. We like your Gucci's and Chanel, girl. You can join our pack. And just like that, I became a part of the most popular group in school, the Wildcats. And boy, these cats were wild. They partied like crazy, blew thousands of dollars on useless stuff, and got tattoos in the weirdest places. But for the first time in my life, I was among the popular kids in school, and I was loving it. A few weeks later, I was hanging out with my cool group outside school, and to my shock, they started smoking. One of them pushed me to try it too, and I didn't want to look uncool, so I did. But I started coughing like crazy. Jody, what are you doing? OMG, Jody, who's this peasant talking to you? What are you doing here, Darcy? I study at the school 2 blocks down. I was just walking home. Ew, are you talking about that gross public school? That confirms you're poor. Jody, you're a wildcat. You can't be talking to people like her. Yeah. Darcy, please go away. I'll talk to you later if I have time. Darcy gave me a disgusted look and left. I felt terrible, but I had a reputation to maintain now. When I got back home, I found Steve and Mom waiting for me, and I knew there was trouble.
So, you're smoking now? Is that why I'm paying your sky-high school fees?
Jody, I'm so disappointed in you. What? I didn't. There must be some mistake.
Don't you dare lie to me. You were smoking, and the butler's daughter saw you.
Steve was always so calm, and seeing him like that was kinda scary. He shouted at Darcy to come in.
Tell me what you told us earlier, girl. Did you see Jody smoking or not?
Darcy looked at me, then turned nervously to him. Sir, I think I made a mistake because that girl was wearing a different dress. I'm so sorry for the confusion. Steve sent her away angrily, and soon after I followed her. What were you thinking, being a snitch? I was trying to save you from falling into bad habits, but I wasn't expecting Mr. Steve to react so badly, so I changed my statement. You should be thanking me. Well, no thank you. Just mind your own business. Yeah, I'll do that now. You're just a rich brat. I don't know why I thought you were different. I felt so mad at her, but I forgot about the fight soon because the following weeks, I had a crazy schedule. I went to school, attended salsa and French classes Mom enrolled me in, and then went out partying with my friends. I was so busy with my new life that I almost completely forgot about Dad and Josh, too. Then one day, I got a call from Josh.
Can you come home this evening? I want to plan a surprise party for Dad.
I promised Josh I'd be there, and that I'd also bake a special cake for Dad. But when I came back from school that day, Mom was already waiting for me. Jody, there's an important event tonight, and Steve says I need to look my best. So I was thinking we'll go shopping first, and then maybe we'll both get makeovers. That sounds cool. By the time we came back home from the mall, I was so exhausted that I took a short nap. And when I woke up, it was already so late. When I got to Dad's place, Josh was done with all the preparations. I am so sorry.
No problem. At least you turned up.
No need to be so snarky. I was just tired.
Yeah, I know how exhausting shopping can be. I saw you at the mall with Mom. You've changed, Jody.
No, I haven't.
Really? Then where's Dad's birthday cake?
That's when I realized I'd completely forgotten about it.
Seems like life with us wasn't good enough for you. That's why it's so easy for Mom to buy your love with all this fancy stuff.
That's not what she's doing. And maybe I like it that I don't always have to share things with you. And Mom and Steve never scold me for buying something I want. They aren't stingy like Dad. Just then, I realized that Dad had walked in. Oh, Dad, happy birthday.
I know that I'm careful with money, Jody, but I've always worked hard and tried to give you a good life.
I know that. I didn't mean it.
Yes, you did. You just didn't mean for me to hear it.
Dad said he was tired and just wanted to go to bed. And Josh was so mad at me for ruining everything. Back at home, I tried falling asleep but kept feeling terrible. I didn't mean to hurt Dad. And was it true that I'd changed, like Josh had said? A few days later, Mom and Steve were out at some party, so I invited some friends over. We were having a great time, dancing, till one of them started a food fight, and the next thing I knew, they were all going crazy. Can you stop, please? My parents won't be happy about this. What? We're just having fun. And I'm sure you have plenty of servants to do the cleanup. Look, there's one. She pointed at Darcy, who just walked in with drinks and got hit by some food. Just then, one girl jumped on the couch, knocking over a large crystal vase and smashed it to bits on the floor. That's it. Enough. You guys don't get to disrespect anyone, and you don't get to act like spoiled brats in someone's house. Leave, all of you. You can't talk to us like that. We made you one of the most popular girls in school, and we can end that instantly by kicking you out of the Wildcats. Sounds amazing. That's exactly what I want. Now get out. The girls stormed off while Darcy and I stared at the mess. I'll take care of this. You don't need to help. You'll never get this done alone before Mr. Steve's back, so let's not waste time. We worked our butts off for the next 2 hours and finally sat down exhausted. Hey, I'm sorry my friends acted like jerks. I don't care about them, but I hadn't expected you to be like that, or even have such friends. I know. I don't even know who I am these days. I've been trying so hard to fit in with these people I don't even like. And also, I forgot my dad's birthday and hurt his feelings. And my brother, he thinks Mom's trying to buy my love by giving me all these gifts. Do you feel the same? Maybe. She hasn't spent much time with me ever since I moved in here, but she does get me whatever I want. Darcy suggested I tell Mom how I felt. So later that night, I walked up to Mom's room to talk when I heard her and Steve arguing. Steve, I changed myself completely for your sake. I tried my best to be a good partner, but I can't tolerate you cheating on me.
Do you have another option? Do you want me to throw you and your daughter out of this house?
No. There's nothing I wouldn't put up with for my daughter's happiness. I finally have her love after all these years. I wouldn't be able to bear it if she leaves me.
Then stay quiet and don't interfere in my matters.
I slid behind a statue as Steve marched out of the door. When I peeked into Mom's room, I found her crying. And just then, reality hit me. Mom wasn't trying to buy my love. She was just showering me with hers. Mom? Oh, Jody! I think I have something in my eye. I heard you and Steve talking, Mom. And I want you to know that I love you, whether you have money or not. But on my own, I don't even have enough to give you the kind of life you were living with your dad. I was just a waitress, and I met Steve. I don't care, Mom. It's you I want to be with, not your house or the stuff you can give me. You know what? I've always wanted to start a small baking business. Maybe we should do that together. The next day, Mom and I moved out of Steve's mansion with our hands empty, but our hearts full. We rented a tiny apartment and started our baking business from home. And I took the time to reconnect with Dad and Josh and even kept in touch with Darcy. In a few months, our business took off with massive help from Josh.
Cake number 17 delivered.
Thanks, bro. Aren't you the best?
I know. That's why I want these headphones.
What? No! Mom got those for me. Some things never change, do they?
Hey everyone, my name is Eden, and this is my story. The day I was born, the biggest rainbow appeared over the hospital, and my parents thought that I was really special. They always treated me like a princess. Mommy, I want an airplane. And the very next day, my room was full of all the toy airplanes my parents could find. I always felt loved and had everything in the world, but sometimes I couldn't help wishing I had someone to share it all with. Mommy, I want a little sister. Oh, baby, trust me, you don't need anyone. Our lives are perfect just the way they are. But only they weren't. Soon after that day, I'd often hear Mom and Dad fighting with each other, and I noticed they started to drift apart. So I tried my best to keep them together. Mom? Dad? You guys want to watch a movie with me? Your dad's busy, but I can go with you. Maybe we can go tomorrow when you're both free? I think it's just better if we go on our own, love. And my biggest nightmare came true when I turned 14, and my parents announced that they were getting a divorce. It crushed my heart. Mom decided to move back to her hometown in Missouri, and since Dad was moving away for work, I had no other choice but to go with Mom. But the minute we got there, I got the shock of my life. Mom was freaking rich. She owned a huge house and farms in the town. Mom, how come you never told me about any of this? Well, I just didn't think it was that important. But this was huge to be kept from me. And turns out that wasn't the only secret she had. Later that evening, I was taking a walk across the grounds when suddenly my legs got caught in a rope and I fell down in cow poop. What the heck? Just then, I saw a girl my age running towards me, and she stumbled and fell too. Ouch, my butt! Hey, are you okay? Oh, my gosh, I'm so sorry. I was practicing rope throwing, and I didn't see you there. That was you? Ugh! Now get me out of this! Okay, hold your horses. Well, I have good news and bad news. The good news is this is the best knot I ever made, and I might have a chance at winning at the rodeo this year. But the bad news is I have no idea how to undo it. What? Are you crazy? Cut it or something. She ran away to look for something and came back with her mom. But just as the lady was untying me, Mom came running and pulled her away. What did you do to my daughter? Get away from her. Lily? What are you doing here? It's my home too. I can come here anytime I want. And from what I've heard, you've been running the farm at a loss, so I thought I should come look into it. Oh, so you just turn up out of nowhere to tell me my business? I'm shocked you're even showing your face here after what you did. Christy, shut up. Mom took my hand and pulled me out of there. That's when I learned this lady was Mom's sister, Christy, and that girl was my cousin, Nancy, and they lived in the house next to ours. And you didn't think this was important to tell me too? What else are you hiding? Do you have another husband and kids too? Eden. I had so many questions, but she was refusing to answer any, and it was driving me mad. So I called Dad to ask, but he just said, "Oh, honey, I can't tell you much, but just remember, your mom needs you." I had no idea what he meant by that, and I was so annoyed at all these secrets. So I just stormed out of the house and went towards the fields. But suddenly, I noticed one of the scarecrows in the fields was moving. Holy freaks! I screamed and started running away, but the scarecrow kept following me, and suddenly it fell on the ground. Ouch! My knees! Nancy, why are you dressed like that? I can't tell you that. My mom told me to stay away from you. Oh, yeah? Then what are you doing here talking to me? I thought you were hurt when you screamed, so I came to check up on you, but now I'll have to go. Bye. Nancy, wait. I thought she'd know what was going on between my mom and my aunt, but turns out she was just as unaware as me. I offered to be friends with her, and she agreed, as long as we kept it a secret from our moms. Now, tell me, why were you actually here? My friends dared me to do this all night, but then they all left me here. She was really innocent and super funny, and always made me laugh so hard by mimicking the animals at the farm. At night, she'd sneak into my room with homemade cookies, and we'd eat them together while watching our favorite videos. By the time summer was over, we were BFFs. And when Mom enrolled me into the same school as Nancy, we both were super excited because now we didn't have to meet in secret. But at school, I learned that Nancy was really naive, and a lot of people took advantage of her. Nancy, you shouldn't be doing your friend's homework. It's all right, Eden. My friends say practice makes a man perfect, and if I write all these things so many times, I'll become a genius. Sometimes she'd make me want to bang my head against a wall. But at home, it was much worse with Mom and Aunt's constant fighting. I've been making the decisions regarding the crops all these years. Why did you sell this lot without even asking me? 'Cause you're dumb and we're suffering losses, so I need to take charge. Suddenly, Aunt Christy picked some tomatoes and threw them right into Mom's face. Soon, the view looked like a tomatina festival, and out of nowhere, Nancy threw a tomato at me too. What the heck? Come on, it's fun. It'll convince them we hate each other too. Join in. God, she was crazy. A few nights later, Nancy and I decided to go out for a movie, and we had a blast. Oh my God. It was my first time in a movie hall, and I loved it so much. We should totally do it again. But then suddenly, a stray dog came barking at us, and before I could move, Nancy jumped over the fence and ran at the speed of light, leaving me behind. I wasn't as fast, and the dog caught my skirt and ripped it. Just then, a guy came running and shooed the dog away. Hey, are you okay? He helped me off the ground, and I couldn't help noticing how cute he was. He had patches of white hair all over his head, and it looked gorgeous, like art. He introduced himself as Randy, and when he saw me looking at his hair, he explained it was because of a condition called poliosis. Oh, I see. Well, it looks good. Thanks, and here, take this. He took off his jacket and wrapped it around my waist. I hope you'll feel more comfortable now. Cute and such a gentleman. He then walked me back home, and as we talked, it turned out he was a senior at school and a national-level baseball player. When we reached home, Nancy was waiting for me at the doorstep, but as soon as she saw me, she ran to her house. And now I wasn't going to talk to her either. Later that night, as I was sleeping, I suddenly woke up to see Nancy waving a torch in my face. What the heck is wrong with you? What the heck is wrong with you? Why were you with that jerk, Randy? You know him? Yeah, he's a bad guy, and you need to stay away from him. When I asked her to explain more, she refused to tell me and ran away. The next day, I saw Randy in the cafeteria, and I was curious to know if he also knew her, so I asked him. Nancy? Doesn't ring a bell. But before I could ask more, someone dumped an entire tray of food over me. Nancy, what is the matter with you? Oh, I'm so sorry. I just slipped. Well, obviously, I knew she didn't, but I didn't want to make a scene, so I just ran to the washroom to clean up. But the moment I stepped out, Randy was waiting there for me with a change of clothes. I had some clean clothes in my locker. They'll be too big, but they should work for now. This guy was just perfect, but I had no idea why Nancy was behaving this way. So that night, I went to see Nancy and forced her to tell me why she hated me getting along with Randy, and she gave me the most shocking reply. 'Cause he's into guys. What? Yeah, I knew his secret, but I didn't want to be the one to break it to anyone. That's why I lied to you that he's a bad guy, so you'd keep away from him and won't get your heart broken. She then showed me pictures of him laughing and holding hands with a guy in a park. What? You could have just told me sooner, you know. I tried to, but you were pissed at me for running away. I'm really scared of dogs because I got bit by one when I was 5. Oh, Nancy. I told her not to hide things from me anymore, and I was so glad to have my bestie back. From the next day, I started avoiding Randy whenever I'd see him around school, but one time, he caught me on my way back home. I have no idea why you've been avoiding me, but if I've made a mistake, you should let me know. No, Randy, it's not like that. He then told me it was his birthday, and he invited me to the carnival happening in town. At first, I was hesitant, but then I remembered how nice he'd been to me, and I decided to be a good friend at least. Later that night, when I joined him, I realized it was just the two of us, but we had a blast. We played so many games together, and Randy won a giant teddy bear for me. After that, we went on the Ferris wheel, and when we reached the top, Randy held my hand and pulled me in for a kiss. Randy, get away from me. I'm sorry. I thought you liked me too, and... I do. I did until I found out you like guys. What? Who told you that? I told him about those pictures, and he burst out laughing. Oh my God, who took those? That's my cousin who visited me quite a while ago, and I was holding his hand on our walk because he's blind. I'm not into boys. I like girls, okay? I really like you. And suddenly, I realized I got played by Nancy, that little witch. Later, when I got home, I stormed off to Nancy's place and went straight to her room. I can't believe I trusted you and you lied to me. You did this because you like Randy too, right? Yes, I liked him too, but... Before she could say more, I jumped onto her and we broke into a wild fight, and soon our moms came running to separate us. Girls, stop it. What's going on? I told Mom all that happened, and Aunt Christy started to laugh hysterically. So, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree, I guess. I knew you'd be just like your mother, stealing boyfriends as usual. What did she mean by that? Mom, please stop it. But Aunt went on to tell us that my dad was originally her boyfriend, but Mom made him fall for her. Their parents asked Mom to dump my dad so the sisters could stop fighting, but instead she ran away with him and never came back. I have apologized to you 1,000,000 times. I'm sorry I hurt you, but we really loved each other. He was my boyfriend. You had no business loving him, and I'm never forgiving you for that. I watched Mom's eyes fill with tears as Aunt Christy asked us to leave. Later at home, I asked Mom if she regretted marrying Dad. No, I don't regret it at all, sweetie. Your dad gave me the best years of my life, but sometimes good things also come to an end. I just wish it hadn't cost me my family. I was too young and stupid to not consider my sister's feelings. I hugged her tight and comforted her, and the next day, I knew just what to do. I walked up to Nancy's room and told her I was going to stay away from Randy. I don't want a boy coming between us. Oh, Eden, it's all my fault. Like I said, I also liked Randy, but my friend showed me all those pictures and I believed them and thought he's gay. And I've lost feelings for him now. But you threw all your food over me that day. I thought you were jealous. It was a genuine accident, I swear. I'm happy if you guys like each other. Oh my God, my little sister was such an innocent baby. But there was one more pair of sisters that we had to reunite, and I had just the perfect plan for it. I called Dad and told him everything and asked him to come visit us. Thank you so much for coming, Dad.
You don't have to thank me, honey. I should have done this sooner and made things easier for your mom.
We then walked towards the fields where both our moms were working, and they looked super shocked to see Dad.
What are you doing here? I'm here to apologize to you, Christy. I was the one who fell in love with your sister first, and I was the one who broke your heart. So don't resent her so much, and please forgive both of us. Yeah, I'm sorry too, Christy. Really and truly.
I could see tears in Aunt's eyes as she hugged Mom, and Nancy and I joined in too. After what felt like a lifetime, I saw Mom and Dad smiling at each other, and it made my heart so full. We should never give up on people we love. They are always worth the fight.
Please, leave me alone. Mom ran down the dark corridor, looking for a place to hide, turning every doorknob that she came to. Finally, a door gave way and she crouched in a corner, but it was too late. Stay away from me! Stay away!
Hey, I'm Anastasia. My friends call me Anna, but my parents call me...
Stay away from me.
Or...
Leave me alone.
Okay, I was being a little dramatic at the start of the video. Mom wasn't actually scared. This is how it really played out.
Mommy, can you read me a bedtime story?
Please, leave me alone. Go ask your dad.
Daddy, look, I was outside playing and stepped in the poopsie.
No! Stay away from me.
My nanny looked after me mostly because my parents were super busy with their careers, and she always called me Miss, so I thought my real name was Stay Away From Me. It wasn't until my first day of kindergarten that I found out I was wrong. And what's your name, sweetie?
Stay away from me?
Excuse me? What did you just say?
Stay away from me.
Next thing I knew, my parents and I were sitting in the principal's office. Sure, I got into trouble, but at least my parents used my name more after that. And when I was 4, something amazing happened. My sister Isabella was born, and she was beautiful.
Oh, I have the most beautiful daughter anyone could ask for.
I was so bummed by what she said that I stuck my tongue out at her. But I got over it soon enough. I finally had someone to play with. Or so I thought. You see, Mom didn't want me near Isabella. Shoo, go away. But one night, Isabella couldn't sleep and was screaming at the top of her lungs. I crawled into her crib and began to sing her lullabies. And soon enough, she was sleeping peacefully. I felt like the best big sister ever. But we never had a shot at getting close because of the way my parents treated us. They were less busy with work now and spent all their time fawning over Isabella and spoiling her while completely ignoring me. You know what I see in the mirror? I see 2 beautiful girls with unlimited potential. Anna, how long have you been standing here?
I was here first, brushing my hair. You didn't even see me?
They'd whisk Isabella off to the mall or spa, and one time they even took her to Paris while I was stuck with the neighbor and her 9 cats. It bothered me a lot at first, but eventually I just kinda got used to it. But my parents were slowly turning Isabella into a monster who bullied them and threw a fit anytime she didn't get her way. She would try to boss me around too, but I mostly wouldn't give in, which didn't sit too well with her. Like this one time when I was in 5th grade, I was eating spaghetti and she turned to me with a weird look in her eyes.
Spaghetti and worms taste the same, don't you think?
Well, what? My stomach churned when I looked on my plate, and sure enough, there were worms mixed together with my spaghetti. Ew! When I told my parents, they told me it was a harmless prank. Every time Isabella did something to me, they would make excuses for her and brush it off. Even the time she cut my head out of all the family pictures. She's too young to know what she's doing.
She's just having fun. Lighten up.
The weekend before middle school, I bought this super cute outfit for my first day, and I couldn't wait to put it on. But when I was getting ready, I couldn't find it anywhere. That is, until I entered the kitchen, and there sat Isabella in
in my outfit. Isabella, that's mine. It looks better on me. I look like a doll.
I rushed over to Isabella and tried to pull my outfit off of her when Mom dragged me away.
Anna, what are you doing to your little sister?
I want her to take off my clothes. Oh, is that what you want? You should have said it nicely.
And then she took a pair of scissors and cut herself out of the dress.
Oh my God, you're such a psycho. Mom, aren't you going to say anything?
Yes, if you knew how to share your things, you could both enjoy them. But now look at what you made your sister do, Anna.
I could pull my hair out. There was no winning against this brat when she had some magic spell cast on my parents. As I grew older, I just avoided my family as much as I could and faded into the background. I decided to focus on what I loved best, singing, and I became quite good at it. But I only realized exactly how good I was when I was 16. 2 months before high school started, I'd taken up a small gig at a cafe to sing occasionally, and when I was done, a stunning lady approached me.
Hi, I'm Gigi. You have a beautiful voice. I'd like to sign you up as a singer.
What? You want me?
Yes, I could make you a star.
It was an offer I couldn't refuse. I gave Gigi my address, and when she arrived at my house later that evening, my parents were quite surprised, and Isa looked so jealous.
Why would you want to sign her up? Because she's talented. But her looks can be altered to look the part.
What do you mean, altered?
By the time my people are done with you, you won't even recognize yourself, kiddo.
The following week, I went to the studio with Gigi, and I felt like I was in a dream. And after rehearsals, Gigi's makeup artists took over, and she was right. I barely recognized myself. I looked amazing. When I got home, Mom looked shocked.
Oh my God, Anna, you look stunning.
My heart flipped with excitement. Did my mother just give me a compliment? As stunning as a chicken in a jumpsuit. Later that week, Mom took me shopping. In fact, over the next 2 weeks, Mom and I spent a lot of time together. We went to spas, dinners, and we even spent a day in Paris. I picked up a few things there for Isabella, but when I went to give it to her, she dumped everything on my head. You think you're better than me because of this music gig? Your days are numbered, witch. Did my baby sister just threaten me? I was too busy to think too much about what Isabella said. I worked hard and released my first album. By the time I started high school, I was already famous. OMG, her skin is flawless. She's such an amazing singer.
I can carry your books around.
But life just had to give me lemons. And this lemon was Mandy, the meanest and richest girl in school. She transferred to our school the year before and was the most popular girl around. But clearly, I dethroned her now because I had way more fans and social media followers than her, and she just couldn't handle it. Others may have forgotten how ugly you really are, but I'll never forget, and I'll make sure the others don't either. I tried to ignore her and just enjoy my newfound fame. But of course, Mandy did everything to ruin it. This one time after gym class, she filled my body wash with oil. Another time, she filled my bag with live frogs that went crazy in the science lab. She was a lunatic. And then one afternoon, while walking through the mall, I saw Mandy and Isabella together. Mandy was shoving a dress into Isabella's hand and looking over her shoulder. Wait, was she trying to get Isabella to shoplift? I stormed over to them immediately. Mandy, what are you doing with my sister? Mind your business, Anna. She's my friend and way better than you. Isa, she can't be that good if she's trying to get you to steal clothes. You're coming with me. But Isa bit my arm hard and ran off. Stay away from my sister, Mandy. But after that, I'd see the two of them together all the time. If they wanted to run their own Anastasia hate club, then fine. I had better things to focus on, like my very first concert that Gigi has arranged to boost album sales. On the night of the concert, my family came to support me, and I was so excited. I grabbed the mic and stepped onto the stage confidently, and I was totally owning it. Everything was going great until someone from the crowd screamed and pointed at the chandelier above me, which was falling down. One of my guitar players threw himself at me and managed to get me out of the way seconds before the chandelier crashed on stage. Before I could even process what had happened, Gigi whisked me away to get me checked up at the hospital. But as I was leaving, I spotted Mandy's face in the crowd. I couldn't get rid of the thought that she had something to do with this incident. But would she go this far? She was acting like a lunatic lately, but I had no proof, and it would be useless confronting her. A few days later, I came across the opportunity of a lifetime. There was one spot open in the
the most prestigious music college, and they'd be visiting the school in 3 months to hold auditions. I just had to get that scholarship.
You can drool on that spot all you want, but it's mine.
Gosh, why was the world always putting Mandy and me against each other? She played the piano, and she was good. Like Beethoven good. I couldn't let her win this. I threw myself into practice. After rehearsals with Gigi, I'd stay back in the studio and practice for my big day. One evening, while I was walking home from practice, I was passing by the bakery when I saw Mandy stuff 2 loaves of bread under her jacket and sneak out of the bakery. Mandy was the richest girl in school. Why was she stealing food? I followed Mandy until she went into the bad part of town. The houses were small and shabby, and I watched as she entered one of them. What on earth? I needed to know what was happening, so I walked up to the door and was about to knock when I heard a familiar voice. Isabella? I told you already. I'm done with this. I'm not doing your homework, shoplifting, or going out of my way to be your puppet. Isabella was making Mandy do stuff? Feeling shocked, I pulled out my phone, opened the door by an inch, and started recording. What I heard next made my head spin.
You'll do as I say, or I'll spill your filthy little secret all over the internet.
I am so sick and tired of this. Tell everyone. I don't care.
You, the oh-so-popular Mandy, not caring what people think? Are you really comfortable with people knowing that your father is rotting in jail for fraud, while you and your mother are left with nothing and living in this rat hole? I find that hard to believe, given how hard you've been trying to keep up appearances in school.
I've done everything you've asked me to do since you read my diary and discovered my secret. You made me tamper with the chandelier at Anna's concert. She could have gotten seriously hurt. I should have never agreed to do it. It's been giving me nightmares.
But if you don't do as I say, I'll tell everyone what you did. Oh yes, I recorded it, and then you'll go meet Daddy in jail.
Do your worst, Isabella. I don't care. I watched in horror as Isabella picked up a bat and raised it at Mandy. I flung open the door and lunged at Isabella, knocked the bat from her hand, and pinned her to the ground.
Get off, you ugly jerk!
Did you completely lose your mind? What have I ever done to hurt you? How could my own sister hate me so much?
Because you overshadowed my life. You should have never been in the picture, and I'd do anything to bring you down.
Isabella lunged at me with a scream, but the commotion had attracted the attention of some neighbors who came running in and held Isabella. Someone called the police, who took her away kicking and screaming. I was still reeling with shock when Mandy turned to me. You helped me? Why? We may have our differences, but I couldn't let Isabella blackmail you or hurt you. Thanks, Anna. No problem. That's what friends are for. Friends? Are we friends? Maybe we could try. Crazier things have happened. My parents' world turned upside down when I showed them Isabella's video. They decided to get Isabella evaluated, and they were told that Isabella had some problems. She was taken to a facility to get the help she needed. I've been pointing out Isabella's issues, but you've always just let them slide. If we'd gotten her help earlier, things might have been different. Anna, we're sorry for not treating you both fairly. We're starting to see how our actions have affected you both. We want to do better. Can you forgive us? It's gonna take some time, but maybe going to therapy together could help us improve as a family. Hearing this, my parents nodded their heads in agreement. At school, Mandy and I even smiled at each other. Finally, the day of the big audition for the scholarship arrived, and I saw Mandy backstage looking super nervous. I don't think I can do this. You can and you will. Break a leg. Thanks. You too. Oh, I'm not auditioning. I thought I should give you a fair shot. Oh, because you think you're better than me and I have no chance against you? No, because I think you'll beat my butt and I'd rather not be humiliated. And you need this more than I do. I'll be cheering for you though. Mandy gave an amazing performance that received a standing ovation and she won the spot. I learned that showing kindness to a rival can turn a bitter battle into an unexpected friendship.
Hi, I'm Langdon from Massachusetts. Please like and subscribe. I was born 5 years after my parents got married, and Mom thought I was God's miracle and loved spoiling me. Dad always said I needed to grow up tough, but Mom couldn't care less. On my 4th birthday, she took me to an amazing toy store and said I could get whatever I wanted. As I was going through my presents at home, Dad walked in and nearly had a stroke. How many times do I have to tell you we don't have this kind of money to waste?
It's his special day, honey. Don't ruin it.
What is all this ridiculous stuff? Why did he need to buy a plastic flower? As Dad picked it up, water squirted out of it straight into his face.
He likes magic tricks and pranks.
Oh, does he? I didn't know we were raising a clown. I'm returning all of it. I felt so mad. And then suddenly, I felt my face do something funny. Are you making faces at me? I shook my head, but it happened again. My parents suddenly looked worried and took me to the doctor. After some tests, he explained that I had a facial twitch which could be triggered by any strong emotion. But it was nothing to worry about. But apparently Mom didn't hear the doctor right because she fussed over me even more. This didn't even change after my sisters, Rose, Orchid, and Lily were born. They were triplets, but had nothing in common except one thing. Their unconditional love for me. Once, in 10th grade, my parents had to go somewhere for a few hours and told me to keep an eye on my sisters. I had an online video game match, and I knew just what to do. Listen up, girls. We're gonna play a game of hide and seek. You hide, and I'll count till 50,000. Don't come out till I say so. The girls ran off to hide while I slipped inside my room for some video game time. I was so lost in it that I didn't realize the time till Dad barged into my room. Langdon? What? What happened? We just got robbed. What? No way. I was right here, alert, on my toes. With your headphones on? I swear, Langdon, sometimes I wish I'd given birth to a bicycle instead. It would have been more useful than you. You didn't lock the front door, and the robbers just walked in and took half our things. Wait, where are the girls? We rushed inside the girls' room to find them sleeping under the bed. Phew. They're safe. That's because I told them to hide. How could you be so stupid? We just lost stuff worth thousands of dollars. If you really think about it, Dad, it's good because now we can buy new things. Our old stuff was rotten, especially our TV. Dad looked ready to explode. Thankfully, Mom rescued me just in time. But after that day, he never trusted me with anything. It bothered me, but thank God Mom and the triplets worshipped me. Time passed, and in 12th grade, I joined the school football team. Without Dad knowing, of course. He was already unhappy with my grades, but football was my calling, and it was making me really popular too. I was standing by the lockers one day when the head cheerleader, Annie, walks right up to me.
Hey, Langdon.
Annie, hi. Hey, will you?
What?
It's Korean for how are you?
Oh, funny. I just came over to invite you to the Christmas party at my place tomorrow. I'd love it if the hottest new jock could come.
Really? Me? Wow, sounds mind-blowingly awesome. I mean, yeah, I'm cool. Count me in.
Awesome. Can't wait to see your handsome face.
I had a blast at the party, and I couldn't stop blushing when Annie introduced me as her new catch. Soon we became an official couple, and I was the happiest guy alive. A few days later, it was Dad's 40th birthday, and I wanted to do something nice for him. His car needed some repairs, so I took it to the mechanic to have it fixed and polished. But as I was driving back, I stopped by the bakery to pick up his cake, and that's when I heard a loud bang. I ran outside, and to my horror, I saw that Dad's car had slid down the sloping street and crashed straight into a truck. Oh my God. When Dad found out, he exploded like a pressure cooker. You, Langdon, you make me want to rip my hair out. My car is beyond repair. Do you think I just have money lying around to buy a new one? Dad, I'm so sorry. I got it fixed. For you. I guess I just forgot to put the brakes. You just forgot? How easy is it for you to say this every time? I've tried to make you more responsible, but I'm just done with you. I'm sending you to an army boarding school. Dad, no, I can't leave my football. I clapped my hand over my mouth as I realized I'd let it slip out. But Dad didn't even look shocked, just really disappointed. You think I don't know you sneak around and lie to me to play football? If you trusted me, I wouldn't have to. You should really come see me play sometime. Dad, I'm really good. I don't care, son. Your mom and I are leaving for your aunt's wedding tomorrow. But next week when I'm back, I'll ship you off. That's final. Dad didn't hear another word, and the next morning, my parents left.
I'm sorry, bro. Dad forced us to tell the truth.
It's okay, but now I need you guys to back me up. Dad needs to see I'm responsible, so we have new rules starting today. Rose, you're in charge of the dishes. Lily, I want you to make breakfast, and Orchid, you'll manage the laundry.
And you?
I'll supervise. That's the biggest responsibility. The next few days, everything went really smoothly. But then, one morning, my sisters woke me up screaming. What happened?
It's Mom and Dad. They're missing.
My sisters showed me the news, which said the plane they were on had disappeared. Search teams were trying hard to locate it. This can't be happening.
Oh my God, what will we do now? I can't breathe. She's having a panic attack.
She has panic attacks? Since when? We calmed her down and put her to bed, but I couldn't stop thinking how I never knew of Rose's panic attacks. I felt terrible. I stayed up all night reading the news about my parents, but it was the same. How was I supposed to make this work? What if they didn't come back? I didn't even hug them before they left. We stayed at home the next few days, waiting around for news of our parents, but none came. And when we returned to school, everyone was looking at us with pity.
Great. People are treating us like we're orphans already. Don't say that.
Just then, Annie appeared out of nowhere.
Aw, baby. Your sisters look terrible. How are you holding up? Better than your fake eyelashes.
Lily, behave. We're fine, babe. I tried calling you.
Yeah, you know I always have such a busy calendar, babe. But you are right here all the time. I'll see you around, Poochie Poo. Seriously, how do you tolerate her? She's more fake than Monopoly money.
I love her, okay? So you better get used to having her around.
No, I won't.
And after that day, Lily kept going from bad to worse. She would turn up late at home and get angry for the weirdest reasons. Whenever I asked her what was wrong, she said she was just fine. To make matters worse, we fell short of cash, so I had to work part-time as a mechanic. Things were tough. But thank God for Annie, or I would have gone crazy. One morning in school, Annie and I were sitting in the cafeteria when Lily walked up to us.
We need to talk, Langdon. Can't you see we're in the middle of a conversation? Take your middle somewhere else. I need to talk to my brother.
Lily, we can talk at home. Don't create a scene here, please. Everyone is staring.
Oh, so you're worried I'll spoil your precious reputation now? Don't you care about your family at all? Oh my God, you're so loud. Babe, tell her to leave.
Suddenly, Lily went crazy and emptied a can of yogurt on Annie's head.
There, enjoy your lunch.
What the heck, Lily? Annie, I'm so sorry. Annie stormed off, and I felt furious at Lily. The next evening when I returned from work, I went to her room to talk to Lily, but she wasn't there. She wasn't even answering her phone, and it was almost midnight. I informed the police, but they told me to wait for 24 hours. I was worried sick, so I rushed to Annie. Her dad worked with the government, so I was hoping she could help, but to my surprise, she was having a party, and I wasn't invited? As I looked around for her, I saw her in the corner with some random jock. What the heck? You're cheating on me?
Really, Langdon? You really thought after what your sister did, I'd still date you? Take a hint and get lost.
I felt stunned and angry, and my face started twitching. Annie just rolled her eyes.
Ugh, your face is doing its weird thing again, and you look super stupid.
And then she just started making out with him. I tried pulling her arm, but the guy with her pushed me away. I grabbed a glass near me to dump juice on him, but she pushed me, and the juice ended up all over her hair as she screamed. Lily was right. She was super fake. There was no way Annie was helping me now, so I left. Only to find Lily in the parking lot. Do you know what time it is? I've been searching for you everywhere.
Now you found me, so leave. I have a party to attend.
You hate Annie. Why are you at her party? You're coming home with me.
Don't tell me what to do. You've always done whatever you want. But now that I have my freedom, you can't stand it? You're not my dad.
What's wrong with you? Have you forgotten I'm your older brother?
Older brothers are responsible, so don't call yourself that. Now move.
Her words felt like a slap in my face. I might be a brat, but I loved my sisters, and this made me feel defeated. I'd let my parents down. For the next few days, I was drowned in work. With my job and the school announcing the annual sports scholarship, I had no time to sit and sulk if I wanted to set a good example for my sisters. As for Lily, I asked Orchid to download Locatify on her phone without letting her know so I could keep an eye on her. One night, I was at the garage when I got a frantic call from Orchid.
Hurry! It's Rose! She had another panic attack, and she fainted.
We quickly took Rose to the hospital, but we couldn't get hold of Lily. I opened Locatify to track her, and it showed she was at school. What was this girl doing there at night? Doctors told us Rose was stable, but he wanted to keep her under observation for a few hours.
You go after Lily. I got this. Just be careful and don't beat yourself up. You're doing everything you can.
Thanks, Orchid. I quietly entered the school building, and it was pitch dark. Suddenly, I saw lights flicker from the school's main office, and Lily was leaving with a fat envelope. Lily?
Langdon? You scared me. Why are you here?
Wrong question. What are you doing here, and what's that?
Oh my God, I'm so sorry. Annie made me do it. She said if I stole this money for her, she'd get her dad to find information about Mom and Dad. I just felt so desperate, so I agreed.
You think I didn't try that? I already asked her 1,000 times, and she always said her dad's trying. But now I'm certain she never even asked him.
Oh God, I'm so stupid. That witch took advantage of me, probably just to punish me for being rude to her.
You should have just told me, Lily.
She warned me not to, or our deal was off. Also, I was so mad at you. I don't even know why. I'm such a mess.
No, you're not. You're just a kid, Lily. And everything going on with Mom and Dad is a lot to handle. Now, we're gonna put that money back and leave before we get caught. Or wait, I have a better idea. Annie had cheated on me and manipulated my sister. I wasn't gonna let her go this easy. We tiptoed our way to her locker and slid the money in. Next, we dropped an anonymous tip to the principal saying that Annie stole money from the school's trip fund. The plan was a success as the next morning, the entire school saw what a whack job Annie was when the principal opened her locker.
What? I didn't steal this. Lily did. Ask her. We found the money in your locker, Annie. There's enough proof to get you expelled. Call your dad. Now. No, please. He'll ground me for life. Please, I'll do anything. I'll clean the washrooms for a month. Just don't call my dad. He's already cut my allowance.
But of course, the principal did call him, and she was expelled. Good riddance. Girls, I know I've been an idiot in the past, but I promise I'll do better. You're the best sisters anyone could ask for.
What's that?
What?
You're getting emotional. Aww, such a cutie. You're not so bad either.
My finals came around the next week, and I actually managed to pass with decent grades. And I bagged a sports scholarship to college based on my football skills. One morning, when we were leaving for school, I saw a police van pull into our driveway, and my parents stepped out. Mom? Dad? Oh my God, you're back!
Oh, my babies. I thought I'd never see you again.
What happened? Where were you? How are you? Mom and Dad told us how their plane had to make an emergency landing in a forest with no connectivity, and it was only after weeks that the rescue team found them. Those were the worst weeks of our lives, not knowing if we'll ever see you again. But Langdon, I'm so proud of you, son. You did a fine job, and nothing's stolen, it seems. I'm so sorry, Dad. I never knew your struggles till I was knee-deep in mine. I'll be better, and I love you. I love you too, son. And I think I'd like to see you play football sometime. Really? So that means no boarding school? Don't answer that. I'm just happy you're here. Family really is everything.
Hey MSA friends, I'm Rain from Belgium, and this is my journey. Don't forget to smash that like and subscribe button. New MSA merch alert, our latest bottles and notebooks are out now. Grab them via the link in the description and upgrade your gear. I've lived in an orphanage for as long as I can remember, wishing for a family of my own. My mom was still around, and she was, well, a bit different. She couldn't take care of me full time, but she'd pop in now and then with her wild stories and crazy outfits. One time, she showed up during lunch with a huge purple cape covered in shiny bits, telling everyone she was on a secret mission.
Rain, my star! You're glowing today. Must be those good mashed potatoes.
Then, right there in the middle of the room, she tried to make a spoon float in the air. Okay, so she was holding it with a string, but we all pretended to be shocked anyway. When she hugged me goodbye, she slipped a small rock into my hand. A piece of the moon for you. It was just a regular old rock, but in her world, it was something magical. You might think that the kids made fun of me because of my mom or something. Nah, let me tell you that I was respected and feared in the orphanage, along with my friend Leo.
Leo and I were like the bosses of the orphanage. When we walked by, kids would stop talking and make room. Everyone just kind of knew to stay out of our way. One day, Leo and I were headed to our usual bench in the yard, where a group of kids were celebrating their good grades with a big cake. They saw us coming, and the laughter stopped. They looked at each other, then at the cake, and without a word, they got up to leave.
We're leaving, I swear. But is there a chance we can take the cake?
The whole thing seems a little much, don't you think, Leo?
Tell you what, we will give you the big, huge third, and we will only take the tiny 2 small thirds.
Oh, thank you, really. You guys are cool. I've been dreaming about you both. They say you dream about people you think about a lot.
Wait, is that peanut butter in there? You know what? Just take the whole cake. I can't stand peanut butter. Yeah, this is how things were back then. One afternoon, when we were 12, as Leo and I were planning our next prank, the warden called us into her office. She told us we were getting adopted by the Morgans, a rich family with a pool and a daughter around our age. I was excited, but also scared Leo might like the new sister more than me, so I blurted out, "No thanks, I'll pass." But they want to adopt you both. That's their condition. Why do they want both of us?
Who cares? We're getting our dream, being adopted together. And don't worry, I'm not gonna love her more than you. No rich girl can match your wild craziness.
So I gave in. When the Morgans came to meet us, they were super nice and smelled like flowers. Look at you two, just adorable. Leo was practically starstruck by the Morgans and began spouting off random facts to impress them.
Did you know the country is pronounced Iran and not Iran? Also, I'm a whiz at geography. And hey, fun fact, the Earth isn't round or flat. There's a big chance it's shaped like a donut.
I hung back, not saying much, but there was one thing on my mind. Where's your daughter? They pretended they didn't hear me, so I asked louder, and they looked a bit hesitant to answer. Then the mom just said that their daughter Emily was sick. I'm not an expert, but that looked like a lie. Even though the Morgans were nice, something about them just felt weird to me. Leo thought I was making a big deal out of nothing.
Chill, they've got an awesome pool.
Why are you so crazy about the pool? You're not a sea dog.
Hey, I don't mind you insulting me at all, but please keep your voice down. I have a reputation to maintain around here.
I just shrugged. Whatever was going on, we were moving to the Morgans' place in a month. A month flew by, and then boom, Leo and I were at the Morgans. It was wild, like stepping into a movie with their huge house and, yes, the epic pool Leo wouldn't shut up about. We had a blast that summer, splashing around and living it up. The Morgans even signed us up for a fancy private high school. Everything was pretty awesome, except we hadn't met Emily yet. Emily's spending the summer with her aunts in France. She'll be back when school starts. A week before school started, Emily finally arrived. She walked in with her suitcase, looking totally different from what I'd pictured. She was our age, but acted like she was something else. She had this snobby vibe that got on my nerves. And well, it was hatred at first sight. I could tell we weren't going to be friends. Hi, Emily. Sweetie, how was your flight?
Mom, stop asking me about my feelings. Just ask sensible stuff, okay? I'm not a little kid anymore.
You know, you are a kid. And don't snap at your mom like that. If you want us to get along, you've got to be nicer.
Who are you, anyway?
Emily, these are the kids we've adopted. Remember? We talked about this.
I know why you brought them here, but I'd prefer if they didn't talk to me. I already don't like them.
What reason could that possibly be?
Let's just say it's better we don't talk. My IQ is 151. I'm a genius. You and I, we're not on the same level.
Nope, that's not how it works. I'm the boss around here, and you'll do what we all want.
The boss? Please, act your age, not your shoe size. Mom, Dad, I'm going to my room. Just bring my dinner there.
Who did she think she was? Treating us like we were beneath her? Kids, don't take it to heart. Emily is unique, and she can be tough to deal with, but give it some time. She'll adjust. I'd rather go back to the orphanage than deal with this nonsense.
Rain, come on, it's not that bad.
I can't stand her already. I think I even hate her. Leo leaned in, whispering.
Guess we can both hate her together, huh?
He was spot on. I wasn't about to back down. I was the boss, and I would make sure to teach Emily who was running this place. The first week of school was tough. Emily seemed to have everyone charmed with her smarts, and Leo and I felt like we were fading into the backgrounds like nobodies. But we weren't giving up that easily. One weekend, the Morgans went out, leaving us three at home. I was still super angry because of Emily's attitude, and I decided it was time to make a point. I glanced at Leo and said, "Watch this." I snatched Emily's laptop and dashed outside. I heard Emily's footsteps pounding after me.
What are you doing with my laptop?
Without a word, I flung the laptop into the swimming pool. It hit the water with a loud splash, sinking quickly to the bottom.
Oh my God! Why would you do that?
That's what you get for thinking you're above us. We're in this together, whether you like it or not. I
I left her there and walked back inside. Leo caught up to me, whispering,
"You know this means war, right?"
But to my surprise, Emily didn't do anything. She didn't even tell her parents when they were back. So I continued. I started by hiding her favorite shoes and replacing her shampoo with green hair dye. Then, during dinner, I'd imitate her snobby tone, making Leo snicker. Each prank was my way of showing Emily she wasn't the boss of our new home. But she never reacted or even told her parents anything. After weeks of our pranks, Emily started doing something unexpected. She was being nice to Leo. One afternoon, she helped him with a tough math problem he'd been struggling with for hours. I saw them laughing together, and something twisted inside me. What's happening? I thought we were in this together.
I know, Rain, but she's really good at math. She just wanted to help.
So that's it? She does one nice thing and suddenly she's not so bad?
It's not like that. Maybe we've been too hard on her.
But you said we'd hate her together.
I know, but maybe it's time we gave her a chance.
How dare you! I pounced on him, throwing punches. When Emily jumped in to save him, I swung at her too. But just then, my parents burst in. They pulled us apart and kept calling me for a family meeting. But I ignored them, including Leo, the dumb traitor. A week later, Leo approached me, looking serious.
Rain, I hate seeing you upset. Tell me what you want me to do and I'll do it. Anything to make things right.
Fine. You want to make it up to me? Then wreck her precious science project. She needs it for the competition tomorrow. And without it, she can kiss her chance to go to NASA for summer camp goodbye.
Rain, that's extreme. She worked so hard on this.
That's exactly why. I'd do it myself, but it's too heavy and I don't want to hurt my back. Reluctantly, Leo agreed and sabotaged the project. The next morning, when Emily discovered it, she was in a panic, but only for about a minute. Then, she calmed down and started to repair the project, hardly showing any frustration. And yes, you guessed it, she didn't tell her parents about this either. Turns out, Leo didn't do a good job of destroying it. Emily managed to fix it in just half an hour. I was convinced he did it on purpose, so I swore I'd never speak to him again, even though he kept saying sorry. Just go hang out with your new sister. She's all you need, right?
Rain, come on. We were a team at the orphanage, cool and respected, but now you're going too far.
I didn't listen to him and just walked away. A few days later, Emily won her scholarship, and the Morgans planned a huge celebration. But Emily, in her usual snobby way, insisted that I go to bed early and not attend the party. It was so arrogant of her, and it made my blood boil. The night of the party sounded amazing from my room. I could hear the laughter and voices, with Leo out there having a blast, that idiot. Then I had a brilliant idea. I called Mom and told her we needed her show for the party. She arrived 20 minutes later. I was expecting her to ruin the party with her silly acts, but then Leo sent me a photo on Instagram. To my surprise, everyone was actually enjoying Mom's performance. Ugh! That night, I decided to try a new tactic. I'd be nice. My plan was to get close to Emily, understand her better, and then, as her friend, I could easily manipulate her to become her boss. The next morning, I prepared breakfast and took it to Emily's room. Everyone was shocked. Did you put poison in this? Want Leo to taste it first? Leo showed up from behind her door. Obviously, he was eavesdropping.
No thanks. I want to stay alive.
To my surprise, Emily said the breakfast was delicious. From that day, I was nicer to her. I even tricked Leo into keeping Emily busy so I could set up a birthday surprise in her room. In reality, I wanted to snoop through her things for answers, but I found nothing. Weeks passed, and I was getting along better with Emily. I was secretly messing with her, though, like turning off her alarm so she'd miss her weekend lessons and hiding her homework, but I was done with petty pranks now. So one morning before school, I came down crying frantically. I can't find my necklace. The one Mom gave me, the gold one. I've looked everywhere. I swear it was on my side table. I can't lose it. I just can't. It's the only thing my mom's ever given to me. Everyone in the family comforted me and helped me look, but obviously no one found it. I cried some more on my way to school and kept crying in class too. Yeah, it's a talent I have. I can make myself cry whenever I want. Leo and Emily looked really worried, and as we were heading out for recess, I decided to put the second part of the plan into action. I reached for the gold necklace that was in my pocket all along and pretended to trip over my shoelace. As I tried to break my fall, I grabbed Emily's open bag and it came tumbling to the floor with all its contents spilling out, and in the chaos, I purposely dropped the necklace too. I slowly crept to the necklace and picked it up, and Emily's eyes went wide with shock. This fell out of your bag. You stole it? How could you do this to me?
Rain, hold on. Maybe we should talk about this later?
No, Emily, you are the biggest witch I've ever met. You have everything. Your fancy parents and your fancy braid and your fancy house, and you just can't share all that with anyone, can you? You hate having me around so much. You decided to
take away the one precious thing I had to. Who steals from an orphan? Only someone heartless.
A crowd had gathered, and then the principal walked in on the scene and took Emily with her. Ha! Miss High and Mighty would surely get suspended now. But when I got home, I found the entire family gathered in the hallway, standing next to my packed bags. My biological mom was waiting too.
Sweetie, I'm so happy you can live with me now. I'm doing so much better with my new med, so I can take care of you. You're moving out.
Rain, I know what you've been doing. I tried to make you feel like family, but you need to leave. You have problems. What? I didn't do anything.
We know everything, sweetheart. This has to end.
Oh, great. So living with my crazy mom will fix everything?
That's not a nice thing to say.
Maybe if you were a better mom, I wouldn't act like this. And you guys, you're no better. You let Emily boss us around.
No, Rain. Emily was fine. I mean, not the greatest, but also not evil. You need help.
Help? You all think I'm crazy? Fine, I'll show you crazy. Then I stood there for a bit.
We're waiting.
Well, I wanted to attack one of you, but that'll prove your point that I'm crazy. I'm not, but I like things to be under my control. Always. Come on, Mom. Let's go home. These people don't deserve me. Weirdos. I went with Mom, but honestly, I missed the Morgans a lot, including Emily. Leo and I kept in touch. I thought living with my biological mom would be the hardest part, but I was actually learning and thinking about new things. One day, after Mom's street performance, the girl asked her, "Can I be brave like you when I grow up?"
Bravery isn't just about doing daring things. It's also about being kind, accepting others, and understanding that we all have fears.
On our way home, Mom talked about her past, how she pushed people away and felt lonely. She wished she had learned the importance of connection sooner. I was so busy being different, Rain, that I didn't realize I was alone in my own world. For the first time, I didn't see Mom as just crazy. She had her issues, but I realized it's never too late to change. She had improved, and now she was raising me with love. Then it hit me, and the next thing I knew, I was apologizing to my adoptive family. What I did was wrong. I'm not asking to come back. I want to live with Mom, but I want us to be friends. You're forgiven. And we're more than friends. We're sisters, and always will be. I hugged everyone and left for my first therapy session.
I'm Kelsey, and I'm reporting from Baltimore. If you think you had a bad relationship with your mom, wait until you hear my story. But before you get your mind blown, make sure to like and subscribe. Also, we've got some super cool MSA merch just for you. I'm talking awesome bottles and notebooks, perfect for your daily grind. Don't miss out. Check them out in the description below. Have you ever heard of maternal instinct? Well, my mother hadn't. Literally. Her first words when I was born were, "Not now." She was so absent in my life that when I was a kid, I used to believe that my nanny was my mom.
Mama, I love you.
Oh, no, sweetie. I'm not your mom, but good luck with that. She was almost never at home, and when she was, she spent the whole time on her phone or engrossed in her Mac.
Mom, it's really late. Can you tuck me in?
I can't. Criminals don't sleep, kid. I have to take care of the city.
Mom, for the last time, you're not Batman.
No, she wasn't, but we were as rich as him. My mom was a hotshot judge who dealt with high-profile celeb cases and was always on the news. She was like a celebrity, so we lived in a huge house, and she drove a shiny Rolls Royce. My childhood was like a big winning streak. Fancy gadgets and futuristic toys. Check.
Anything to mute the tiny human.
Private visits to the planetarium and zoo? Check.
Are you sure I can't just leave her here? That's the lion's cage? Is that a no?
Despite the money, my life was far from being great. I didn't want expensive toys. I just wanted my mom to give me a little attention. So, since I was a kid, I tried to get it any way I could. Let's just say I was a bit of a troublemaker. One time, when I was visiting Mom at work, I got bored of finger painting and went to her office, which was strictly off limits to me. You can probably guess what happened next. I took my finger brushes and turned her aesthetic office into a huge 4-dimensional twister board. She didn't yell at me at that time, but I did hear her scream at the nanny who was supposed to be looking after me.
I told you never to lose sight of her. You're fired.
A few years later in school, this girl was breaking into some teacher's office. She began to shuffle through everything in search of some papers. I noticed her shoelaces were untied, so I walked into the office to warn her. "Hi, your shoelaces." But when she heard my voice, she got so scared that she jumped out the window. She dropped some papers and I grabbed them. Turns out they were math exams. At that exact moment, the teacher came back from lunch. Oops. The next thing I knew, I was invited to the head teacher's VIP lounge and Mom arrived, giving me the side eye. "Mom,
you're not gonna believe what happened.
You're right, I won't, so save it.
I only got like a 2-day suspension. But either way, my mom decided to take me out of that school and put me into a much stricter one to make me a responsible adult. Before my first day at my new school, she only said one thing to me.
This is your last chance.
I didn't know exactly what she meant, but I knew my mom hated having to deal with the problems I created. So I figured that all I had to do was stay out of trouble. Easy, right? Well, not really. Staying out of trouble meant not having any fun. And it's not like I had anyone to spend time with. Of course, I always wanted a sibling, but I never had one. What about friends, you might be wondering? Well, I guess I wasn't exactly popular at my new school, but it was not my fault. The school my mom sent me to was very prestigious and traditional for boring, wannabe perfect rich kids. So, my reputation was not the perfect hook for new friendships. I tried at least to make one friend, but each kid there was either completely afraid of me or so boring. My last hope was Laura, the resident brainiac of her class. She knew every answer and loved going to school. Although, weirdly, sometimes she'd have a couple of days off and never looked sick. Don't get me wrong, she's as dull as ditch water. But for some mysterious reason, I like her. Not that it was mutual. We were paired together in science class, but it was like an experiment gone wrong. Please, I can't be with her. I can't get into trouble. Come on, we're gonna have fun. I tapped her on the shoulder to encourage her, but that made her drop the test tube she was holding. Luckily, it wasn't that toxic. Nah, I'm just kidding. It was really toxic, and the school had to be evacuated. I was really trying to stay out of trouble, but trouble seemed to chase me. Outside the school, while we were waiting for the men in suits to take care of the hazard, a boy started to pick on Laura with his little drone. He kept flying it closer and closer to her. Laura covered her head and threw herself to the ground while everyone laughed. Stop! Leave me alone! He didn't, so I had to step up for my new friend. I picked up this big stone and threw it at the drone, but turns out my aim is not that good, as I bullseyed it into the head teacher's car window. When my mom found out that I had started a chemical disaster at school and vandalized a teacher's car on the same day, she was absolutely furious.
Let's go. When we get home, you are gonna start packing.
Packing? Where are we going?
We are not going anywhere. You are going to boarding school.
I thought she was joking, but she was dead serious. Mom! No, stop. Let me explain. There was this drone, and I tried to defend my friend Laura, and...
Stop lying for once. You're out of control, and I'm on the biggest case of my career. You need someone who can straighten you out.
Then, just like Voldemort when you said his name, someone interrupted our discussion.
Hi, I'm sorry. I couldn't help it over here. I'm Laura's mother, Kelsey's friend.
Great, she's gonna defend me.
I can take her in if you want. I'm a specialist in child behavior.
What?
This must be a joke. Spoiler warning? It wasn't. I'm sure I can turn your little Kelsey into a perfect student, like my Laura.
I looked at Laura, and she looked at me with some despair, as if she was trying to tell me something without speaking. She subtly shook her head. What is it? She wants me to go to the bathroom?
So, what do you say? It sounds ideal.
Before I could protest, my mom had already arranged to pay a generous sum of money to straighten me out. I was immediately shipped to Laura's house, only with a suitcase of my possessions. I didn't even get to say goodbye to my mother. How could Mom do this to me? If she'd taken the time to listen, then she'd know I did nothing wrong. This can't get any worse. Okay, you might think that staying with Laura's family sounded better than a boarding school, right? Well, trust me, it wasn't. It was much worse. Let me spill the tea on Laura's parents. The dad was never there, always working, just like Mom did. I didn't think I saw him even once. The worst part, he was the good parent there, because Laura's mom, she didn't love. If my mom had a cold heart, hers was a certified iceberg.
Lights out at 7 p.m. Breakfast 5:30 a.m. sharp. Then it's silent study until school.
Silent study?
Talking unless invited means losing privileges. After school, it's silent study again until dinner.
When can I use my phone?
Breakfast 4:30 a.m. tomorrow.
Wait, what?
But 3:30 a.m. for both of you.
Then I saw Laura with her finger over her lips, desperately trying to get me to shush.
Hand me your phone. All social networks are completely banned.
What? I can't miss my daily dose of MSA. I need to get out of here, and fast. I thought being Laura's roommate would help in devising an escape
plan, but to my surprise, Laura was used to this. She can't starve us whenever she wants. Shush, she'll hear. She has supersonic hearing. Come on, don't be ridiculous.
Breakfast at 2:30 a.m. tomorrow.
Darn! In the next couple of days, things went from bad to worse. I tried to talk to Laura in science class. Can't you see how wrong this is? Kelsey, please, just don't make it any worse. I was actually considering trying to get used to that new lifestyle. But then, Laura's mom took it too far. I had been studying for an age, and quick note, wow, it's amazing what you soak up when you actually study. But anyway, I needed soda, and Laura gave me a death stare when I snuck out of our room. When I got to the kitchen, all the cupboards and fridge were locked with Fort Knox level security. Then I was caught red-handed. No wonder your mother gave you away. Hey, don't bring my mom into this. She couldn't deal with you anymore, so she quit on you. I couldn't stand her anymore. Shut up, you meanie. Maybe I didn't say meanie.
You are not going to disrespect me in my own house. To the study room for the night.
The study room was an extremely small room where she sent us when we misbehaved. I had to spend the night there. I tried to sleep using a book as a pillow, but I couldn't stop thinking about Mom. I had to go see her. I knew she was angry, but I was also so sure that she loved me and that she'd take me back if she knew the truth. One day, I managed to cut school and get to our house, but apparently she had moved. When I snuck back to school, the principal was waiting for me.
Hi, Kelsey. Laura saw you leave.
That little goody two-shoed snitch.
Your foster mom's waiting in my office. Oh boy, I made up my mind. You and your other students shouldn't have to deal with this. She'd be better off homeschooled.
The thought of being locked up all the time in that house with her was truly scarier than any horror movie ever. No, I'll be good. I am good. I swear. Of course, my vote didn't count. From then on, I wasn't allowed to leave the house.
It's the only way to keep you from trouble.
How on earth is she qualified to foster kids? I tried to lay low while I came up with a brilliant plan to escape for good. Still thinking, what is this? What did I do now? Surprisingly, this time, she wasn't yelling at me. She was furious with Laura.
You got a B+?
It's the day I felt dizzy.
I don't care about your excuses. You know where to go.
Laura headed straight to the study room. I was still angry at her for ratting me up, but after she spent the whole day there, I started getting worried. I decided to sneak her some food. I'm going to get help to escape. I may need you to cause a distraction. Are you out of your mind? Just leave me. Laura, you don't deserve this. My mom will take us both. When she knows the truth, she'll be so happy to have me back. Laura remained silent and refused the food. After 2 days of being locked in the study room, Laura was released. I guess that explains her absences from school. Sometime later, I asked her how she was able to stand so much time locked up in there without losing her mind. I just draw things on the wall and time goes by. As you can see, things in that house were absolutely crazy. Finally, some days later, my ticket to freedom presented itself. Our mom was out somewhere, and all the windows and doors were on lockdown, but I managed to break one like a superhero. First, I went to school to tell them what was going on, but let me tell you, being a hero is a thankless job. The head teacher looked at me like I was pitching a school play on Mars.
Let me call your foster mom.
With my superhero escape plan foiled, I had no choice but to step out the window quickly. Next destination, the police station.
Go, now, or I'll have you arrested for wasting police time.
I seriously must have one of those faces. Nobody believes me. There was only one person who could save me and Laura, my mom. I ran to the court, stayed low, and waited hours until I saw her getting out of a fancy car. Wow, she has bodyguards now? I did my best to get her attention. Mom, hi, Mom! But it was useless. She didn't notice I was there. Some things never change. When she disappeared inside the building, I snuck into the place hoping no one would recognize me. Soon, I found Mom. She was in court with her gray wig on and in the middle of a trial. I decided to wait until the trial was over to avoid interrupting her work. I knew she hated that more than anything else in the world. See, I can be a good girl. However, it was all so boring. It was so obvious that the guy with the mobster tattoos who appeared on the tapes was the bad guy, and there was no plot twist. After a while, I just fell asleep. Waking up at 4:30 in the morning was too hard for me. A little later, someone grabbed me by the arm and woke me up.
I thought it was my mom, but when I opened my eyes, to my shock, it was Laura's mom. Come on, your mom spotted you and told me to get rid of you. She did see me? Can't you understand that she doesn't want you anymore? Laura's mom tried to silently pull me out of the courtroom, but I let go and hopped up on one of the seats. Mom, you gotta help me. Laura's mom is a psycho. Everyone turned to look at me. She forces us to study all day, and when we're bad, she locks us in a tiny room. You have to believe me. Please, Mom, I love you. Mom looked at me in embarrassment, showing no hint of compassion. I'm sorry, everybody. My daughter is a troublemaker, addicted to lies. I should have sent her to boarding school. I could hear my heart breaking. I knew my mom was mad at me, but at that moment, I understood that she didn't love me, not even a little bit. Laura's mom grabbed my arm again to pull me out of there. This time, I didn't resist. I was completely defeated. But right at that moment,
Kelsey is telling the truth. Everything she said is true.
everybody, including myself, now turned to look at Laura, who was standing on some seats a few rows behind me. I hadn't noticed, but her mother had brought her with her. Laura!
My mom is a monster. Please help us.
Laura, shut up, or you will spend a month in the study room. The whole courtroom gasped, just like in a real courtroom drama. One of my mother's security guards grabbed Laura and was ready to pull her out of the courtroom, but I broke free from Laura's mom's grip and jumped onto him to help her. Chaos followed as the rest of the bodyguards, along with our mothers, stepped in to catch us, while Laura and I scurried around the room. Go, girl! Run! Be free! A few seconds later, more people from the courthouse came in and finally caught us. We were taken to an office where Laura and I awaited our fate. I'm sorry I dragged you into this. Your mom will be extra hard on us.
You can say that again.
For what it's worth, thanks for sticking up for me. You should have seen your mom's face. I always knew you had it in you.
I guess your rebellion inspired me.
Finally, we were friends. After a few hours, somebody finally came. Girls, we held hands and waited for the worst.
We investigated what you said, and apparently you were right. At your mom's house, Laura, we found the study room with your drawings inside, so she was detained and you will go to another family's house.
What about me?
You're going with your mother. She wants to apologize.
I'm really sorry, Kelsey. I should have believed you. I don't know how I can make it up to you. Well, to start, we can take Laura in. Done. Laura smiled and I hugged her. We moved in with my mother. Her remorse was short-lived and she soon returned to her old ways, ignoring our existence completely. But we didn't care. Me and Laura had each other. We became not only friends, but sisters. I told you guys I always wanted a sibling. As soon as we turned 18, we moved in together and started a new life far from our mothers. A happy life. Because family isn't the only one you're born with. It's also the people you encounter along the way. The ones who support and love you, no matter what. 911, can you come and take my daughter? Put her in jail. She's a thief. I threw the vase at Mom, but it missed. Also, a violent person. Are you crazy, Mom? What's wrong with you? Give me your phone. Mom ran outside screaming. My deaf BFF Tina was outside, and I was so nervous that I forgot the sign language and mistakenly told Tina to throw her juice at Mom, which she did. And Mom froze. Mom was a genius scientist, but also an impulsive and erratic person. I told you not to enter my lab. It has top secrets related to my experiments. I swear, Mom, I wasn't stealing. I just needed some answers. Mom started walking towards me, but Tina threw a bagel at her. Girl, you didn't have to do that. I was going to hug her. Mom was still angry, and Tina misread her, so she hit her with a bunch of donut holes. Okay. This is really crazy, I know, but my life wasn't always this insane.
You should start from the beginning.
Good idea. Hi, my name is Melody, but before I continue, please like and subscribe. My mom wasn't always a crazy maniac. In fact, she was the kindest and sweetest person in the world. She's actually my stepmom. I first met her in the 9th grade. She was my science teacher. At the time, I was really lonely. My dad and I had just moved to a new city, and I didn't have many friends.
Excuse me?
Yes, I did have Tina. She's my BFF, and she lives next door. She's really smart. So smart that she skipped 4 grades and abandoned me to go to a fancy college across town.
Abandoned you?
Really? Yes, we did hang out on the weekends, but at school, I was all alone. Now, where was I? Oh yeah, somehow, I'd managed to turn all the cheerleaders against me. It may have been because at lunch one time, I got distracted by this cute boy named Lance, and I tripped over my shoelace. My lunch tray went flying, and my spaghetti flew into the air and landed right on a cheerleader cheerleader's head. And she wasn't just any cheerleader. She was the team captain. To make matters worse, her boyfriend, the football quarterback, walked up and slipped on my spaghetti and broke his leg. He couldn't play for the rest of the season. After that, I was a pariah. The whole school, even most of the teachers were mad at me. I hated everything about my school, except my science class. My teacher, Miss Peach, made science so much fun that when I was in her class, I forgot about how much my life sucked. Then one day during a parent-teacher conference, my dad saw Miss Peach and he fell in love with her at first sight. They started dating and after a few months, they got married. Things were great for a while. I even started calling her Mom. Mom quit working at the school so she could spend more time with me and Dad. We were a perfect, happy family. Then my mom lost her mind. It started when Dad got a new job. He had to travel a lot for work and was rarely home, so Mom built a secret lab in our basement and spent all day and night inside. On her birthday, I snuck down there to surprise her for lunch. Hey, Mom, look, I got tacos and cake. My hands were pretty full, so I tried to set the cake and tacos down on the counter, but honey, don't. I accidentally knocked over a beaker full of this smelly green liquid. Melody's really clumsy. No, I'm not. Yes, you are. The proper term is vertically challenged. Can I please get back to my story now? Go ahead. Once the liquid hit the floor, the green gas that smelled like a bag of farts filled the air. The emergency alarms went off, the room got all blurry, and the next thing I knew, I woke up in the hospital. Some weird men in suits and dark shades took me to a strange room and asked me a dozen questions and gave me all these medical tests, but everything came back normal. But then, a week later, things took a turn. I was suddenly really smart. I mean, like crazy smart. I had a photographic memory and could solve any math problem. I started acing all my tests, and soon I was at the top of my class. I told my mom about it, and she freaked out. I swear she started spying on me. A couple of days later, things got even weirder. All of a sudden, the boys in school started noticing me. Hey, Mel, can I carry your books? No, thanks. I think I got it. Can I walk you to class? I'm sure I can handle it. And not just 2 or 3 boys. I mean all of them. In class, they fought over who would sit next to me.
Hey, I was sitting there. No, I was here first.
An hour later, a mob of boys were chasing me down the hall.
Wait, Mel, don't go.
Even the quarterback. You remember him, right? He slipped on Mel's spaghetti and broke his leg. Well, even he couldn't get enough of me.
Mel, I think I love you.
What did you do to my boyfriend, you witch? She jumped into the air like a ninja and tried to kick me. I ducked. Then she threw one of her pom-poms at my head. The thing really hurt. There was no way I was going to win that fight, so I ran. I was so scared. Everywhere I turned, there were more boys and ninja cheerleaders, and they were gaining on me. Then Lance, the cute boy who had caused the spaghetti incident, appeared out of nowhere. He pulled me into a classroom and then sprayed me in the face with what smelled like pickle juice. Ouch, you jerk. That stuff stinks. It's gone into my eyes. Why'd you do that?
Quiet, they'll hear you.
I stayed as quiet as a mouse as we peeked through the window. Suddenly, the crowd of boys started sniffing the air. Then they just walked off. The angry ninja cheerleaders followed. What the heck is happening?
I wasn't sure that would work. Your mom's serum is stronger than we thought.
What would work? What serum?
The one you knocked over in your mom's secret lab that turned into gas and smelled like a bag of farts? We know all about it. We've been watching her.
Who's we?
We can't stay here. It's not safe. Follow me.
Lance and I snuck out the window. We hopped into his car and raced out of the parking lot. He was driving so fast I started to get woozy. Can you please slow down? I think I'm gonna pee. I threw up all over his shirt, and I was so embarrassed. After Lance cleaned up, he took me to a cyber cafe, and what he told me about my mom blew my mind.
Your mom's a rogue scientist who's been in hiding for years. We got a tip that she was working as a high school teacher. I've been posing as a student trying to find her. I was about to give up until your accident. You have to help me stop her. She's dangerous.
No way. That can't be true.
Your mom was working on a serum that was designed to create a super secret agent, a highly intelligent, expert fighter who's irresistibly attractive.
Why would a super secret agent need to be attractive?
Not sure. It's a thing.
Really?
Yes. Some bad people want to get their hands on the serum. I need you to sneak into your mom's lab, steal her laptop, and give it to me.
Lance told me the laptop held the formula for the serum and a bunch of other top secret information that my mom stole from the government. Why can't you do it yourself?
We tried. It didn't work so well.
Lance showed me a video of my mom kicking a bunch of agents' butts.
You're our only only hope. The safety of the world depends on you. Melody, can I count on you to complete this mission?
I looked up at his deep brown eyes, and suddenly something strange came over me. Lance was always gorgeous, but now he was a vision, like he'd stepped out of a dream. I guess I could do it.
That would make me so happy.
Lance dropped me off a block from my house. I stood there in the street, watching his car drive away. I couldn't stop thinking about his handsome face and how his hand touched mine. Then Tina ran into me with her bike. Hey, watch where you're going. You're the one standing in the street. I told Tina all about Lance, the super secret agent serum, and my mission to steal Mom's laptop for him. Hold on, you don't even know this guy. What else is there to know? Lance is beautiful and amazing and charming, and what's he going to do with the serum when he gets it? Simple. He's going to... Wait, he didn't say. I'm not sure. I just have to help him. Why? I don't know. Oh, geez, I'm so confused. Tina dragged me into her house. I told her all about the crazy boys in school and everything Lance said about the serum. Then Tina picked up a handful of pencils and flung them at my face, and I expertly dodged them all. What are you doing? Tina threw a trash can, a stapler, a teddy bear, and a math book at me. I caught the math book and ripped it in half. You're a super secret agent. Then that means what Lance said was true. Should we give him Mom's laptop? No way. I don't trust him. I think he's a super secret agent who has had the serum too. Maybe that's why you went so gaga over him. Then it hit me. Tina was right.
A super secret agent. A highly intelligent, expert fighter, irresistibly attractive.
What a jerk. Lance tried to use me with his perfect smile, his incredible hair, his amazing body, and his focus. Yeah, you're right. Something fishy is going on here. We need some answers. That night, I invited Tina over to my house for dinner. Dad was home from a business trip, so we all ate together. After dinner, Tina and I waited till Mom and Dad were asleep and then crept downstairs to sneak into Mom's lab. But just as we were about to open the door, Mom appeared right behind us.
Melody, what are you doing?
Oh, we were getting a glass of water.
Water? The kitchen's that way.
Oops, it's so dark down here. We just got lost. Night, night. The next morning, Dad was in his room sleeping and Mom was still in her lab. So Tina and I decided to lure Mom out. My mom loves breakfast, so we ordered a bunch of bagels and donuts and a ton of other items I knew she couldn't resist. Tina put the food next to Mom's window.
Wow, that smells delicious.
Just as Mom walked out of her lab, I snuck inside, and you wouldn't believe what I found. On her computer, I saw a bunch of files. I opened one and read that Mom wasn't making a super secret agent serum to sell to bad men. She'd made a love potion she used on Dad to make him fall in love with her. But it didn't stop there. I searched through Mom's computer and found a huge file on me. The green gas I inhaled from the accident made me smarter by the day, an expert fighter, and the most attractive girl on the planet until I was doused with pickle juice. The smell of pickle juice somehow made me less attractive. It all boils down to pheromones, a natural hormone that influences behavior. Tina, this is the most exciting part of the story. We don't have time for science right now. So, where was I? I was reading about pickle juice, and just then I looked up to see Tina outside the window signing at me. Abort! Your mom's coming back! I grabbed my mom's laptop and raced towards the door. I ran right into Mom, and she went ballistic.
You're working with them? You'll never get my secrets.
Mom snatched the laptop out of my hand and smashed it to pieces. Then she called 911, and that's how we got to the part in the beginning where Mom went crazy and Tina started throwing donut holes at her. Can we fast forward, please?
No problem.
Okay, we can start right about here. Mom was still angry and Tina misread her, so she hit her with a bunch of donut holes. I dove into the line of fire so my mom wouldn't get hurt, but one of the donut holes hit me in the eye. Then Dad stepped outside.
What's going on out here? Everything's fine. Go back inside and get some rest.
No, Mom, it's not. You've been lying to us the whole time. I know about the super secret agent serum, the love potion, and that you're a rogue scientist on the run. Dad gave Mom a strange look.
Darling, it's time you told her.
You're right. I haven't been honest. I used to work for the agency, but then I wanted to stop and have a normal life. I did use the love potion to make your father fall in love with me, but once I got to know him, I realized it was wrong, so I stopped using it and told him everything.
She's telling the truth, Mel.
But what about the super secret agent serum and the government?
I shut down the super secret agent serum project months ago.
It was dangerous. All the agents who took it went crazy. That's why I have a file on you, because I was monitoring you after you got exposed to it, Mel. I should have told you, but I didn't want to scare you. Thank goodness you were fine. The effects of the serum should wear off soon. I love you, honey. Please forgive me. Just then, Lance appeared out of nowhere. That's really sweet, but I need more of that serum. Now. There's no more serum left. Mel spilled the last of it. I don't care. Make me some more or the deaf girl gets hurt. Then Lance grabbed Tina, and I saw red. I sprang into action and tackled Lance to the ground. He kneed me in the side, and I punched his pretty face. He elbowed me in the nose, and I yanked his gorgeous hair, and he squealed like a pig. Ouch, that hurts. I guess the effects of the serum on him had started to wear off because I was stronger and managed to overpower him and tie him to a tree. The police arrived 10 minutes later and arrested Lance. He was wanted in 10 different countries. He didn't even work for the government. He was the one selling secrets to the bad guys.
I told you he was lying.
A couple of weeks later, the super secret agent serum wore off, and my life went back to normal. Every day after school, Mom invited me and Tina to her lab to work on secret experiments. One day, a special agent showed up at our door with a special mission to save the world. So what do you say, girls? You in?
Yes,
of course. Many children's first words are mama or dada, but mine was
action!
Mom is a famous actress, so I grew up in the showbiz, like literally into it. Hi, my name is Phoebe, and before I tell you more about my life under the spotlight, please hit like and subscribe. My parents divorced early, but instead of leaving me with the nanny or grandpa all the time, Mom brought me to the set of the new King Kong vs. SpongeBob remake.
Mom, I'm tired. Do we really have to go on set today too?
Great actors are never tired.
But I want to go to Grandpa's place. He's always got some great stories about his time as a cop. Did you know he stopped 10 robberies?
So, his stories are fun, but not my movies? Fine. This small acting job here, and then I'll drop you off at Grandpa's place, all right? A few years later, Grandpa was gone, and I missed him terribly. When I turned 13, Mom got a lead role in a cop show, and this time, I was more than happy to be dragged to that set. On the first day, I was utterly starstruck. I snuck into the costume department and tried on uniforms pretending I was fighting crime. But then I heard someone shouting from the cafeteria.
Someone needs me!
I sprinted there and my phone, it was right there. You took it.
I haven't.
This right here is my detective moment. Before I could step in, an older man with a donut in his hand swooped in like an eagle.
Why don't you check under the bananas?
I raised the fruit basket and Mom's phone was right there.
Whoa, how did you know it?
She's got banana residue on her fingers, combined with the slightly tilted angle of the basket. Also, I saw her drop it in there by accident. By the way, I'm Tom, the police consultant on the show.
So, you're a real cop? That's amazing! Can I see handcuffs? When he did, I snatched them and tied them around his wrists.
Aha! I knew you were an extra, pretending to be a cop like me. A real cop wouldn't have fallen for that.
Which is why these are fake. Those, however, are not.
Is this guy a cop or a magician? So cool. I want to be like him one day. Phoebe, the super cop. I started following Tom around, asking him a million questions. Can I see your car sirens? Do you have a dog cop? Is Terminator a good guy or a bad guy? Tom was more than happy to answer me, and he even shared his secret to success. Food.
Never solve a crime on an empty stomach.
So he ordered food to show me how to eat like a cop.
The best Chinese in all of L.A.
Come to Mama. But as I was about to dig in, Mom pushed Tom away, and what's this? Ugh, where's the chef's lunch? This? It's like ants' food. I'm a human. Mom dragged me home, and that night, I only had soup for dinner. The next few days, I could feel her watching Tom and me, until one evening when I was changing for bed. Eek! There! What? Where? Get it off me! But it wasn't a spider or a mouse, because Mom grabbed my belly and pinched it. Fat! At your age? Gosh, Mom, I thought it was something serious. It is serious. It's because of that cop. I've seen him stuffing you up. Do you know how hard I have to work to keep this body in shape? It's literally your job. But I want to be a cop when I grow up, like Tom. What? I just blurted it out, but it was a fact. Mom blamed Tom for my fat attack, so she made a big stink with the director who fired him the next day. Please, Mom, Tom has done nothing wrong. He takes care of me and makes me laugh. Please don't make him go away.
Little Nugget, it's fine. She's your mom. She's looking out for you, in her own way.
Ugh, why does everyone always do
do what Mom wants. Tom left, and I decided that the only way I could be free of her meddling was to run away. So I got into a cab, but I realized I didn't have any money to pay. I forgot my card.
Please get out.
Phoebe, come on. Think. But this is an emergency. My poor parrot caught parrotitis, and only my loving touch can save him. And if I don't get there in time, he might start squawking, and it could lead to an epidemic of man flu. You know, where guys are pooping like birds.
Ew, no time to waste. Let's go.
But when I stepped out of the cab near Grandpa's house, Mom was waiting for me.
You didn't really think that would work, did you?
I'll run away again until you won't catch me. Mom looked at me all seriously, and even her curls seemed to deflate. She wasn't the superstar, just my mom.
I'm sorry about Tom. I'll ask the director to hire him back.
And what about acting? It's your dream, not mine.
Fine. No more acting for you. But promise never to run away from me again. You really scared me.
Wow, I was wrong about her. She really cares. To show me she was serious, Mom organized a lunch at this 10 Michelin star restaurant the next day. But as we were on our way, the car banged, stopped, and started smoking.
I played a mechanic once, and I'll have it fixed in no time.
That's not even where the engine is. Since Mom was useless, I called Tom, but when he arrived, he wasn't alone. This god just stepped out of the car and...
This is Robbie, my son. He's only 15, but there isn't a car he can't fix.
How can this make that? Robbie was way hotter than any actor I'd ever met, and I'd had a mani-pedi with Timothée Chalamet. Hi, I'm Phoebe, and...
You're beautiful.
Am I? OMG, he's walking to me. What do I do? But Robbie just passed by me and went straight for Mom's car.
What happened to you, beautiful?
Yeah, he's a teeny tiny bit obsessed with cars.
Okay, Phoebe, don't get a crush on the hot guy who ignores you. Don't get a crush. But then he used his shirt to rinse dry his face and... Oh, right, too late. I forgot everything and spent the next couple of years finding any excuse to hang out with Robbie. But he stayed completely oblivious. Even when I gave him chocolates on St. Valentine, he thought they were for his mom's birthday.
Oh, you saved me. I'd completely forgotten about it.
After I enrolled in the same high school as him, we became friends. So I decided to confess at my 16th birthday party. Robbie, I like you.
I like you too.
So, will you be my boyfriend? Worst timing ever! Wait, Mom's agent? He never calls unless...
I'm sorry, but there's been an accident during rehearsals.
Oh no! As Robbie was driving me to the hospital, I didn't care that we were together alone. I was just worried about Mom because she insisted on doing her own stunts. But I was relieved to see only her leg and arm were in a cast. Everything else seemed fine. Mom, you're okay.
Okay? I can't act anymore.
Can't they cast someone else? The show hasn't even started. For the first time ever, Mom looked a bit unsure.
They can't. The producer convinced me to put a lot of money into this show. If the investors realize I'm not on set, the show will be canceled and...
How much?
We'll lose everything. I'm sorry, Phoebe.
It's okay, Mom. I don't care about the money. I'm just happy you're fine. I thought the scary part was over, but the next morning, Robbie told me he was going to Europe for his auto project. As if that wasn't enough, Mom's hospital bed was empty.
We're higher.
No, not like that. I looked out the window, and Mom had convinced all the nurses to be her extras. She tried to do a high kick and just fell down. But even if she was clearly in pain, she got up and tried again. She'll never give up. I have to help her. That's enough, Mom. I'll do it.
What?
We already look alike, and with a bit of makeup, I can age myself. I'll pretend to be you. The production will continue.
Doing my stunts is not easy.
You taught me when I was little. It will all come back to me, I'm sure. And so, Operation Double began. Mom had me learn all the names of her friends, copy her, move her voice, even brush my teeth with the same toothpaste. Come on, who's gonna smell my breath? The art is in the details. But it wasn't enough. For the first couple of shooting days, everything went fine until...
The next scene is the roof jump. We're so lucky to have you. You've done this 1,000,000 times.
Sure. But as I looked down the roof, everything went woozy. And I slipped. Help! Get me down!
Are you sure you're okay? You don't look like, yourself.
Oh, no. No, I just had a bad day. I'll do better next time. But I could see the suspicion in his eyes.
This is too much. Let's call it off and...
No, I said I'll help you, and I will. That night, I went online and found
Mrs. Krugel, Coach to the Stars. Will it be horrible? Yes. But it will be worth it.
She seems like a lot, but I don't really have any other choice if I want to help Mom. So I sent Coach a text, and the next morning, I was woken up by Coach playing a full set of drums in my room. How the devil did you get in here? Do you want to give me a heart attack?
No time for it. You've got laps to run.
And push-ups and high kicks. And, of course, jumping from a 6-story building onto a net. I want a parachute! But the worst was the food. Coach had me on this crazy strict diet, and she weighed every bite of food before I put it in my mouth. I started stashing snacks under my mattress and bribing the staff for candies, but she was always a step ahead of me.
We can't afford anything less than perfection.
Can't you hear my stomach? It growls so much it sounds like a lion.
And as with any wild animal, we tame it.
I had pizza delivered through the bathroom window, then chicken nuggets hidden inside my gym shoes, like she found it all. Nothing ever worked. As the days passed, I also noted another change. Whenever I got out, boys tripped over themselves to look at me, and I even had a couple of talent agents ask for my number. In the shops, people always smiled, and I got discounted clothes and gifts. I guess pretty privilege is a real thing. The only one who didn't seem to like my new look was Tom.
Just a salad for lunch? How about a nice burger?
Shh, don't let Coach hear you.
Coach? What coach?
She's like a ninja, always knows what I eat, even when she's not there. Soon, the shooting was over, and Mom was well enough to come to the wrap party, just in time to get all the praise for my hard work.
You moved like you were 10 years younger.
Only 10? Seeing Mom back in her element made me really happy. Darling, thank you. You really saved my career. But now, I've got my own life waiting for me. Robbie was back, and I hadn't been able to see him during filming, but I hadn't forgotten his words.
I like you too.
The next day, as I walked to my locker, I saw Robbie kissing another girl. What in the holy cake frosting is happening? I pushed the girl away and slammed Robbie against the locker in one of my superstar film moves. I'm away for a couple of months and suddenly you have a girlfriend? You said you liked me.
Phoebe, I do like you, but like a little sister.
You could have said it on my birthday.
With your mom in the hospital? I didn't want to give you any more bad news.
I was really angry, but as I watched Robbie check on his girlfriend, I realized he never looked at me like that. Before I could make things worse, I ran back home. I spent the next few days eating chocolate, watching MSA, and wallowing in self-pity. The first heartbreak is always the hardest. It will pass.
You don't know that! Pass me the cookies!
But even after Robbie texted me to apologize, I couldn't get out of my funk. I'm not angry at him. I'm angry at myself for wasting all that time chasing after him. And just as I was about to turn into a slime monster, Tom came to my rescue.
Come on, get up. I got a surprise for you.
Robbie has a secret twin?
No, and there's more to life than boys. Even my own. Here.
He handed me a flyer. Police Academy early admission?
It's in 3 weeks. Didn't you want to become a cop?
In focusing on other people, I had forgotten my dream. But it's not too late. I can still become the best cop ever. But after eating my feelings, I was completely out of shape. I would never pass the selection unless...
Rise and shine, you useless slob!
Great. Can't you go a little easier this time?
Easy is for losers!
I guess. I mean, I'm the one who called her, right? This time, Coach was even more stern than before. Everything was counted. How many steps, how many calories, how many push-ups. My beloved cake, I miss you so much, but we'll be reunited soon. Sometimes she was so intense, I couldn't do it anymore, and I tried hiding. Phoebe, what are you doing under the couch? I don't think she can see me here. Really? Ah! Coach's method worked, and I lost all the weight I had gained. When I woke up on admission day, I followed the smell of bacon down to the kitchen, where Tom and Robbie were having breakfast with Mom. Robbie handed me a massive bouquet of flowers.
I know I can't be who you want me to be, but I'm here to support you. Can we still be friends?
Bacon and flowers? How can I say no? Robbie hugged me, and I was surprised that I didn't feel any butterflies in my stomach, except for those in anticipation of the test. I guess I'm over him. Finally. But I still didn't touch breakfast, and by the time we got to the police academy, I felt weak. Are you sure you're okay? You look pale. No, I can do this. The first test of the day was an obstacle course. I'd done so many of them with Coach, I could run them in my sleep. But as the whistle rang, I felt my legs turn to jelly and my vision go black. When I woke up, I was in the stands with Mom and Tom. You fainted. Robbie's gone to fetch you some water, but in the meantime, eat this. No, I can't. Coach said that's too many calories.
Right, the mysterious Coach. Where is she? I've been meaning to have a chat with her. She's been filling your head with all this nonsense about skipping meals and looking fit.
What Coach? Mrs. Krugel. They looked at me in confusion, so I took out my phone to show them Coach's website, but when I Googled it, nothing came up. I don't understand. I've hired her to help me train for Mom's role. I trained you, no one else. But Coach, does it mean I made her up? The next day, Mom took me to a psychiatrist, and after I told her everything, she confirmed Coach did not really exist.
She came to you every time you felt insecure, right? It's clear you created her as a defense mechanism, but I'm afraid you developed an eating disorder.
Victor was right. I'd used food as a tool to make me feel better and more secure with myself, but it became very unhealthy. And how do I get better?
With time and therapy, but mostly being kind to yourself.
Coach wasn't easy. She kept visiting me over the years, pushing me to make the wrong choices, but Mom was with me every step of the way. She recognized the part she had in giving me the wrong ideas about food and changing her own way of seeing herself. I was okay now, but I wanted to help others. I studied psychology at the university and worked with charities to teach young girls about body image and food.
And what about becoming a cop?
I'm still helping people. In my case, you can't put the bad guys behind bars. And Robbie? Well, I was the bride of honor at his wedding. And it turned out his girlfriend's brother was just my type. Hey there, I'm Haley. I was born on a small island in New Zealand, the kind of place where everyone knows everyone. My family was a bit special because we were the lighthouse keepers. As a kid, I loved pretending I was Rapunzel in her tower. Little did I know, I'd start feeling as trapped as she did. Before I continue, please like and subscribe. My parents broke up soon after I was born, and Mom left to follow her dreams and became a very successful actress. She was extremely busy and never got time to visit me. Sure, she'd send me amazing gifts, but Dad basically raised me alone, and oh boy, he wasn't fun. Dad was a very strict person, and also a local hero. Years ago, he was the first to spot a ship that hit the rocks on a stormy night, and he bravely coordinated a rescue mission. Ever since, he vowed to never leave his post at the lighthouse, and I mean never. We didn't go on vacations and would only visit the local market once a week for supplies. But that didn't stop me looking for an adventure. Like one day when I was 5, we were at the market when I decided to sneak on a fishing boat about to leave port.
Aye, aye, Captain. Ready to set sail.
Who is this child?
Of course, that made Dad furious. But can you blame me for wanting to go crab fishing instead of being in that tower? To be fair, it wasn't all bad. Dad and I enjoyed watching movies together, and Mom's were my favorite. I loved how glamorous she looked, and I wanted to be just like her one day. And growing up, that dream grew stronger. Sure, once school started, I had plenty of friends, and I liked this place, but I just wanted more. Dad, can I take acting classes?
For the 100th time. We don't have any on the island.
But maybe if we moved...
That's out of the question. Our life is here.
Well, maybe for him, but I couldn't accept that as my fate. Then, my opportunity came in the 10th grade. I was at school when I noticed a flyer on the bulletin board that said a famous acting program was looking for new talent in our area. Whoever got through the auditions would receive acting classes, and the person who performed the best would get a year-long role on a popular TV show. I didn't tell Dad anything, and on casting day, I skipped school and boarded the ferry for the mainland alone. The contest started, and I realized that being in front of the camera came to me naturally. I didn't tell anyone about my mom, though, so they wouldn't have higher expectations. That night, I tuned in for the results. Dad happened to walk by the TV just when my name showed up on screen. I'd passed the auditions round.
Haley, I can't believe you went there alone.
I'm sorry, but you would have never let me participate. Please, Dad, let me do this. He reluctantly agreed to let me continue, and I squealed as I hugged him tight. For the next 6 months, he went with me to the mainland for all classes. At the end of them, I was invited to a talk show where it would be revealed which TV show was about to hire me. As I was chatting with the host, suddenly someone from the audience walked onto the stage.
Well done, Haley. I knew you were going to make it.
Everyone was silent, stunned to see the world-famous actress. But to me, it was just, Mom?
Indeed. After all these years, we are reunited, love, and we'll get to work together on the new TV show.
The audience gasped and cheered as Mom hugged me. And I was speechless. I had no idea she was a part of this. I walked backstage with Mom, where Dad was waiting.
Nice to see you, Celia. It's been what, 15 years? And now you're suddenly Haley's adoring mother, ready to take her away? Oh, if you're such a good father, don't stand in the way of her dreams.
And can you just straighten your ugly tie? It's driving me crazy. Mom walked off while Dad looked upset. Dad, I know this is all very unexpected, but aren't you proud of me?
Of course I am, love. I guess I'm just not ready for you to leave.
He looked so sad. It broke my heart. Maybe I shouldn't go.
No, she's right, Haley. You deserve to follow your dreams. You know where to find me.
And 2 days later, I was all packed up and ready to go. After we landed at the airport, a limousine took us to Mom's house.
Or should I say palace? Then Mom showed me to my beautiful room, complete with a walk-in closet full of designer clothes and accessories. This feels like a dream.
No, honey, it's your life now.
Mom, I just don't understand one thing. Why didn't you ever visit me?
Oh, sweetie, I wanted to so much, but there was never a good time. You don't know how hard it is to make it in this industry with no support or connections. I barely even had any money. I had to fight hard to get good roles and grab every opportunity. But now you won't have to fight so hard because I'll make everything easier for you.
I felt overwhelmed by her love and attention, and it was so cool to have the great Celia as my mom. But soon, I discovered Mom was a bit strange. All her clothes and shoes had to be arranged by color. She would schedule every minute of her day and give her staff some crazy tasks like cleaning the ceiling. She wanted us to make public mother-daughter appearances in matching outfits, and the designers got an earful if they weren't identical. On my first day on set, I went alone, feeling super nervous. My first scene was with Jake, the gorgeous male lead. He was so distracting, I kept forgetting my lines.
Cut! 10-minute break, everyone. Especially Haley.
I felt so embarrassed.
Can you even act at all?
Excuse me?
I'm just saying, there are plenty of talented girls who can take your spot.
If you have nothing nice to say, you do have the option of staying quiet.
If you don't know how to act, you do have the option of leaving.
What a jerk! I calmed down my nerves and delivered my lines perfectly in the next take, but after that, we were always trying to trip each other up. He made silly faces to distract me during scenes, so I slipped laxatives in his coffee that kept him running to the bathroom. He put cat poop in my shoes, so I put super glue on his seat. You get the gist, right? But one day, I found out it was the makeup artist's birthday, so I ordered a huge cake to surprise her.
This was your idea?
Yeah? Why? Did you put something in the cake?
No, just wishing you ordered chocolate. Who likes pineapple cake?
SpongeBob. But from then on, Jake started being nicer to me. We'd chat during lunch and rehearse our lines together, and the pranks stopped. Mostly. Working with Mom, though, was not a piece of cake. She was a perfectionist and would make me redo scenes 20 times. I was eager to learn, so I didn't mind being pushed. But she was really hard on everyone. Like that time her assistant brought the wrong coffee. I told you no sugar, and always put my coffee on a coaster. Plastic spoon on the left, napkin on the right. Ugh, did you even pass kindergarten? Or that time with the camera woman? Oh, you're getting all my wrong angles. Look, you're clearly not pretty enough to be in front of the camera, but now you're not even good behind it. Also, can you get your eyebrows done? One is like a thin worm and the other's like a fat caterpillar, and I hate uneven things. One day, I had a long scene with Mom, and she kept pointing out every tiny mistake. She wanted to discuss it more during break, but I just shut myself up in the bathroom, escaped through the window, and ran to Jake's trailer. Jake, let me in!
Oh no, a crazy fan. Security!
I'm gonna punch you in the face if you annoy me right now.
Okay, Grumpy, what's going on?
I told him how Mom was tiring me out by being so demanding.
Well, what were you expecting with your mom's reputation?
What do you mean?
Your mom is famous for being difficult to work with. No one likes her because of her bad attitude. I literally had to sign a contract that I wouldn't pick fights with her, because I can't stand rude people.
Hey, that's not really fair. Yes, Mom can be hard to please, but that's because she's passionate about her work.
We're all passionate about our work, but we don't act bratty.
You have no idea what she went through. She started from nothing and struggled alone for years. Look, I just felt a bit frustrated, so I vented to you, but that doesn't mean you get to diss my mom. I was about to storm off, but Jake stopped me.
You're right. I'm sorry. You just came to vent. Maybe, since she's your mom, you can tell her to be less critical of you sometimes, because I think you're pretty you're all right.
For some reason, my heart fluttered as I walked off, but I didn't take Jake's advice and talk to Mom. I understood this is who she was, and I just had to work hard to make her proud. Soon after, we got news about the ratings of our season. It was a huge success, and the studio wanted to sign us for season 2. That's great. Of course, we'll need you to double our paychecks if you want Haley to stay.
You know we don't have that kind of money.
Mom, isn't that double the paycheck or Haley walks?
Fine. And you two will be good to work through winter break?
No, I have plans to visit my dad, and yes, no problem. Plans can change. I felt mad as we walked out of the office. I promised Dad I'd go see him.
Haley, success requires many sacrifices. But sure, you can always go back to the life you had before.
That made me quickly drop the argument, because I couldn't imagine going back to my old town. When I told Dad the news, he was sad, but understanding. The next day in a meeting, the director told us that Jake's character and mine were going to end up together in the second season.
Ew, I'd rather kiss a frog.
I'd rather kiss the frog's poop.
Make sure to brush your teeth that day, Haley.
I'll make sure to eat garlic instead.
And here I was, hoping for something more romantic.
I wasn't sure if he was joking, but just then, Mom pulled me away. As we climbed into the car, she started lecturing me about not getting crushes on my co-stars, as if I could help it. Yeah, duh, I have a crush on Jake. That evening, I was in my room watching MSA videos when Jake called.
Haley, are you watching the news?
I turned on the TV and was shocked to see reports of a devastating hurricane that had swept over my island. I tried calling Dad, but the line was down. I was so worried. And finally, hours later, Dad called me back.
I'm fine. Well, except for the torn ligament in my arm. I'll need surgery for it, and the lighthouse is damaged, and most of the town too.
Dad, you just focus on getting better before anything else, okay? I'll cover your medical bills. He tried to refuse, but I wasn't backing down. I had plenty saved from the first season of the show. But the next day, when I went to the bank to transfer money, my account was nearly empty. You and your mother have a joint account, and recently she transferred all the funds to her solo one. What the heck? When I asked her about it, she acted totally normal.
I left some allowance, and I buy everything you need. What else do you want?
My money? I earned it, and Dad was injured. He needs...
I don't care about him. You're living here now, and your lifestyle isn't cheap.
But I care. And if money is an issue, we can move to a smaller house.
No, our image would suffer.
You mean your image? Do you even care about what I want?
You wanted to be an actress, right? I made you so.
So you're saying I have no talent? I was getting that TV show role without you, Mom. It's not enough to steal credit for everything. So you've stolen my money? I won't stay here another minute.
Yes, you will, or your career is over. She'll go wherever she wants.
I turned around to see Dad. Dad? What are you doing here?
Just decided to make a surprise visit. I didn't have a good feeling when you showed up out of nowhere, Celia, but I didn't think you'd steal from your own daughter. Some things never change, I guess.
What do you mean?
Years ago, when I rescued those people from the sinking ship, the owner gave me a huge sum of money to thank me, and soon after, your mom asked me out. She, the most popular girl on the island, finally noticed me. I felt so lucky. But then she used all my money to start her career, broke up with me, and left the moment her popularity rose.
Why didn't you tell me all this before?
Because I hoped she'd change and come back, and we could be a family.
You really think I'd come back to the dumb, stinky village? You were always a fool. I guess I take after Dad, because I didn't see right away what a cold-hearted, selfish person you are, Mom. Dad and I left, and the next day, we were on the ferry back to the island. Seeing the lighthouse so battered brought tears to my eyes. I've been so blind. I was so obsessed with Mom, I couldn't see who she really was.
But she was right about one thing, Haley. I've held you back, and I'm sorry. I've just always wanted to keep you safe, but I ended up making you feel trapped. From now on, I'll always support you, even if that means we have to move. Once you left, I realized my job isn't more important than you are.
The next day, Dad made some calls and arranged a meeting with a lawyer. We managed to get my money back, and he had the surgery while the lighthouse was being repaired. I also used my popularity to raise funds for my town. For the first time, I realized how much the island and our community meant to me. Yes, I still wanted to act, but it wasn't a way to escape my old life anymore. I still had to figure out what to do about the second season. There was no way I was working with Mom anymore. One day, I was enjoying the sunset on the lighthouse balcony when I heard someone behind me.
How many steps does this place have?
You're wheezing like you're 80. What are you doing here?
I talked with the producers and found some interesting stuff about your mother.
Turns out, Mom's career hasn't been doing too well in recent years, and she had used me to get that role in the new show.
The producer said they never wanted to hire her, but were forced to when she made that public announcement. Now that you left, they're more than happy to fire her. They want you back, Haley, and this time, you'll work on your own terms. Please come back, or they'll find another female lead.
And you don't want that to happen?
Yeah. What if they hire someone I want to kiss even less than I want to kiss you?
That would be terrible. Then I suppose I'll have to rescue you.
You're my hero.
Hi, I'm Harper from New Jersey. Please like and subscribe. I live with a single mother who worked as a housekeeper at a 5-star hotel. Things were very tough for us since Mom wasn't that educated, and she pinned all of her hopes on me.
One day, you'll become just like that lady in the poster, and that's the day I'll finally be happy.
Yeah, Mom. I'll try my best.
Trying is not enough, Harper. You must do everything to get into a good college and be successful.
I was a straight A student and I wanted to make her proud, but sometimes the pressure was just too much. The only things that helped me through my childhood were my best friend Lucas and my music. I loved singing, and Lucas always told me I had a beautiful voice, but I knew Mom would never let me pursue singing as a career. One night, I was preparing for a scholarship test at one of the finest schools in the city when Lucas tapped on my window.
Your favorite band's playing tonight. Come on, let's go.
No way! I have that scholarship test, remember?
I thought we decided not to do that. What am I gonna do alone in school?
Don't be like this. You know it's always been my dream.
Your dream or your mom's? Anyway, I'm off.
I'll see you tomorrow.
Don't hold your breath.
As Lucas left, I was so bummed out by how he'd reacted. I thought he'd be okay soon, but he didn't return my calls the entire next week. Meanwhile, I'd gotten in and started school soon after. And boy, this new place made me super nervous. It was massive, and I couldn't believe my eyes when I saw the kids eating caviar for breakfast. I really missed having Lucas around, so I pulled out my phone to call him. But just then, this random boy ran straight into me, knocking me to the ground.
What the heck? I missed that catch. I bet $1,000 on that one.
Excuse me? You broke my phone. It would cost me a bomb to fix that.
Quit yelling, girl. Do you need money? There.
He pushed a bunch of dollar bills into my hand. What the heck? Keep your money, moron. Buy some manners with it. The boy looked at me confused and then grinned.
You're new around here, right? What's your name? I'm Zane.
Skip the introductions. I'd rather not run into you again. I walked away to my class without turning back. Later, someone told me that Zane was crazy rich and the most popular guy in school. His dad owned all the major properties in town, including the hotel Mom worked in. I couldn't give a fig. I had bigger plans than wasting my time on some jerk. The rest of the day was just as bad. I was way behind in class, and people were so rude when I tried asking for help. I was so tired that when I went home, I passed out straight away, only to wake up to 40 missed calls from Mom. She'd broken her ankle in a minor accident at the hotel and couldn't work for a month.
What are we gonna do? With your new school and everything, we need the money.
Don't worry, Mom. We'll figure something out. That night, I applied to every part-time job I could find online and prayed something would turn up soon. I felt so relieved when Lucas called me and decided to meet for dinner.
How have you been?
What went wrong, man? I tried calling you so many times. Lucas looked at me weirdly before taking my hand.
I was trying to fight my feelings for you. I've liked you for so long now, Harper. I was just upset I won't be seeing you at school every day.
Wow, that's a lot. I had no idea, and I don't know.
Wait, please. Could we just give it a shot and see where this goes?
I guess, but what if it doesn't work out? I don't want to lose you as a friend.
I promise, you won't.
Lucas beamed at me, but I was still unsure if this was a good call. But dating your best friend couldn't be the worst thing, right? Besides, he was kind of cute now, and I noticed it. I got a call from a small cafe nearby. They were looking for a singer and wanted me to come over for a trial. The pay was decent, so I took it. But at my first show, I saw Zane behind the guitar, and it looked like he didn't remember me. Wasn't he too rich to be playing here? I ignored him and hopped on the stage. But when we started performing, he kept changing the tune mid-song.
I never wanna be without you. When you're with me, there's nothing I can't do. Let's make a life, just me and you.
What are you doing? But he simply grinned. Thankfully, I knew how to match the pitch, and the show was successful. The manager even gave me a huge tip. After everything was done, I was walking back home when a big sports car pulled up.
Hop in. I'll drop you home.
I'd rather walk on fire than go with you. I ignored him and continued walking. To my surprise, he got out of his car and started walking with me. This guy was so annoying. Mind-numbingly handsome, but so annoying. We started walking in silence, and we were halfway home when I finally spoke. Aren't you too rich to be in this neighborhood?
Aren't you too nosy for such a small person?
Stop that.
What?
Stop following me.
I'm just walking. I'm sure you don't own this road.
I was so irritated that I turned around fast and would have ended up in a puddle if Zane hadn't caught my sweater. As he pulled me up, our lips almost touched. Oh my God, my heart was ready to jump out of my chest.
There now, you're all safe.
Huh? Whatever. Thanks. I'm fine now. I will see you, whatever. Bye. With that, I rushed home with my heart pounding. What was happening? After that day, I tried everything to ignore Zane, but he was stuck in my head like a broken record. I couldn't think straight. When we were both selected for the annual music gala, I knew I was in big trouble. Back home, Lucas was planning a weekend getaway. He went kinda crazy when I told him I had to stay.
It's my birthday. You can't ditch me like that.
You should have asked me first. I really can't go. He looked so disappointed that I promised to go to dinner with him that night to make up for it. But when we arrived, I noticed Zane there with a girl. Can we go somewhere else? I don't feel too good.
What happened? You were fine just now when we came in.
Yeah, but I guess I'm allergic to the air conditioning here. Lucas looked confused, but just as we turned to leave, I saw Zane smiling at me.
Leaving so soon?
We didn't get a table.
Then take ours. Tiffany and I were just leaving. Right, babe?
The girl looked at Zane and kissed him on the cheek. For some reason, I didn't like that one bit. Lucas noticed it because later that night as he was dropping me home, he asked me,
"Who was that guy, and why did you lie to him?"
Just some jerk from my school. I didn't lie, I just didn't tell him the truth.
That's the lamest thing I've ever heard.
Don't sweat it. It's nothing. Anyway, it's getting late. I'll see you around. Lucas looked at me suspiciously as I left before it got more awkward. The following day in school, I texted Zane to meet me in the music room. When he showed up, I couldn't help but notice the small scar on the side of his face. That wasn't there before.
So, should we head to the back row?
What? Why would we go there? Suddenly, I understood what he meant and kicked him hard in the knee. You're gross. I would never make out with you.
The back row is where they keep all the instruments?
Oh my God, so embarrassing. And plus, I have a boyfriend, remember? And you have a girlfriend? Just then, Zane bent down to my ear and brushed a strand of hair away.
Tiffany is not my girlfriend, just a first date. So we could totally do the other thing too, if you want.
I just looked at him as my mind went all foggy. Why did he suddenly look even hotter? And why was I staring at his lips?
Harper?
I turned around to see Lucas standing behind me, looking kinda pissed. Lucas, what are you doing here?
You forgot your lunch, so your mom asked me to give it to you. But I'm glad I came, or I wouldn't have known what you're actually up to.
That's not fair. We were just having a discussion.
Yeah, chill out, dude. What's the big deal? Isn't he the same guy from yesterday?
Yeah, Zane and I were...
Save it. We're done.
Lucas left angrily, and I just stood there wondering how to clean up this mess. He'd never looked so mad in all my years of knowing him, and this was so unlike him. Later that night, I decided to surprise Lucas with his favorite cake, but he refused to see me. I called him and texted him, but he just didn't respond. At that moment, I knew things would never be the same between us. This dating thing had been such a mistake. I was so beaten up by the whole thing that I got a D on my test.
Wow, I did better than you. How did that happen?
Go away, Zane. I can't deal with you right now.
Oh my God, what's that?
What?
A frown? On your forehead? What happened to the firecracker?
I smiled as Zane took my hand, and I didn't protest this time.
Come with me. I know how to cheer you up.
We went around the school to get to the back gate, and he asked me to wait a bit. Suddenly, a bunch of cute kittens purred at our feet as Zane fed them milk. This was a side of him I never knew. As we played around with the cats, I noticed the scar again. What happened to your face? Zane quickly covered it with his hand.
Nothing. Let's get going.
It was obvious he didn't want to say more, so I didn't ask. After that day, we started hanging out more often. He would leave small notes on my desk with sweet lyrics, and we would talk about music for hours. Do you think Miley Cyrus is better than Ariana Grande?
What was Freddie Mercury's real name? 'Cause this one doesn't sound right.
It was amazing. Of course, I missed Lucas, but he still wasn't answering my calls. I felt bummed out, but I couldn't force him to talk to me. One night after wrapping up a show at the cafe, I was headed back home when I saw Zane by his car, and he was shouting at his phone.
You can't do that to me.
He cut the call when he saw me. Sorry, I didn't mean to hear that. Are you okay?
I'm fine. Sorry. I'm just dealing with some stuff. Are you headed home? Let me drop you off.
I sat in his car, but on our way, he stopped at a point with a view of the city.
Mind if we could sit here for 5 minutes?
I nodded and sat next to him on the car's hood. I'd never seen him this sad or vulnerable before.
You were asking me about that scar, right? I got it while I was sneaking out to play a gig, and I got caught. When Dad heard, he threw my guitar away. He hates that I chose music over business.
Is that why you play at that small cafe?
Yeah, it's the only place he'd never expect to find me.
I know what you mean. Sometimes parents don't understand how much pressure they put on our shoulders. Suddenly, I felt his hands on mine and my heart went racing. I knew that I was falling for him. Hard. He looked at me and started leaning closer when my phone rang frantically. It was Mom, and she told me that Lucas's dad was in the hospital. I rushed to find him sitting on the bench outside and quietly sat down next to him. We waited for a while before the doctor cleared his dad to go home.
Thanks for being here tonight.
Of course. So what if things didn't work out between us? You're still my best friend.
What? What do you mean? Are you breaking up with me?
You broke up with me that day, Lucas. You said we're done. And I completely understand why you did that. Maybe we're better off as friends.
I was angry. Tell me. It's because of that boy, right? Zane?
No, he's just a friend. I've told you that.
I've seen you two. I'm not blind. But let me tell you this. Guys like Zane won't think twice about dropping you like a dead fly. He's rich, and you're just a dumb singer. Oh, wait. You're not even that, because your crazy mom won't let you do that either.
Suddenly, I saw red and slapped Lucas hard. You want to insult me? Fine. But don't you dare say a word about my mom. I said we could be friends, but after this, forget it. I stormed away, leaving Lucas alone. How could my best friend be such a bitter jerk? When I reached home, I burst into tears as Mom asked me what had happened, and I ended up telling her everything.
Oh, darling, I'm so sorry for putting you through this. You should have just told me, but it's my fault.
It's okay, Mom. I know you meant well.
Chase your dreams, baby. I'll always be here for you.
Hearing Mom say that made me feel so much better. A few days later, I learned that Lucas had left the city, and even though it broke my heart, he wasn't the same person anymore. So I made peace with it. I was finally able to practice for the gala with all of my heart, thanks to Mom, and Zane was by my side the entire time. As I was getting ready on the big day, a team member broke some shocking news to me. Zane had texted the event manager to let him know that he wouldn't be able to attend. When I tried calling him, his phone was out of reach. I had a lot of thoughts as I walked onto the stage, but I shoved them aside as I picked up the guitar and gave the performance of my life. Thanks to Zane, I was familiar with the chords, and when I was done, the crowd erupted in huge applause. I was so proud of myself, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something bad had happened to Zane. So right after the show, I rushed to his house, where I saw him in the middle of a party with his dad and some serious-looking people. When he saw me, he rushed and pulled me to the side.
What are you doing here?
You missed our show for this party?
You don't understand anything, Harper. Just leave.
I know it's difficult, but you need to stand up for yourself someday. Your dreams matter. Zane looked at me and suddenly he smiled, and then he stepped up to the mic.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have an announcement. 1, I'm going to leave this boring party. 2, I'm done, Dad. I'm going to go to France to pursue a career in music, and you can keep your business.
While Zane's dad looked like he saw a ghost, he stepped down and pulled me to the side.
How does the back entrance sound?
How about we be bold for once? I kissed him and he kissed me back, and it was magical. If you believe in your passion, no one can stop you from rising. Hi, I'm Sierra, and my parents destroyed my life. I know every teenager says that, but it's really true in my case. Before I tell you my story, please like and subscribe to MSA. I had a pretty amazing life growing up. Dad was a famous designer, we lived in a mansion, and had servants for everything. Yes, everything. I woke up to a glass of fresh orange juice every day and had the most lavish rose petal bath. But then one day I started sneezing like a donkey, and it turns out I'm allergic to roses. Wait, why am I telling you this? Anyway, as a kid, I was focused on becoming a designer just like Dad. He was really sophisticated, and growing up, I inherited his fine taste. Dad and I enjoyed the same things, but Mom was always this outsider who just never had fun with us. She came from a small town and couldn't adjust to the posh city life. Like on my 10th birthday, Mom bought me a pet pig. Halfway through the party, he pooped on everyone's shoe and ran around the house. Mom tried to catch it, but knocked into a server instead, spilling food everywhere, including on one of Dad's guests. Dad was so mad, he banned Mom from ever getting me anything. I don't see what the big deal is. I had a pig when I was a kid, and it gave me some of my best memories. That was before my parents ate it.
Well, your memories might have just cost me a client. Why can't you just be normal? Normal? There's nothing normal about my life. You control everything. According to you, I'm always smiling too much or talking too crass. I can't even dress like I want because it's not classy. Might as well stand in a corner like a statue. That's probably the smartest thing you've ever said.
Mom started crying, and I felt a little bad
bad for her, but it was her fault. As time went by, my parents started fighting a lot, and when I turned 18, things just took the wildest turns. Dad was accused of copying designs and lost almost all his clients. He got into gambling, blew up all our savings, and then one day, he got caught in a smuggling raid. Even though Dad pleaded not guilty, his case was sent to trial, and he was sent to jail.
I'm innocent. Sierra, help me.
Don't worry, Dad. We're here for you. Hang in there. It broke my heart to see Dad get arrested, but what made me sadder was how Mom didn't care at all. She went on shopping sprees, got a makeover, opened a chick farm in the backyard. But the worst was when she came home one day and told me she was divorcing Dad and moving in with her boyfriend Robert, who also happened to be the prosecutor in Dad's case. Robert's only using you so we stay distracted and he wins the case against Dad. It's an open and shut case, Sierra. So you won't even try? I'm paying for his lawyer, right? Even when we don't have enough because Dad gambled all our savings away. He was stressed and he made a mistake. Can't hold that over his head forever. I'm not holding anything at all. I'm just doing what makes me happy. Now, if you don't mind, I'm late for my date. And the next morning, Robert moved in and he was the absolute opposite of Dad. He was crass, obnoxious, chewed his food so loud you could hear it from Antarctica. He was always leaving his stuff around, and one time I tripped over his slippers and fell on my face.
Hey, Sierra, mind if you pass me chai tea?
I'm not your butler. Also, what the heck is chai tea? It's tea, that's it. Do you ever say coffee, coffee, or bread, bread?
Jesus, so sentimental. And coffee, coffee sounds fancy. Where can I get one?
Oh my God, you're insane. Your brain's toast, and I have no idea what Mom even sees in you, you big fat old crow! I said that and ran to my room crying. The next morning, Mom called me to her room and gave me an earful for talking rudely to Robert, and after that day, we continued to grow apart. I focused on school and designing. I wanted to see if my designs were any good, so I stitched a bunch of outfits and sold some of them to a nearby thrift store. The owner loved them and gave me more orders. Within a week, everything was sold out, and I made good money. I was overjoyed until one day, I was scrolling through YouTube and saw this girl wearing my designs and claiming them as her own.
Hey guys! So this is my new creation. I sourced the raw material from a small village in the Himalayas, and the threads you see are from my grandmother's wedding dress. Isn't it pretty? If you want to see more of my stunning creations, like and subscribe to my channel. Staying original with Lisa. Love ya!
Lisa's videos had over 1 million likes, and people couldn't stop praising her. I felt crazy with anger. I wasn't gonna let some wannabe vlogger take credit for my designs, so I ran to the thrift store and asked the store owner to get Lisa's address. By asking, I mean, I threatened to put her shop on fire and rip all her stuff. She canceled my contract, but at least she gave me the address. Turns out, Lisa stayed right in my neighborhood. Her parents were new to town and owned some kind of yoga retreat. I walked into Lisa's house all guns a-blazing when I saw her chasing some woman around.
Oh, smile for the camera, stepmama.
Why don't you tell all my followers how you're a crazy woman who turned my dad's brain into jelly and made him sell his business to teach yoga with you? It takes talent to be so witchy and manipulative.
Get that thing away from me, you brat!
The poor woman looked horrified, and just then Lisa missed a step, tripped, and fell into a fountain. The lady she was chasing ran away, and I walked up to her as she struggled to get out of the water.
Are you here for an autograph?
No.
Are you the gardener?
No. So then you must be my new servant.
No. Do you say anything except no?
No. I mean, yes. I'm the girl who designed the dresses you wear in your videos. Lisa looked at me in shock before flinging her arms around me.
You have no idea how long I've been waiting for you. Look, I even have tears of happiness.
Get off me, you weirdo. You have to tell everyone on your channel that you lied and those dresses belong to me. I busted my butt to make them.
Okay, now, let's not be stupid about this. Those dresses are a rage thanks to my videos, and I've gotten a dozen comments on my videos asking me to make more clothes like these. But I can't stitch to save my life. If you help me, I promise to split the profits with you. You look like you could use a new wardrobe.
Wow, aren't you a bit too judgmental for someone who lied on social media?
I saw an opportunity and took it. Don't shame me for being smarter than you. Now, are you in or not?
I thought about what Lisa said, and it wasn't a bad idea. With the date of Dad's trial coming closer, I needed enough money to make him hire a good lawyer since Mom wasn't too interested. Last I checked, she was partying with Robert in the Bahamas. Fine, but I'll take credit for my design, and no more lying.
Cross my heart and hope to die.
Lisa and I went into business. She accepted my terms, introduced me as her partner on her channel, and taught me a bunch of stuff about making videos. Lisa and I also shared a lot in common. Just like my mom, Lisa's dad was dating someone Lisa hated. My dad and I had such a nice life. We went surfing, fed the ducks, went shopping, and then one day, Dad went to India and fell in love with this crook. She convinced Dad to sell his business and move into this shady yoga business with him. I'm so scared that one day she'll get him arrested. Why do you say that? Because she's weird. She sells magic youth water for $20,000, fertility beads for $40,000. Everyone thinks she's some kind of god woman, but she's a creep with a crazy god complex. I hate her. I get it. My mom's in love with this moron, and I'm sure he's just taking advantage of her. Parents are the worst. Life was better with Lisa around, and over the next few months, our channel grew a lot. We got some high-paying collaborations, opened a small boutique, and by graduation, I had enough to hire a good lawyer for Dad. Of course, Mom wasn't too happy with the idea. You shouldn't waste this money on your father. I told you, it's very difficult to get him out. It's my money, and I'll do whatever I want with it. And yeah, if you care about saving money so much, maybe party a little less, Mom.
Don't use that tone with your mother, Sierra.
And you don't tell me what to do. You're not my father. Mom and Robert backed off after that. The new lawyer I hired was the real deal, and he was able to get Dad out on parole. It was over the moon when Dad came back home, but the same evening, Mom told me that she was leaving the house for good. What? Why? Dad's innocent, Mom. He's back home. Everything can go back to how it was.
Nothing can go back to how it was, Sierra. I will die before I let this man control my life again.
Robert is the love of my life, and I'm gonna stay with him. Mom packed her stuff, booked an Uber, and left me completely heartbroken.
Don't worry about it, kid. You've got me.
Dad hugged me tight and took me out for my favorite ice cream. After Mom left, I plunged myself into work, but Dad kept distracting me. He wanted to get back into his old business, but no matter how hard he tried, none of his clients were ready to work with him. This shook Dad's confidence, and he was a weeping mess for days. I started taking Dad to work to help him get his mind off things, which didn't go as planned because Dad kept throwing in free advice.
That material looks tacky.
Excuse me, but I approved of this fabric.
Then clearly you're dumber than you look. It's so harsh.
It's the purest form of silk imported from India. Look at this shine. Look at this texture. Look at—
I've been working in this industry long enough to know what will work and what won't.
Well, you also spent an awful lot of time in jail, so maybe the trend shifted.
What did you just say to me?
Okay, that's enough. Lisa, I think what Dad is saying is that this material might not look good on the designs. And Dad, I appreciate your help, but we know what we're doing. Now, let's get back to work. I tried my best to pacify the situation, but I could tell Lisa hated Dad. Every time Dad would walk into the office, Lisa would pass him death glares, and one time, I even saw her spitting in his tea. What's the matter with you? I'm not comfortable with your dad around. He's too controlling, and he thinks he's some fashion guru, when all he did was get his butt busted for copying someone's idea. You took credit for my designs too, but I gave you a second chance, didn't I? And have you completely forgotten your dad supports his crook girlfriend who's literally ripping people off for money? That's different. She's not butting into my business, our business. These are my designs at the end of the day, and I made them famous by lying. Lisa gave me a heartbroken look before leaving and didn't speak to me the whole day. I felt horrible for being rude to her, but she was being so unreasonable. For the next few days, Lisa gave me a cold shoulder even though I tried apologizing multiple times. She didn't turn up for work and even missed a couple of shoots. I was super stressed over the situation when one evening Dad called me into his office.
After a lot of thinking, I have decided that we should cut Lisa off. She's using you.
What are you saying, Dad? Lisa is my best friend, and she might be a bit edgy, but she's not a bad person.
Then why did she lie to her audience about using your designs?
How do you know about that? Dad looked at me sheepishly before telling me that he heard my conversation with Lisa in the office the other day, and he knew everything about her family as well.
Sierra, sweetie, girls like Lisa are flaky. They don't have what it takes to be famous, and they'll only pull you down. But you have real talent, and I have all the right contacts to make you famous. All we need to do is confront Lisa, and I'm sure she's intelligent enough to step away.
You mean blackmail her into signing the business over?
If you want to put it like that.
No way! This is my business, Dad, and I will make the decisions here. And I say we let this go.
Don't be a fool, Sierra. This is business. You need to be brutal and ambitious.
Then maybe I'm not as ambitious as you, and maybe I value relationships more than money.
Saying that, I just turned around and left, and that day I realized that maybe my dad wasn't who I thought he was. I wanted to talk to Lisa and warn her about the information Dad had on her, but she didn't answer. I dropped her a text and waited for her to call back, but I guess I must have dozed off because the next morning, I woke up to the worst news of my life. Lisa's dad and his girlfriend were being booked under fraud for setting up a fake shop and fooling people for money. He was facing charges, and his girlfriend was still in hiding. The comment section under our channel was going wild, and I rushed to Lisa's place when I found her crying in a corner. She saw me, got up, and turned her back to me. Do you see that? That knife in my back? Mind taking it out? How could you do this to me, Sierra? It wasn't me. It was my dad. He heard our conversation and might have tipped off the media. I tried calling you. Dad's girlfriend stole my phone, along with a lot of other things, and ran away. I didn't even get your messages, and now it's useless. They're sealing Dad's assets. He's in for questioning. My life is a mess, and all this happened because you couldn't let go of your dad. I told you he was bad news, and I should have listened to you. I am so sorry, but I promise you, I'll make this right. Nothing can make this right. Please, just leave, and don't make this harder than it is. Lisa left. I was so mad at Dad. I rushed to my house to confront him when I saw him talking to the paparazzi. Dad was going on and on about how Lisa was a liar and a crook, and how she stole the credit for my work, and I couldn't take it. I walked up to him and snatched the mic from his hands. Lisa is one of the most talented and amazing girls I know. Whatever her dad did has no bearing on her, and I will always and forever be grateful to have her in my life. Also, I wouldn't believe a word this man says. He copied an 18-year-old's design and claimed them as his own.
What are you doing?
And he was also caught smuggling.
That was a false charge.
Tell yourself that. You're messing up everything.
You have the channel, the boutique. It's all yours, and I can make you so much more than this if you just let me.
I'd rather eat a bag of worms than let you take over my business. Enjoy your 20 seconds of fame and a lifetime of loneliness, Dad. I'm moving in with Mom. I dropped the mic, packed my stuff, and left for Mom's place. When Mom saw me, she was shocked and ran to hug me. Oh, my baby. It's been so long. I'm sorry, Mom. I'm sorry for being the meanest daughter ever. Mom calmed me down, and the two of us sat as I told her what happened. Soon after, Robert joined in.
I'm not shocked. Your dad has always been ambitious, but I never thought he would backstab his own daughter like that.
We can't let him ruin Lisa's life, Mom. We need to help her. She has no one.
Don't worry about it. I'll help Lisa out in whatever way I can.
Thank you, Robert. I owe you an apology, too. Do you think we can start over?
Nothing would make me happier.
Me too.
While Mom was at work, I crept into her bedroom and searched her closet and all her drawers for evidence of something. I lifted up a blanket from her bed and almost had a heart attack.
Hi, I'm Ming from China. See, my mom, she was the prettiest girl in our whole town. She literally won the Chinese beauty pageant 5 years in a row and became rich from it. Everyone would stop her in the streets to tell her how beautiful she was. Best of all, Dad adored Mom to bits and was always showering her with gifts. And then I was born.
Oh, darling, she looks exactly like you. Same lips and cheeks.
You and Ming should compete in pageants together when she gets older. Well, that's exactly what we did. When I was 3, Mom and I competed in duo pageants, winning every time and soaking up the glory. Then one day when I was 10, I was in my dressing room when I heard Mom had to be rushed to the hospital. What's going on? Is she hurt? It's her skin. It's become completely wrinkled and inflamed. The doctors think she has a rare and untreatable condition.
What do you mean untreatable? I want to see my mom now.
No, Ming. The pageant is in 3 minutes. You'll have to go on without her. I was totally powerless, but I did end up winning first prize. Sadly, everyone was too depressed to celebrate. Mom looked like a freaking 80-year-old with red lumps on her face. It's obvious I won't be able to compete with you anymore. Look at me. Mom, don't talk that way. You'll always be beautiful in my eyes. Oh, spare me, Ming. I don't want your pity. I felt so awful. And as I continued competing in pageants, people constantly compared me to my mom, especially my grandma. It's heartbreaking what happened to my daughter's skin. It's too upsetting for me to visit her these days. At least you look the way she used to. Their comments made me furious. I could feel Mom's growing resentment. Worst of all, the tension was affecting my parents' relationship, and they started fighting all the time. Finally, when I was 16, my parents divorced. Mom got custody
custody since she'd been my primary caretaker, mostly because she'd always been driving me to our pageants. And it was then I decided I'd had enough. I don't want to be in pageants anymore, Mom. I only did them in the first place because of you, and I don't like how bitter and jealous you get every time I compete. That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. Why would I be jealous of my own daughter? Gee, good question. All I know is it just got worse as I got older. I quit pageants, and then Mom decided to move to the US, which was a big adjustment. And as soon as we settled, she became even more of a nightmare to be around. That's a disgusting amount of makeup, but I'm just wearing lip gloss. Well, you're wearing too much for a girl your age. Wash it off right this second. I don't understand how you can eat all those pancakes and not blow up like a balloon. Enjoy it while you can. See what I mean? Luckily, my new school became much happier than my home life. One day at school, I asked around to see if I could get an English tutor, since I still wasn't comfortable with the language. All the kids recommended the same guy, someone named Gavin. He tutors for volunteer hours, so it won't cost you anything. Plus, he's gorgeous. Every girl at school has a crush on him. Oh, well, I'm not looking to date at the moment. I just want to pass my classes. But when I met Gavin in the library that day, my heart skipped 10 beats. He looked like a storybook prince. How could I concentrate on homework with that smoke show up in my space?
Are you okay? Your cheeks are bright red, and you look adorable.
I do not look adorable. I mean, can we get to work, please? My homework's not going to do itself. We sat down to study, and I had to admit, Gavin was as brilliant as he was handsome. But when I started doing my math homework, he kept staring at me with his twinkling dark eyes, which made me nervous.
So, are you free to go out this weekend?
Excuse me? I don't want to go out at all. You're just here to tutor me.
I know, but I can't fight my attraction for you. I've never believed in love at first sight until now.
Seriously? Does anyone fall for your cringy pickup lines?
Face it, Ming. I'm smart, I'm funny, and I have great hair. You won't be able to resist me for long.
I couldn't help rolling my eyes at that. Maybe I should get a new tutor. Except that same week, I ended up getting an A on 2 exams.
See? I don't disappoint. Now will you go out with me?
Just because you helped me get a good grade doesn't mean I owe you anything.
Come on, just one date.
With that, Gavin pulled out 2 tickets from his pocket. And holy crud, they were to a Sasha concert, my favorite singer.
I've been saving these for someone special, Ming.
Okay, I'll go. But only because I'm a huge Sasha fan. But this is not a date. The night of the concert, Gavin came to pick me up at 6, but the second Mom saw him, she looked furious and pulled me aside.
Where do you think you're going with that boy?
To Sasha's concert? I already told you I was going with a friend.
Please, do you really expect me to believe Mr. Heartthrob here is just a friend? He'll break your heart, just like your father broke mine. You're not going to that concert.
But Sasha's my favorite singer. And you and I both know Dad didn't do anything wrong. That comment made Mom so angry that she sent Gavin home and me up to my room. I was so mad I was shaking. Then suddenly, I heard a noise from my bedroom that was coming from the dog door. It was Gavin.
Hey, I think I'm stuck. You're gonna have to give me a hand.
Oh my God, are you trying to crawl into my room?
Well, you want to go to that concert, don't you? You said you're a huge fan, and if you can fit through this door, you probably won't get caught.
My heart fluttered as he smiled up at me. There wasn't any harm in going on a date with him, was there? So I crawled through my dog door and let Gavin drive me to the concert. But soon, we hit traffic and we're running over an hour late. This is all Mom's fault. Because of her, we left during rush hour. She's becoming even more of a train wreck since the divorce.
Your parents are divorced? Wow, small world.
Your parents are divorced too?
Well, actually, Mom left us a couple of days ago. She met some guy at work and is leaving my dad to be with him.
Wow, I'm so sorry.
It's fine. I'll get through it.
Gavin didn't seem like he wanted to talk about it anymore, so I turned on the radio. The concert was nearly over by the time we arrived, but Gavin had an idea.
We're parked right above the stadium. If we just sit on my car, we'll have time to hear the last song.
The last song was a slow one, and I closed my eyes, swaying my shoulders in the wind.
I know your mom isn't perfect, but you sure are beautiful like her.
Ugh, I hate it when people compare me to my mom. Can I be my own person? I'm more than just a pretty face.
I know that. You also have pretty hair.
I slapped him right then, and he leaned in for a kiss. I felt fireworks between us. Then suddenly, Gavin pulled away.
No, I can't do this.
What do you mean?
I don't want to fall for you. I'm scared of getting hurt. I don't want what happened to my parents to happen to us.
Dude, we're in high school. I'm gonna run off with some other guy. Your parents' failed relationship doesn't mean you have to live in fear. But Gavin just said taking me to the concert was a mistake and started driving me home. I felt like such an idiot. He was the one who'd asked me out. I'd let him drag me hours away from home at midnight so I could give him a chance. Thankfully, Mom was in bed when I got home and I fell asleep with no trouble. Then at around 5 a.m., I felt someone's hands on my head. It was Mom.
Ming, go back to sleep.
At that second, I spotted a pair of scissors in her hands. What are you doing with those? And why are you holding a strand of my hair? Are you cutting my hair in my sleep? I just need a couple of strands. What? Why? Please don't ask questions. No, I will ask questions. You can't just cut my hair in my sleep without telling me why. Watch your tone, young lady. I'm not doing anything wrong here. You need to learn to respect your elders and bite your tongue. Mom stormed out of my room and slammed the door. She grounded me for a week, but I wasn't gonna let her scare me. While Mom was at work, I crept into her bedroom and searched her closet and all her drawers for evidence of something. Then finally, I lifted up a blanket from her bed and almost had a heart attack. On her bed was an open cardboard box with a pile of my hair strands. How long had she been collecting my hair? I wasn't sure what she was going to do with it, but I knew one thing for sure. I needed to get away from her. I thought about booking a flight to China to go back and live with Dad, except what if he didn't allow me to? The next day at school, I was in the library when suddenly I saw Gavin sitting across from me reading a book. Oh darn, I'd forgotten to cancel our tutoring sessions. Ming, hey. Hi, look, I won't be needing any more tutoring sessions. I'm moving back to China.
Wait, what? You're leaving?
Yes, and I don't know when I'll be back. You made the right choice not to kiss me at the concert. We would have both ended up hurt. Everyone I've ever been close to in my life has done me wrong or got separated from me. You were right to protect your heart, Gavin. He stared at me with sad eyes, and I couldn't bear being around him anymore. I went back to the house so I could secretly pack my bags and leave home. But that night, Mom knocked on my door. Do you have a minute? What's going on? What's in that box? Your 18th birthday is tomorrow, so I made you a present. Oh man, my birthday. I'd completely forgotten. What's this? You asked why I was collecting strands of your hair. Well, it was to make a quilt with something called dongtai hair embroidery. It's an old Chinese practice. You sew hair strands onto a piece of white silk. My grandmother started a tradition where a mother would embroider a piece, pass it down to their daughter who would continue the work and keep working on it until it was finished. Then the next daughter in line would receive the quilt as a gift. And that's you. I was shocked. Mom hated me. There was no reason she'd want me a part of any family tradition. I don't even remember the last time you gave me any presents, let alone something like this. Well, it's your 18th birthday and it's an old family practice. My mother used to tell me, back when we were close, that she wanted me to continue it. And you are my daughter after all. Mom hugged me awkwardly, and I tried to feel happy. Maybe I didn't have to run away from home after all. My mother loved me. This was proof she loved me. But I still couldn't sleep that night. I felt in my gut something was off. That Mom didn't give me that blanket for the reasons I thought she did. Suddenly, I heard voices coming from the other room that sounded like a FaceTime conversation. I can't believe you made me go through all that work to give Ming that dongtai blanket. She barely even said thank you. I shouldn't even have to ask you to pass that blanket down to your own daughter. I had to offer to take Ming for the summer so you'd agree to do it. Like I haven't already passed down enough to her. Ming is prettier than I ever was and won more pageants than I ever did. I did what you told me. I gave her the stupid quilt. What more do you want from me? Well, that all made more sense. Of course Mom hadn't changed. And of course she hadn't grown to love me. I refused to speak to both her and Dad that week. And one night, after Mom went to sleep, I threw the dongtai quilt into the fire with my strands of hair and 2 generations worth of work. At school, I still saw Gavin, but I avoided him too. After all, I told him I was leaving the country. On the last day of the semester, I was taking my finals, but I was panicking because I didn't know any of the answers. I hadn't been able to find a tutor as good as Gavin, and now I was the last one in the exam room. I tried to calm myself with deep breaths when suddenly some kids ran in screaming, pulling the examiner's arm. Miss Benson, someone broke into your car. And that's when Gavin walked in and sat next to me. We only have like 2 minutes tops. Give me your test. I'll finish it for you. No, Gavin, I can't ask you to do that. But he'd already taken my test and was filling in the answers. Why was he helping me?
So, obviously, you didn't move to China in the end.
No, not yet, but I still might, just to get away from everything and everybody. I don't understand, Gavin. Why did you do this for me?
Because I still care about you, Ming. I know I wasn't ready to kiss you that night at the concert, but part of me regrets that.
Really?
Yeah, I don't want my parents' divorce to scare me away from falling in love. You told me that night, nothing is worth living in fear for.
Gavin pulled me close, and I felt my heart skip a beat. Maybe you're right, Gavin. Just because my mom didn't know how to love me doesn't mean there aren't other people out there who do.
You mean like me?
Slow down, buddy. We're not there yet. I leaned over and kissed him right then. For the first time in ages, I walked home feeling happy. But when I entered the house, I found Mom sitting in front of the fireplace, crying. I can't believe you burnt the family quilt. A 3-generation quilt.
It wasn't a 3-generation quilt because you were never gonna pass it down to me. You only did it because Dad told you to. You know what? I'm done putting up with this. I'm moving out of this house. I'm not gonna live with you anymore. That summer, Dad let me stay with him in China as he promised, and Gavin and I applied to the same college and got in. Even after returning to the US, I didn't see Mom, and I also blocked her phone number. But one night at college, I was awake studying when I got a freaking message from Mom on TikTok begging me to call her. Jesus, she created a TikTok just to get a hold of me? I finally gave in, just to get her off my back.
Oh, honey, I'm so glad you called. I've been wanting to talk to you and make amends for a while.
It's a little too late for that, Mom. I really don't have time to talk. I have midterms tomorrow.
Ming, you didn't let me finish. I've been seeing a therapist and working through my issues. I want to be better. I want a fresh start.
Well, I am glad to hear you're finally getting help. I know you've been suffering for a while, but I can't just forget the way you've treated me all those years. Maybe one day I can forgive you. I just don't know when that'll be.
I understand. Well, if you ever do want to start over, my home is always open to you. I love you, and I'm sorry about everything.
Thanks, Mom. I've always wanted to hear those words from you. Hey, I'm Misty. I'm quiet, awkward, and allergic to attention. But my mom, she's basically the exact opposite. Everyone thinks she's just your average, slightly chaotic mom, but no one knows what she's really capable of, except me. Because this isn't her story, it's mine. Ever since I was a kid, there was one unspoken law in our house. When Mom's working, no one talks to her. Not me, not my dad, not even the dog. Only when she got home did she flip into perfect mom mode. When I was finally old enough to keep a secret, my parents sat me down for the big reveal. All right, you're finally old enough. Not mature, obviously. You're still reckless, lazy, always tired for no reason, say and do dumb stuff. Mom, you really don't have to tell me this. Why are you interrupting me? I'm literally not— Oh my God, you're doing it again! This is how you talk to the woman who carried you for 9 months? What do you want me to do? Carry you back? Please. You can barely carry yourself with those stick-thin legs and whatever junk you survive on.
Ladies, time out. What we want to tell you, Misty, is that your mom is an undercover cop.
Like in the movies? Wigs? Fake accents? Full-on Harley Quinn type stuff? No way. Yes way. Mom went into her room and stayed there for a whole 10 minutes. When she came out, I genuinely didn't recognize her. One day, I went to the mall, starving, grabbed a slice of pizza, and there was literally nowhere to sit. Unless I wanted to sit on someone's lap, the floor was my only option. So I found a quiet little corner and sat on the floor. That's when I got the text. Why are you sitting on the floor like a delinquent? Get up. Who even says delinquent anymore? And where are you? Everywhere. Now get up. I looked around. Nothing. Everyone was too tall, too short, too old, too young. Not a single person looked like my mom. But she was there, somewhere, watching. And it wasn't a one-time thing. If I bought candy instead of lunch, she knew. If I hung out with kids she didn't like, she knew. She was everywhere. So I started keeping to myself. A lot. By high school, I'd earned a reputation as the lone wolf. No drama, no distractions, just homework. And when you don't have any friends, you've got plenty of time for homework. Of course, that didn't stop me from developing the biggest, dumbest crush on my lab partner, Finn, who was basically my opposite in every possible way. Not exactly a straight-A student, always smiling, effortlessly friendly to everyone, even the socially challenged. Like, me.
Yeah, this is kinda gross. You thinking what I'm thinking?
Then, before I could even react, Finn casually yeeted our poor, definitely no longer alive frog out the window. When the teacher walked over, Finn just shrugged.
It jumped. You guys should really double check that these things are actually dead next time.
And the previous time it was also a dead frog, huh? You do this all the time. But at least I find you funny. Tell me, did you really put gum on Mrs. Schweinsteiger's chair? Ah, she deserves it. Don't tell anyone I said that.
Oh yeah. Miss Carter, I want to tell you something, but don't get upset. I heard her say something about you the other day. I don't want to be the gossip guy, but something about your 4th divorce, that you're simply not built to live a happy life.
She said what? How dare she? Thank you, Finn. I'm giving you an extra 5 points on this project, and 10 more if you like this video and subscribe to MSA. Finn, keep telling me everything, and you'll get the plusiest A ever.
That was kind of funny, so I let out the most awkward giggle in human history.
What are you laughing at, Missy? Minus 5 points for inappropriate giggling during science time.
And she walked away. It's Misty, but I didn't correct her.
Well, that wasn't nice of her. Well, time she gets her own gum moment, too.
Talking was never really my thing. And yet, despite all that, Finn kept talking to me. He was the only one who did. Or at least tried to. Until she showed up.
Class, please give a warm welcome to your new classmate, Leslie Green.
The principal beamed from ear to ear as he introduced Leslie, who, as it turned out, was the daughter of 2 international entrepreneurs, meaning she was super rich, which probably meant she'd be super popular too, right? And yet, out of everyone in the room, she chose to sit right next to me. Hi, I'm Leslie. I just know we're gonna be best friends. I nodded. That was all she was getting. But apparently, Leslie didn't take hints. Oh, and sit up straight, bestie. Bad posture today, and boom, you're 35, living in your car, eating string cheese for dinner. No husband, no kids. And just listening to breakup podcasts. Alone. Just saying. There was something very, how do I say this politely? Off, but weirdly familiar about Leslie.
Don't you think that there's something a little off about that girl?
Finn, since when?
Haven't you noticed her vocabulary is weirdly outdated? Every other word out of her mouth is swag and YOLO. That's her answer to everything.
And she's weirdly close with the teachers.
Right? She was talking to Mr. Reynolds about going gluten-free and then to Miss Carter about vacuum cleaner comparisons. Vacuum cleaners, Misty. I'm telling you, something's not adding up with this girl.
If even Finn, the guy who loves literally everyone, was suspicious of her, something was definitely up. But the biggest red flag of all? How weirdly obsessed Leslie was with me. Are you hydrated? You look clammy. Do you want my cardigan? Are you getting enough magnesium? You need to chew slower. I read about it on Facebook. I'm fine. I just got my period. I'll sit this one out. Oh, you poor thing. Are you sure you don't want to go to the nurse? Are you drinking enough water? Does anyone have a pad? Leslie, stop. I'm fine. What are you, my mom? And that's when it hit me. The vocabulary, the vacuum talk, the unsolicited protein lectures. I looked into her eyes. She winked. My soul left my body for a second. Oh no. Oh no. Misty, over here. Come sit with us. There she was, smack in the middle of the cafeteria, surrounded by Manon, the queen bee, and her 2 personal minions. Hey, Leslie, can we talk, alone? Why? We're all friends here, right, girl?
I told you, Leslie. She's so antisocial, and she actually thinks she has a shot with Finn.
Ooh, who's Finn? Not Leslie. Can you please come with me? Now, I yanked Leslie up by the wrist and dragged her out to the back courtyard where no one could hear me lose my mind. What the heck are you doing, Mom?
Misty, sweetheart. You're sharp, just like your mother. But sorry, honey, you don't actually think I can share the details of an ongoing police investigation, do you?
Investigation? You call sitting with Manon and her flying monkeys all day an investigation? Is this why the department went through all that trouble of dressing you up like this?
I look so young, right? And what's so bad about Manon? She's such a nice girl. I remember when you 2 were besties.
Yeah, when we were 4. And even then, she always hogged the good Barbies.
Maybe you should try being more friendly for a change. I actually think that if you fixed that attitude, and maybe got those bangs out of your face, you'd actually have a decent shot with Phil.
It's Finn, Mom.
Whatevs. Anyway, this is top secret stuff. You can't tell anyone I'm here. Understood?
And just like that, I went back inside with my 40-year-old high school bestie. Kill me. But oh, it got worse, because right after that, we had science class. Ever try handling dangerous chemicals with your crush standing right next to you while your mom is literally supervising from the back of the room like she's the FBI? I'm guessing no. So let me just save you the trouble. It's not an experience I'd slap a 5-star Yelp review on. I could literally feel my mom's eyes burning a hole through my spine.
Do you feel like someone's watching us?
We both turned around, and there she was, staring at us like she was calculating the exact force needed to yeet me off a cliff. What did I do this time? Did I answer a question wrong? Talk too loud? Blink too many times? Just then, Miss Carter came over and whispered something into Finn's ear. They both started laughing. Mom took a step closer, suspicious.
Leslie, what exactly do you think you're doing?
Don't you think you're the weird one, whispering and laughing with a student?
Oh, I get it now. You're jealous. You're one of those girls who has a crush on Finn. Like Misty, for example.
Me? No. On him? No. Ew.
Ouch, Misty.
Oh, I didn't mean... You know what I meant.
Ugh, girls are dumb. And you, Leslie, 5 seconds to get back to your seat or I'm calling your parents.
My parents are dead. How could you say that and hurt my feelings like this?
Oh, honey. I'm so sorry. I didn't know.
You would know if you ever checked on your students' records instead of flirting with hot guys like a total pick-me.
I understand you're hurting. Come, dear, let me make you a cup of tea.
Some students even gathered around to comfort Leslie while she sobbed like a toddler in the middle of the classroom.
Ugh, please tell me you're not falling for that act too.
Dear God, how long is this gonna take? That day, when she got home an hour later than me to scrub off her disguise, I finally figured out what made her so mad. Of all the Finns in the school, you had to pick the principal's son? Mom, there is literally only one Finn in my school. You'd know that if you did better research. You are not dating a criminal's kid. What, did the principal commit too many detentions? Misty, please stay out of it and away from him. Now, help me with my homework. Why do you have to do your homework? Sweetie, it's called committing to the role. I spent the entire afternoon tutoring my own mother and realizing she knows absolutely nothing. I had to explain the quadratic formula to her 4 times, and she still looked at me like I was out here doing Hogwarts-level sorcery. And don't even get me started on cell structure. This woman couldn't name the organelles even if her life depended on it. She nodded every time like she got it, then immediately asked something dumb like, I remember this. The nucleus is the brain, right? I had to take a full minute just to scream into a pillow. Honey, no one actually remembers this stuff after high school. It's like a Tupperware lid. We all had it once. No one knows where it went. And honestly, we're all fine without it. Don't tell your dad I said that though, okay? The next morning at school, I walked past Finn, who waved at me. And, like a totally normal, socially competent person, I waved back in the most awkward way possible before immediately turning around and speed-walking into the building. And that's when I remembered what my mom said. He's the son of a criminal. But like, what kind of criminal? Finn's dad always did give off low-key mob boss energy. But wait, what was Finn doing? He took a weird turn toward that old abandoned school building that no one had used in years. I couldn't help myself. I had to follow him. As we got closer to the building, I could smell something weird. It wasn't just any smell. This was a deeply unsettling stench, like if feet and expired cheese had a weird baby. I crouched behind a bush, watching as he stopped in front of the locked doors. My brain immediately started guessing. Okay, how is he gonna get in? A dramatic karate kick? A stolen master key? Because, nepotism is a thing. Nope, he just stood there, looking completely lost. Then, in a move that defied both logic and gravity, he started climbing the building, attempting to peek through the windows, only to immediately fall on his butt. What was he trying to do exactly?
Who's there? I swear I wasn't...
I turned to run, but Finn caught me immediately and tackled me to the ground.
Misty, what are you doing here?
I could ask you the same thing. Why aren't you in class? And what's with the smell? Finn blinked at me, then smirked.
Whoa, I think that's the most words I've ever heard you say in one go, ever.
Unbelievable. This guy was out here possibly involved in organized crime, and he was critiquing my word count? He pulled me up and led me toward the building. Because sure, let's just casually walk toward the source of the foulest odor known to mankind.
Honestly, I have no idea what this is. A while back, I noticed trucks rolling in after school unloading boxes and leaving behind this smell. Naturally, I wanted to tell my dad.
And?
Then I saw him shaking hands with these guys.
Oh, and you didn't think to, say something? Maybe call the police?
Misty, I don't think having a warehouse of questionable smelling products is an arrestable offense. I need actual proof. I have no idea what's going on, but I can promise you it has something to do with that Leslie girl.
What?
Leslie? No way. I mean, I talked to her. The lights are on, but nobody's home, Finn.
Yeah, that's what she wants us to think.
Okay, even if you're right, why would she tell us anything?
Isn't she obsessed with you? She'll tell you whatever you want to know.
That's not really how mother-daughter dynamics work. I tell her everything, and she decides what to tell me, if anything. That said, this time, I did happen to know more than I was supposed to. And I wanted to tell Finn. I really did. I just wasn't sure if I should. We need an actual plan, Finn. Do you have one?
We'll play it by ear.
Wow, so strategic. But maybe you could borrow a key since your dad's the principal? Finn turned to me like I had just insulted his entire bloodline. Apparently, it wasn't that simple. I felt kind of bad, so before I could overthink it, I offered to help. Because if I help him, I might also manage to steer him away from the truth about Leslie's real identity. Or at least try. Brilliant decisions are my specialty. We'd sneak in after school, unless more sketchy cargo showed up first. Which raised a much bigger question. What was I doing? This was my mom's investigation. Should I tell her? But would that be betraying Finn? After an entire day of agonizing over the very important question, who do I want to least disappoint, my terrifying mother or my crush, I finally came to a decision. This was a real police investigation, and the responsible thing to do was follow the law. So, like a mature, law-abiding citizen, I went straight to my mom. I found her, of course, right where she always was, with Manon and her two brainless shadows. I had to pull every shred of courage I had left. She's not really some mean girl, just my mom.
Okay, but I'm literally the fastest braider in the whole squad. My record is like 3 braids in under a minute.
Oh, wow. That's adorable. I used to braid full ponytail extensions during car chases.
What?
I mean, go-kart races at the arcade. My boyfriend's driving was insane.
Mm-hmm. Sure. Let's see it then. Braid off. Right now. Ready, set, braid.
Leslie whipped out a comb from literally nowhere and started braiding with FBI-level precision. Manon, meanwhile, was struggling, dropping strands, muttering under her breath. I was born to braid. You were born to watch. I'm a winner. I'm a legend.
Whatever! Braiding's for poor people!
Everyone went quiet. Then I cleared my throat. Leslie, about that really important thing, I'm not sure what you mean.
Oh, why are you still talking to that weirdo? We're gonna be late to practice because of her.
Practice?
Yeah, I got Leslie on the cheer squad. We have a full dress rehearsal coming up. She's not like you, Misty. Leslie cares about sports. She doesn't have a homework hunchback like you do.
I told you to sit up straight. I can't believe it. My mom just chose Manon's side over her own daughter? Whatever it is, I'm sure we'll have time to talk about it later. No, Leslie, this is really, really important. You know what I'm talking about. No, I have no idea. And I have practice. Let's go, girls. She brushed past me, then leaned in, whispering in my ear, "Stay out of this, Misty." I was shook. Not only had my super professional mother taken cheerleading more seriously than a possible lead on her investigation, she took Manon's side and called me a hunchback. Fine. If she's not going to take this investigation seriously, then I will. But later, I saw her at practice. And I mean, I hate to say this, but Mom kinda crushed it. She tossed her pom-poms into the air, nailed a triple cartwheel, and, at the very last second, caught them midair like some kind of undercover gymnast ninja. The whole cheer squad went absolutely feral, clapping, screaming, bouncing around like they'd just seen Beyonce live. Well, except Manon, obviously. She looked kind of jealous. She stood there with this tight little smile, then casually walked past Mom and accidentally clipped her ankle.
Oh, oopsie!
I swear, for 1 second, Mom's eyes flashed like she was about to end her entire bloodline. But she smiled, fixed her posture, and walked it off like a true cheer queen. After school, Finn and I sat quietly in an empty classroom, waiting for the halls to empty out.
Hey, are you okay? You look sad.
What? Oh, no, I'm fine. He looked like he didn't believe me, but let it go. Once the coast was clear, we slipped out and crept toward the admin floor. Of course, perfect. The secretary was still there, typing furiously furiously at her computer.
Hey, Valerie. Late shift, huh?
What do you want, Finn? I'm busy.
Oh, someone was looking for you outside.
Me? He was tall, ripped, and tan.
Yeah, definitely.
Black sports car?
Mm-hmm. And he had a little gift box. It looked like, maybe a ring box? Sound familiar? Valerie froze mid-keystroke. Then she grabbed her bag, shut off her computer, and practically flew out the door.
Turn off the lights when you leave, okay?
We waited until her heels clicked out of earshot. Finn turned to me with that slow head tilt that said, "Did you seriously just do that?" What? It was just a tiny white lie. I'll buy her a ring if I have to.
Not the kind of ring she's expecting, and you know it.
We started rummaging through the key tags, but shockingly, none of them said, "Big abandoned stinky building." So we searched the room until I found a drawer that looked like it hadn't been opened since the Stone Age. Inside, a key. We sprinted to the old building. No lights, no sounds, no sketchy late-night deliveries. We used the key to unlock the storage room, and it worked. Quietly, we stepped inside and immediately froze. Stacks and stacks of boxes filled with random goods. Clothes, toys, kitchenware, even dog accessories, and all of it smelled horrific.
Let's not leave any stones unturned. Who knows what's buried in here?
Ugh, that garbage smell is coming from the actual products. Then the door slammed open. Luckily, stacks of boxes hit us. But then Finn grabbed my hand and dragged me deeper into the room.
You idiots! Why don't you ever lock the place?
Sorry, sir. I swear we locked it last time. Maybe someone broke in.
Oh, sure. Because people are just dying to sneak into this stink dungeon for fun. Try using that peanut you call a brain. But if someone did come in here and saw through the open doors, all this stuff just lying around for free, they'd still risk permanent nasal damage just to grab what they could. Check everything. Make sure no one's been snooping around. No pun intended.
Don't move. Don't breathe.
I've been trying not to breathe since we got here. Don't worry, I'm great at not drawing attention to myself.
Really? I don't think so. You're kind of hard to miss.
Was that a compliment? I think it was, because at that moment, Finn looked straight into my eyes, and suddenly I realized how close we were. But then a hand ruffled my hair, a hand that did not belong to Finn.
Found two little snoops, boss. Look at these nosy kids. Especially this one. He's got the face of a criminal. He looks real familiar, I swear.
That's my son, you moron! Finn, what the heck are you doing here?
No, Dad. What the heck are you doing here? What is all this? My nose hairs are literally burning from the stink in this place.
It's the smell of money, Finn. Piles and piles of money.
I had never seen Smiley Finn this angry in my life. But before he could get a word out...
And as for you, what's your name again? Missy? Minnie? Look, I appreciate your little friendship with my son, but you've seen a bit too much. Eugene's gonna escort you out, and maybe explain why it'd be a really bad idea to tell anyone what you just saw.
Eugene didn't exactly look like the friendly type, and just to make it worse, another one of Lawson's goons stepped up behind him.
She's not going anywhere.
The goons moved fast. I barely had time to think before one of them grabbed my arm. Okay, so I panicked. I screamed, right in Eugene's ear, like full volume, feral banshee scream. He flinched so hard he let go. The second goon stumbled into a stack of boxes while trying to grab me, and that's when I moved. Finn, the dog bowls! He grabbed one, I grabbed another, and we chucked them at the floor. Plastic clanged everywhere. The goons slipped. One tripped over a clown curtain. The other one fell on a squeaky duck toy. Yes, there were duck toys. Run! We bolted, boots pounding behind us. We ducked through the crates, turned corners, and split up. I dove behind a stack of boxes full of, are you kidding me? Sad clown drapes? Why? I could hear the goons' voices behind the stack.
This is so not in my job description.
And that's when I got an idea. I shoved the whole stack forward. Judging by the yell and the crash on the other side, Finn had the same idea. When I peeked out, Finn was crouched on a pile of neon tablecloths and bulk glitter.
Go!
We sprinted. We were so close. Exit in sight. And then there he was, Principal Lawson, blocking the door. Then,
police, hands where we can see them.
Lawson and his goons were so freaked out, they obeyed before even realizing they'd just been caught red-handed. A SWAT team of officers stormed in. 3 cops dragged Lawson and his guys straight to the squad cars, while the rest of them started packing up all the merch.
Misty, what in the world are you doing here?
Solving crime? If you'd actually listened to me about Finn instead of running off to your cheerleader fantasy camp, you would have known about this way sooner.
Ugh, I knew what was going on. According to our intel, Lawson was supposed to have a secret meeting in the girls' locker room at the gym with one of his shady suppliers. The plan was for me to accidentally walk in and bust them mid-deal, but someone set off the silent alarm, and instead of catching him in the act, we had to chase him here. But you were so busy with cheer practice and Manon. Honey, I'm supposed to pretend to bond with the cheerleaders so I have a solid alibi for being in the girls' locker room so often. What, did you think you could just whisper intel to me in the hallway like we're in some spy movie? Oh, it's fine. Honestly, this actually worked out better. We caught him with the illegal goods. And I gotta admit, you two weren't half bad as undercover operatives. Well, except for the part where you got caught.
What the heck? Leslie, why are you old?
Wow, okay, rude. I told you I didn't like this boy, Misty. Turns out that Principal Lawson was importing cheap, unregulated products from all over the world. Stuff that didn't meet any health standards. That made it dirt cheap for him to buy. And he sold it for crazy high prices. The profit was insane. And that awful smell we'd been gagging over was highly toxic chemicals. So basically, we spent the last hour marinating in potential lung damage. Fun times. The next day, the entire school was losing their minds over Principal Lawson's arrest. No one really noticed that Leslie had conveniently vanished, but everyone was asking one thing: where's Finn? After school, I did the bravest, most terrifying thing I could think of. I went to my crush's house.
Oh, hey Misty, what are you doing here?
Oh, just checking in, making sure you're okay. Not that I think you're okay. I mean, obviously things aren't okay, but you're okay? I mean...
I'll be okay. Thanks for worrying about me, but it's going to take me a while to go back to school and, look people in the eye again.
He invited me in, and for once, I wasn't terrified. I just sat there making him laugh, and it felt nice. He told me it took him a whole day to process the fact that Leslie is my mom, but he understood, and he promised not to tell anyone.
Leslie and I aren't the same person. I was committed to my job, and Manon's a snake. And don't worry, I handled it. She also promised not to spy on me anymore, which was progress. So I guess that means my mom won't be going undercover at my school again. I mean, lightning doesn't strike twice, right?
Hi, I'm Chris, and I live in Los Angeles with my celebrity mom. Before I continue, please like and subscribe to MSA. I never knew my dad, but I totally worshipped my mom. She was a famous singer, and with her sparkly clothes and gorgeous voice, she was perfect in my eyes. Except, mom never seemed to love me the way I loved her. In fact, growing up, she was always so busy. She barely had time for me. Mom, could you help me with my hair? I'm late for school, and this knot is just the worst. Oh, sweetie, I'm late for a recording, but I've got an idea. And with that, mom took a pair of scissors and cut a huge chunk of my hair. I walked around the school looking like a shaved lizard for days. When I was 10, I got selected to play the lead in the play. Mom promised that she would come, but I kept waiting and she never showed up. When I got home, I saw her having a spa session in the middle of our living room. Everything is calm. You're in your happy place, in the middle of the meadows, beneath the sparkling skies. Mom? Shh! She's in her happy place. I don't care. I need to talk to her. But mom just lay there, face down, completely zoned out. I felt so mad. I walked up to the massage lady and smashed the bowl of oil on the floor. What's the matter with you, Chris? Can't you see I'm busy? You missed my play for a stupid spa session? How could you be so selfish, Mom? You have no idea about the stress I'm under. Working on my new album to keep my millions of fans happy. And how about keeping me happy? Ever thought about that? With that, I just ran up to my room and shut my door. Mom and I didn't speak to each other for days. And after that, she left for yet another tour and didn't come back for 2 whole weeks. Over time, Mom and I just got more distant. She got busier with work, and I got busier with school and theater. With time, I got better and started performing in local dramas. Things were fine. But then I turned 16 and everything changed. Mom told me she was leaving on a tour for a year and I was going to a boarding school. But I don't want to go. My whole life is here. Why are you doing this? Chris, please don't make this more difficult than it already is. You're going to a boarding school and that's final. I kept arguing with Mom the whole night, but she didn't give a hoot, and 2 days later, I was on a flight to my new school. Mom didn't even come to see me off, but by now, I didn't care. From the moment I arrived, I hated the place. The walls were so gray it made my eyes hurt, and the hallways looked something straight out of a horror movie. Just when I thought the place couldn't get creepier, I was on my way to the class when suddenly a girl my age collapsed at my feet. Oh my god, my head is so heavy. I feel like I'm gonna throw up. Take me to the nurse, please. The girl started shivering like crazy and I panicked and took her to the nurse. But she was so busy with someone else and just told me to take the girl to one of the treatment beds. I'm here a lot since I suffer from fainting spells. But you didn't faint. You just dropped at my feet. Right. I mean, normally I faint a lot. But today I just have a broken sock bone. Okay, fine. I'm just trying to get out of class. Please don't tell anyone. You can stay with me in Miss Class too. I'll cover for you. I'm Melody. Chris. Melody and I got talking and instantly connected over our hatred for the boarding school. Incidentally, she was also my roommate and the biggest troublemaker around. She was always sneaking out, bunking classes, misbehaving with teachers. Her dad was one of the trustees, so the teachers didn't really say anything. This one time, Melody dropped fart bombs in the class and everyone went into a frenzy. Obviously, she got busted and threw a tantrum. I was trying to hide my fart smell with that bomb. I have a very weak stomach and I fart a lot. You know how kids can get really mean about these things. You want me to get bullied? What if I start taking drugs? What if I die? And then Melody dropped like a fly to the ground and the teacher ended up apologizing to her instead. Being with Melody was fun and slowly I started liking my life in school. Until one day, I was on stage reciting a Shakespeare sonnet for a school play when I saw Mom walking in. I was so shocked to see her. I forgot all my lines and ran backstage in panic. But I tripped on the stairs and the next thing I knew, I was in the hospital with Mom and Melody sitting next to me. I'm a horrible mother. I shouldn't have come and upset Chris like that. It's my fault. I called you here so we could finally tell Chris the truth. But I guess we messed up big time, Mom. What? When did you wake up? Around the same time you called my mom your mom. I didn't say mom. I said bomb, because your mom's the bomb. Shut up. I might have hit my head, but I'm not stupid. Now tell me, why did you call her mom? It's okay, Mel. I think it's time. Chris, sweetie, Melody is your twin sister. Mom told me how years ago she was in a horrible marriage with my biological father and she had no choice but to run away from home. But after a week, she found out she was pregnant with twins. She couldn't afford to raise 2 kids, so she gave Melody up for adoption. I ran away to LA and met this music producer who helped me out. When I got successful, I tried looking for Melody, but I couldn't track her down. My adoptive dad's witchy girlfriend wanted me out of the house, so he enrolled me in this boarding school. But last week, Dad finally told me about my biological mom. I got in touch with Mom and asked her if she'd want to meet me. And you chose to meet her here, Mom? You didn't think what would happen if I found out? I thought it would be nice to introduce you to your twin sister. Mom, you paid 0 attention to me all my life, and then you show up here unannounced and tell me I have a twin sister? What part of this is nice? And Melody, you knew I was your sister and didn't say a word to me? Why? Mom asked me not to. And you listened to her? The woman who abandoned you. This is crazy. My head's spinning. Just leave, both of you. Mom and Melody left, and I just sat in my bed feeling totally betrayed. Doctors discharged me that evening, and soon after, Mom left for home. Back in school, I just avoided Melody like the plague, even though she tried talking to me a million times. Soon, it was time for spring break, and I was packing my stuff when Melody walked in. Are you done? The driver's here to pick us up. What do you mean? I'm going home. My dad is traveling for business, so Mom invited me to stay at your place. I know you hate the idea, but I've waited all my life to have a family. Please, just let me have this one spring break. I promise I won't butt in your life ever again. I wanted to say no, but Melody looked like she would break in a million pieces, so I decided to look the other way. It would be good for Melody to discover what a terrible mom we had, but I was totally wrong. Mom was so excited to have Melody around, she took a break from work, made us breakfast, took us out on shopping sprees, dinners, and she even threw a homecoming party for Melody. Mom had never paid me so much attention, and it made me so jealous watching her bond with Melody. Soon after spring break ended, and it was time to get back to school. But a day before we had to leave, Mom gave me yet another surprise. So, I've spoken to your dad, Melody, and we have decided that it's best you girls stay near home. No more boarding school for you guys. Isn't that exciting? Oh, Mom, that's great. It sucks. Mom, I begged you not to send me to that dreaded school, and you didn't listen to me. But now that you have your new daughter, you want her to stay near you? I want both of my daughters to stay close to me. I've missed out on so much already, and I just want to make up for the lost time. Yeah, right? You'll just end up disappointing Melody like you've always disappointed me. With that, I just left. And the next day, Mom enrolled us in a school nearby. I just wanted to stay away from home as much as possible, so I decided to join the drama club in my new school. On my first day, we were asked to perform a dialogue from Romeo and Juliet, and I got paired up with this dreamboat of a boy, Matt. He was so cute, I could hardly focus.
Oh, my Juliet, why won't you come down? I want to see your pretty face and your beautiful sparkling eyes.
Go on.
It's your line?
Sure. Oh, Matt, I mean Romeo. You are the light of my life. Your face is so perfect, like a sculpted statue. And those arms, so strong. Do you work out a lot?
I do, but I don't think that's what we were talking about.
Then what are you talking about?
The play? Are you okay? You're not blinking.
I'm fine. I'm just getting into character. You know, Juliet and all. I'm weird. Sorry. Bye-bye. Nice to meet you. I ran in the other direction, feeling totally embarrassed. And minutes later, Matt came behind me. The two of us started talking, and by the end of the day, Matt asked me out on a date. I had the best time with Matt that evening. He was fun, cute, and a really good listener. Pretty soon, I found myself pouring my heart out to him, telling him everything about my family and Melody.
It sounds tough. I grew up without a family too. I mean, I had my dad, but he was hardly around, so I get where you're coming from.
Thanks for listening. I've ruined the date, haven't I?
Maybe there's still time to turn things around.
And with that, Matt leaned in and kissed me, and I kissed him back. We went on a few more dates, and I was over the moon when Matt asked me out officially. Every night, he'd come over, and I'd sneak out with him. We'd go for drives, parties, walks, and it helped me keep my mind off things at home. One evening, Matt invited me to this party at his cousin's place. It was a little out of town, so he told me we'd be staying the night. I was just climbing out my window when Melody walked in. Where are you going? To hang out with your hippie boyfriend? I know you've been sneaking out to spend time with Matt, but Chris, I just don't think he's right for you. I heard he's always skipping school and his grades are trash. And just last week, he almost got arrested for stealing cars. Those are baseless rumors. And you're one to talk. Have you completely forgotten what a mess you were in school? Besides, you should be happy I'm out of your hair so you can spend more time with Mom. I'm just trying to reconnect with my family. And look how great that's going. Now I'm getting late, so go back to your room and stay out of my life. And I just picked up my bag and left. I took a cab and went straight to the location Matt had sent. But when I reached the place, it was totally dark and there was no one around. I walked up to the cabin and knocked, but no one answered. And seconds later, someone tapped on my shoulder. I turned around and saw two big men staring at me, and Matt was right behind them. What's happening? And who are you?
Oh, don't worry, sugar. We'll only keep you here till your mom comes and rescues you.
Rescue me from what? Matt, what is this?
I'm so sorry, Chris. I owe these people a lot of money, and since my dad won't give me any, I had no choice but to kidnap you. Just do what they're saying and we'll all be safe. I promise you.
Are you out of your mind? I trusted you. You're my boyfriend. Oh my God, this is such a mess. Help!
Don't bother. There's no one around. Please, Chris, just sit tight and hear me out.
Get away from me! I pushed Matt away and ran for my life. But one of the two big hounds caught up to me and took me back to the cabin. Just as he was trying to tie my hands, I bit his ear and pushed him away. The other guy launched himself at me, but before I could react, a vase came flying out of nowhere and hit him in his head. He fell backwards, and I saw Melody jump in with a baseball bat. Matt saw everything and rushed out the cabin, but he was stopped by Mom and a bunch of policemen. As they handcuffed and dragged Matt and the two guys away, Mom came running and hugged me tight. I'm so glad you're okay. Thank God. I saw you getting into that cab and noted down its number. He's the one who told me about this place. Don't you dare do something like this again, Chris. I'm so sorry, Mel. I was so mad watching you and Mom together. It just made me jealous and crazy, and I just couldn't think straight. I thought you guys didn't care about me since you had each other. It's my fault. As a single mom, I needed to work hard and I got my career break, but I guess I just kind of got carried away with it. I wasn't there when you needed me, Chris, and I will never forgive myself for that. But I'm here now. Not just for Melody, but for both of you. So please, give me another chance. I'm sorry, too. I should have been there for you as a friend before anything else, but I was so happy to have found Mom. I ignored how you must have felt. Hey, at least we're all here and together, and that's all that matters. How about we start with a clean slate? You spoke my mind.
Hi, I'm Rigel from Washington. Please like and subscribe. My parents were space scientists at NASA, so they named me after one of the brightest stars in the galaxy, Rigel. Now, problems started when they expected me to be a star performer at school, too. But there was only one thing that got me starry-eyed, watching anime. But my parents kept pushing me towards space science.
Rigel, we got you the latest spaceship Lego set. Come on, let's put it together.
I haven't pooped for 3 days, so the gas inside me might explode. I gotta go.
Rigel, it's such a clear night. Let me show you some constellations.
Some other time, Mom. I have to go walk our goldfish.
I darted out of the house faster than a bullet train. When I was in grade 6, my parents had to move to New Jersey for a year for some project. On my first day there, I was in the garden when I saw a girl my age next door. She had long blonde hair and blue eyes, and she was dancing like a ballerina princess on her porch. When the music stopped, I clapped for her.
That was beautiful. Thanks. You must be the new neighbor Mom was talking about. Are your parents astronauts? Have they been to the moon?
I told her what my parents did, and her eyes widened.
So their job is to look at the stars? Do you know how many of them are up there?
Of course. There are 20,000 gazillion million stars.
Wow, you sound like a genius. Mom says when God forgets to give someone beauty, he makes up for it by giving them brains.
Okay, that was kind of insulting. The girl introduced herself as Bianca, and she told me her mom was a model and her dream was to become the best ballerina in the world. We even went to the same school, and I found out Bianca was super popular. She had her own YouTube channel with amazing dance videos and thousands of subscribers. We grew close, and most days after school, she'd hang out at my house, mainly because of Mom's cupcakes.
My mom doesn't let me eat sweets. She says I won't be able to dance if I put on weight.
No need to listen to your mom, honey. Scientific studies suggest that makeup gets absorbed through the skin and shrinks brain cells. Imagine how tiny your mom's brain must be. Put that cupcake down, Bianca, and tell me something. Did you become a space person because you're ugly and no boy on Earth wanted you? What? I have a husband. And where did you meet him? At work? Exactly. But we don't work in space. Then why do you keep telling people you're a space worker? Liar. Come, Bianca, let's go. Clearly, our moms couldn't stand each other, but that didn't stop Bianca and me from being friends. Once in class, our math teacher, Mrs. Watson, was giving a really boring lecture, so I started sketching her. Suddenly, Bianca grabbed my notebook, scribbled something, and handed it back. She'd made Mrs. Watson's butt bigger and labeled the picture Mrs. Butson. I giggled loudly, and just then, Mrs. Watson walked up and snatched my notebook. Who made this? I did.
No, I did.
We were both sent to the principal's office, and our moms were called in, and they went crazy. My daughter would never do such a thing. She's an angel. Then why don't you take her to space with you next time, and don't bother coming back? I'm a space scientist, not an astronaut, but a bimbo like you wouldn't understand. Bimbo? As if counting the stars is really a smart job. And at least I'm gorgeous. Your looks could make onions cry. Suddenly, Mom lunged at Bianca's mom and pulled her hair, and her wig came off. She pounced on Mom's face and broke her glasses. The principal had to call 4 teachers to pull them apart. That evening, I was on my way to the market when I heard loud noises coming from Bianca's house. Stop hanging out with that girl. She's a good-for-nothing loser just trying to get you in trouble.
No, Mom. Rigel's my best friend.
Bianca, you're too innocent. If she was the one who made the sketch, why did she let you take the blame too? Bianca fell silent, and I quietly walked away. Why didn't Bianca say she'd drawn something too? I tried to avoid Bianca after that day, but it was hard since she kept following me around like a lost puppy. One day, she was at my place when she saw my bicycle and said no one had ever taught her how to ride one. Well, I can teach you if you want.
Woohoo! This is so much fun!
Suddenly, Bianca's mom came out running and started shouting, "Get off that thing right now. You'll hurt yourself before your big ballet performance next week. And you, stop teaching my daughter stupid things. Riding a bicycle isn't stupid, but you wouldn't understand because when God gives you beauty, he forgets to give you brains." Did you just call me stupid? No, I called you beautiful. Bianca's mom refused to let her go out after that until the day of her ballet performance. But one night, I got a text from Bianca saying she was super bored, so I asked her to sneak out of the window where I was waiting for her with my bike. We both had so much fun taking turns riding it. When it was Bianca's turn, suddenly a car whizzed past her. She lost her balance and went crashing into a lamppost. My parents rushed her to the hospital where the doctor told us she'd broken a bone in her left foot and would probably never be able to dance again. I'm so sorry, Bianca.
Get lost, you witch. I won't ever be able to live my dream because of you. Mom was right. You're just a good-for-nothing loser who can't stand anyone who's prettier and more popular than her.
I was shocked at her words. How could she mean that? She made it sound as if the accident was my fault. Honey, she's really upset right now. But don't worry, she'll come around. Only Bianca never did. She blamed me for what happened and turned into this mean bully who didn't miss a chance to put me down. Thankfully, I didn't have to deal with it for long since we moved back to Washington soon after. By the time I was in high school, My parents had given up all hopes of me becoming a NASA scientist, but I was still obsessed with anime. So when our teacher announced career day in class, I decided to dress up as my favorite anime character. As I entered the classroom in costume, I saw all the boys gushing over a new girl. She had blonde hair and really blue eyes. OMG, it was Bianca. I quickly tried to hide my face behind my bag, but Bianca spotted me. Hey, Rigel. Long time no see. Ew, what are you dressed as? A homeless beggar girl? I'm dressed as my favorite anime character, Mikasa Ackerman. So you're still making those weird drawings, huh? As they say, once a loser, always a loser. Bianca became super popular thanks to her stunning looks. All the boys wanted to date her, and all the girls wanted fashion tips from her. And Bianca never failed to rub her popularity in my face. Rigel, 97 guys proposed to me today. Or wait, was it 99? Well, good for you. I bet no one's ever asked you out. Such a loser. Mikasa Ackerman can never be a loser. I turned around to see Toby standing behind me. He was a year senior to us and was an awkward skinny guy with braces and huge glasses. I just wanted to tell you that I loved your outfit that day. Thanks. Are you into anime too? Yeah, big time. We ended up discussing our favorite shows and characters and didn't even notice when Bianca marched off angrily. After that day, I started hanging out with Toby, and he told me something shocking. Bianca was his stepsister. Her mom married my dad a few months back. Things are weird between Bianca and her mom. They hardly ever talk to each other. I told him about our friendship and how things ended between us. Now I get why she's mean to you. Do you want me to talk to her? No, I don't want things to turn ugly between you two because of me. Toby and I started getting closer day by day, and we had tons in common. One evening, he invited me to his house to show me his collection of anime comics. His favorite anime character played the guitar, and he had a similar one in his room, too. When I asked him if he knew how to play, Toby shyly took the guitar and started playing, and he was phenomenal. Wow, Toby, you could easily play in our school band. You're so good. The next day, I insisted Toby meet our school band teacher, and he agreed to give him a chance after hearing him play. After that day, Toby joined the school band. I even gave him a little makeover, and his popularity in school shot through the roof. But he just wanted to hang out with me, and this really pissed off Bianca. My brother doesn't know what a two-faced person you are. Stay away from him. He deserves someone better. Why do you have to be so mean, Bianca? What happened all those years ago wasn't my fault. Really? You have to have some nerve to say that. If you hadn't made me sneak out of my room that day, I'd still be dancing. How was I to know you'd get into an accident? We were just kids, Bianca. Let it go. Easier said than done. She pushed me aside angrily and marched off. Gosh, this girl was something else. A few weeks later, Toby and I were chilling at my house when he saw some of my anime drawings on the table. Oh, it's nothing. Just a hobby right now. I tried hiding my drawings, but when Toby insisted, I showed him the anime series I'd been sketching.
Wow, these need to be published. You have no idea how amazing you are, Rigel. Can I show these to my dad?
Toby told me his dad's friend owned a big publishing house and he could actually get my series published. I was super excited by the idea, so I put my sketches in a folder and gave them to him. The next day, I reached school early and waited anxiously for Toby when a girl from my class told me he was waiting for me in the auditorium. But when I got there, it was completely empty. I was about to leave when the stage lit up and Bianca walked onto it. And she was holding the folder Toby took with him. Surprise, surprise. So what were you saying that day about letting things go? Well, today I'm gonna do something, and you're gonna have to let it go. Okay, Rigel? Just then, Bianca pulled a lighter from her pocket and set my folder on fire. I watched in horror as years of my hard work got burned to ashes. But just then, I noticed a spark from it land on her dress, and in a fraction of a second, it caught fire. Before Bianca had a chance to react, I ran on stage, peeled off the thick carpet, and wrapped it around her. Thankfully, that was enough to put out the fire. Are you hurt? No, I'm okay, I think.
Bianca, what did you just do? Are you insane?
Toby told me he'd been looking everywhere for the folder this morning, and a maid told him she'd seen Bianca take it from his room last night. Yes, I stole the folder because I wanted to show Rigel how painful it is when something you've worked so hard for is snatched away from you. Bianca, I'm so sorry for what happened to you, but it was an accident.
Yeah, but it ruined my chances of becoming a ballet dancer. It's everything Mom ever wanted. After I stopped dancing, Mom basically lost interest in me. And then she got remarried and got busy with her life. I felt so lonely.
I was always there for you, Bianca, but you never warmed up to me.
Because every time I saw Mom being nice to you, I felt jealous. And then you started hanging out with Rigel, and that just made me angrier.
Life always gives us a choice, Bianca. We can choose love or we can choose hate. You chose hate today, but I choose love. I forgive you for burning my drawings. With that, I walked out of the auditorium. A few weeks later, it was my birthday, and I'd thrown a small party for my friends. I was in my room getting ready when I heard Mom talking to someone. It was Bianca.
Rigel, you never told me Bianca had moved to Washington too. It just slipped my mind.
Just like it slipped your mind to invite me to your birthday party? Well, I'm here anyway. Happy birthday, Rigel. I don't want anything from you. Just open it. My jaw dropped when I saw it was a book of my anime series. But you'd burned all my drawings. I tried, but I couldn't. I just burned the empty folder that day, Rigel. When that accident happened, Mom kept blaming you for it, and I started believing her. And when I saw you after all these years, the hurt came back. I'm sorry for what you went through, Bianca. Believe me, if I could turn back time, I'd be on that bike instead of you. I know. When I saw you being so nice to Toby and encouraging him to play in the band, I realized maybe I was wrong all along. I know you think of me as this evil person, but I'm not as bad as you think. No, you're not. I hugged Bianca, and she hugged me right back, and it felt great.
Okay, now I'm feeling a little jealous.
Bianca and I laughed as we pulled Toby into a hug, too. My anime series soon became a huge hit. With success came money, and my parents were shocked that what they considered a waste of time could actually be a full-time career opportunity. So, do you guys still want me to be a space scientist? Yes, but only in an anime. Hi, my name is Owena, which means sunrise in Native American. And this is... You thought this was my sister? She's actually my mom, Sachin. To know more about our story, please like and subscribe. My mom had me when she was in her final year of drama school. Growing up, Dad wasn't around much and eventually left when I was just 4. For me, my mom was everything, and I absolutely adored her. Since my mom was the most gorgeous woman, people used to think we were sisters. She was gorgeous, and I guess I got my good looks from her. One time when I was 7, Mom and I went to the mall and were having lunch in the food court, and a waiter asked for her number. You look like you're in high school. Beat it, kid, or else I'll tell your manager. A mom and a daughter can't have lunch in peace. Terrific. After lunch, as we were roaming around the mall, we spotted a toddler competition being held there, and even though I wasn't exactly a toddler, I still won it without even participating. When the people started taking pictures of me and told my mom how I looked like Moana, Mom was over the moon. I know, right? I'm so gonna make her a star.
Mommy, like the stars in the sky or like the ones on my dress?
A movie star, sweetie. From there on, Mom focused all her energy into making me a star. In school, I was always in plays, and one time our school was doing the Wizard of Oz play, and my teacher decided to give others a chance to come forward and made me the Wicked Witch instead of Dorothy. But guess what? I aced that role too. Mom was so proud of me, but she wanted me to focus only on my acting career. So she started to homeschool me and hired acting tutors. They'd give me long scripts to memorize, and it would just exhaust me. Mom also wanted me to focus on maintaining an ideal weight, and she wouldn't let me eat any junk food. And worse, no ramen noodles, which was my favorite. It's for the best, my love. Remember, a moment on the lips, forever on the hips. Oh, that wasn't all. Mom also had the knack of embarrassment and stressing me out. No, it's not ghiaccio. It's pronounced ghiacciu. What am I paying you for? Mom, please. He is Italian, you know. I think you should let the professional do his job. But he's not doing it right. The audition is tomorrow, and we have so little time left to perfect your Italian accent. Well, the teachers stormed out, and I was left to practice with Mom. The next day, I was pretty nervous because I had a lot of trouble remembering my Italian lines. Right when I decided to have another look at the script, I realized it was gone. Just then, I spotted a girl looking really sneaky. It was Chloe. She used to be my friend when I started out my career, but the more roles I got, the more she hated me, and she didn't even try to hide it. We were always up against each other for every advertisement. I followed her, and what I saw made me scream. Chloe ripped my script and flushed it. What are you doing? So, you're not just bad at acting, you also have bad eyesight. I'm getting rid of it, duh. I want this role. I hate it when my mom keeps comparing me to you. I am better than you. Oh, this witch. I wanted to slap her. Of course she compares me to you. I'm good at what I do. Unlike you, you jealous, two-faced witch. I then chased after her and crashed into a man, almost dropping his camera. He noticed I was in tears, and then I told him what happened.
Whoa, didn't know she was a nasty player, huh? You know what?
Just then, he pulled out the script and gave it to me. He was the camera person for the advertisement and had the script with him. As I was practicing, I noticed him setting up the camera and couldn't stop staring. He then showed me how to set it up and even shot a video as I watched in awe. That was the day I knew I love being behind the camera more than in front of it. Oh, and I got the ad. Time flew by, and on my 18th birthday, I received the best news ever. After the party while cleaning up, I heard the sound of glass breaking and my mom screaming in the kitchen. Mom, what's wrong? Are you hurt? You got it. Oh my God, you got it. Mom, slow down. You got the audition for Elijah's film. Elijah Miller's film? The one who works for Disney? What? You see, Elijah Miller was the biggest award-winning director. I was a big fan. Not only was he handsome, but he was extremely talented too. I guess it was the first time I felt like I could really be a star. I worked hard, really hard, and seeing me so focused, Mom looked pretty happy. There is no way you aren't getting this role. Mom, I am excited, but don't get my hopes up. Why shouldn't I? Always have your eye on the prize. Got it? A day before the audition, I felt very stressed, so I took my camera and stepped out to get some fresh air. I bought the camera after an audition years ago. I began shooting videos every time I felt overwhelmed with the stress of auditions. But the most I did was make reels and put it up on Instagram under a different account. The videos did very well, and many people appreciated my work and even suggested I send it to filmmakers. But I had to focus on becoming an actor. Mom's dream and all. The day of my audition had finally arrived. I was shaking with excitement and nerves. Mom was there, as always, to support me on this big day. We suddenly saw some of the actors run with their friends and family members towards the door. My eyes almost popped out of my socket when I saw the Elijah Miller walk in. What happened next, however, dropped my jaw on the floor.
Sachin?
Oh my God, Elijah! It's been a long time. You still remember me? My mother knew Elijah Miller? What the heck? They kept talking and laughing like they've known each other for years. And they did. Turns out, Elijah studied at the same school as Mom and knew each other. She then introduced me to him, and I tried my best not to throw up, scream, and cry all at the same time. The fangirl in me was doing her very best to stay calm.
Owena, it's nice to finally meet you. The last time I saw you was when you were a baby.
It's nice to meet you too. I'm a big fan of your work. Elijah Miller saw me as a baby? What? Okay, Mom talks about everything under the sun to me, and she keeps this important information to herself? But oh my God, Elijah Miller knows me! Mom sent me away so she could talk to Elijah. As I walked towards the room, I felt someone's leg before I tripped and fell, screaming in pain. Everyone came rushing towards me, and I noticed my ankle was beginning to swell up. It was that snake again, Chloe. Oh my God, Owena, are you all right? How dare she? And then I heard Mom yell like crazy, and soon Chloe was taken away. Looked like everyone saw her trip me. Let me go! She's always taking my roles! Wow, I didn't know she hated me that much. I'm fine. I have to audition. Mom helped me up and took me to the room where my audition was taking place. Even though I tried to do my best given the situation, I still felt on edge and began stuttering. Mom then suddenly walked up to Elijah. She is good. Trust me, it's just the foot. Just let her finish. And then Elijah did the most weird thing. He handed Mom my script.
I trust you, Sachin. After all, she is your daughter.
Well, the audition went well. Or so I thought. But days had gone by, and I stopped waiting by the phone to hear news about my audition. I had almost given up hope. But one day, when Mom and I were watching a movie at home, her phone rang and she went ultrasonic after she cut the call.
Owena!
Mom, words?
You got a role in Elijah's movie!
You're kidding, right? I'm sure I ruined it. No, you didn't. But it isn't the one you auditioned for. They said someone else got that and you got the other one, which is like the second lead. Mom, it doesn't matter. I get to act in Elijah's movie. Mom and I were screaming our lungs out when the doorbell rang, and Elijah walked in. What is he doing here?
Sorry for showing up unannounced. I just wanted to personally give the good news.
We just got the call about Owena being cast in the movie.
Oh, yes, congratulations, Owena. But that's not what I'm here for. Sachin, I have decided to cast you for the lead role. I know you didn't audition, but...
What the what? Exactly. Elijah, I didn't audition.
But I want you for the role. Only you.
Oh my, really? Owena, isn't that great? I felt so hurt and betrayed, and when Elijah left, I spat. You're kidding, right? You can't take this role. Why not? I can't believe this. I walked away from Mom and ignored her for days. My anger towards this whole situation was just increasing. One day when I stepped out to clear my mind with my camera, I passed by some cute kittens near a restaurant window. I immediately started recording a video of them, and as I was zooming out, I saw Elijah in the frame. He was sitting in the restaurant with my mother. Here I was, struggling with my sprained ankle, feeling guilty, betrayed, and used because of her, and she's having lunch dates with him. I cannot believe her. The minute she reached home after her date with Elijah, I exploded. How could you? This is why you came along with me to the audition. You wanted it all along. You put this big dream over my head for years just to snatch it away? Honey, what are you talking about? There's some misunderstanding. Owena, you know I would never do that. It's always been my dream to see you become a big star. Why would I? Yeah, right. Your dream to see yourself become the star, not me. You are a selfish person. You used me to get this audition, and now you're flirting with Elijah to get this role. The role you prepared me for all these years. You know something? I didn't even want to be an actor. I wanted to do it for you, to make you proud. But, Owena, honey, I thought you liked it. Why didn't you ever tell me you weren't into this? Oh, forget about it. I wish I left with Dad. Maybe then I wouldn't have been used like this. The second the words left my mouth and I saw my mom's face, my heart broke. But the feeling of betrayal overpowered me. Days passed by, and every time I saw Mom around the house, I would walk the opposite way. She tried to talk to me and would get me food, but I ignored all of it, and even let my anger get the best of me once when I flung a plate of food against the door. One day, I decided to stay out the entire day. I didn't want to see her face and say awful things to her again. Great. I'm still thinking about how she'll feel. As I was busy recording some videos, I saw a car with tinted windows slow down next to me. Like my life wasn't bad enough, and now I have some creep who might kidnap me. Right as I was about to try and run, the window rolled down and I saw Elijah smiling at me. He offered to drop me home, and I accepted only because of my sprained ankle.
So, still angry at Mom?
How did he know?
That day, I wasn't exactly out of the house yet when you... Anyway, I wanted to tell you that it's not Sachin's fault, you know. This was her role from the beginning.
Her role? And then Elijah told me the most shocking thing. He has always had an elephant-sized crush on Mom since school, and he wrote this script with her in mind. He asked Mom several times to act in the film, but she kept denying. And when she agreed, she found out she was having me.
I told her that she can do this role after you were old enough as well, but she said being an actor wasn't her dream anymore. You were, but I never stopped trying. I even met her one afternoon to convince her, but she said no. Looks like I'll have to scrap the idea to ever make this movie.
I was in a state of shock and felt extremely guilty. As soon as we reached home, I thanked Elijah and rushed inside, straight to Mom, and hugged her. Owena, where have you been? Mom, I am so sorry for saying such awful things.
It's fine, honey. You were angry, and I understand. I'm sorry, too, but I want to tell you that I didn't take the role. I don't want anything to come between us. Ever.
But you have to take the role. It's been yours from the beginning. I know. Elijah told me everything. He won't do the movie without you.
But honey, I can't.
No buts. Now please let Elijah know before he announces it publicly that the movie is scrapped. Okay, but let's first have this. Mom then gave me a bowl of steaming ramen noodles, and I almost screamed with happiness. The next morning, Mom contacted Elijah to let him know that she would take the role. Elijah even offered me the role of an intern so I would learn more about filmmaking. A few years after the movie, Elijah asked Mom to marry him, and she said yes. And me? I went to film school and got a degree in filmmaking. So you see, it's never too late to achieve your dreams. And if you were thinking my story has ended, well, it has just begun. Hi, I'm Neha from India. Please like and subscribe. I lived in a small village near Delhi with my single mom who owned a small beauty salon. Mom adored me, but there was another person I was super close to, her brother Raj. Uncle Raj was 10 years younger than Mom, and he stayed with us as he was studying in university close to the village. Every weekend, he would take me to the village fair, and we'd have a blast eating candies, taking rides, and watching wrestling matches, which was my favorite thing to do. Once when I was 10, a neighbor came over to visit with her super annoying son. First, he stuffed his face with all the pastries before I could even get to them. Mom only made these for guests, and he didn't let me have one. I walked off to my room annoyed, but minutes later he followed and climbed onto my bed with his muddy boots. Hey, who said you could come in here? Aw, the little baby still sweeps with her little teddy bear. You're stupid. Your mom is stupid. What? That doesn't even make any sense. Your mom doesn't even make any sense. He looked really annoyed and started to leave, but then he picked his nose and rubbed a big booger on my hair. Oh my God! I jumped on him like a wrestler and tackled him to the ground. Moments later, I had his arm pinned behind his back as he cried like a baby, and his mom came running to his rescue. And my mom was furious.
Stop taking her to that rubbish fair, Raj. Where else would she learn this wrestling nonsense?
That brat deserved it, and wrestling is the coolest.
It's wild and unladylike, and you embarrassed me. You're not going to see those matches anymore. You hear me?
Uncle Raj nodded obediently, but we sneaked out anyway. Then one day in 8th grade, our teacher informed us that they were introducing a new sport in school, wrestling, and I was on cloud 9. Mom would never approve, so I didn't tell her and joined the club. Of course, Uncle Raj knew. He also knew how tough the training could be, so he'd sneak extra food on my plate when he thought Mom wasn't looking.
What are you doing, Raj? If she eats so much she'll get fat, then no boy will want to marry her. Trust me, sister. One day, there will be a long line of boys outside your home for Neha.
And I'll tackle all of them to the ground so they'll go back to their mommies crying.
This is not how girls talk, Neha. Girls are supposed to be delicate. They're supposed to sing and dance and learn sewing.
Boring. I resisted everything girly, but Mom was as stubborn as a donkey. She would put face masks on me, make me wear long dresses to hide my muscular thighs, and never let me cut my long hair, because boys like long hair. Did it look like I cared? A year later, Uncle Raj finished his education and got a job as a police officer in the city. I cried for days when he left, but he always kept in touch, and that was some consolation. Meanwhile, I studied my butt off to get good grades so Mom would never suspect what I was up to in school. My wrestling also improved greatly over the year, and in 12th grade, I got a chance to participate in the state-level competition. The winner would get a chance to enter the nationals and also win prize money worth $50,000. It was the opportunity I'd been waiting for, but that also meant I finally had to tell Mom.
What? You've been wrestling for the last 4 years? No wonder your body has become so manly. Look at your biceps, they're so big. Who's going to marry you?
Can you stop thinking about my marriage for once? It's not happening, at least not for the next 20 years. Mom looked ready to explode, and she refused to let me participate. But I was her daughter and could be equally stubborn. I locked myself up in my room and refused to come down for days till she finally agreed. But on one condition. I had to learn sewing and some basic beauty salon stuff. Yuck. One day, Mom wasn't feeling well, so I was working in the salon threading a woman's eyebrows when she sneezed so hard that half her eyebrow got accidentally wiped off.
Oh my God, what have you done? It's my brother's wedding today.
It's not my fault that you sneezed like an active volcano. But she kept screaming at me, and a small crowd gathered in front of the salon. Just then, the most handsome guy I'd ever seen walked in.
Wow, is that a new trend? You look gorgeous.
What? You really think so?
Absolutely. I'd ask you out on a date if you weren't already married.
That made the woman blush like a tomato, and she went off thanking me. That was smooth. Who are you? Never seen you around before. The guy introduced himself as Raul and told me his family had recently moved in since his dad's company was working on a project here. Just as we were talking, Mom walked in.
Who's this handsome guy, Neha? You didn't tell me you had a boyfriend. He looks rich, too.
Mom, he's not my boyfriend. We just met.
Raul, my daughter is the best girl a guy can date. She's pretty, she can sew, she can cook.
What is wrong with you? Just then, another customer walked in, and Raul left with an amused face. So embarrassing. A couple of days later, I was out for a morning run before school when I tripped over something. I would have landed hard on my face if someone hadn't caught me just in time.
And we bump into each other again. If I didn't know better, I'd think you're stalking me.
Oh, please, you're not my type.
Your mom didn't seem to think so.
My mom doesn't speak for me. And I'm sorry about that day. Mom's obsessed with me getting married.
And you're obsessed with?
Wrestling. Mom hates it, but I can tackle any guy to the ground and have him gasping for breath in seconds.
If you're trying to scare me, it's not working. In fact, this just made you more attractive.
Suddenly, Raul's face was inches from mine, and I forgot to breathe. He was the first guy who'd called me attractive. All the boys in my school were too scared of me to flirt with me or ask me out. I'll be late to school, so I should get going. Good night. I ran away like a bullet. Gosh, why did I sound like a moron? That day, I found a new girl in the wrestling arena. The coach told me her name was Mala and she'd recently joined our school. Best of luck, Mala. Weak people believe in dumb things like luck. I create my own destiny. Get ready to lose, loser. That was rude. Well, I'd show her who the loser was. Mala and I wrestled for what seemed like an eternity. Neither of us was willing to give up. She was stronger than she looked. That match resulted in a draw. But in the next one, I had her pinned to the ground in 30 seconds. I'd call you a loser too, but my mom taught me to never look down on anyone, unless you're admiring their shoes.
Impressive. You've taken me by surprise. I haven't lost a single match in 7 years.
The coach told me that Mala was participating in the state-level championship too, and I was probably going to be facing her off. Well, she better watch out. That day when I reached home, I was shocked to find Mom and Raul on the porch talking and laughing over tea like aunties. What's going on? What are you doing here?
That's no way to speak to a guest. Where are your manners, Neha?
I left them in the wrestling arena. Shh, keep your voice low. I don't want the neighbors to know about your stuff.
They'll get to know about it anyway when she wins the state championship and her photos are all over the newspapers.
How do you know that I'm participating in it?
Your mom mentioned it. I'm encouraging her to come to your practice sessions and see how good you are.
Why are you doing all this?
Isn't it rather obvious?
The way he was looking at me made my toes tingle. Fine, Raul. I'll come because you asked. I was so annoyed that I'd never been able to convince her. But when she did come and saw how good I was, she was actually impressed. She started attending all my sessions and even cheered me on loudly. It was such a welcome change, and I was glad that she was finally supporting me. The competition day arrived, and as I'd expected, the final match was between me and Mala. Minutes before the match, Mom came to me.
Neha, drink this holy water. This will ward off the evil eye and make you win.
I didn't believe in such things, but I drank it to please her anyway. In the first round, Mala and I gave each other tough competition, and I won. But as the second round started, I felt my eyes blur. Suddenly, I felt really dizzy, and then I completely blacked out. When I woke up, I was in the hospital, and Mom and Raul were beside me. What happened?
The doctor did some tests and said you took drugs to boost your performance just before the competition, but it backfired and you passed out.
He then told me the competition authorities had banned me from wrestling for the next 4 years because of the drugs. What? But I didn't take any. I swear, I've never even thought of... Suddenly, I remembered the water Mom gave me before the match. Wait, Mom, you gave me that water. What did you put in it?
Nothing. I just... Neha, are you trying to blame me for this?
Yes, I am. Didn't you always want me to give up wrestling? What have you done, Mom?
Do you have any idea how hard I worked to reach here? How could you? It's the easiest thing to believe. I was fooled for thinking that you could ever support me, and I won't forgive you for this, Mom. The day I was discharged from the hospital, I packed my bags and left for the city. I just couldn't be around Mom right now. A friend of mine let me stay with her, and I started waitressing at a small restaurant to earn money. It was really lonely for a while. I wasn't talking to Mom, and even Raul had been out of touch since he was busy with work. Soon it was Diwali, and I hated not celebrating it at home. On Diwali night, I got a call from Uncle Raj, and I broke down and told him everything that had happened.
Neha, parents can be wrong, but they always mean well for their kids. I know your mom went too far, but I don't believe that she would ever hurt you on purpose.
But she did hurt me, Uncle. I worked really hard for something for years, and she ruined it in a minute, and she'll never admit she's wrong. And until then, I don't think I can forgive her. A few days later, I got home from work to find Uncle Raj's car parked outside. I hugged him tight and let him in, and he had some shocking news for me.
When you told me about everything that day, I just knew something fishy was going on. So I made some investigations about Raul. First, turns out he's not some businessman's son like he says. He just works for a small medical company. So I guess he knows plenty about drugs.
What are you saying? Raul added something to my water? But why?
Because he was dating Mala at the time, and he did it to kick you out of the competition so she'd win. But he didn't do it for her. He's run away with all her prize money, and Mala has officially lodged a police complaint against him.
So Mom didn't give me the drugs?
No, she didn't. I know she's been tough on you, but that just didn't sound like my sister.
Uncle Raj said he'd located Raul, and I was there when the police arrested him. As he was being taken away, I couldn't resist giving him a kick, too. And right after, Uncle Raj took me home. As soon as Mom saw me, she ran to hug me, and we both burst into tears. I'm sorry for not trusting you, Mom.
And I'm sorry for giving you reasons not to. If I'd accepted your passion for wrestling from the start, none of this would have happened.
Thanks to Uncle Raj, all charges against me were dropped, and I got to participate in the Nationals next year, where I won several medals. A couple of years later, I represented India in an international competition and won gold. That entire week, friends and relatives kept dropping in to congratulate us. And every time some nosy aunt tried to ask when I planned to get married, Mom would proudly say,
Neha is focusing on her sport right now, and marriage can wait.
Hi everyone, I'm Anastasia from Ukraine. Please like and subscribe. My parents were obsessed with my little sister. Everything they did revolved around her. Holidays, clothes shopping, family dinners, all of it was for Eleanor. It was like I was invisible. I had worked so hard this year at school and even became top of my class, but even that barely got my parents to stop fawning over Eleanor for more than 2 seconds. Our annual vacations were just random spots Eleanor pointed to on a map. She didn't even know where she was pointing. Last year, we ended up in Antarctica because of her. My parents thought she was so adorable in her little snowsuit. Meanwhile, I was freezing because they forgot to buy me a winter coat. This year was going to be different, though. My dad pulled me aside to talk last month.
You've been such a great big sister, letting Eleanor take center stage all the time. But you worked so hard this year, and you deserve a reward. What do you want to do for family vacation?
I want to go on a cruise. I was so excited. A real vacation on a real cruise ship. For once, we were doing what I wanted. When I walked into the living room, Eleanor had her eyes closed, and then she spun around and pointed to somewhere on the map.
Looks like we're going to Panama.
Dad just said I was choosing.
You both are. We'll go on a cruise to Panama.
I can't just have 1 year that's just mine.
You're being very selfish, Anastasia. This is a compromise. You should be happy.
Why is it always me who has to compromise while Eleanor gets everything she wants? My dad looked apologetic, but he didn't stick up for me. I started to stomp off, but then I slipped on my sister's stupid toy. So annoying. I couldn't even storm away without her ruining it. But as soon as we got on the ship, I decided, you know what? I wasn't going to let it ruin my vacation. I was going to ditch my family and do my own thing. My parents probably wouldn't even notice me being gone anyway. I couldn't believe it. The ship was gigantic, not to mention gorgeous. I was so ready for this. Our cabin was a little small for 4 people, but that's all right. I didn't plan on spending much time in the room. We were thinking of hitting the buffet. Sorry, can't. I'm going to the pool. I zoomed out of there so fast I practically left a dust cloud. I wasn't going to get stuck in a buffet line with a bunch of old people and little kids. At the pool, I was lounging on a chair with a good romance book and not a care in the world. The best part? No nagging parents or annoying little sister in sight. I let myself fantasize about meeting a cute guy who looks like the cover model from my romance novel. Hey, not likely, but I could dream. At sunset, I walked to the railing. The sky swirled like cotton candy, and the ocean sparkled in every direction. Then I heard him. Beautiful. When I turned to look, I saw a boy with a long blonde mane like a lion. Was I crazy, or did he look exactly like the hero from my romance novel?
The view's not bad either.
Wow, that was cheesy, but I couldn't help blushing anyway.
Hi, I'm Damon.
I'm Anastasia.
Anastasia? Let me know if there's anything you need.
That's kind of a weird thing to say to a stranger.
I work here.
He pointed to his uniform. Of course. I felt so embarrassed. Keep it together, Anastasia. He's just doing his job. Sorry.
No worries. Want a tour?
Yeah, that would be great. Damon took me on a private tour of the entire ship. I was trying to pay attention to all the interesting facts he was telling me, but I kept thinking about how much he looks like the hero from my romance novel. Was this a dream? Or maybe my fantasies becoming real? When we passed by the kiddie pool, my sister started jumping up and down and waving her arms.
Anastasia! Anastasia! Come swim with me!
I put my hands over my eyes and pretended I couldn't see her. Maybe it wasn't the nicest thing to do, but I needed to set boundaries. This was my time. Damon took me up to the bridge where the captain and all the navigation tools were. It was amazing. Is it okay to be here so late? It's almost night. That's when the captain came in and yelled at us. I guess it wasn't okay. Damon took my hand and we raced back down to the main deck. What happened? I didn't know we were breaking the rules.
Technically, we're not supposed to schedule tours this late.
Damon, I don't want to get you in trouble.
You're worth it.
How would you know? You just met me. Maybe I'm a criminal.
Even if you were, I'd still like you.
My heart started to thump in my chest. Damon gently took my hand in his and then kissed me under the stars. In the cabin that night, I lay awake thinking of the kiss. I felt like I'd been transported into a real-life romance novel. Even Eleanor's snoring couldn't wipe the smile off my face. The next morning, I couldn't wait to see Damon again. But before I could leave, my mom blocked me at the door.
You know, this is supposed to be a family vacation. I'd like you to spend some time with us and your sister.
I can't right now. I already made plans. Besides, I see you guys every day.
You're not coming to breakfast, Anastasia?
Yes, she is.
Yay!
But Mom, my friend's shift starts at lunchtime. If I don't see him now, you can see your new friend afterwards. She didn't listen to a word I said. I was too mad to eat when we got to the cafeteria. I watched the guests at the pool having a blast. Meanwhile, I was stuck here with my parents and annoying sister. And the lady at the next table over was throwing a temper tantrum. Something about her earrings being missing. Eleanor showed me the smiley face she made with her pancakes and bacon, but I wasn't in the mood.
Do you want to help me build sandcastles when we get to shore, Anastasia?
Maybe. I knew I couldn't say no here, or else Eleanor would start crying and make breakfast even more unbearable than it already was. Anastasia, stop sulking and eat your breakfast. I tipped the plate over into my mouth like it was a bag of chips and finished the whole thing in one bite. Then I gave my mom my most sarcastic smile. Can I go now?
Go ahead, sweetie.
I hightailed it out of there before my mom could contradict my dad. Damon wasn't on the sun deck where we agreed to meet, but that made sense. I was over an hour late. Thanks a lot, Mom. I searched all over the ship, but I didn't see him anywhere. Finally, after searching forever, I approached a crew member and asked him if he'd seen Damon. What he told me made my head spin. He told me that no one named Damon worked on this ship. I said there must have been some mistake. I showed him my romance novel and said Damon looked just like the model. But the crew member said he didn't know Damon or anyone else who matched that description. I needed to think. Had I misheard Damon? No, he definitely told me he worked on the boat. He had the uniform and everything. Maybe I'd fallen asleep by the pool and dreamed the whole thing. No, I knew Damon and our magical day together was real. It had to be. There was just one thing left for me to do. I had to find him. I searched high and low, from the engine room to the balcony on the sun deck. There was no sign of him. I was almost ready to give up when I caught sight of a familiar-looking shoulder turning down the hall up ahead. I crept closer and peered around the corner. Sure enough, it was Damon. Staying as quiet as I could, I tiptoed to the door to see what he was doing. In a small cabin, Damon dumped out the contents of a backpack onto the bed. I covered a gasp. Something sparkled. It was jewelry. Expensive jewelry by the looks of it. There were rubies, gems, gold rings, diamond necklaces, and earrings. Am I interrupting?
Anastasia, I can explain.
Did you steal all of these? And what happened to your hair? Damon no longer had the long, luscious locks of the cover model from my romance novel. His hair was shorter and darker now. You did! You stole all of this! No wonder you said you'd still like me if I was a criminal. Because you're a criminal!
I'll tell you everything. Please, just hear me out, okay?
It turned out Damon had seen me by the pool reading the romance novel, then intentionally changed his hair to look like the cover model. That way, he knew I'd be interested when he came over to talk to me. And it got even worse. The whole time he was giving me the tour, he was secretly stealing jewelry from the guests we walked past. I felt so stupid, like I was an accomplice.
Look, I understand if you hate me now, but I didn't do all this for myself. My mom is really sick, and we're too poor to afford her surgery. Now I can finally get her the medical care that she needs.
You should have been honest with me. What if people think I was helping you?
I would never give you up, Anastasia. If I get caught, I'll take the full blame, I promise. And I really am into you. That part wasn't a lie.
I was still mad, but he really did have a good reason. My mom drove me crazy, but if she was sick, I'd still do anything I could to help her get better.
Maybe we can hang out in Panama when the ship docks tomorrow.
I know you did what you did to help your mom, but you used me. I'm not ready to just forgive you and act like it never happened.
I understand. If you change your mind, I'll be at the hospital visiting my mom.
When we got to the shore, I had to give Eleanor credit. Panama was really beautiful. The city was so bright and colorful, and the beaches were unbelievable. And the weather was definitely nicer than Antarctica's. Eleanor looked so lonely building a sandcastle by herself. I felt guilty. I had been kind of distant toward her on the trip so far. I think this castle needs a moat. What do you think?
And more turrets and a drawbridge.
To be honest, hanging out with her wasn't that bad. We even went collecting seashells, and she told me how when she grew up, she wanted to be like me. Really? Why?
You're the smartest person I know. You do so well in school. You're like a rock star.
I had never realized how much she paid attention to me. I wouldn't go that far, but thanks. When I looked over at my parents, I could tell they were glad to see us getting along. We finished up at the beach, and I decided to stop by the hospital to see Damon. After having some time to cool down, I wasn't that mad anymore, and I thought with all this stress from his mom being sick, it might be nice for him to have a visitor. But then when I was about to leave, my mom got in the way again. We're going to family dinner. All of us. I just spent all day with you guys. I need to go see my friend. He's going through a really hard time right now, and he needs my support. Anastasia, your sister needs you too. I'm tired of always having to put Eleanor's needs before my own. What about me? What if I want to have fun or help my friend? You're being selfish again. Selfish? If she wanted my kidney, you'd probably make me give that to her too. You have 2 kidneys, honey. If your sister needs one, you should give it to her. See what I mean? Before anyone could stop me, I stormed off. I needed to get away. My family was smothering me. At the hospital, I stopped in the gift shop to grab a get-well card for Damon's mom. I could see Damon through a window checking in on her. Aw, he was being so sweet with her. I understood now why he did what he did. I didn't want to intrude, but Damon saw me and came out.
It means a lot that you came. And thanks for not selling me out.
Of course. I got your mom a card.
Thanks. I'll give it to her later. She's sleeping now.
No, she's awake. Look, she's waving at me. I can give it to her now.
If you want. I'm just gonna go grab us some coffees.
While Damon left, I went in to give his mom the card. Thank you, dear. You're not a nurse, are you? No, I'm Damon's friend. We met on the cruise. Damon,
Is that the nice young man who was just in here? You mean your son, right? Oh, no, I don't have a son. I have 3 daughters. Have you seen my bracelet? It was just right here. I froze. Did Damon really trick me again? I sprinted out of the room to look for him. No way was I going to let him get away with it this time. There! Up ahead, Damon was sneaking toward the exit with a duffel bag over his shoulder. He saw me chasing him and started to run. I wasn't going to make it on time. He was almost to the door, and I knew when he got outside, he would disappear forever. Somebody stop him! He's a thief! Suddenly, Damon tripped on a toy. He tumbled to the floor, and the bag spilled jewelry everywhere. Bullseye! It was Eleanor with my parents. They must have followed me to the hospital. Security came over and grabbed Damon before he could try to escape again. You know what? You didn't look that much like the cover model. He has way more muscles than you. I turned to Eleanor. I was so happy to see her that I actually hugged her. Anastasia, why don't you like me? Of course I like you, Eleanor. Sometimes I just want to do my own thing, that's all. But no matter what, I'll always love you and I'll always be your big sister. My dad started crying seeing us hug. He was such a big baby. And then something even more shocking happened. I'm sorry, Anastasia. We should have given you more free time. We'll compromise more on the next vacation, I promise.
Perfect. Who's hungry?
I'm starving. I could eat. I let Eleanor hop on my back and gave her a piggyback ride to the restaurant. She may have been an annoying little sister, but she was my annoying little sister.
Caleb got up and furiously kicked some rocks. Fine, I won't do it. I'll think of another solution then. As Natalie's tears dropped, Caleb sighed and sat down.
Okay, I'm sorry. Don't cry, please. Let's talk this over. You'll just be acting, and it's only for a month, right? And are you sure he's paying you a huge amount for it?
Yes, I'll just be a fake girlfriend. I'll never fall in love with that jerk, ever.
Okay, fine. I'll agree on it now, but on one condition.
What is it?
There should be no touching.
Natalie was surprised at how jealous Caleb could be. But he wants me to convince everyone that we're really dating. How can we do that if we can't even hold hands?
I just realized that I sounded ridiculous. Never mind.
It won't mean anything, Caleb, I swear. And I'll give you a part of the payment for your mom's expensive treatments.
Nat, no. You're the one who'll work for this, not me.
We promised to protect and help each other, remember? Just support me on this for a month and we'll get you some money for your mom.
I support you, of course. You're mine, okay?
Always. Natalie was nervous to meet Duke the next day. He was already at the cafe when she arrived.
You're 7 minutes late. Now, first order of business, I need you to transfer to my school.
What? Is that necessary for a month's job?
Yes, it is. Don't worry, I can easily transfer you back and forth. My family has all the connections.
Oh, yes. Your family rules this place. How can I forget that?
Here's the contract. Read it and sign below.
The contract was short and simple. It was valid for a month but could be extended if needed. And if she'd break it, she would have to pay back Duke's $50,000 debt. This jerk has pulled a checkmate on me, and there's no backing out now. But I'm not going to make it easy for him. He'll wish he wasn't stuck with me as his girlfriend. On her first day of work, she was awestruck at how big Duke's school was, and everyone was wearing clothes that looked more expensive than 1,000 cows. As she was walking towards the main building, a fancy sports car suddenly dashed into the parking lot. Natalie's jaw dropped as the driver stepped out. It was Duke, and he looked dashing. Girls started to surround him, but to everyone's surprise, Duke walked up to Natalie and put his arm around her.
There you are. Did you sleep well last night?
I didn't, because I couldn't stop thinking about you.
Can you stop being so adorable for a second? It's killing me. Dude, who's that? This is Natalie, my girlfriend.
In one corner, Duke's sister Harper was fuming. Of all the girls in the world, he chose her? I've seen that dumb peasant a few times on the farm. How can Duke be so stupid? On their way to class, Natalie suddenly pulled Duke to a corner. Why did you kiss me? What are you doing?
Making things convincing? Have you read the contract that you signed? Holding hands and kisses on foreheads and cheeks are allowed.
Natalie didn't take that part seriously. She wanted to ask more questions, but she remembered the rules in the contract. Don't ask personal things. Later that day, while she was putting things in her locker, Harper and her friends appeared behind her.
Is it just me, or does it smell like mud in here?
It definitely smells like dirt.
Oh, farm girl, I didn't see you there.
I'm sure you saw me, Harper. Don't get smart with me, farm girl. Just because you're my brother's girlfriend doesn't mean I need to be nice to you. But you could be nice to me just out of basic human decency, right? Or are you unfamiliar with that? Natalie started to walk away, but Harper got mad and pulled her hair. You little...
What's going on here?
Tell your tacky girlfriend to behave herself. And why are you dating her anyway? Did you just pick the first girl you saw on the farm or something?
Mind that mouth, Harper. And what's wrong with her? She's literally perfect.
You could have chosen anyone, Duke. She's nothing like us.
I'd rather not spend my time listening to someone who talks about bags and 10 different shades of pink all day. Natalie is so much more interesting.
Wow, he's a really good actor. But God, I'm being humiliated here. I will make sure that this Duke regrets this decision. Duke then warned everyone to be good to Natalie, including his sister and her friends, and they had no choice but to obey the king of their school. The next day, Natalie prepared embarrassing couple shirts for both of them and gave it to him during their basketball practice. Happy 200th day, my baby king! Everyone started laughing, and she thought Duke would be really annoyed.
Oh, now I get it. It's because you literally worship me. I like the shirt, babe.
Yeah, okay. So let's wear the shirts now? Suddenly, Duke accidentally tripped and spilled his bottle of juice over the shirts.
Oh, no. Too bad they've become dirty. Maybe next time. But I appreciate the gesture.
Natalie felt mad because her plan of embarrassing him had completely backfired. Maybe she needed to try harder. So later that day in the canteen, she just stared at him intensely. I can't believe I'm dating the most handsome man in the universe. Just look at his eyelashes. They have the perfect length and curl, and don't even get me started with his beautiful nostril hair. Natalie didn't care if everyone thought she was an obsessed girlfriend, as long as she was pissing Duke off. Duke is very private. So, any exclusive info? Oh, he's a screamer. Especially around 8-legged living things.
What?
Don't be shy, Dookie. We all have our fears, right?
Actually, I have a collection of spiders at home. See? Sorry, guys. She really loves to joke around sometimes. That happens when she forgets to drink her meds. You know, for her crazy problem.
Natalie kicked his foot under the table. Just crazy for you, baby king. But she really went overboard a few days later when Duke was part of a school play. He was playing the role of a prince, and just when he was about to kiss his princess, Natalie screamed from the audience, "My baby king, please, don't kiss the witch! Your lips only belong to me!" Everybody stared at her in shock, including Duke. He tried to resume his acting, but forgot his lines and became embarrassed. He then turned to leave and tripped over something that sent the whole set crashing down on the princess. Oops. And right after, Duke came marching to her angrily.
What do you think you're doing? Who asked you to act like some crazy melodramatic girlfriend? You just embarrassed me in front of everybody. We've been working on this play for months, and you ruined it. What is wrong with you?
Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't think I'd have such a strong effect on you that you'd forget your acting. I was just trying to be convincing, like you said.
Don't play these stupid games with me, Natalie. I know what you're trying to do, and it's not going to work. You agreed to be my girlfriend, and unless you have $50,000 suddenly, you'll act like a normal girlfriend or you'll go to jail. And trust me, I won't feel bad about your poor butt rotting in there for a second. You better behave. I don't need people to think I'm dating an obsessed psycho.
Fine, I got it. Can you let my arm go now? He did, and she pushed him away as she left. Duke was still really mad at Natalie when he got home, but he started feeling bad for the way he'd spoken to her. And to make matters worse, he instantly had his mom breathing down his neck.
Where's this girlfriend you've been telling us about?
It's been a week. Invite her for dinner tomorrow. Duke knew he and Natalie needed to bond more so things would be more natural between them, or his mom would be able to tell in a second that it was fake. He convinced his mom to give him another week and spoke to Natalie the next day.
Listen, I'm sorry for the way I spoke to you. I was just disappointed about the play, and I've got some things on my mind. But it's not a great excuse for my behavior. I'm sorry.
Yeah, okay. Just don't talk to me that way again, and we're cool.
I won't, I promise. But we need to meet up after school today, so you can get to know me and my whereabouts better. Mom wants to meet you soon, and she can ask you anything. Over the next 3 days, Natalie memorized Duke's schedule. He was taking acting classes after school, and on weekends he was managing an orphanage in town. One day, as he was driving her home, Natalie found herself talking casually to him. Duke, do you mean to pursue acting professionally? I thought you'd just take over the family business. Yeah, acting is my dream. I'd love to be able to do that freely, but Mom wants me to build malls on farmlands, and I don't really want to do that. I'd like to be able to help farmers become more productive so they can have better lives, not take away their lands and leave them jobless. The more Natalie spent time with Duke, the more she realized that he actually had a heart of gold. She felt bad for judging him and making things difficult for him. Since then, she had become genuinely comfortable with him. He was just so good at acting, and there were times when she'd forget that it wasn't real. In school, he'd hold her hand, kiss her head, stare at her lovingly, and Caleb had never been this openly affectionate. It gave her a funny feeling in her tummy. One day, he even took her to a secret place, an abandoned house that he planned to renovate and give to one of the farmers someday on his retirement. Those weird feelings started bothering her. No, I'm just amazed at his good qualities, but these thoughts mean nothing. After dinner at a restaurant, Duke drove Natalie back to her house, and as she stepped out of his car, she suddenly tripped. But he caught her just in time. Natalie's world stopped when she realized how close their faces were, and her heart was racing. She snapped out of it and immediately pulled away. Sorry about that. I can be clumsy sometimes. Only sometimes. Excuse me? I said you're cute. You just realized that now? Duke just chuckled at her and started walking to his car. See you around, babe. Natalie suddenly forgot how to speak. Just then, Caleb suddenly appeared from the shadows. What was that, Nat? Jeez, you startled me. What was what? I saw you and Duke. Did you forget this is just pretend? It is pretend. That didn't look fake to me. That is the point. I am paid to make it believable, remember? Natalie walked close to Caleb and took his hand. Come on, Caleb. You know how I feel about you. I love you. And how do you feel about him? Like I want to push his privileged butt on cow dung. The two of them laughed, but Natalie was still worried because Caleb kept glancing at her a bit suspiciously. Later that day, Caleb went to talk to his stepdad. Something bothering you, son? I'm scared, Dad. Nat says she hates Duke, but I can tell she likes him enough to be able to be close to him, even when there's no one around. Well, they are pretending to like each other enough to be convincing. It's just an act. I know, but still, it's Nat, and this is hard for me. Hey, none of that. Their pretend relationship is not forever. Focus on the end goal. A week later, Duke invited Natalie over for dinner with his family. As they stood in front of the door, he noticed how nervous she was, so he reached for her shaking hand and smiled. She felt a lot better instantly, and they walked in. Harper and his parents were all waiting for her in the living room, and they all looked so sophisticated and intimidating, especially Mrs. Harrison. It's a pleasure to finally meet you, darling. You're even more beautiful than the way Duke described you. I heard your mom sells root crops in the market and used to work for one of our ranches. Yes, sir. Oh, gosh, I feel sorry for us the way we have such a low-class guest. Harper, behave yourself, please. Whatever. As they had their dinner, Mrs. Harrison kept asking about their love story and relationship, and their answers thankfully matched. The Harrisons were surprisingly nice, except for Harper, who kept throwing death glares at her. After their dinner, Mrs. Harrison walked up to Natalie and took her into the kitchen. I want to give you something, my dear. Sure, ma'am. When they got there, Natalie was surprised to see a knife and a lot of onions on the counter. And then suddenly, Mrs. Harrison started chopping them herself right in front of her. They say onions can give overflowing wealth and beauty. This is my gift for you, my future daughter-in-law. Please take it. Natalie started tearing up as she took the chopped onions from her. Are you crying? You look so pretty with those tears in your eyes. No, it's just because of the onions. It's okay to be emotional, darling. Let it all out. Natalie was now freaked out at Mrs. Harrison's creepy behavior. She excused herself and headed back to the living room where Duke and his dad were talking. She told them that she had to go, and Duke volunteered to walk her home. Mrs. Harrison and Harper watched them from the balcony. I don't know if you remember, but I think she's that little girl who ruined your birthday, Mom. I remember her, and that just gives me another reason to get rid of her. Did you manage to scare her away? Oh, darling, why do you think she left so early? And I've just started. The next day, Natalie went to the bleachers expecting to find Duke there, but she didn't. He had asked her to come meet her there so they could discuss the next course of action after meeting his family. She went looking for him when she heard familiar voices behind one of the school buildings. She silently walked closer and peeked around the corner. It was Duke and Caleb talking. Do we have a problem? You're getting too close with Natalie. Well, she is my girlfriend. Fake girlfriend. Remember the part where it's not real? What's your problem anyway? You told me she's just a friend. Are you interested in her? Not at all. But I still care about her and don't want her getting involved with someone like you. Okay, in that case, you can stop acting like her worried dad. I'm not interested in getting involved with her. Good, because that's not part of the plan. Neither is you cornering me and telling me unnecessary things, dude. It wasn't easy staging the whole statue thing and making sure Nat was there at the right time to take the blame for it. You owe me for that, don't you forget it. I'll pay you the exact amount after this, as promised. But I didn't ask for your opinion on how I'll be handling my plan from there. So buzz off with the attitude. Duke stormed off, and so did Caleb, while Natalie stood there reeling in shock. What? They set me up? Caleb helped me set up some deal with Duke? Duke stormed off, and so did Caleb, while Natalie stood there reeling in shock. What? They set me up? Caleb helped me set up some deal with Duke? Natalie felt sick to her stomach, and she had to confront Caleb ASAP. Later that night, as she was marching up to his door, something caught her attention from the window. It was Caleb's mom, and she was cleaning the house, not looking sick at all. Natalie knocked angrily, and Caleb looked surprised to see her. Nat, I didn't know you were coming. Is everything okay?
Can we talk in private?
Oh, of course. He walked out of the house with her to her favorite spot, and then she turned to him and pushed him angrily.
So, you're the one who told Duke about me when he needed a fake girlfriend? You're also the one who made sure I couldn't say no? You ruined that statue and framed me. How could you do this to me?
Nat.
And then you acted like you didn't want me taking this job and made me feel guilty? Oh, the caring, possessive boyfriend. But it was your idea all along? You should get an Oscar for your performance.
Please, listen. I can explain.
You made a complete fool out of me. And you even told Duke I'm just a friend? Caleb, you're such a big jerk.
He wouldn't have agreed to have you as a fake girlfriend if he knew we were together.
Wow, that's your justification? You just used me like a stupid toy to get money out of him. And not for your sick mom because she seems to be just fine now. Who are you, man? I don't even know you. And it looks like I never did.
Nat, it's not like that.
Shut up. We're done. Do you hear me? We are done.
Natalie didn't wait for his response before storming off. Caleb couldn't stop feeling devastated and broke down to his stepdad. Natalie broke up with me, Dad. Forget about her then. When you have the money, you can marry any girl you want. You're too brilliant for her anyway. Try to target someone rich. Marrying into wealth will give you a lifetime of security. Caleb was stunned at his stepdad's words. He did want to be rich and have a much easier life, but he couldn't forget Natalie just like that. Dad, Nat means a lot to me. I wanted the money, but I never meant to lose her in the process. And why would some rich girl want me, a poor farm boy? I have a plan, and if this succeeds, we're gonna live in the city like royalty. But I need to make sure I can trust you not to mess things up by getting emotional. Of course you can trust me, Dad. Mr. Cross smirked as he revealed his long-time plan of stealing some diamonds and money from the Harrisons. But that's a really big crime. What if we get caught? I've been working for them long enough to know every corner of the mansion. I know when to make the move and how to get away scot-free. Besides, it's not really stealing. Think of this as payment for taking advantage of the poor and treating us like dirt. This is about justice, kid, and your future. Mr. Cross eventually convinced the ambitious Caleb, but he still wasn't ready to let Natalie go. He would try to make her forgive him and win her back. Meanwhile, Natalie almost went to Duke to confront him too and end the contract immediately, but she stopped herself. No, she would play along and get the money he owed her.
but it feels disgusting to still play along as his girlfriend. Duke couldn't stop thinking about Natalie. He'd lied to Caleb when he said he didn't want to be involved with her, because the truth was, he wanted to be close to her all the time. The next day, he was attending a huge charity event where he was a big donor and he invited her, but he couldn't help noticing that she wasn't really herself. Her smile seemed fake and she barely said a word. When he took her hand, she almost cringed and pulled it away. When they sat down for dinner, she suddenly spoke. "Oh wow, are you kidding me? We're eating dinner costing $1,500 per person while raising money for some poor, hungry kids? So ironic. And you rich people are just so shallow and unbelievable."
Natalie, what are you doing?
"Are you saying the food is overpriced? It's just $1,500, sweetheart." "Just $1,500? I wish I was deaf right now because that's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. Can you please do us all a favor and buy your girlfriend some class? The world would be a better place if you could all buy yourselves some good hearts." Duke was speechless, but just then he was suddenly called on stage to give a speech.
"It has been an honor to be part of this event, and I would like to..."
As Duke met Natalie's glare from across the room, his mind just went blank. While he was embarrassing himself, Natalie went to the bathroom to calm herself down. Just then, she heard familiar voices, Mrs. Harrison and Harper. "Mom, I'm really worried about that farm girl. It doesn't seem like a fling to me. I think he's really in love with her, and he wouldn't have invited her here otherwise. And he didn't even do anything after all that stuff she said."
"Your brother is such a pain, and I'm really running out of time. Sheila and her family are really pressuring me. We have to get rid of that stupid girl or else."
"I'll think of something that will ruin her big time."
"I don't want to just ruin her. I want her to disappear. She only has that poor single mother as family, right?"
"Right. Oh yeah, we could definitely use her. Mom, you're brilliant."
They then laughed like maniacs as they walked out.
"Okay, that's it. Enough of this madness. I can't have them hurting Mom. I have to end things with Duke, now."
Natalie ran out of the event looking around for a cab, but Duke found her before she could escape. "You're leaving? Why were you so angry in there? I thought we were friends now and you wouldn't embarrass me."
"Friends? You really think we're friends, Duke?"
"Yeah, I've started to. I care about you, Natalie. And there's something I've been wanting to tell you for a while, but I haven't had the guts to."
"What?"
"I know this will make you even angrier and..."
"Just say it!"
"A month ago, our gardener introduced me to his son Caleb, and we became friends. I told him about Mom pressuring me to date this crazy girl and how I'd lied about already having a girlfriend. I asked Caleb if he knew a girl who could pretend to play the part for a while. I didn't want anyone from school. And then he recommended his friend, and that's you. And he told me you'd never agree because you hate my family, so he planned to set you up, and I agreed to it. We got you in trouble just so you'd be indebted to me and would be forced to play the part. I feel terrible about doing that to you, and I'm really sorry. I would understand if you're not able to forgive me."
Natalie was stunned. She wasn't expecting Duke to confess. "I already know everything. I heard you and Caleb talking about this at the back of the school the other day."
"You did? Why didn't you say anything?"
"I thought, I'll play along since I can't repay you, but I don't care now. What are you going to do? Send me to jail?"
"Of course not. You didn't do anything wrong in the first place. We framed you for that statue."
"Exactly. I just want to stay far, far away from your family and you."
Natalie got into a cab before he could say anything more. It kind of broke her heart that this was how things had ended between them, but she had to walk away while she could still control her feelings. The next few days, Natalie skipped school. She couldn't bear to see Duke and tried getting her mind off things with farm work.
"Hey, Mom, can I help with anything?"
"It's fine, honey. I got this. I don't know why you're missing school."
"Mom, I just need a break, okay? And I would really like to help."
"All right. Get some grains from the back and feed the chickens."
Just as Natalie returned with her grains, she saw her mom sidestep one of the geese, lose her balance, and hit her head on a rock.
"Mom!"
Her mom was rushed to the hospital and needed surgery, but Natalie simply couldn't afford the amount. She felt desperate and helpless, and then thought of the one person who could help her, Duke. "I'm such an idiot. Why did I end things with him for free? He made me compromise my values and self-respect. I should get back with him to make him pay the price of my dignity, then dump him again. Ugh, why did I even love this jerk?"
Back at the Harrisons' mansion, Duke had been missing Natalie and his heart leapt when she suddenly gave him a call.
I'm sorry for the way things went down between us the other day. I was just really hurt because you lied to me. Can we meet tonight at the cafe?
I'll be there at 7.
But when he got there, he found Natalie panicking. Duke, I have to go to the hospital right away. Mom had an accident. He immediately drove her to the hospital, and it broke his heart seeing Natalie cry. Later that day, he heard her talking to the doctor about the price for the surgery.
I'll pay for it.
Duke, no, you don't have to.
Just think of it as a payment for all those days you worked for me.
He kept insisting, and Natalie pretended to refuse, but eventually agreed. I don't know how to thank you.
Don't think about it. Let's just hope your mom wakes up soon.
I really hope so too. Wanting to comfort her, Duke pulled her into a hug, and Natalie just found herself hugging him back. As she lifted her face, their eyes met and her heartbeat became wild.
You're so beautiful.
When Natalie realized what was happening, she immediately excused herself to the bathroom. Focus, Natalie. He's a jerk and his family is crazy. Don't get carried away. Meanwhile, Harper and Mrs. Harrison decided that dinner would be the perfect time to break Duke.
So, how's Natalie, darling? Maybe you should invite her to have dinner with us again. She's busy taking care of her mom, who's in the hospital.
Oh, really? We didn't even do anything to her mom yet.
What? Duke, are you sure that's why your girlfriend can't come over? Yes, Mom, I'm sure.
Or is it because she's your fake girlfriend and you've been feeding me a bunch of lies?
What? What are you talking about?
Just then, Harper started playing Duke and Natalie's conversation on her phone, where Duke confessed that he needed a fake girlfriend because of his mom.
I am so disappointed in you, Duke. You lied to me. You will end this stupid charade now. Mom, just stop it. Stop it with all this pressure. Yes, I lied to you, but you pushed me to do it. And Natalie may have been my fake girlfriend, but I love her now. Nonsense. Get rid of that gold digger and date Sheila instead. Or you can forget about being my son and all these privileges you were born with.
That midnight, Caleb and his stepdad were successful in opening the Harrison safe.
Wow. Dad, we're gonna be rich. I told you, son. Now, let's put everything into these bags. Hurry.
The father and son were almost done getting everything in the vault when the door suddenly burst open and the Harrison security team barged in with policemen. The next day, the news was all over town that Mr. Cross and Caleb had been arrested for theft at the Harrison mansion. Natalie could hardly believe her ears. She didn't love Caleb anymore, but he'd been her friend since they were kids, and she had to see him.
Nat, thank God you're here. You gotta help us. Please, ask Duke to make his family forgive us.
Caleb, why did you do it? When did you become this person?
How can you not understand, Nat? We've always hated those rich people. They've worked our parents to the bone and always mistreated us. Are we less smart than any of them? Or less deserving of a good life?
No, you deserve a good life, but you can't have it by robbing rich people. You have to earn it, Caleb.
I could work for 50 years and never get to where they are. I swear, I didn't want this just for me. I wanted it for my family and for you. I still love you, Nat, and I was going to convince you to move away to the big city with me once I was rich.
How could you think this is what I'd want? I could never even cheat in tests when we were kids. And I don't love you anymore, Caleb.
But you're my best friend, my only friend. You have to help me. Please call Duke.
I can't do that. You committed a crime and you'll have to pay for it. And not once have I heard you say that you're actually sorry you did it.
Please, Nat. Who's going to look after my mom? This'll break her heart. I'm begging you.
Natalie softened and she tried to call Duke, but he wasn't picking up. She promised Caleb that she'd try to do what she could, but hours passed and there was no response from Duke. She then decided to call the last person she wanted to talk to. Hello, Harper? Farm girl? To what do I owe this displeasure? Your brother isn't answering my calls and messages. Is he okay? You tell me. Mom kicked him out of the house last night and basically disowned him. All because he said he was in love with you and wouldn't date anyone else. Dad tried to stop him, but he wouldn't stay. He what? Harper, where did he go? Why should I tell you? Harper, please, tell me he has somewhere to go. And he would still have some savings of his own, right? It turns out he doesn't have any. He had $100,000, or so we thought, but now he's penniless. He wouldn't tell me where he spent that money, but I can easily guess it was on you, you gold digger. She was actually right. Mom's surgery had cost $100,000. and it looked like Duke had given all his savings to me. She tried to call Harper again, who blocked her number, so she had no choice but to go to the mansion.
How dare you come here, you filthy, lying peasant!
I just wanted to ask where Duke went because I'm worried. Drop the act, girl. We all know how fake everything was. My brother was so stupid for actually falling in love with you. Yes, it was fake at first, but I've fallen in love with him too, for real. Please, you have to find out where he went. Suddenly, someone started bawling from the door. It was Sheila with her parents. Mrs. Harrison wasn't expecting their visit, and the blood drained from her face.
Who's this girl? Where is my Duke? He's mine. He's only mine. Give him back to me. We are destined to be with each other.
Sheila started screaming and breaking everything she saw, and her mom rushed to calm her down. Meanwhile, her dad was furious.
Our poor daughter. I thought Duke was single. What is the meaning of this?
This is all a misunderstanding. This farm girl is crazy and—
No, we've heard everything. Your son is in love with that girl and you lied to us.
What is going on here?
Your wife promised she'd repay us for keeping her horrible secret. This is the payment we want. Duke for our daughter.
Liars! Liars! Then suddenly, Sheila's dad took some pictures from his suitcase and showed them to Mr. Harrison.
Here is everything you need to see. Your wife is a terrible woman. We shouldn't have trusted her. And now our princess is emotionally destroyed. This is unforgivable.
Mr. Harrison was speechless. His wife was apparently having an affair with a wealthy politician.
My wife discovered all of this because she's the politician's secretary. He has been giving your wife huge sums of money and expensive gifts for years.
Mr. Harrison looked stunned, and then he lost it.
I've done nothing but love you, given in to every stupid tantrum, giving you everything you wanted, but it wasn't good enough for you, and now you've made our son miserable too, just to cover your own dirty secrets. Get out of my house, now!
No, you can't do this to me, honey. I'll leave him for you. But Mr. Harrison ignored her and ordered their security to drag her outside.
Dad, what are you doing to Mom? Can't you just forgive her?
If you want to stay in this house, you will listen to me and stop being such a spoiled brat. Otherwise, you can leave with your mother. Is that understood, Harper?
Yes, Dad.
Mr. Harrison then called the police to help him find his son. Natalie then remembered about this secret place Duke once took her to. She went there alone and found him.
Natalie, what are you doing here?
She told him everything that happened, and Duke couldn't believe how terrible his mom actually was. It's time for you to come home. Your dad is really worried about you.
And you? Were you worried?
Why do you think I'm here? And how could you be foolish enough to give me all your savings?
It was for your mom, Natalie. It's foolish not to take care of the people you love, and I love you.
I love you too, Duke. I never thought I could, and I really didn't want to, trust me. But you've made me fall in love with you. I can't help it.
Okay, so in that case, you need to sign another contract with me.
Depends. What kind of contract is that?
A contract to be my baby queen forever.
Oh my God, please don't ever call me that again.
I'll think about it.
Hey, I'm Anna, and I have a crazy story to tell you. But before I do, please like and subscribe to MSA. I grew up in an orphanage, and ever since I was little, I was surrounded with people who loved me. They said I had the prettiest blue eyes, and my smile could brighten up a room.
I'm sure you'll get adopted by someone amazing, and you'll live like a princess. I wish, but I don't want to leave you guys too.
I loved my life there, but I wanted a real family too. My wish came true when I turned 5, and a rich supermodel, Clara, adopted me. She traveled a lot for work, and I became her favorite travel buddy. When I turned 16, I started a YouTube channel documenting all my travels, and within 2 years, it had more than 20 million subscribers. Life was great, but then one day, everything changed. I was in the cafeteria when my best friend Candace came running to me. We'd been friends ever since I got featured on her channel where she pranked people. You've got to see this, Anna. There's a girl who looks exactly like you. Candy, is this another one of your dumb pranks? I still haven't forgiven you for stuffing fake spider spiders in my locker. Girl, I'm not fooling around. Trust me. Now get up. Just then, a girl swooshed past the crowd and hugged me. And when I saw her face, I almost passed out. We were identical. Holy mother of toads. Told ya. It's really you, Anna? Yeah, but who the heck are you? And why do you look like me? The girl told me her name was Jamie, and she was my twin sister. My head spun in 1,000 directions as I pulled her to the side to talk. Okay, tell me everything. Our parents are from Hawaii, and that's where I grew up. It's a beautiful place. You should visit. Oh, wait, I'm sure you've already been there since you've been everywhere. Get to the point, Jamie. Sorry. So I didn't know I had a sister till I saw your videos. I am so happy to have found you. How are you so sure I'm your sister? Maybe we're just two people who look exactly like each other. When I saw you, I confronted our parents, and they told me that they gave you up because they couldn't afford 2 kids. That makes no sense. Listen, I get it. I look like a homeless person, and you're, well, a queen. I know it's difficult to trust me, but we can get a DNA test to confirm it. And we did take the test. When the results came out, I was shocked. She really was my sister. I was happy and hurt at the same time. The next few days, Jamie and I hung out a lot. She told me she was here on scholarship and was living in some shabby hostel. So I asked Clara if she could live with us. I don't know. I mean, please. You're so busy these days, and I could use some company. But you hardly know her. She is my sister. Clara eventually caved, and Jamie moved in. We set up a room and stayed up all night talking. Slowly, we got close, and Jamie even helped me shoot my videos. One day, we were shooting in the schoolyard when Liam, the hottest guy in school, walked up to me.
Wow, and here I thought you couldn't look prettier.
Yeah, says the guy who has the whole town drooling over his looks. Did you get a new haircut?
She noticed.
As Liam left, Jamie smirked at me. You totally like him. No, I don't. I mean, he's cute and all, but I don't know. We've been friends for so long. Okay, that was a total lie. I've had the biggest crush on Liam, but I wasn't sure if he liked me that way. So I kept my feelings to myself till I found a good time. The next few weeks, I took Jamie with me everywhere, and Candace wasn't too thrilled. She's always around. It's annoying. Give her some time. You'll warm up to her. Now let's get this video started. Our fans are waiting. Just then, Jamie walked in with drinks, tripped on the cords, and sent the soda splashing all over the computer screens. Get off me. You ruined everything. Do you know how much money went into the system? I'm sorry. Please don't be mad. I slipped. Just tell me what you want me to do. I'll get a job and replace all of this. Should I sell my phone? I'll even sell my hair. Oh, shoot. Jeez, Jamie, chill out. Accidents happen. Candy, I'll replace your stuff. Let's not make a big deal out of this. Candace left angrily, and Jamie cried all day until I took her out for ice cream, and she finally shut up. We even decided to stay home that weekend because Jamie was so bummed out. But then Liam invited me for a party, and I couldn't say no. I asked Jamie to tag along, and she reluctantly agreed. But my jaw dropped when I saw her dressed up. Wow, you look, well, like me. It's nice, right? I wanted to make an impression as your sister. Can't let your reputation stink just because I do. Don't say that. You look great. We were having a blast at the party, and thankfully, Candace was in a good mood, and she and Jamie made up. I was getting some drinks when Liam tapped on my shoulder.
I'm glad you showed up.
How could I not? It's your party.
Listen, I've been wanting to tell you something, but I was waiting for the right time. I like you, Anna. Like, a lot. And something tells me you like me too.
Liam, Anna, we have to... Oh my god, I'm interrupting something, right? I'm so stupid. Are you mad at me? I think you are. Maybe I should leave. Or no, wait, I don't have a car or money for a cab. It's okay. I'll hitchhike with some stranger. Hopefully he won't be a kidnapper or a weirdo. Oh my god, Jamie. You know what? Let's just leave together. I'll talk to you in school, Liam. We left, and I couldn't help feeling annoyed with Jamie. But when we reached home, Jamie's phone rang and she went to take the call. But when she came back, I could tell she was crying. What's wrong? Our parents want me to pull out of school and come back home immediately. You know, Anna, I've never had a friend because Mom and Dad just wouldn't let me leave the house. I hate them. They're crazy. It can't be that bad, Jamie. They chose you over me, so I guess they do love you. I just wish I could ask them why they had... That's it. We should switch places. You'll get your answers, and I'll get some time to think about how to convince them to let me stay here. I don't think that's a very good idea. Sure it is. Aren't you even a little bit curious about them? I was curious about my parents, and maybe going as Jamie wasn't a bad idea, but I couldn't tell Clara. What if she didn't like the idea of me meeting my birth parents? And definitely not Candace, because she would just talk me out of it. We decided to do the switch over the weekend since Clara was out of town. Soon, I was on a plane to Hawaii, creepy. And when I reached Jamie's house, I kinda teared up seeing my birth parents, but they looked terrified. Quick, come inside, now, before someone sees you. Hello? No, hi, how are you?
Oh, I really hope no one saw you. Just go and clean up and we'll talk.
That was weird. I figured out which room was Jamie's and started to unpack. I was just wondering what to say to them when they walked in. Jamie, how are you? Are you okay? We wanted to talk to you about that money, but you're probably tired. Let's do it in the morning. Here's some food. With that, Mom put the plate on the floor and ran faster than a bullet. Jamie was right. These people were crazy. I wanted to confront them immediately, but I was too tired and fell asleep. But the next morning, I woke up to loud banging noises.
We know she's in there. Open up. You can't hide her forever.
What's happening, guys?
You shouldn't have come back, Jamie. Why are you here?
Stop yelling. And I'm not Jamie. I'm Anna. You know, the daughter you once had.
What? Did you stop your medication again? Just go inside and let us handle these people.
My birth parents went outside to calm the crowd. An hour later, we sat down, and I told them everything about me being Anna, them being my real parents, the adoption, everything. They looked completely stunned.
Anna, this is not true. It is true that Jamie's our daughter, but she's adopted.
What do you mean? You're not my birth parents?
No, we took Jamie in when she was just 2, and the adoption agency did tell us she had a twin, but we could only adopt one kid, and she was really sick, so we decided to take her in. We loved her and did everything to make her happy, but she was always looking for more. She stole from us and borrowed from everyone in town and never paid anyone back.
That explains all the angry people this morning.
Yes, we had to sell whatever we had to pay them back, but it wasn't enough. When she told us she wanted to go to New York to study, we thought maybe she'd changed for the better. But now you're telling us she found you and she's in your home? She's not fine, Anna. You need to go back, now.
I immediately packed my stuff, but as luck would have it, Hawaii got hit by a hurricane. Thankfully, it was a small one, and flights were cleared to go after 2 days. I tried reaching out to Clara, but she was shooting in a remote location, and my calls weren't going through. Just then, I saw in my Insta stories that Candace was having a party, and Jamie was there too, so I headed there. But when I reached the party, my heart fell to my stomach watching Liam making out with freaking Jamie. Get off him, you freak! Oh my god, you're back. I thought you were gone for good. What? Have you gone completely crazy, Jamie? I'm Anna. No, you're not. I am. Really? Then why are you dressed like that? Babe, make her leave, please. Candy, you know me. I'm Anna. Okay, Jamie, you need to leave before I call the cops. Anna told us how you stole from her and how she kicked you out. You can't make a fool out of me. Clearly not, since you're already acting like one. Candace pushed me away, and I was shocked beyond words. Crushed, I went home, only to find out that Jamie had told the guards not to allow me in my own house. This was officially the worst day of my life. Thankfully, I had my credit card, so I booked a hotel room. The next day in school, I was stunned to see that Jamie had taken over my life completely and had all my friends wrapped around her fingers. I had to do something to expose her before it got any worse, so I set my phone to record and waited until Jamie was alone. Do you really think you can pull this off? No one will believe you. Jamie, please, what do you want from me? Stop torturing me. She took the phone from my pocket and threw it away, breaking it to pieces. Don't act smart with me, or I'll be your worst nightmare. Jamie smirked and left. I had to outwit her. But how? No one believed me. I skipped school for the day and went back to the hotel. Just as I put my bag down, someone knocked on my door. Clara! Anna, thank God you're okay. I just landed and tried to call you, but I couldn't get through. Then I saw you'd used your credit card and booked a place here. I'm sorry, Mom. I should have listened to you and not trusted Jamie at all. Clara calmed me down and I told her everything. I thought she'd scold me, but instead she hugged me and took me home. She even told the guards not to allow Jamie in and informed Jamie's parents. Obviously, that didn't go down well with Jamie. What is happening? You! I did you a favor by not throwing you in jail for robbing me, but after this? What? You'll tell everyone that I'm you and you're me? You can fool my friends, but you cannot fool my mom or your own parents. Suddenly, Jamie saw her parents walk in and turned white as a sheet. Is this some kind of joke? Who are these poor people? Get off me!
Jamie, let's go home, honey. Enough of this.
What home? This is my home. Listen, girl, you're not my daughter, so pack your stuff and leave, or I'll call the police. Jamie tried to protest, but she knew it was pointless. She left soon after, and I didn't press charges. I only wanted my life back, and jail time would have ruined Jamie's life. She was a witch, but she was still my sister. A week later, I went back to school, and Candace walked up to me. Babe, I'm so sorry. I should have known. It's cool. I just want to get past lost everything. Candace and Liam apologized, and a few months later, Liam and I started dating. He even joined me on my travel adventures, and things went back to normal. Or so I thought. A year later, I was in Italy with Liam for a shoot. It was pretty late when I got to the hotel, but as soon as I entered, I realized someone was in my room. My blood froze to see Jamie grinning at me. How did you get in? We're identical, remember? It wasn't difficult to get the master key from the manager. Tell me, are you enjoying living my life? What do you want? I want what's rightfully mine. I should have been the one adopted by a rich family, but instead, I got thrown into a dump while you're living like a princess. You have everything. The big house, the perfect mom, the golden boy. That's just not fair, is it? Jamie stared at me with murder in her eyes. I tried to say something, but words just fell out of my mind. Suddenly, I heard a huge crash, and Liam rushed in with the police.
Are you okay, Anna?
Liam told me how someone on the hotel staff had seen Jamie come in, and then I walked in 5 minutes later.
They were confused and called me since you weren't answering. It wasn't hard to guess it was Jamie.
He's lying. I am Anna. Enough. Stay away from my guy and my life. I can't believe I ever called you my sister, you psycho. Rot in jail for a long, long time. The police took Jamie away, and I never saw her again. It took me a while to get over the episode, but with therapy and support from friends and family, I'm better and thriving.
I have the busiest life of anyone I know, and I love it. Dog walking, school clubs, field hockey, part-time job at the diner, babysitting. I did it all. Hi, everyone. I'm Olivia from Massachusetts. Please like and subscribe. Not everyone understood why I liked to stay so busy, but Mabel was the only person who was a jerk about it. A nice dress. Is it your grandma's? It's for ballroom dancing class. Like you have any rhythm. That's what the class is for, genius. And why do you care so much about what I'm doing? I don't care. I just think it's sad. You fill up all your time with pointless activities so you don't have to think about how lonely and pathetic your life is. Bully was too kind of a word for Mabel. She was evil. She hadn't always been this way. We used to be best friends. In fact, we were inseparable. Sleepovers, late-night phone calls about the boys we were crushing on. We were even lab partners in chemistry class. All of that changed the day of the triathlon. We made it through the swimming and the cycling segments of the race with no problems. We were neck and neck. And then, during the running segment, Mabel tripped over a rock and fell hard. I think I've broken my ankle. Should I find a medic? Or maybe I can help you up so we can both finish? I felt guilty, but as the other runners raced past, all I could think about was beating them. Mabel had been so excited for us to do this together, though. No, you go ahead. I'm sure help will be here soon. I hesitated, but only for a second. Okay, I'll see you after the finish line. I sped off, leaving Mabel behind. Things were never the same after that. I tried connecting with Mabel over and over, but she wanted nothing to do with me. And then our paths just kind of went in opposite directions. I was still super competitive and always involved in sports and other physical activities, but Mabel became more introspective and artsy. She joined the theater club and even DJ'd on weekends. Sometimes I still miss her, but then she'd shove me into a locker or make fun of me behind my back, and I'd remember that she's a bully and a jerk. I'm better off without her. As my partner Pierre twirled me across the dance floor at class that night, I felt everything else fade away. All my cares and worries, even my other hobbies. It was nice to let go. But after class, Mabel's words were ringing in my head. I stopped to talk to Pierre. We didn't go to the same school, but we were the same age, and he knew me better than almost anyone. You don't think she was right, do you? She has a point. You move nonstop like a shark. Almost like you're afraid if you stop swimming, you'll drown. A shark couldn't pull off these moves. Come on, be serious for a second. What are you trying to escape from? Right now? This conversation. I stomped off. Whatever you say, shark girl. What was everyone's problem today? I expected that treatment from Mabel, but I had to admit it hurt to hear Pierre agree with her. The next day, Mabel was laughing in the hall, and her stupid friends kept glancing over at me. Finally, I had enough and marched right up to them. What's so funny? Nothing. I signed you up for the triathlon, that's all. What? You can't just sign another person up without their consent? Fine, don't do it then. You're obviously too scared. I was smart enough to know she was manipulating me, but my competitive side was drowning everything else out. Scared? I wasn't scared of anything. I don't mind, I'll do it. Besides, I'm not the one who couldn't finish. That wiped the smirk right off Mabel's face. I felt satisfied as I strode off down the hall, but then my guilt came rushing back. Whatever, why should I feel guilty? She's the one who put me in this position. I threw myself into training. If I was going to do this, I was going to win. I swam laps in the pool, biked up a mountain to build endurance, and ran everywhere instead of taking the bus. One morning, when I came up for air in the pool, I was surprised to see another person swimming laps. Usually this early, I was the only one here. Wow, she was fast. She pushed herself up on the other side and removed her goggles. It was Mabel. I didn't know what to make of her being there. But then when I went to relax my muscles in the hot tub afterwards and Mabel was there too, I started to get annoyed. Are you following me? This is a public facility. I've never seen you here before. Is torturing me at school not enough for you? Now I can't even train without you hassling me? I'm here to train too. Not everything is some conspiracy against you. Train for what? What do you think? The triathlon. You're doing the triathlon? Why? So I can finish what I started. I had to admit I respected her for that. Maybe we could train together. I don't need your help. She got up and left. Ugh, I don't know why I even offered. She could have at least been polite, but I guess that was too much to ask from Mabel. Well, at least I had the hot tub to myself now. At ballroom class later that night, I was dancing furiously. Usually, I was able to let everything else slip away, but this time I couldn't focus. Hey, this isn't your triathlon. Slow down. It's supposed to be fun. I'm sorry, Pierre. I know I'm not being a very good partner. Are you kidding? You're great. Everyone else here needs a cane. What's on your mind? It's Mabel. She signed up for the same triathlon I'm doing. She has the right to, doesn't she? I'm not saying she can't. I just don't know why now, after all this time. I remember when you guys used to be attached at the hip. I know you still miss her sometimes, even if you won't admit it. Actually, you don't know that, because I don't miss her. I stomped off again. Watch out, shark girl coming through. All throughout training leading up to the triathlon, Mabel was like my shadow. Everywhere I looked, she was doing the same thing. If I was on the treadmill, she increased her speed. If I was in the pool, she swam just a little bit faster. It didn't intimidate me because being fast in controlled conditions was very easy compared to the triathlon, which took place outdoors, and that was where I dominated. We didn't speak again after that conversation in the hot tub, but we were never far from one another. It made me notice how careless Mabel was with her safety. So when she wasn't looking, I tried to help. All the training had me exhausted. My mom must have noticed because she brought some cookies and tea to me in bed one night. I know you don't like quitting, honey, but there's no shame in walking away from something that's no longer making you happy. You don't have anything to prove to anyone. Mom, I can't just walk away. Mabel would never let me live it down. Mabel is your friend. She's not going to judge you for taking care of yourself. She's not my friend. She's my nemesis. We haven't been friends in a long time. I know, sweetie. I guess I just always hoped you two would find your way back into each other's lives. Now eat your cookies before your dad steals them. I didn't have the heart to tell my mom that was never going to happen. Plus, my mouth was full of chocolate chips. That night, I dreamed I was going for a jog when suddenly the whole world turned into a treadmill. I wanted to get off, but I knew if I stopped running, I'd fall into space and float away. And there was Mabel with her arms crossed, laughing at me. When I woke up, I was jogging in place in my pajamas. The next day, Mabel and I were biking down a gravel road. Not together, but at the same time. Suddenly, Mabel hit a rough patch and flipped over her handlebars. Ooh, ouch. That looked painful. Are you okay? I'm fine. Don't worry about me. It's not like you ever have before. How long are you going to hold on to that grudge? You're the one who told me to keep going and finish the race. Or do you not remember that part? Forget it. Just leave me alone. I told you I didn't need your help. Mabel, this is so stupid. You're going to get yourself hurt again. Why not just bail? You're not special, Olivia. I can do whatever you can do. I'm not saying I'm special, you psycho. I'm trying to look out for you. A car pulled up right in front of us. Hey, you two, maybe you could move your little powwow onto the sidewalk instead of the middle of the road. Go around! The day before the triathlon, Pierre and I skipped ballroom class so I could let my body rest. We hung out on the steps of the museum, which overlooked the entire city. Can I ask you something? You're just going to leave if you don't like the answer. I won't this time, promise. Do you really think Mabel is right? It's not about right or wrong. I think Mabel was hurt when you left her behind, and she hurt you when she refused to accept your apologies or hang out again. Now it's become this vicious, never-ending cycle. In some ways, it's like you two never left that triathlon. You had me for a second there. No, honestly, that makes a lot of sense. Thanks for always telling me the truth, Pierre. Anytime, Shark Girl. How are you? I feel like we always talk about my problems. Well, things haven't been easy lately, to be honest. My parents argue constantly, and I've been struggling at school. The ballroom lessons are kind of an escape for me. Pierre, I'm so sorry. I had no idea. Dancing is the one thing that helps you feel better, and I've been ruining it by complaining about my stupid problems. You're the reason it's an escape. You could never ruin it. I felt my stomach flutter with the golden light on Pierre's hair. Just the two of us on the steps. It was the first time in forever I felt comfortable just sitting still. I lay my head against his shoulder, and we watched the sun sink behind the skyscrapers. But enough of that sappy stuff. I had a race to win. At the starting line on the shore of the lake, I glanced over at Mabel. She stared straight ahead into the water, nervous but determined. The whistle blew, and we were off. Okay, Olivia, time to live up to your nickname. Go, Shark Girl, go. I swam like I was born in the water, like I was a goddess of the sea. When I reached the shore, I hopped onto my bike without missing a beat. I glanced back. I was winning. All my training was paying off. But the race wasn't over yet. I noticed another rider coming up fast behind me. It was Mabel. Wow, I guess I underestimated her. I started to pedal even faster. As impressive as Mabel was, she was gonna have to settle for second place. I could see the other riders huffing and puffing in the distance behind us. I threw my bike to the side and hit the ground running. It was the final segment of the race, the 10K. Mabel was close behind me. She looked exhausted. I was getting tired too, but I was in great shape from sports and constant exercise. Sorry, Mabel, but you're a DJ, not an athlete. What? While I'd been patting myself on the back, Mabel had caught up to me, and now she was pulling ahead. No, I couldn't let this happen, not with first place so close. It was time to show Mabel just how fast I was. I took a breath, hurtled forward like a freight train, and then I tripped. I fell on my face in the dirt and hit my shoulder on a rock. Ow, ow, ow! Well, so much for winning. I started to cry. Then a hand appeared in front of me to help me up. Why are you stopping? Mabel, you can win this. Go, you earned it. I know you were looking out for me during our training. I told you not to help me, but I'm glad you did. I was speechless. Come on, this time both of us finish or neither of us do. I couldn't believe that after leaving her behind all that time ago and how messed up things had become between us ever since, Mabel was willing to lose the race just to help me. She supported me and we hobbled onward together. The other runners started to pass us. At the finish line, Mabel and I practically collapsed. We chugged water and caught our breath. We may not have won, but we finished, and we did it together. Mabel, I'm so sorry. I never should have put the race before our friendship. I'm sorry for all the time we lost because of my stupid, selfish, competitive streak. If I could go back, I'd do it differently. I'm sorry, too, for bullying you and for being stubborn and taking so long to forgive you. Does that mean you forgive me now? Mabel didn't answer. She just wrapped her arms around me in a bear hug. From that moment on, Mabel and I were best friends again. I went to all her DJ gigs, and she was always there to support me at my races, from the sidelines. We had our different interests, and that's okay. What mattered is that we were there for each other through the ups and downs. At the next ballroom lesson, Pierre was waiting for me. "How's it going, Shark Girl?" Before he could finish his question, I kissed him. He was speechless, but I could tell how happy he was when we were dancing. He had the same dreamy smile on his face that I had. I felt lucky to have these special people in my life, and I was never going to take them for granted again.
Growing up, my twin brother Mikhail and I were raised by our single dad, and boy were we living the high life. We lived in a mansion straight out of a fairy tale with every luxury imaginable. We always had the coolest toys, the best clothes, super fancy meals, and the most awesome birthday parties ever. And you know what made it all possible? My dad's super cool job at Lewis Industries. He had a high position there and worked his butt off to give us the best life ever. Everything was perfect. Until one day in high school, Dad hit us with some shocking news. We were completely broke. Turns out Dad's boss, Mr. Lewis, fired him unjustly and even seized whatever Dad owned. Dad, we'll get through this, right?
I don't know, honey. I don't know. That man destroyed me. He took every last cent I had. Mr. Lewis is a fraud, and he blamed me and fired me. This is so unfair, and I'm so sorry I can't give you the life you deserve anymore.
Seeing Dad's tears made my heart shatter, and then suddenly, I felt rage surge through my veins. I wanted revenge. I vowed to make Mr. Lewis pay for causing us so much pain, and also take back what he stole from us. That night, we moved into a small apartment, and things were never the same again. Hey guys, I'm Armani. Before I continue with my crazy story, please like and subscribe to MSA. The next day, news of Dad's misfortune spread far and wide, and everyone now looked at us with pity. Aren't you that millionaire's daughter? Oh, poor you, going through so much. Here, the bread and eggs are on us. You don't need to pay, sweetheart. I totally hated how everyone was pitying us, and Mikhail felt the same way. He was determined to start some business to help Dad with the bills. Then, something mind-blowing happened. He got offered a scholarship to the swankiest school ever, where he'd applied before Dad got fired. But now, Mikhail was unsure about it. You're not sure? Mikhail, studying at this school could open up doors for you in the future, for all of us.
Yeah, but Dad needs me right now. We have our business planned out, and I'm just taking a year off from studies. Besides, I found out that Mr. Lewis's son, Peter, is also in that school. I don't want to be there.
Seriously? The son of that cheater who drained us dry? This could actually be the perfect opportunity to get revenge.
Come on, Armani. Revenge is never the solution. Karma will handle Mr. Lewis. We need to focus on getting our life back on track.
Was he serious? There was no way I was going to pass up this chance to make Mr. Lewis pay. I came up with an idea. Join the school in Mikhail's place. At first, he was totally against it, but I lied about how much I wanted to study in a great school, and this was the only opportunity I'd have since Dad had no money.
Aren't you forgetting one tiny detail? It's an all-boys school.
No sweat, Mikhail. I'll just pretend to be a dude. Teach me the way of the bros, please. And then, mission dudification began. First up, Mikhail taught me bro vocabulary.
Every sentence should have dude or bro or man.
Then he taught me the bro walk, which was kind of funny to be honest. Then came the fist bumps, and at last, the dude dress code. After a week of training and a wig, I transformed into Mikhail from Armani, and I was so ready for this school and meeting this Peter. On my first day of school, I thought it would be a piece of cake. I mean, all I would have to do was walk and talk like a boy. But soon, my throat was hurting from making my voice deep. My waist was hurting from sucking in my breath and doing that stupid dude walk. And then I had to pee. I rushed to the restroom, but to my horror, it was a dirty urinal toilet staring back at me. Yuck! Boys are gross! I was searching the school for a better bathroom when suddenly I heard some yelling. I followed the voices to see what was happening, and I spotted a guy on the bleachers getting picked on by some meanies.
Hey man, I don't want any trouble. Look, I've got a Snickers bar. How about we all share it and share our feelings? We could start with you, Josh. You can talk about your anger issues. This is a safe space. Are you for real, you dumb loser? Sticks and stones may break my bones, but words will never hurt me. You want to test that theory? You're a good-for-nothing idiot with a bad haircut, and the only girl who will ever love you is your granny.
Oh God, ouch. That hurts so bad. You might as well just have punched me in the stomach.
I can do that. Stop that, dude. Leave him alone, man. Or else what, newbie? I'm gonna show the principal this video of you bullying a student. Yup, I got it all here, bro. Josh glared at me, then pushed Peter away and gestured to the other guys, and they all left. Thank you for standing up to Josh, but I had it under control. Yeah, I could see that. Man, I'm Peter. Peter Lewis. What's your name? Wait, as in Mr. Lewis's son, Peter Lewis? Our Mikhail bro. Our Mikhail bro. What an interesting name. No, just Mikhail. I gotta go pee. I have to find a clean bathroom. Say no more and follow me. Peter led me to the teacher's bathroom, which was as clean as a whistle. Throughout the day, Peter and I ended up hanging out together, and as we got talking during recess, I realized Peter was a sweet and simple guy. The day seemed to be going well, until we had swimming class. All right, boys, time to change into your swim trunks so we can dive right in.
What the fudge? I had to come up with a good excuse to skip the lesson, and my mind was racing as the teacher caught sight of me.
Hey, you. Yes, you. Come on, get changed. I'm allergic to water. I was diagnosed with aquagenic urticaria. Yeah, it's been pretty hard for me.
Fortunately, everyone bought the lie. Well, everyone except Josh, who sneaked up behind me after swim class.
Aquagenic urticaria? Really? I'll do my research, and we'll know if you're really allergic to water, or you're just a weirdo who likes to be the center of attention everywhere. You've got the rest of your life to be as dull as you wish. Why not take today off and do something better with your life?
Everyone roared with laughter as Josh fumed and stormed off angrily.
Hey, would you like to hang out over the weekend at my place? My dad's away on a business trip, and I have no close friends.
Well, now you have me, bro. Peter shared his number and address with me. This was perfect. I knew from Dad that Mr. Lewis had a home office, and if I could sneak in, maybe I could find some evidence and prove Mr. Lewis was the fraud Dad said he was. The next morning, I showed up at Peter's mansion and was blown away. It was ginormous. It even had 2 Olympic-sized pools and 7 freaking jacuzzis. Peter gave me a tour of his massive house, showed me every single room except 2.
Why aren't we going into those 2 rooms? One's Dad's office and the other, it's just private. Come on, let me show you the kitchen.
Of course, his uneasiness only made me more intrigued. Later, as we were having snacks, I excused myself to the bathroom and snuck into one of the 2 rooms, hoping it was the office. But just as I entered and turned on the lights, someone grabbed my shoulder.
Mikhail, the bathroom's the other way. Why are you here?
I just got lost. I was terrible at lying, but Peter believed me instantly.
Oh, no problem. Well, since you're here already, I want to show you something that I've never shown anyone. Also, because I've never had a friend over before.
He then pulled out a mysterious box from under the dusty bed.
Things haven't been the same since Mom left us. She was my favorite person and my best friend. Dad thought putting all our stuff in this room would make us forget, but it's the opposite. It's been really tough, Mikhail.
Seeing Peter vulnerable made my heart go out to him. Now you have me. I'll always be here for you.
Thanks, bro.
When I got home, I kept thinking about my revenge plan. No matter what, I didn't want to hurt Peter. He was really growing on me. But I had to stand up for my dad, too. It wasn't Peter's fault his dad was a jerk. And I hoped once he learned about his dad's dirty deeds, he'd hate him, too. In the following days, Peter and I really bonded. And I couldn't help but notice how naive he was.
OMG, Bella Porch messaged me. Dude, she's asking me to send her $5,000 because she's stranded on some island. We have to help her. She's my favorite TikTok star.
What? I mean, bro, seriously? Look closely. It's a fake account, man.
Oh, you're right. I'm such a dummy. For a second, I was on cloud 9 that Bella messaged me. You know, I adore her. She's so cute and...
As Peter went on and on about Bella Porch, I found myself feeling weirdly jealous. It was then I realized I kinda had a crush on Peter. One time, as Peter was on the ground playing football, I couldn't help thinking that he looked kinda, well, hot. Suddenly, an annoying voice interrupted me.
Why are you looking at him like you're in love with him? Haven't you learned to mind your own business? Oh, Mikhail, I did some digging, and boy was I shocked. It all adds up now.
And then he showed me some pictures of me. That's my sister Armani, you dumbhead. We're twins. See this picture? Now get a life, bro, and delete my sister's pictures from your phone before I break your face. Phew, that was close. But then during recess, Josh joined us and placed a whole box of Snickers in front of Peter.
Hey, bro, I wanted to talk to you. I've been in therapy, and I've realized you were right. I needed to deal with my anger issues, and I really need to apologize for the way I've behaved with you. I'm trying to change, and I'm really sorry.
Yeah, right. But Peter totally fell for it.
Aw, thanks, Josh. That means a lot, and I only wish you well. Forgiven and forgotten. Oh, by the way, I'm throwing a party this weekend to showcase some of my new artwork. You guys should come.
A party was the perfect opportunity to break into Mr. Lewis's office because Peter would be busy. I just had to keep an eye out for this Josh. And once I had the evidence, I'd come out with the whole truth to Peter. So, when nobody was watching at the party, I sneaked into the office, desperate to find something incriminating. But moments later, the door swung open and Peter entered.
Got lost again?
Yeah, your place is like a maze, man.
I know, right? Come on, let me show you out.
Just as I was walking out with Peter, someone from behind grabbed my wig and pulled it hard. I turned around to see it was Josh, and my long hair had come undone.
See? I told you so. Now do I get the $1,000?
What?
Yeah, I told him you're a girl, and I did some more digging on you. You and your brother are the kids of that millionaire who's poor now, the one who used to work for Peter's dad. I didn't believe Josh, but it looks like I'm always an idiot. Serves me right for trusting anyone, and I don't know why you deceived me, and I don't even want to find out. Maybe you also came to do what your dad did.
Peter, you don't know everything. Let me explain.
All I know is that you pretended to be my friend, and you lied to me. Please just leave.
Peter.
Guards, escort her out of here.
With my head hung low, I made my way back home, and the next morning, I was horrified to find my face all over social media. Apparently, Josh had uploaded a clip from the party, and everyone had something negative to say about me. When Mikhail learned what I'd done, he was also unhappy. He had told me not to seek revenge, but I'd ignored his advice. Naturally, through all of this, I guess Mikhail, was also kicked out of school. I just shut myself up in my room, and Dad came to talk to me one night. I just broke down and ended up telling him about my crazy plan and how far I'd gone.
Oh, honey, I feel so terrible about this, and I should have told you sooner. The thing is, I made an awful mistake at Mr. Lewis's company. I allowed my greed to get the better of me, so I stole some money. I know it was wrong, and I'm really ashamed of myself. I got caught, and naturally Mr. Lewis fired me. I lied about him. He isn't a fraud. He's actually a kind man who could have sent me to jail, but he spared me, and he didn't take my money from me. I just never saved anything. I didn't have the courage to tell you kids the truth, and I'm so sorry.
Seriously, Dad? Like, how could you? OMG, you're the one who's a fraud. I can't do this right now. Mikhail was equally stunned to learn the truth about Dad. We both stopped talking to him for weeks, but one day, as Mikhail and I were watching MSA, Dad came to us in tears.
I know I'm asking a lot here, but I can't bear the silent treatment. You're both my world, and I'll do whatever it takes to make it up to you. I'm really sorry for what I brought on this family. Dad, you realized your mistake. That's what matters the most.
We'll get through this together, all three of us. After finally knowing the truth, I felt even worse for deceiving Peter. I tried calling him to apologize, but he never picked up, so I wrote everything out in a letter to mail it to him. Hey, Peter, I'm writing this letter to say sorry for all the messed up things I did. I can't begin to explain how much it sucks to realize that I hurt you. I thought my family was miserable because of your dad, and I was blinded by my anger and need for revenge. But I was wrong about everything, and I ended up losing a friend. Take care of yourself, Peter. You deserve happiness and good things in life. I'll always carry the regret of what I've done, and I hope that someday, somehow, you'll forgive me. I'm really sorry. Armani. A few weeks later, Mikhail dropped the best news ever. He and Dad were finally ready to start the business in a new town. I was excited about the fresh start, but I couldn't ignore the sadness I felt at the idea of being so far from Peter. A night before our flight, I was up in my room when I heard voices downstairs, and I rushed down to see Peter in our living room. Wow, you both are really twins. Anyway, Armani, I'm still mad at you, but that letter you sent really made me think. Admitting your mistakes takes a lot of courage, and you showed that you have it, and I want to move past this. I know you're leaving tomorrow, but that doesn't mean we can't still be friends.
I don't deserve a friend like you, Peter, and I'm sorry for hurting you. Can you really forgive me?
Maybe, if you take me out for some ice cream.
I'd love that. Let's go.
Hi, I'm Andy from Scotland, and I live in a castle like a princess in a fairy tale. But my fairy tale turned into a fairy nightmare. But before I continue, please like and subscribe. There was nothing I loved more than sneaking through the secret passages, climbing the turrets, and exploring the dungeons in my princess costume. I had so much fun, but I always felt that there was something missing. I needed to find my Prince Charming. When I was 9, a new gardener moved into the servants' quarters, and he had a son my age named Jacob. Jacob was so cute, and he had these dreamy brown eyes. I wondered if he was Prince Charming material. Sure, he wasn't rich, but that didn't matter. Royal people marry commoners all the time. So I went over and introduced myself.
Your name's Andy? That's a boy's name. Why are you wearing a dress like a girl?
Because I am a girl, a royal girl, and you can address me as Your Highness.
Instead, he kicked me in the shins and left. He wasn't charming at all. One day, my mom told me to go to Jacob's house to drop off some freshly baked cookies when suddenly my Barbie dolls started falling out of the sky with their arms and legs in all the wrong places. I looked up to see Jacob grinning at me from his window. I got so mad I threw a cookie at his face and he dropped a water balloon on my head. At that moment, I realized Jacob wasn't my Prince Charming. He was an evil villain, and we were in an epic war. I let my dog poop under his bedroom window. Jacob put bugs in my hair. I smeared mud on his face. He kicked sand in my eyes. Then one day, my parents betrayed me and invited Jacob and his parents over for dinner to force us into a truce. The first chance I got, I excused myself and snuck away to one of my secret tunnels. I was having a tea party with my stuffed animals when out of nowhere, a scary monster came racing toward me. It growled and snarled and scared me half to death.
Please don't eat me. I'm too young to die. There's a boy downstairs. I'm sure he tastes much better than me.
It's me, Scaredy Cat. This place is really cool. Wanna play hide and seek?
Jacob and I had so much fun playing in the castle that he started coming over every day. After a while, I realized Jacob wasn't so bad. By the time we reached middle school, we were thick as thieves and spent all of our time together. But that didn't sit well with Zara. Zara hated me since we were 5, and she found out I lived in a castle. Her mom was a powerful politician, and Zara couldn't stand the idea of someone else stealing her thunder. It wasn't enough for her to be the prettiest or the most popular. She had to be the most important. One day at lunchtime, I was minding my own business when Zara yanked on my braid. Ow!
So sorry. I spilled some milk and mistook your hair for a mop.
Maybe I was a little grubby. I was a bit of a tomboy, but I was pretty sure I didn't look like a mop. Then suddenly, someone dumped a milkshake on Zara's head.
Oh, whoops. Sorry. I mistook you for a trash can.
Zara ran away screaming. The evil witch had been vanquished. Maybe Jacob was my Prince Charming after all? After that, every time I saw Jacob, I got this warm feeling like I'd eaten a slice of pie straight from the oven. Then I realized I was totally crushing on Jacob. But what if he didn't like me? And things got really weird. The last thing I wanted was to ruin our friendship. A few weeks later, Jacob came over to hang out in the castle. We were having a sword fight in the dungeon. While we were fighting, we stumbled across a secret room. It was dark and creepy and looked like something from a scary movie. Then Jacob grabbed my hand and pulled me inside. Suddenly, the door slammed shut. Jacob tried to open it, but it wouldn't budge.
The door stuck.
Pull harder.
I can't.
I pulled out my cell phone and tried to call for help, but I couldn't get a signal. Then I screamed as loud as I could, but no one heard us. OMG, we're trapped. We gotta get out of here. We'll run out of air. We'll starve to death. Oh, jeez, it's happening already. I'm feeling dizzy. Tell my parents I love them. Oh, wait, you'll be dead too.
Calm down, Andy. Everything will be okay. I can climb up to that window and crawl out to get help.
The window was pretty high. He could totally get hurt. It's too dangerous.
It's okay. I got this.
Then for some reason, without thinking, I ran over and kissed him.
What was that?
For good luck, Jacob kissed me back, then climbed up to the window, but he slipped, fell, and hit his head. No! I raced to his side and held him in my arms. Suddenly, a bunch of firemen burst through the walls and pulled us to safety. They rushed Jacob to the hospital. Luckily, he wasn't hurt too bad. He had a minor concussion, but he made a quick recovery.
recovery. The castle was a mess, and the insurance refused to pay the damage. So, my family was stuck with a huge bill we couldn't afford. My parents blamed Jacob, and Jacob's parents blamed me.
Your daughter is out of control. She almost killed my son.
Your son's the problem. He runs around like a wild animal. Our parents got so mad that they refused to let me and Jacob hang out anymore. The next morning, things got worse.
Honey, we have to leave the castle.
But the castle belongs to our family. No, it belongs to the government. We're just the groundskeepers. You loved pretending to be a princess when you were little, and your father and I thought it'd be harmless to let you believe we were part of a noble family. Harmless? You made a fool out of me. Why do we have to move now? What changed? And that's when they showed me a letter from the government saying our services were no longer needed. I was devastated. My life was in shambles. Not only had we lost the castle, I had to change schools and live in my grandparents' tiny house across town. And it was all Jacob's fault. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention, the week after we moved out, Jacob and his family were hired to be the new groundskeepers. One day, I ran into him at the grocery store and gave him a piece of my mind. You backstabbing troll, you won't get away with this.
I didn't do anything.
You pretended to be my Prince Charming so you could steal my castle. You lured me into that dungeon. It was all part of your master plan. I hate you. I wish I'd never met you.
Then I stormed off. Jacob texted me and sent me letters claiming he was innocent and that his parents just happened to be offered the job as groundskeepers. But I wasn't stupid. I blocked his calls and burned all his letters. My parents worked hard to find new jobs, and after a few years, they saved enough money to move us into a new apartment and pay for my tuition at a fancy high school. Things were finally looking up, but then my world was turned upside down. I was at my locker minding my own business when I saw Jacob and Zara marching down the hall like they owned the place. And did you see those outfits? They wore the most expensive clothes and so much bling. Their outfits could have paid my parents' rent for a year. Zara was always rich, but Jacob was dirt poor. What the heck happened? A kid with a cell phone recorded their every move like they were freaking celebrities. Then a terrible, horrible, disgusting, diabolical thing happened. Jacob kissed Zara. My blood sizzled like an egg in a frying pan. All the pain, frustration, and stress they caused came rushing back to me. Oh, look, it's the girl that lived in the castle. Your head looks a lot bigger than I remember. Hopefully you'll grow into it. If not, you can always tune into my live stream. I give lots of tips for walking disasters like you. You stupid witch, I'll show you a disaster. I raised my hand to slap her, but Jacob caught my arm.
Chill out, Andy. Zara was just kidding. It's part of her brand. It's her job to give advice on fashion emergencies.
Don't touch me, jerk. You're no better than she is. Come on, Jacob, ignore her. She's just jealous because we're so out of her league. Every time Zara and I were in the same room, she'd say the meanest things and make fun of me in front of her rich friends. Hey, fashion fail. That outfit is hideous. It should be a crime to be so tacky. Have you seen your face? It looks like a wrinkled monkey's butt with pink lipstick and eyeshadow. I couldn't believe how shallow all the rich kids were. Even Jacob spent most of his time checking himself out in the mirror, fixing his hair, and posing for selfies for his Instagram. Every time I saw Zara and Jacob together, it made me sick to my stomach, especially when they posted selfies of themselves at my castle. Fine, I know it wasn't my castle anymore, but it's the principle. I put thumbs down and barfing emojis on all of their posts, and I told everyone Jacob was a backstabbing, lying cow. Jacob blocked me and confronted me the next day.
Stop being so childish and jealous. Your comments are hurting my business. Zara and I are social media stars, and we've got endorsement deals. I need that money to help my family.
I'm not being childish. I'm telling the truth. The world needs to know that you and Zara are evil.
Grow up, Andy. This isn't a fairy tale, and stop blaming me for what happened with the castle.
After that, Jacob and I avoided each other like a plague. I had to get my mind off of Zara and Jacob, so I focused on my studies. I worked hard and graduated at the top of my class and was accepted into a prestigious university. I even had a new goal, to be a heart surgeon, so I could fix broken hearts. Yes, I see the irony. And it was there that I met Ian. I was in the park reading when a soccer ball came flying at my head. Just as it was about to hit me, Ian appeared out of nowhere. He leapt for the ball, but it bounced off his fingers and landed at my feet. Ian had the cutest smile and the most amazing abs. I mean, this guy was ripped, sculpted to perfection. It's like he belonged in a museum.
Sorry about that. Can I have the ball back?
Abs? Sorry, I mean abs. I mean, yes, here. I threw the ball to him.
Wow, nice arm. But it can't compete with your pretty smile.
Ian was super smart and kind. He made up love poems on the fly and recited them to me.
Your face is like a lamp that brightens my day, and your voice is like a rooster No, a bell. A horn.
He bought me flowers, chocolate, and a doll with his face on it. It was weird, but it's the thought that counts, right? Before I knew it, we were boyfriend and girlfriend. I was happy. Even better when my parents gave me the best news ever. We're getting the castle back, honey. We get to go home. That's amazing. How did this happen?
It's a long story. When you get in town, we'll explain everything.
Ian and I hopped in the car and drove back to Scotland. But when I arrived, I was shocked to see Jacob in the living room with my parents, and he looked amazing. Jacob had a major glow up. He was cute before, but now he looks like he'd win a Mr. Universe contest. Wait, do they even have those? Then I remembered Jacob was the enemy. What's he doing here?
We're hosting Jacob's engagement party tonight.
He's marrying Zara. My blood boiled. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. Are you guys crazy? Jacob's family stole our castle and ruined our lives. Why on earth would you host his engagement? That's ancient history. We've worked it all out. Jacob had cast his wicked spell on my parents, and now they were putty in his hands. But I couldn't take it. I wasn't just angry. My heart ached at the thought of Jacob marrying Zara. Come on, Ian. Let's go.
Okay, babe. I'll just grab our bags.
Put those bags down now. Don't be rude, Andy. Pick up the bags, Ian. We're leaving. I can't stay in this place another second.
Can you please just listen?
I totally ignored Jacob and his stupid, beautiful face and headed toward the door.
Jacob's parents took a job at another castle, and Jacob pulled some strings to get our jobs back. When we heard that he was getting married, we offered to throw the engagement party here, and he accepted. It's the least we could do to thank him.
To be honest, what Jacob did for my parents was pretty nice, but I still didn't trust him. All I knew for sure was that the last thing I wanted was to see Zara and Jacob together again. I'd rather put a needle in my eye.
You don't have to come if you don't want to, but I just wanted to tell you in person that Zara and I are sorry for the way we treated you in high school.
Then Jacob walked out the door. My parents spent all night convincing me to go to the party. Eventually, they wore me down. The night of the party, the place looked spectacular. My parents and Ian had a great time mingling with all the guests, but I was miserable. I walked outside to get some air and ran into Jacob.
I didn't think you'd come.
It was a favor to my parents.
So, Ian, he seems like a nice guy. Is he your Prince Charming?
I glanced at Ian. He was on the dance floor doing a chicken dance, waving his arms and shaking his butt. He looked less like Prince Charming and more like Prince Fartling at the moment. He's a nice guy.
Andy, I have something for you. I saw this and thought of you, so I had to buy it.
Then Jacob gave me a snow globe with a replica of my castle inside. Next to the tiny castle were two little figurines of a boy and a girl that reminded me of how Jacob and I used to be. It was so beautiful, it made me cry.
What's wrong? Do you hate it? It's stupid, huh? I could take it back. You don't have to keep it.
No, it's amazing. I hugged Jacob, and he hugged me back. As he held me in his arms, my heart melted. Suddenly, Jacob pulled away.
I'm sorry. I have to go.
He raced back inside. The rest of the party was pretty awkward. Every time I glanced at Jacob, he looked away. I was relieved when Ian and I finally got back home. I was still shaken up, but I decided to focus on the present.
Look, babe, your friend sent us a wedding invitation.
I'm focusing on the present, but of course, I had to go. Jacob was my best friend once, and I was happy for him, wasn't I? On the morning of Jacob's wedding, I was a wreck. Ian found me looking at an old Barbie doll.
I love you, Andy, but ever since we met, I felt like there was this piece of you I could never reach. Now I know why, because you're saving it for someone else.
But Ian...
Come on, we both know the truth.
Jacob meant a lot to me, but that's in the past.
I saw the way you looked at each other. Go. Tell him how you feel before it's too late.
I thanked Ian and gave him a big hug. He was a great boyfriend, but he wasn't my Prince Charming. Just then, I noticed the time. I was late. I said goodbye to Ian and sprinted through the rain. But when I got to the venue, it was empty. Oh no, it's over. I was too late.
Andy?
Jacob, where is everyone?
I called the wedding off. It wasn't fair to Zara to marry her when I'm in love with someone else.
As he moved closer, my heart almost burst from my chest. Maybe you're able to let the past go, but I'm not. Jacob pulled me into his arms, and suddenly, without warning, my lips had a mind of their own, and I kissed him. He kissed me back and looked into my eyes.
I can't let go either, and I never will again.
Promise?
With all my heart.
So, I got my second chance at fairy tale love. Not the storybook kind, but the complicated, messy, real-life kind. And you know what? It's even better.
Hey, I'm Marianne. Please like and subscribe to MSA.
I'm about to share a story about the challenges life has thrown at me. My parents, especially my dad, weren't what some would call expressive and loving. They constantly fought and seemed to spend more time hating each other than anything else. Dad always had the TV blaring. The noise kept me up at night, so I often resorted to sleeping with headphones on. I knew he wasn't a bad person. He just had some annoying habits and seemed to enjoy annoying Mom. Mom was kind. She did her best to be the best mom. She'd surprise me with toys and candies. My favorite place was our treehouse, which Mom built for me. It was my escape. I loved spending time there with my bestie Joy.
Marianne, everything will be okay. My mom got me 2 dolls and I want to give you one. Let's grab some ice cream.
Joy was my best friend since kindergarten. She always knew how to cheer me up, sharing her toys with me. We were inseparable, so much so that some people at school mistook us for twins. Plus, Joy had an amazing voice. Sometimes she sang to me until I fell asleep in the treehouse. Joy's family seemed perfect. Her mom was a successful fashion designer, and her dad was a police officer. Sometimes I found myself wishing I was part of her family, but I'd immediately feel guilty knowing my mom loved me. When I was 16, my gymnastics coach said I should compete in another state. Excited, I asked my parents for money to go. Dad, busy with his motorbike, brushed me off.
Wish I could, honey, but I gotta paint the bike. It's my pride and joy.
I could tell Mom wanted to help by the way she looked at me, giving me the, I wish I could help you, dear look. And that day, I made up my mind to do something. I grabbed my dad's motorbike keys, thinking I could ride to the competition myself. But since I didn't really know how to drive, I ended up crashing into a fire hydrant. Dad was furious about his damaged bike, but before he could say anything, Mom intervened. Don't you dare yell at her. Mom then hugged me and handed me some money. Here, take this money. I've been saving it for quite a while now. I love you, babe. I hugged Mom tightly. I participated in the gymnastics competition and took 2nd place. On the way back, my coach had some really bad news. Your mom got into an accident while buying ingredients for your favorite apple pie. She's in the hospital now, in a coma. I couldn't say a word. I just stayed quiet all the way home. When I got back, Dad hugged me and told me not to worry, saying Mom would be okay. Later, at dinner, I asked Dad something tough. Dad, can I stay with Joy's family for a bit? It's not that I don't like being with you, but I feel happier there. They really care about me.
Sure, if that makes you happy. I'll talk to Joy's parents.
And Joy's family was really welcoming. Joy's mom used to say, "We're glad to have you, dear. You're like my second daughter from now on." That's how I ended up living with my best friend's family. They even gave me my own room. Joy's parents were wonderful. They looked after me and made me feel like I was their daughter. Even though her dad wasn't always home, I loved them with all my heart and thought of them as family. Joy and I even got closer. We'd spend all night talking or playing video games. I still saw my dad from time to time, and he seemed to be improving, becoming nicer.
I'll keep getting better until you say you want to come back and live with me.
Well, that might take some time, but yeah, keep your hopes up. I smiled and gave him a hug. One day, as I was walking around the house, I found a room full of beautiful clothes. Curious, I started trying them on. Joy's mom walked in on me. "You look beautiful. I've always hoped to share my wardrobe with a daughter." Just then, Joy walked in, and her mom invited her to join. "Joy, darling, come try on some clothes too."
I don't want to.
Soon, I got really close to Joy's mom. We hung out a lot, and I even helped her out at photo shoots, sometimes modeling for her. One day, I was shocked to see my picture on the cover of a big magazine. I wish Joy liked fashion like you do. Thank you for always being here for me. I smiled and thanked her for making me feel like part of her family. But something was off with Joy. She started keeping to herself, staying in her room, and didn't want to hang out or do anything with me. When I tried talking to her, she just said,
"I want to be left alone."
I was really worried about Joy's sudden change and couldn't figure out what I did wrong. I kept trying to fix things, even apologizing, but nothing worked. She sometimes even yelled at me. I had to give her space, even though it hurt a lot. One evening at dinner, Joy's mom shared some exciting news. "Marianne, your teacher called. Your college aptitude test scores were amazing. I'm so proud of you." Turning to Joy, her mom asked, "And how did yours go, honey?"
Oh, I didn't bother with it. I'm going to be a singer, so I don't need it. Maybe one of your famous friends could help produce my album?
I won't do that. I want more for you. You're going to college, and later you can decide what you want.
What? You can't make those decisions for me. I'm going to be a singer, and that's that.
As your mom, yes, I can guide you.
You can't tell me anything.
Joy, stop. Your mom's just trying to help.
You shut up. My life was better before you showed up. Go back to your miserable family and leave us alone. I hate you both.
Angry, Joy knocked all the family pictures off the shelf. After that, her behavior got worse. She began skipping school and got mad whenever someone tried to talk about what she was doing. Joy's behavior toward me got worse, turning her into what felt like a real-life villain. She constantly tried to make trouble for me, and even though her mom always ended up forgiving me, it just made Joy angrier. For example, Joy switched her unfinished homework with mine, confusing my teacher. Luckily, the teacher sorted it out. Joy made a fake social media account with my name, posting embarrassing stuff. It took a while, but I showed it wasn't me and shut it down. Joy hid a library book I borrowed, causing me to get late fees. Her mom found it later and figured out Joy's trick. Joy messed with my bike's brakes. I felt something was wrong before I rode it and stopped myself from getting hurt. This escalated one afternoon when Joy's mom was away on a business trip and her dad was away at work. Joy decided to do something drastic. She turned the backyard into a makeshift movie theater. I'm not sure showing a movie here is a good idea.
Well, it's better than having you around all the time.
The backyard quickly filled with people, the projector buzzing to life. I stayed inside, trying to avoid the chaos, and was flipping through a magazine when suddenly someone stumbled into my room.
Oops, my bad. I was looking for the kitchen. Hey, is that a magazine about vintage cars? My dad collects them, and I've read a bunch about them. Is that the issue with the 60s muscle cars?
Yes, it is. His name was Brian. We discovered we shared a lot of interests and spent the evening chatting in the kitchen. Just as we were really connecting, the screen outside fell over with a crash. Suddenly, Joy and her mom came in.
Look, Mom, I knew it. Marianne set up this whole movie thing just to hang out with her boyfriend.
Boyfriend? That's not true. Why would I organize this party? Joy, you're my only friend here.
Then explain him being in your room. This must be your party.
Enough, Joy. I don't think Marianne would do this. But young man, it's time for you to go home, please. Joy looked so angry and stormed off. She stopped talking to me and just ignored my existence. I kept talking to Brian. Having him in my life was great. He was nice-looking and well-mannered. His family had money, and he shared his dream of becoming a doctor with me. A few days later, Joy's mom called me into the living room, where I found my dad sitting. I really care about you and loved having you here, but things with Joy are getting tough. She's feeling left out. Plus, your dad's been talking to us. He's made some changes, wants you back, and misses you a lot.
The past few months have been really tough without you. I love you and want you to come home.
I didn't say much. When I feel a lot, I find it hard to speak, but I managed to say, I'll pack my things. I moved back with Dad, and honestly, things weren't bad. He had really improved, and hanging out with him wasn't bad at all. But I ended up blocking Brian. I didn't have a strong reason to cut him off. I felt like I didn't deserve him and just needed a fresh start. A few months after finishing high school, I couldn't go to college right away. Dad didn't have the money because we had big hospital bills for Mom. So I started working as a pizza delivery person. It was tough, but I never thought about quitting. I worked really hard and finally got into college. I planned to study economics and maybe even start my own business someday. While studying, I took any job I could get. Eventually, I managed to rent a tiny apartment with a view of the city dump. It wasn't much, but it was mine. I could finally study and rest there. Dad even helped me buy a used car for my delivery job. Things were starting to get better. I kept working hard, aiming for success. I often thought about Joy and her parents, and my mom too. I missed them a lot. With exams coming up, I studied all night and worked all day. I felt unstoppable, like nothing could slow me down. But one day, while out on a delivery, I suddenly felt very dizzy, and the next thing I knew, I crashed into a tree. I was rushed to the hospital. Everything hurt, but what pained me the most was my thoughts. Why couldn't things just go right for once? I hugged my pillow and bursted into tears. Then, a young doctor came in, and I was shocked. Brian, is that really you? He recognized me too.
I always thought I'd run into the girl who broke my heart again.
Feeling embarrassed, I just looked down and stayed quiet as usual. Brian had finished medical school and was now an intern at the hospital. I apologized, and we chatted for a while and swapped phone numbers. Over time, we got closer and started dating. Brian had the kindest heart, and he even helped me with my college fees. One day, I went to the hospital to bring Brian his lunch and decided to visit Mom afterward. I entered her room, and she looked so peaceful, just like an angel. I gently kissed her forehead. Mom,
I have to tell you something. I tried to replace you. I was so angry when I felt you gave up on me, so I gave up on you. I was angry at Dad too, even though the poor man was struggling without you. I used to be mad at Joy, but as I got older, I understood her and we made up. I'm friends with her mom now too. I love them, but no love can match yours. Guess what? I found out this morning I'm pregnant. I'm going to surprise Brian tonight on our date. I think he's going to propose, and I'll say yes. Mom, I'm happy, but my happiness isn't complete without you. Tears overwhelmed me, and I laid my head on her hands when suddenly I felt her hands move. Overjoyed, I ran to the doctor like a little kid, shouting, "My mommy is awake! My mommy is awake!" Hi, I'm Mandy. Please like and subscribe, and tomorrow you will have the best news. Growing up, we moved around a lot because my parents were journalists. I got really good at making friends quickly, but holding on to any of them was tough since I always ended up leaving. No matter how many of my so-called besties promised they'd stay in touch, after a while, they never did. It was heartbreaking every time. One day, Mom came home with big news. She got a job in Washington, D.C. for a national newspaper, and we wouldn't have to move anymore. I was so excited. Finally, I would have rooms of our own to decorate, make friends that would last. It was a dream. When I started at my new high school, I was nervous. I had to make an amazing first impression because this one had to stick. When I sat down at my desk in the homeroom, the other kids looked at me like I was an alien, until a pretty brunette girl sat down next to me. "Hey, I'm Jasmine. Love your jeans. Where'd you get them?" A thrift store in New York." "Oh my God, is that where you're from?" "Sort of." I told her all about life on the road, and we hit it off right away. I could tell she was popular, and it was easy to see why. Very involved in all sorts of clubs and sports. So charming and top 2 of our class. She was always competing for the top spot against this one kid, Chase. She warned me about how annoying he was, and I totally agreed. I was stuck next to him in math class, and he was always talking and distracting me from taking notes. From the second we met, Jasmine invited me everywhere with her and her friends. We did our homework together, ate lunch, had sleepovers. It was amazing. Soon after I started school, Jasmine convinced me to come to her French club to see if I wanted to join. She introduced me to her friend Camille, and we had so much fun. We watched French movies and practiced speaking with each other. I joined immediately. They were going to choose 2 students for a summer study abroad in Paris. I just knew it would be a really smart move for my future. One day, I went to Camille's house to study with her, and suddenly, the cutest boy I'd ever seen walked into her kitchen. "Hey, butthead." Excuse me?" "Sorry, that was meant for my dumb little sister." Ugh, don't listen to him. "I'm Ryan. You must be the famous Mandy I've heard so much about." "Don't you have somewhere else to be?" "Nowhere better than right where Mandy is." Then he smiled the most perfect smile I'd ever seen. I could have melted into a puddle right there. The next day at French Club, I told Jasmine all about him. "Oh my God, Jazz, he's on the soccer team, good at school. Wow, he sounds like the perfect package. OMG, he's here." She turned to see Ryan walk into the room right then. Suddenly, her eyes turned to ice in front of me. "Ryan, he's my ex." "Oh, but I mean, if you like him, I guess." No, of course I wouldn't." "Oh, good, because it'd be so weird. I'm so glad we're friends." "What are you all talking about?" "Oh, nothing. It's, nice to see you again. Since when are you in French Club?" "Since I found out Mandy joined." It was so awkward, I thought I'd die. Just then, Madame Delacroix clapped her hands for announcement time. "For our upcoming parents' night, we will be breaking off into pairs to research and cook a classic French dish." She started grouping us, and surprise, surprise, I got paired with Ryan. For just a second, I thought I could see the ice return to Jasmine's eyes, but she blinked and it was gone. I felt sort of guilty that I'd be spending so much time with Ryan, but I vowed to keep my promise to Jasmine. Soon after that, I got assigned to help Chase hand out awards at the banquet. Hanging out with him all night would be the perfect punishment for me. A few days later, Ryan and I had to get together at his house to make chocolate mousse, my favorite. Have you ever made this before? No, but I've watched my dad make it, so I think Just then, I started the mixer. It started whipping everything up so fast that our chocolate mixture started flying out of the bowl. Soon, we were both covered in chocolate. I was mortified, but Ryan just laughed and swiped some chocolate off my nose. Looks good to me. After we got cleaned up, we managed to make a second batch, just in time to make it to the event.
Madame Delacroix tasted every dish and said ours was the best of all of them. I was pretty proud, and I hoped it would get me some extra points toward the Paris program. Not even having to sit next to Chatterbox Chase all night could ruin my mood. After that, Ryan started asking me to hang out more and more. Soccer games, study sessions, sometimes even trips for ice cream after. He was really funny, and we liked all the same books. I could tell he liked me, and I was really starting to like him, but I couldn't betray Jasmine. When I told my mom about it, she thought I was being ridiculous. I don't think Jasmine really has your best interests at heart, Mandy. She was my first friend here, but that doesn't make her a good friend. What kind of friend keeps you from being with someone you really like? It's girl code. So I was definitely surprised the next day at lunch when our group started talking about boys to hear Jasmine exclaim, "Who needs him? I've so moved on from Ryan. I mean, we only dated a few weeks anyway. Mandy, you can have him for all I care." I was elated to hear her say that, but now I was nervous. I'd never really pursued anyone before, but all the signs were there, and I decided to go for it. Soon after, Ryan hurt his ankle at a soccer match and had to leave the field. We lost. I decided to visit him the next day, especially now that Jazz had given her blessing. When I walked into his living room with some cheery daisies, his whole face lit up and he pulled me down to the couch in a huge hug. When we pulled away, I felt like I was falling into his beautiful brown eyes. I thought for just a second I might get my first real kiss, but I chickened out. I brought some ice cream too, for Sundays. You're the best. You know that? We watched TV and ate way too much ice cream. But things felt a little different. He was texting almost constantly when he usually was always talking to me nonstop. I wondered if I had ruined things by pulling away earlier. I tried to ignore it, but when my mom came to get me, I was sort of glad to leave. For the next few days, I tried to keep my head down and work hard towards the Paris trip, but I was glad for the distraction when Jasmine announced her birthday party to the whole class. Mini golf this weekend. My birthday wish list is on all the invites. You going?
Of course. Jazz is my best friend.
Sure she is.
Cryptic much? You're so weird. I caught up with her in the hallway after. Can I hitch a ride to your party? This will be so fun. I already have your gift. My carpool is full already. Oh, okay. But she was already halfway down the hall, leaving me in her dust. I figured she was just distracted about her party and tried not to think about her weird behavior. I texted Ryan to see if he and Camille wanted to carpool, but all I got were 3 typing bubbles in response. And then, nothing. In fact, I didn't hear anything from anyone all weekend. What was going on? On Saturday, when my mom dropped me off at mini golf, a gift in hand for Jasmine, I pasted a big smile on my face as I got out of the car. Chase waved to me and smiled. He really wasn't so annoying, maybe just a little awkward. As we walked into the party room, imagine my shock when I saw Jasmine standing there holding hands with none other than Ryan? A pit dropped to the bottom of my stomach. When she leaned over to kiss him, I thought I'd die. All I wanted to do was run home and curl up under the covers, but I couldn't. It was Jasmine's birthday, my best friend. Still, I was mortified. Everyone knew I liked him, and they had all seen us spend so much time together. Now he wouldn't even look at me. As everyone started pairing off and heading to the golf course, I realized I didn't have a partner. Blinking back tears, I suddenly felt a warm hand on my shoulder.
Hey, let's pair up for a round?
Sure. Chase and I played through, and even though I had a pit in my stomach, we actually had a lot of fun. He was pretty good, and even when I kept missing my shots, he'd sneak over to nudge it in with his foot and pretend he hadn't. When we went inside for Jasmine's cake, I tried to put on a brave face, but when Ryan leaned over to help her blow out her birthday candles, and Jasmine turned to smile at me with a gleam in her eye like nothing was wrong, I knew I had to leave. I snuck out to the bathroom to call my mom to get me, and as soon as I got into her car, I burst into tears and cried all the way home. And even though Chase texted me to check on me, and Camille did too, the one person who I actually thought would worry enough to reach out never did. I didn't hear from Jasmine until Monday in homeroom. Mandy, why'd you leave my party? The cake was so good. Why did I leave? Jasmine, what? You have to know why I left. I don't know what you're talking about. You knew I liked Ryan. You told me you'd moved on, and all of a sudden you show up with him without telling me? How can you be mad? He was my boyfriend, your ex-boyfriend that you said I could pursue. Why tell me that if you wanted him back all along? See, this is why we kept it quiet.
We knew you'd be upset. What? We got back together the day he got hurt at his soccer match. He wanted to tell you, but we all knew you'd just be upset. So you've just been lying to me for weeks? All of you? Jazz, how am I supposed to trust anything any of you say? All's fair in love and war. And with that, she flipped her hair over her shoulder and switched desks. I was devastated. My first real friend, and everything had gotten so messed up. What had I missed? When I saw Ryan walking home from school, I sped up to catch him. What the heck, Ryan? I thought we liked each other. And then you show up like that with Jasmine and totally blindside me?
I didn't know you liked me.
Oh, come on. The ice cream, the flowers. You knew I liked you. There have been several moments, and I didn't just imagine that you liked me too.
I did, but you never said anything.
Well, neither did you.
And then when Jasmine came to me after I got hurt, saying that she wanted to get back together, why would I turn her down when I wasn't even the one to break up with her?
Like me, don't like me, fine. But you could have had the decency to say something before just showing up like that and humiliating me. I deserve better than that. I tried to put on a brave face at school. After all, hadn't I been a lone wolf for my whole life? But I'd gotten so used to having a friend at school that I suddenly felt the absence. Luckily, Chase came to sit by me the first time he saw me sitting alone at lunch. I couldn't see why I'd hated him so much for so long, other than the fact that Jasmine didn't like him. He was so sweet and really smart. Even though I avoided Jasmine and Ryan at all costs, I refused to quit French Club. As the weather got nicer, Chase tried to get me to come out to soccer games, parties, concerts, but my sole focus was on school. I was more determined than ever to get one of the spots to go to Paris and prayed that Jasmine wouldn't get the other one. Chase became my favorite study buddy. He was almost as determined as I was for me to win the top spot on the Paris trip. On the last day of school, our report cards came out. Straight A's. Chase and I got big ice cream sundaes after school to celebrate. As I looked across the table at him, I thought about everything that had happened with Jasmine and Ryan and our whole big group, and I decided I was so glad to have one actual good friend instead of a bunch of not-so-great ones. Afterwards, Chase and I walked down the National Mall as the sun set. So, Mr. Number One in the class, how does it feel?
I'm just glad to have beat her, to be honest, especially after everything that happened with you.
I can take care of myself.
I know, but from day one, you seemed so nice, and I tried to make friends with you so quickly because I knew she'd come after you right away.
What do you mean?
Jasmine and I have been in the same class since kindergarten. She has always kept the girls she was most afraid of close. You know, keep your friends close and your enemies closer.
But I was never her enemy.
She's always been afraid of the smart, pretty girls in our grade. Even if you don't see it, trust me, to her, you were a threat.
Wow, I had no idea. But if I had to go through all that to become friends with you, it was worth it. Suddenly, my phone rang. It was Madame Delacroix. Hello?
Mandy, I'm pleased to inform you that you have been selected for this summer's study abroad in Paris. Pack your bags, mademoiselle. I am so proud.
Oh, wow. Thank you so much. Merci beaucoup. When we hung up, I squealed. Oh my God, I'm gonna have a stamp in my passport. Suddenly, Chase's phone rang, and when he saw the caller ID, he looked up at me with a gleam in his eye. I could barely contain my excitement. And when he finally said thank you and hung up, he turned to me with a huge smile.
Looks like I'll have a matching stamp.
Paris? Together? I threw my arms around him, overjoyed to be off on a big adventure with my first real friend. Hey, it's Maeve here. Goth, movie geek, the odd one out in school. Please smash that subscribe button before I continue. I just grew up different. Other kids had playdates while I had horror marathons. Horror movies, horror books, horror cosplay, you name it, I loved it. But it usually wasn't anyone else's cup of tea. Like once when I was 15, I met this cute guy at a book club who asked me out and suggested watching the latest horror flick in the cinema. Big mistake. He spent the whole movie clinging to my sleeve and crying on my shoulder. Worst day date ever. As I was heading to the bathroom to wash his tears off my shirt, I bumped into a guy and soda went flying everywhere. Watch where you're going, you blind— Oh, I realized just then that I was staring up into the dreamy eyes of the coolest guy in school, Tao. He was a football star, a genius, and every girl's crush.
I'm sorry, I was just thinking about the big plot twist in the horror movie I watched.
You watched a horror movie? Alone?
Yeah, I love horror. Horror's my middle name. Actually, my middle name is Jung, but you know what I mean.
Okay, he was weird. But exactly my brand of weird. He loved horror everything. We both liked hard metal music and had the same favorite books. The more we hung out, it felt like he was the yin to my yang. As a friend, of course. I mean, a guy like him and a girl like me? Please. One night, we were lying on the grass stargazing when suddenly Tao put his hand on mine and my heart skipped a few beats.
Maeve, you're really different from other girls. In a good way. You're amazing.
And then he kissed me. I had fireworks in my head, the whole shebang.
Be my girlfriend?
Yes, I felt like I'd won the lottery. We were the it couple for months, and I was falling head over heels for him. I was ready to say I love you, and decided to do it at a haunted house we were visiting later that week. It was gonna be perfect. And that night, when I finally said, I love you, Tao, he turned to me looking stressed out and said,
I can't do this anymore. I have to break up with you.
Haha, very funny.
I'm serious, Maeve. My parents are very strict and crazy. They care about traditions and don't allow me to date anyone, especially if it's a girl out of my culture. I think my sister Jaya already suspects something. I can't have her catching us together.
Huh? What exactly are you saying?
It's over, Maeve. I'm sorry.
And then he just turned around and left. I tried calling and texting him, but he wouldn't reply. I just couldn't let things end like this. So I found out that Jaya worked at their parents' restaurant and went there the next day feeling crazy inside. Jaya? Why are you such a witch? What kind of sister won't help her brother date the girl he likes? The whole place went quiet. Everyone turned to look as Jaya walked up to me wide-eyed.
I'm guessing you're Maeve? Look, please don't create a scene. He's not your boyfriend anymore, and that's that.
It's because he's scared of being caught by you.
You don't get it. Our family traditions keep us strong.
He should have thought of that before. With that, I pushed her away angrily.
Watch it, you stupid girl.
She came at me, and we started fighting. But as we pulled each other's hair, she whispered,
I'm on your side, idiot. My parents just got here, and they're watching us. We can't talk about this here, so leave, you moron.
I let go of her and rushed home, still shaken from the fight. And later that evening, Jaya called me.
I can't tell you everything, but you have to know that my parents are really awful. And Tao has pushed you away because he doesn't want to involve you in our mess. He still cares for you. You just have to give him a few weeks to figure things out. Please stay away from him till then. He can't be seen with you.
Reluctantly, I agreed to keep my distance from Tao, feeling worried but hopeful that he'd come back to me soon and explain everything. Over the next couple of weeks, Jaya and I started talking more, and we got along really well. On a bad day, I was sitting alone on a park bench, missing Tao badly and trying not to cry. Jaya came up to me with a little gift box, and inside was a horror-themed bracelet that was just my style.
For the tough days, to remember you're not alone.
I smiled for the first time in weeks and hugged her. But even though I loved being Jaya's friend, I couldn't shake off the feeling that something really weird was up. She just wouldn't say more about Tao's breakup with me and was super secretive about her parents. She only said they were awful and she hated them. I tried to not think about it too much, but one evening I was feeling restless and just wanted to see Tao. I went to his parents' restaurant where I knew he'd be working a shift, but instead I saw him sitting at a long table with a bunch of people, including Jaya, and next to him was a beautiful girl, and he was putting a ring on her hand. My heart was about to burst, and I just couldn't stop myself from storming in. Tao and Jaya jumped up from their seats as soon as they saw me. You want to tell me what's going on here?
Who is this girl? Wait, wasn't she here one day fighting with you, Jaya? She's just my project partner, Dad, and she gets weird when she hasn't taken her anxiety meds. I'll handle this.
And with that, Tao took my wrist and quickly led me out.
What do you think you're doing? We broke up.
No, you broke up out of the blue, and I want to know what suddenly happened to us. You go from dating me to getting engaged to someone else in weeks?
There was no us, Maeve. I never loved you. Telling you that dating you is against our family tradition was just an easy way out, and you fell for it. Can you stop being so pathetic and hung up on me? Surely you'll find some boy out there who's into weirdos.
His words hit me like a sharp slap in the face. I stared at him, speechless, and then I just started running away. Moments later, someone called my name, and I saw it was Jaya coming from the restaurant's back alley.
Maeve, wait! He's lying to you!
Lying? I just saw him getting engaged to another
other girl with my own eyes. He just told me that he never loved me. What kind of twisted game are you playing by making me think he cares about me?
It's complicated. I'll tell you everything when the time is right. But all this, it's bigger than us. You just have to trust me.
No, I'm not gonna do that anymore. In the weeks that followed, I stopped talking to Jaya, avoided her calls and texts, and dodged Tao every chance I got. I was done with that weird family. To distract myself, I started writing a horror novel. It felt good to put all my feelings into something creative that was just for me. And slowly, I was starting to feel better. But then one day, something turned my world upside down. Mom had a fall at home, breaking her leg pretty badly. She needed really expensive surgery. The hospital bills were mounting. Dad was working double shifts, and I felt helpless. Then one day, Jaya appeared at the hospital with an envelope.
I heard about your mom, and I want to help with the surgery. It's the least I can do.
No, I can't accept this. Certainly not from you.
Maeve, I'm sorry about everything. I've left home. I just couldn't live with my parents anymore. I'm staying with my friend until I graduate high school.
Okay, and how does this concern me? I really don't care about your crazy family issues, and I just want a peaceful life. Also, I don't need your money.
Don't be stupid. We don't have to be friends again, but just take the money.
How did you get it?
Why do you care? Take it and pay me back when you're ready.
I really did need the money, so I took it. And Mom got better and was discharged some days later. I felt guilty, thinking I'd been too harsh with Jaya, so I sent her a thank you text and some other funny memes like before. And the next thing I knew, she was at my door.
Yay, my bestie is back.
Well, it's more like I felt obliged to talk to you since you helped me.
Nah, you love me. We both know it.
You're Tao's sister, and he kind of broke my heart brutally in case you forgot.
I didn't forget. Listen, can I take you out for coffee and finally explain everything?
As we sat in a cafe later, Jaya started speaking.
Tao made me swear I wouldn't say anything till it's all taken care of, but I can't keep it in any longer. Maeve, my parents are big mafia criminals. Their restaurant is a front for all their illegal activities. They told us about the family business a few months ago, so Tao and I could join it. We were both horrified, but we decided to play along so we can actually gather evidence against them. We want to turn them over to the police.
Okay, wow. You all just got a whole lot weirder. Still, how does this explain why Tao dumped me and got engaged to that girl?
She's a private investigator. We convinced our parents she's his girlfriend because she's from our culture, and her family is well respected. Getting them engaged just provides really good cover for her to be around all the time. We're close to getting enough evidence, but a few weeks ago my parents got an innocent waiter at the restaurant framed for a crime, and I just couldn't pretend to be okay with all this anymore. I lashed out at them and left home.
Gosh, this is a lot to process. Listen, Jaya, I get that you're trying to explain things, but I'm moving on from Tao, and I really don't want to be part of your family drama. I'll return the money as soon as I can, but I don't think we should see each other. Take care and good luck. Just as I was about to leave, suddenly Jaya's parents and Tao walked into the cafe. When they spotted us, Tao looked shocked, and his parents looked furious.
I was hoping never to see your face in this town again, Jaya.
You think you're so brave running off? You're probably begging for money from this girl, aren't you? Or spreading lies about us to anyone who will listen? You're a shame to the family. Stop it. She's your daughter.
Shut up and mind your own business. Enough, Dad. You can't talk to her like that. You're going to talk to your father like this because of some stupid stranger? You ungrateful child!
His hand flew up, aiming for Tao, but I jumped in front. Don't you dare! My fist met his cheek before I even realized what I was doing. He staggered and fell back, and the room fell silent. Tao's mom started screaming and called the police, and the next thing I knew, I was in jail for assault. I was allowed to make a phone call to my parents, but before they reached the police station, I was told my bail had been paid and I was free to go. And I found Tao standing outside with Jaya a few steps behind.
Maeve, I'm really sorry. Look, I don't have time to explain right now, but...
No, I don't have time to listen to you or your crazy sister. I don't care what explanations you have. I just need you and your bizarre family gone from my life for good. Don't ever come near me again. A month after the chaos, Dad got a job offer in another city, and we moved, leaving Tao and Jaya's drama behind. For a year, life was peaceful. I graduated high school, and I published 2 horror stories. Until one day, out of nowhere, freaking Jaya showed up at my door.
Tao's gone missing.
I couldn't believe it. Just when I thought I was done with all that drama, it pulled me back in.
Once my parents discovered Tao's plans to expose them, he disappeared. I don't know if they're involved in his disappearance or if he ran away on his own.
I only dated Tao for a few weeks in high school. Why won't you leave me alone? And why come to me about your brother now?
Yeah, I know. I'm sorry. I'm desperate. I had to talk to someone, and I'm homeless. I've been living in my car for months now.
God. Well, just come on in.
Fine, if you insist, but I'm sleeping in your bed.
Not happening.
My back's really hurting. Maybe because of my new prosthetic leg.
What? You got a fake leg?
No, I'm just trying to guilt trip you into letting me sleep in your bed. Though a little drama might help.
Trust me, you already bring plenty of drama with you. Jaya stayed over and slept on my couch. While we had coffee the next morning, she did seem really weak and worried. So, what's your plan to find Tao?
I've got no plan. That's why I'm here. You're the writer, right? I was hoping you'd have some ideas.
The only thing I can think of is hiring a private investigator to find him. Since we can't call the cops because you're scared of your parents,
I'm broke.
I'll pay for it. I owe you. Jaya's smile spread across her face, and it warmed my heart. We hired a private investigator, but 2 weeks later, we were watching TV when suddenly we came across the news of Jaya's parents being arrested for a long list of criminal charges. We jumped up from our seats in shock, and then up and down in excitement.
Tao finally did it!
Oh my God, he really did it! I hugged Jaya, and we cried happy tears. A few days later, Tao showed up at my doorstep. He was thinner and looked older than his years.
Tao, where the heck have you been? We were worried you might be, I don't know, dead?
I had to lay low. I can't even tell you the horrible things our parents did to me to stop me from exposing them, but I managed to escape and finally got evidence to the police.
Are we really out of this whole mess now?
Yeah, they're gone, Jaya. It's over. We're finally free.
And then he looked at me with a smile. I'm glad you're okay.
Maeve, let me start by saying I'm really sorry. More than you can ever know. I hated hurting you and I've missed you. Maybe we could start over, go back to how things were?
Oh, wow. Tao, back from the dead and straight to playing boyfriend? How about we aim for friends and see if you can stick around without disappearing?
She's just playing hard to get. She loves our family drama. Admit it, Maeve. It spices up your writer's life.
Oh, please. My life was spicy enough without your mafia soap opera. But I've got to admit, you two do keep things interesting. Anyway, you look like you could use a cup of coffee, Tao.
Sounds really good.
As Jaya laughed and walked into the kitchen, Tao and I smiled at each other, followed her. It all started with my grandpa, who built a robotics empire after falling for my grandma. My dad met my mom on a cruise. They had my siblings, both happily in love. And then there's me, the only single one, until they decided ChatGPT could replace a real boyfriend. Hi, I'm Alina, and I like to believe there's a perfect match for me. Probably because everyone in my family found theirs. My best friend Melissa, on the other hand, thinks I'll die alone in a garage full of cats.
You can't keep blaming your family for setting the bar too high. The problem is you.
Being picky is not a bad thing, okay? It's like finding the perfect shoe. Too tight, you'll get a blister. Too loose, you'll trip and break your neck. You get what I'm saying?
I get that you're a total psycho. You've turned down 4 guys this week and it's only Tuesday.
She wasn't entirely wrong, but it wasn't my fault all the guys at school were marshmallows. I wanted someone who'd fight for me, who'd cross rivers of lava just to get me McDonald's at 11 p.m. Meanwhile, Melissa would date literally anyone who asked.
You never know until you try.
So, yeah, I stayed single all through high school. And that final summer, while Melissa was off on endless dates, I was stuck in my room, dramatically sulking over my painfully single life. Then one night, Grandma walked into my room.
Come with me to the lab, love. I have something to show you.
The lab was a hidden underground room where my grandparents spent hours experimenting with tech. I loved visiting as a kid, until the day I tripped over some wires and crashed their entire system. That was the end of my lab visits. Until now. Everything looked the same. The massive metal door, the dim room packed with computers and blinking lights. And there, near a towering glass tank filled with swirling mist, stood Grandpa. What's going on?
We noticed you've been feeling down.
So we made you something special.
With that, Grandpa scanned his eye into a console connected to the tank, and it hissed open. Inside stood a boy about my age, inhumanly beautiful, and it looked like he was sleeping. Oh my God, who is that? Wait, did you guys kidnap someone?
See, darling, I told you it looks real. Fantastic craftsmanship.
It? You mean that's not a real boy?
Alina, meet Zenith 0.1, or as we call him, Alan. Alan, introduce yourself to Alina.
Are you setting me up with freaking ChatGPT?
Greetings, Alina. I have been programmed for one primary function, to analyze and comprehend your heart, to serve as your greatest supporter, your trusted confidant, and to perceive every aspect of you, including your flaws, as beautiful.
Flaws? What flaws?
One super important thing, Alina. No one should ever find out that Alan is a robot. The tech used to build Alan is illegal. If anyone, especially Herman Robotics, finds out about him, we're in serious trouble. That company would stop at nothing to get their hands on him.
Wow, he's just so pretty.
Alina, did you listen to anything I said?
Yes, I heard you, Grandma. I won't tell anyone, jeez. Now, when do I get him all to myself? My grandparents told me that they had a few last-minute fixes to do, and the next morning, I found Alan standing next to my bed, smiling at me.
Good morning, Alina. My scans indicate you have entered the rapid eye movement stage of sleep exactly 32 minutes and 18 seconds ago.
You were watching me sleep? Don't do that. It's creepy.
Noted. Is there anything else you'd like me to do?
I'd love it if you talked like a normal guy.
Noted. Yo, babe, sup? Did you sleep good or whatever? By the way, you looking fire today. Wanna grab a ride?
Okay, no, stop. That's worse. Let's stick to whatever you were doing before. For the rest of the day, I had Alan all to myself, and it was kinda awesome. When I couldn't decide on breakfast, he whipped up the most beautiful smoothie bowl. When I struggled to pick a movie, he suggested a list of highly rated films. And when I got bored of staying home, he suggested we go out for a picnic. Everything was perfect. Until we got there and realized we hadn't brought any food. And then suddenly, Alan started unbuttoning his shirt. Alan, what are you doing? But when I opened my eyes again, I saw his chest opening up like a compartment to reveal a fridge where he stored all the food. How cool was that? The last week of summer flew by as Alan helped me finish my bucket list, visiting the amusement park, trying desserts, and watching sunsets together. I was so used to Alan by now that it felt weird to go to school without him by my side.
There you are. Was beginning to wonder if someone abducted you, since you've barely answered my calls all summer.
You mean the 5 missed calls you've left me in 60 days?
Okay, fine. I was busy with Broderick. But we broke up. He has a very big head and very small feet. I should have walked away immediately, but... He got me that new harmonica bottle. The one with the harmonica cap.
Wait, you dated him because of a water bottle?
Not just a water bottle, Alina. A bottle and a built-in musical instrument. Hydration and entertainment. I was weak.
Oh, that's actually cool.
Now I'm single and hydrated and ready for your drama. Now you tell me, on a scale of 1 to 10, how boring was your summer?
Actually, I met someone.
You what? Who? Where? Is he cute? More importantly, why was I not informed?
His name's Alan, and he's, the son of the head of marketing at our company.
Are you asking or telling? Never mind. I want to know everything.
I showed Melissa some photos, and I just couldn't stop talking about him. And I thought Melissa was impressed. But during lunch, she came rushing to me with excitement.
Okay, Alan's great, but he's not officially your boyfriend, right?
No, but...
Perfect, because there's this new guy, Mario. He's recently moved to town, and he's in my bio class. And guess what the first thing he asked me was?
If you wanted to go out with him?
No, dummy, he asked about you. I'm telling you, Alina, this guy is perfect for you. He's cute, funny, manly, literally everything you've ever wanted in a guy. He told me he wants to meet you, and I told him you already met someone, but
He's persistent.
Meet me, like, now?
Yeah, if that's not too much of a problem.
I turned around and saw this really tall guy towering over me. Melissa introduced Mario to me and asked if he wanted to have lunch with us. And obviously, he accepted.
So, you're into robotics too? Melissa told me about your family business.
She's into fashion and makeup. Can't you tell by how gorgeous she is? I swear, her eyeliner skills are insane. She could do a perfect wing in like 3 seconds. It's basically her superpower.
Gee, thanks, Mel. I hope one day I can save the world with it. And Mario burst out laughing like I'd just cracked the funniest joke on the planet. He even joined us for our study session later and was so pushy with all his friendly questions that I barely got any of my homework done. Thankfully, when I got home, Ellen was there to help. While Ellen was steady and reassuring, Mario was relentless, and Melissa wasn't helping. She kept insisting he was good for me and started inviting him to everything. The cafeteria, breaks, the library. Mel, I love you, but you've got to stop shipping me with Mario. I'm not interested in him that way.
Then who are you interested in? Alan? Because in that case, why haven't I met him yet?
Because he's not... I think...
Blah, blah, blah. Excuses. Either introduce me to Alan or date Mario.
I knew Melissa wasn't going to let this go. So a couple of days later, I invited her to hang out with me and Alan in the mall. As soon as she saw Alan, her eyes went wild.
Wow, you're cute.
Hello to you too, Melissa. I've heard a lot about you.
Me too. Is he always this formal, Alina?
He's just really polite.
Politeness often leads to respectful conversations, but I can adapt to the tone you prefer.
It's cool.
We wandered around the mall shopping, and Melissa and I got caught up in nonstop laughter over school gossip. After an hour, she realized Ellen hadn't picked out anything.
Ellen, didn't you see anything you liked yet?
I was waiting for you to finish your conversation.
Oh, sorry, I didn't realize. Well, you can pick something now.
Sure. Alina, what would you like me to wear?
Ellen just stood there like a rock, waiting for my command. I awkwardly picked up a pair of blue jeans and a white t-shirt and gave it to him.
Isn't that a little boring?
No, Melissa. If Alina likes this, so do I. It's my job to keep her happy at all times.
I felt a little embarrassed that Ellen had shut Melissa down so abruptly. But there was really nothing I could do except smile. We just roamed around for a bit before pushing off home, and the next day at school, Melissa told me what she thought of Alan.
Isn't he just weird? He agrees with everything you say, and didn't you see how he shut me down when I was on his side?
He just really cares about me. And maybe it's hard for you to understand because you've only dated jerks.
What's that supposed to mean?
I didn't mean to be harsh, but it's not my fault that most of Melissa's boyfriends were selfish and Alan was kind and thoughtful. The tension lasted all day. And then Mario joined us at lunch. Perfect. He wouldn't stop talking and laughing, and Melissa joined in. My mood was a bit too sour to be part of their merrymaking, so I decided to leave.
Leaving so soon?
Let her be. She's just cranky because of that weird boyfriend of hers.
I felt mad that my best friend would say such a thing in front of someone I barely knew. So I ignored both of them and went home. I decided not to speak to Melissa for some time. But later that day, the doorbell rang, and Melissa walked in.
Hello, Melissa. What brings you here at this hour?
I need to talk to my best friend. Alone.
It's okay, Ellen. You can leave us alone. And Ellen nodded and left. Once we were alone, Melissa turned to me suspiciously.
Why is this boy always hovering around you, and why is he at your house so late? Your parents don't have a problem?
That's why you came here? To judge me more?
No, I came here to say that Alan's not good for you. He's too intense, and something about the way he talks is creepy. Take it from me, this boy is bad news.
Really? And who's good news? Mario? Who can't read the room and realize we're annoyed and not in the mood for his dumb jokes?
Oh my god, Alina, he was trying to cheer you up. Alan would have probably encouraged you to fight me right there on the cafeteria table.
That's not true. Alan's sweet and kind.
And acts like a freaking bot, unlike Mario, who's human.
Enough with Mario. I'm not interested. How many times do I have to say that? Before Melissa could say another word, Alan walked in looking angrier than I'd ever seen him and grabbed Melissa's arm.
You need to leave now, Melissa.
Let me go. But Ellen just opened the door and escorted her out. I was so angry, I stormed to my room. And Ellen walked in right behind me.
Are you okay?
No, I'm not. I don't understand why Mel is so pushy about Mario. Why can't she just let me be? She thinks she's so much better than me because she's been on a million dates. But she conveniently forgets that every single one of them ends in disaster. So maybe she's not as smart as she thinks she is.
If dating is so terrible, why do you want to do it?
Because that's just how it works, Alan. People just want love.
Huh. Interesting.
Ugh, she is so annoying.
Does she bother you that much?
Yes, I don't want her to talk to me ever again. For the next few days, Melissa just ignored me completely. Fine. I didn't care. I had Alan. I spent my breaks texting him, and he was always spot on with his replies. After school, we hung out, but his endless nodding and smiling started to feel empty. I missed Melissa, and I tried apologizing, but she wouldn't respond. We'd fought before, but usually we'd scream at each other, then 5 minutes later, she'd send me a meme and it'd be over. But this felt different. I felt really down one day, so when Alan asked me if I was okay, I simply burst out crying. Melissa just won't talk to me. Yeah, I said some things, but we always say things when we fight. Why is she dragging this out so much?
Because I told her to never speak to you again.
You did what?
I asked Melissa to...
Yeah, I heard that. But why?
You told me you don't want to speak to her again.
Oh my God, Alan! I said that because I was angry. Don't you get that?
I understand. But my system prioritizes your desires above all else. And you said...
I can't believe how stupid I was. Go! And don't come back! Alan looked confused, not moving from his spot.
Why?
Why? Do you not understand how serious what you did was?
But that's what you asked for. I did what you wanted. I didn't want to...
Alan, do your job properly. Put my desires above all and just leave me alone.
Understood.
Slowly, Alan stood up and walked away. And now, I was truly alone. I had to talk to someone about this, so I decided to tell Grandma what Alan had done, hoping to get some advice.
Oh, wow. He's smarter than we thought.
Well, his smartness cost me my friendship.
No, darling. You lost your friend because you chose perfection over real human connection. Alan follows your commands because that's what he's designed to do. But you can't expect real people to fit into your world perfectly. You have to meet them halfway.
I know, but Alan's the kind of guy I've always wanted. He's perfect. Like Grandpa's perfect for you. Dad is perfect for Mom. Why can't I have someone like that?
When I started working with your grandpa, he couldn't stand me. Neither could anyone else in the lab. They didn't think women belonged there. It took years to prove myself, and forgiving him was another journey. And your mom was tough to live with. Your dad spent years adjusting to her temperament. We've all struggled, sweetie. No one's perfect. That's what makes us human.
Grandma was right. And the next day at school, I walked into class thinking I'd talk to Melissa and fix things. But seeing her with her new boyfriend only made me more sad. She didn't need me. And I was ready to leave when Mario stepped in my way.
You look sad. Let me guess. Your boyfriend did something again?
I'm not sad. And Alan's not my boyfriend. Not anymore, that's for sure.
Great. I mean, I'm sorry to hear that. You know, there's this cute ice cream place that serves the best sundaes. No pressure, but I have a feeling you could use some company right now.
I did need a distraction, so I agreed. And to my surprise, it wasn't so bad. He was funny, sharp-witted, and surprisingly easy to talk to. The more time I spent with Mario, the more I found myself enjoying his company. And I started thinking we could be more than just friends.
Until things started to get a little creepy. He kept asking about my grandparents, how they started their business, whether they were still inventing new technology, and if we could visit their labs. And weirdly enough, he was super curious about Alan.
So, is Alan from this town?
Nope.
Then how did you guys meet?
Through my parents.
Do you have some pictures of the two of you? I don't have a social media account, so I haven't really seen how he looks.
Why do you care so much?
I don't. I'm just curious.
Well, if you're so interested in Alan, maybe I can set you two up on a date.
You're funny.
Mario's behavior seemed really off. So one night, I decided to do some online digging. He didn't have any social media accounts, but after some searching, I finally found an old newspaper article. Turns out, Mario's full name was Mario Herman, and he was the future heir of Herman Robotics, the same company Grandma had warned me about. So that's why he was so curious about Alan. He knew he was a robot. That was the only possible explanation. I rushed to the basement. I had to make sure Alan was well guarded now that I knew what Mario was really after. But when I went down, Alan wasn't around. I searched the whole house, even spoke to the servants, but no one had a clue. I was losing my mind when I got a call from Melissa. Melissa?
Hey, come and get your creepy boyfriend. He's in my house forcing me to meet you because your emotional stability is his #1 priority.
Oh my God. Just please sit tight. I'll be right there.
You better, or I will hit him with a frying pan.
I strongly advise against that, Melissa. My exterior casting is tough. Your fry pan will sustain irreparable damage.
You see what I mean? He's crazy.
I immediately rushed to Melissa's house, which was just a few blocks away. I barged into her room, and there, in the middle, stood Alan looking confused. I stepped toward him and reached into my pocket, pulled out the key, and inserted it into the small slot on his back. In an instant, Alan shut down.
What was that? What did you do to him?
Nothing. He's just resting.
That's it. I'm calling the cops.
No, wait. Melissa, let me explain. I told Melissa everything about Alan, how he was a robot and how my grandparents made him for me. And Melissa just looked shocked.
He's a robot? How? He looks so real.
Yes. And I thought I could control him, but clearly I was wrong. But the worst part is Mario. I gave him a chance, but I've just found out he's about to inherit our rival company, Herman Robotics. He was using me to get to Alan. I'm sure of it.
No wonder he was so persistent about meeting you. I'm so sorry, Alina. I shouldn't have pushed you so hard to go out with that weirdo.
It's okay. You didn't know. But now I have a plan, and I need you.
Whatever it is, I'm in.
I gave Melissa a rundown of our plan, and she loved the idea. We needed a boy to help us out, and she convinced her boyfriend to be a part of it. The next day, we got to work. Mask, makeup, colored lenses, and clothes that made Melissa's boyfriend look almost too perfect to be human. Once everything was in place, we set the plan in motion.
Morning, beautiful. Is everything okay?
Not really, no. It's Alan. He wants to get back with me, but I told him that I like you. And now he's mad. He says he wants to fight you, but I don't think you should. Instead of looking concerned, Mario's smirk only deepened. This was perfect for him. A chance to finally face Alan in person.
You think I'm scared of him? When does he want to meet? I'll be there.
He's waiting for us in the school courtyard. But please, Mario, don't go.
Don't try to stop me.
Mario puffed out his chest and marched toward the courtyard, and I ran after him. As soon as we reached the courtyard, I pointed to the bench where Melissa's boyfriend sat posing as Alan.
I know what you are.
A guy trying to read in peace.
Oh, you think you can fool me, you freak of nature? Get up and fight me. Let's see what's under this sleeve. I bet everyone here would love to see some gears and wires.
Dude, let go.
But Mario kept tugging at his sleeve, trying to rip his shirt. Just then, a big burly guy stepped in. Mario's brother. I recognized him from the newspaper article.
So, this is the robot you were talking about. Looks pretty real to me.
And now he's ours.
They lunged at Melissa's boyfriend, but he broke free and sprinted toward the cafeteria.
Someone call security!
Mario and his brother chased him into the cafeteria,
and Melissa and I went running after. Just as we arrived, Mario hurled a chair at Melissa's boyfriend, and it crashed into a vending machine, sending a loud crack through the room. And all the students froze in place. Mario, stop! You're gonna hurt someone!
Someone? Or your precious robot? I know your family's dirty little secret. My family moved me to your school. Herman Robotics is done being second place to you freaks!
Have you lost it completely? He's not a robot!
Shut up, Alina. My parents have been watching you. I know your grandparents developed this robot in their secret lab using illegal technology and named him Alan. You think I was following you around because I liked you? Get real. Listen up, everyone. Alina's family's crazy. They built this life-size robot because their precious little girl is too dumb to find a real boyfriend. And this is just a prototype. They are building an army of robots using illegal tech so one day they would take over the whole town. Let me show you.
With that, Mario marched over to Melissa's boyfriend and started twisting the top of his head like he was trying to open a jar of jam.
Ow, ow, ow.
Hey, that's enough. You're hurting him.
How the heck is that a robot if he's literally bleeding? Cut it out with this dumb joke already.
Mario spun around, ready to yell at that guy, and Melissa's boyfriend seized the opportunity to break free. He stumbled to the ground, wincing in pain, while a group of guys rushed over to help him up. Melissa immediately ran to his side. The entire cafeteria erupted as people started throwing accusations at Mario and his brother. They desperately tried to defend themselves, insisting, over and over, that it was really a robot. But at this point, no one was buying it. Meanwhile, I sent a quick message to the principal explaining what was happening. And minutes later, he walked in, followed by 2 police officers.
What's going on here?
Sir, this guy is assaulting my friend. He pushed him and started telling everyone that he's a robot.
That's a lie. Sir, Alina's family has a robot in their basement that looks like a man. They built it using illegal technology. They tricked me into thinking their friend was the robot.
Mario, what nonsense! Do you hear yourself?
You have to believe me.
But the principal asked the officers to arrest Mario and his brother for assault and then kicked them off school property.
It's not my fault. Mario's got problems. He's on meds for his head.
I'm not crazy. This whole school is insane.
I hesitantly walked over to Melissa and her boyfriend, a little worried. What if I went too far? What if he actually got hurt? But before I could say anything, Melissa turned to me with a very weird look on her face.
Alina? I don't think this is my boyfriend.
Excuse me? What now? Melissa's boyfriend lifted his head and looked right at me. Now that I was this close, I could clearly see no wig, no contacts. It was Alan himself. Alan? But you were in pain. We all saw it.
Was it convincing? I tried to use everyday language that a teenager would use to fit in, but my calculations suggested I may have overestimated the appropriate pain response. As for the blood, I synthesized it myself and applied it to my hand.
Why are you here?
After you returned me to the lab last night and your grandparents started me up again, someone attempted to hack into my system multiple times. They failed, of course. But based on this, I deduced that their real target was either you or your family. Upon further research, I identified the source, Herman Robotics. More specifically, Mario Herman. And I know you don't want to see me anymore, but I was worried about you. I wanted to protect you, Alina.
Melissa was gazing at Alan with literal sparkles in her eyes, like he was a puppy who had just successfully learned his first trick. I was feeling a little emotional, too. How can he be capable of feeling or wanting something? Out of literally nowhere, Melissa's actual boyfriend appeared, out of breath and looking frantic.
I'm here! I made it in time, right? I couldn't get the contact lenses in by myself. What?
I dropped Alan back home and gave my grandparents the full rundown of what happened with Mario and his brother. Naturally, they were furious, but keeping Alan's true identity a secret was more important. So they decided not to go to the police.
Well, at least Alan was there to protect you. I wonder how he got that idea.
That's what was weird. Alan said he was worried about me. He wanted to protect me.
I can erase my progress if you're not happy with it. But personally, I kind of like to keep it.
No, Alan. Sweetie, absolutely not. This is a scientific breakthrough. Do you realize how big this is? This is Nobel Prize material.
After that, Alan practically lived in the lab. Grandma and Grandpa's greatest project. He became family, loved by all. I missed having him to myself, but I had bigger problems, like surviving Melissa's matchmaking.
Hey guys, I'm Joy from Belgium, and my story is all about how one little prank can change your life forever. But before we get started, please like and subscribe. Growing up, I was the only child in a family of artists. My parents were always busy with their creative work, leaving me with plenty of time to play the rogue. I was a little red-headed ball of energy, and from a young age, I loved to joke and prank my parents and their friends, whether it was acting like a zombie or playing dead on the floor. By the time I was 6 years old, I was already pulling the fire alarm for fun, cutting my parents' hair in their sleep, and secretly turning up the thermostat. Although I could be a handful, I was able to get out of trouble with my charming smile and big, pleading eyes. Surprisingly, I didn't have any issues at school either. Many of my classmates found me hilarious, and I had a talent for creating a fun atmosphere wherever I went. Of course, not everyone appreciated my sense of humor, especially the teachers, who were often the target of my pranks. But I never went too far, and they always forgave me in the end. Things were going great for me until we went to high school. Suddenly, my jokes started to seem childish and annoying to my classmates, and I became bored and stopped playing pranks. Around that time, a new student named David showed up at our school. He was a football star whose parents had just moved into our neighborhood. With trainers watching over him, clubs hunting for him, and a personal fan club of cheerleaders, David was the quintessential jock with a perfect reputation. I couldn't resist the opportunity to pull a trick on him. I started with some classic gags like shock pens, sticky notes, and even a snake in a can. But David didn't even seem to notice. Then I got more creative and put baby powder in his helmet. But it turned out that his fan club wanted to try it on, and one of the cheerleaders ended up getting covered in powder. Of course, it was funny, but I wanted to get him. So I decided to break out the heavy artillery. I set up slime buckets above the door of the locker room, and when the football team walked in, they all got covered in slime, except freaking David, who was the last to enter. But to my surprise, he started laughing so hard that I couldn't help joining in, along with the whole team. As expected, my prank got me suspended for a few days, and the principal made me clean up the mess I'd made before leaving. Hey, I see you can use a hand. Why are you helping me clean up the slime? Because I'm a decent human being, or maybe I just wanted to talk to you. What about? Why, you don't stop trying to prank me? Did I do something to upset you? Or are you secretly in love with me and just trying to get my attention? Please, as if you're capable of upsetting me. And ew, in your dreams, you just seemed too good to be true. So I felt like getting to you with a prank. You know, like trying to find out what your kryptonite is. Wow, did you just call me Superman? And my kryptonite is pizza. Really? Ugh, so boring. And beautiful redheaded girls who deny thinking about me. Are there cameras here somewhere? Nope, but I wish there were, so I could relive how you blushed at my words over and over again. I'm getting a call. I gotta take this. I didn't hear anything. It's on silent mode. Yes? Hello? Oh my god, my cat needs CPR. Hold on, Whiskers. I'll be right there. I ran off before things could get more awkward. As I sat at home the next day, thoughts of David filled my mind. Was I really falling for a football star? Ugh, so cliche. Suddenly, I got a text from an unknown number. Hey, look outside, smiley face. David's car was parked near my house, and he was waving at me. Don't you have some cool, masculine-y stuff to do? I thought spending time with a pretty girl might be more fun. You know, I still owe you for helping me clean up that slime. Let's go grab some pizza. Be careful, Joy. I might just fall in love with you after this. I rolled my eyes, but my stomach fluttered. Maybe this cliche wasn't so bad after all. We spent the entire day together, and he opened up as a romantic and attentive guy who had a lot in common with me. Like me, he was hyperactive, which is why his parents enrolled him in football at a young age. Soon, David asked me out on a date, and shortly, we were together. As we walked down the school hallways, I noticed the jealous glares from his cheerleader fan club. The girls tried to spread stupid rumors about me or even prank me, but I just laughed it off. Soon, the cheerleaders even began to imitate me, dyeing their hair red in an attempt to capture his attention. But David only had eyes for me, and he made me feel like I was the only girl in the world. But 3 months into the relationship, I started wondering if David was keeping something from me. I knew he was very busy with his training, but a few times I found out that his football buddies had gone home while he'd disappeared somewhere else. I didn't believe it was about another girl, but something was off, and I started to be cautious. One day, a Tinder notification popped up on his phone. I couldn't read the message, but it made me feel uneasy. I didn't want to confront him about it directly because I knew he would brush it off as nothing, and I would believe him. So, I decided to create a fake Tinder account and play a prank on him. If he had nothing to hide, we would both have a good laugh and move on. I posed on Tinder as a young artist with a red ponytail and soon matched with David. We exchanged messages, and he suggested a date. At that moment, I realized he might actually be cheating on me. It was no longer a joke. Okay, let's find out who you really are, David. I wore makeup, a wig, violet contact lenses, and clothes to look like my fake Tinder profile. We met at the cafe, and he was in his best mood. To avoid revealing my real voice, I pretended to be less talkative. He led the conversation, but sometimes he would stop speaking, gaze admirably into my eyes, and touching my hand. And I was getting angrier by the second. It was time to tell him he'd been caught. Suddenly, a beautiful girl with curly carrot hair rushed to our table, and David turned white. What the heck, David? You said it was a one-time thing.
Georgia, listen to me. It's not what it looks like.
Then what is it, David? You're with another girl while you're still with me? Before her, it was Francesca from the flower shop. Or are you seeing her too? How could you do this to me?
Please, give me a chance to explain.
As she stormed out of the cafe, David ran after her. My mind was racing as I tried to process everything. David was a womanizer obsessed with redheads? Me? Fake Tinder artist? Georgia? Francesca? Were there more? I needed more answers, and I decided to track down Francesca. It didn't take long before I found her, surrounded by gorgeous flowers that paled in comparison to her beauty. She was a knockout. By any chance, are you David's girlfriend? Yes. Is everything okay? To tell you the truth, Georgia asked me to check if he's still with you. Poor girl, I feel sorry for her. She's David's ex, and she's obsessed with him even now. She can't seem to accept that he's moved on and he's in love with me only. David was an amazing liar, and I felt angry at myself for falling for his stupid lies. I wished there was something like the cheating police, and I could call to have him arrested. But it was only me, and I had to do something. So I chose the one thing I was best at. I was gonna prank David. While we were hanging out the next day, I spied his phone password, and when he went off for training, I posted on his Facebook from his phone. Hey, bae, if you're seeing this, get ready for a surprise tonight. Winky face heart, 7 p.m. at the fountain. At 7, the meeting point was crowded with red-haired girls, and I was just as shocked to see the number. I saw some familiar faces, like Georgia and Francesca, who hadn't seen each other yet. Finally, David arrived. The army of girls rushed to him, and then suddenly stopped to look at each other. David stared at them all in horror, realizing he'd been exposed. He panicked and just jumped back into his car, driving away like a maniac. This was you, wasn't it, Georgia? You arranged all of this so I'd break up with him. You're such a crazy ex-girlfriend. What are you talking about? We haven't broken up yet. What nonsense. I'm his girlfriend. They all started fighting like crazy, and I escaped. I felt victorious about exposing the truth, but also heavy-hearted because of David's deceit. The day after was a really big football match. David performed horribly, and our team lost the game.
The other team was trash-talking so much today, just got to me and I felt distracted. Also, I think I'm coming down with a stomach bug, and I just didn't sleep much last night.
David, please, stop lying. I know why your head wasn't in the game today. It's because your cheating got exposed yesterday. Yeah, I'm the one who called all the redheads there. I described my investigation, and he broke down in tears.
Joy, please, don't give up on me. I care about all my girls, and I never meant to hurt you. Love just happens, you know? But you're the only one who truly knows the real me, and I feel closer to you than anyone else. Please, let's work this out.
David, you should work this out with a therapist, not me. But firstly, they all deserve the truth and an apology. You'll feel better once you're honest. And as for us, it's too late. I can't trust you anymore. Soon, the whole school seemed to know. The cheerleaders were giving me smug grins, and David's football team looked angry at me for making him perform badly at the big match. Suddenly, I found myself at the center of unwanted attention. I began searching for a way to escape it and process everything that had happened. Fortunately, Georgia set up an online club for girls who were hurt by David. We all shared our stories and found out that David had been dating multiple red-haired girls for years, even proposing to some of them. I shared my story too, and it felt good to let let it out. The girls even encouraged me to share it on the MSA channel. But I needed some offline support too. So I reached out to Georgia and Francesca. We kept meeting regularly, and slowly, we became good friends. We all went public with our story in a magazine article, and it gained a lot of attention. David was getting plenty of negativity, so he publicly apologized and said he'd get therapy for his issues. Well, clearly it didn't work, because years later, when he'd become a famous footballer and married a beautiful singer, she exposed his cheating publicly, divorced him, and left him almost penniless. Finally, David got what he really deserved. Yeah. Also, you can tell that I had a talent for acting, which I went on to pursue at a prestigious school. You see, Georgia had an older brother, Chase, who had the same curly red hair as her. When I first met him, he pulled a classic prank on us, switching the sugar and salt in our tea. Francesca spat it out and looked mad, but I couldn't help laughing. You better watch out, or you'll wake up the pranking dragon in me. Challenge accepted. From that day on, Chase always found a way to be around us, and we had a blast playing pranks on each other. One day at the premiere of my first feature film, Chase said he had to talk to me about something important.
I'm so proud of you, and you fill up my life with joy, Joy. I'm in love with you.
Chase, wow, I think I feel the same way. I'm in love with you too.
Oh my God, Joy, what? I was just joking.
What? Yeah, me too. Duh.
Okay, I'm kidding now. The first one wasn't a joke. I do love you.
I'm gonna kill you.